Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In the year 2024, at a construction site in a certain city. Hello, Lao Zhao. Why has the fee dropped again? It was 100,000 a year last year, and now it's only 60,000? Li Qinghe spoke on the phone, his expression one of indignation. Qinghe, there's nothing I can do, it's the market conditions. You know as well as I do that the fees for your level of construction manager have been decreasing for the past 2 years, and the company has to align with the market trends. Zhao, on the other end of the line, lamented. Li Qinghe was not swayed by his words. As an orphan, he had entered the workforce at 18, starting as a laborer on construction sites. A quick-witted young man, he began to pursue various certifications when the government first mandated them. From construction manager to engineer to cost estimator, he obtained every certification available. His co-workers often teased him, saying that if he had been as diligent in school, he would have been admitted to Qinghe or Peking University long ago. After passing the first-level construction manager exam 6 years ago, he joined his current company as a project manager, a position he had held for 6 years. He had watched helplessly as his salary plummeted from 200,000 a year, which had enabled him to purchase a house and a car, to the current 60,000 a year. Li Qinghe felt a profound sense of frustration. Fortunately, he had consistently worked as a site project manager, earning a monthly salary of 30,000. Working 22 days a month, he had transitioned from doing everything on-site to now simply enjoying tea and playing games. He found his life rather comfortable. After inquiring in several certification groups, he discovered that the pricing was indeed disheartening. Reports indicated it would decrease further next year. Glancing at his savings of over 500,000, he considered his mortgage-free house and car. Sigh, let drop one cannot bend their arm against the thigh. Settling into the boss chair in the office, Li Qinghe began reading a novel. Ugh, this is unbearable. Are the advertisements so unreasonable now? Did I accidentally download something? Accidentally clicking on a promotional advertisement from a website, a download commenced. Li Qinghe intended to delete it, but after a few clicks, the screen went black. What on earth? I just bought the 60p. This is outrageous. Weren't they supposed to be reliable? At that moment, the screen lit up, and the game's starting interface appeared. Li Qinghe, no longer anxious, thought to himself that he would see what kind of game was so impressive that it had to bind him to it. The introduction showcased the story of a remarkable individual who began from a humble village and developed their territory into a grand city. I am the world. What a ridiculous name. Is it a blatant ripoff? Li Qinghe was left speechless. He attempted to shut down the device, restart it, and exit the game, but to no avail. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Though I have 3 girlfriends, I am not yet married, nor do I have children. At that moment, a system dialog popped up. Please name your city. Li Qinghe felt dazed and could only follow the rhythm. Typing, Qianlong City. Naming successful. Would you like to purchase VIP? Nope. You have this one opportunity to recharge. Please choose wisely. What is this? His growing unease began to intensify. Li Qinghe's mind, accustomed to reading novels for 20 years, began to churn with thoughts. Considering the oddities he had just experienced and remembering that he had no debts, with a substantial sum still in his account. Perhaps I should recharge after all. What if this is some kind of omen? Not doing so would be a significant loss. After reviewing the recharge rules, the usual schemes were in play. First recharge at different levels doubled, with a special reward for the 6 yuan tier, while others simply doubled. 1 yuan exchanged for 1 gold coin. The countdown timer appeared in the center of the screen, giving a total of 10 minutes. For some reason, Li Qinghe felt a sense of panic looking at the timer. Without further deliberation, he quickly purchased the first recharge at all tiers, calculating that he would spend a total of 10,000. Watching the countdown tick down to less than 2 minutes, Li Qinghe exhaled, exited the recharge interface, and glanced at his V6 status. In a moment of impulsive decision-making, he had acted without thought. Now that the irrationality had faded, regret began to seep in. But fate did not grant him a chance to regret, as a surge of purple light enveloped Li Qinghe, and he vanished. November 20th, 1955, Sunday. Why was Li Qinghe so certain? He had already been awake for over 10 minutes, observing the earthen house, the mud walls, and the dusty paper windows, along with the only decoration on the wall, a calendar. He remained remarkably calm. Having read 1,000 novels, he felt prepared to face the prospect of time travel. Why did he not sense anyone playing tricks on him? Because Li Qinghe was not merely crossing over. The version of him from his previous life had already been in his 30s. Though he had not married or had children, his long-term enjoyment with several girlfriends had led to a gradual increase in his waistline, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep up with his previous lifestyle. He often found himself avoiding his girlfriends, opting instead to go fishing when he had a chance. Although there was no mirror in the room, he could see his arms and legs. She was a lean young man. Upon lifting his trousers, he thought to himself that this journey through time was indeed worth it, even if it meant sacrificing the house and car he had in his previous life. He consolidated the memories in his mind. In this life, he was still called Li Qinghe, now 18 years old, having just graduated from junior high without qualifying for high school. He lived in the outskirts of 49 City, in a fictional village called Laogo, 60 miles away. The entire Li family had survived the war years, almost intact. Originally, they lived on the mountainside, but relocated to Laogo after liberation. Now, his grandparents lived with his uncle in Qinghe town. The Li family had always resided near the mountains, farming during busy seasons and hunting during the off-seasons. Yesterday, the original elder brother had married, taking a new bride. The previous owner was curious about their drinking, and seeing that his father thought he was old enough and no longer in school, he allowed him to drink a few cups. Uncertain if it was the original owner's poor tolerance or some other reason, the original Li Qinghe had been replaced by the future Li Qinghe in a haze. Li Qinghe was the second in the family, with an elder brother, Li Qingshan, who was 19 and had just married yesterday. His sister-in-law was named Wu Mei, hailing from a neighboring village. He had two younger sisters. The elder, Li Qingyu, was 14 and just started her second year of junior high, while the younger, Li Qingshuang, was 12 and in the second year of primary school. His mother, Zhao Yuzhen, was renowned for her beauty in the region. She had fled from northeast China to 49 City, where she married Li Qing's father and bore 4 children. Li Qing's father was incredibly fortunate, as he rarely allowed his wife to do heavy work at home, while the men in the village envied Li Laifu for marrying a beautiful woman, and the women admired Zhao Yuzhen for having a caring husband. At this thought, Li Qinghe couldn't help but wonder where the Li family had acquired the funds to support all the children's education. It seemed that if the elder brother and the original Li Qinghe hadn't struggled so much, the family would have continued to support their studies. Stepping outside, Li Qinghe was greeted by a small courtyard. In those times, every rural household had a yard, and the 5-room structure was newly built in this village. Though it was made of earth, it provided a place to call home. As he surveyed his future residence, his younger sister, Li Qingshuang, walked in. "Brother, is your headache feeling any better? How did you know I had a headache? You were holding your head in bed for half the night last night. I asked Mother what was wrong with you, and she said you were drunk." Li Qing's expression turned dark with my stomach's tolerance for alcohol. He'll make sure you all know what it means to be able to drink endlessly. He thought about this journey. Perhaps this body had a low tolerance for alcohol. He resolved to test it out another day before bragging. Where the others? Elder brother and sister-in-law went to the town, and our parents went up the mountain together. Sister is in the house doing her homework, she said, pouting at the end. Ah, parents are truly in love, and the children are the unexpected result. He wanted to ask why she wasn't taken along, but seeing the expression on his little sister's face, he held back his question. Li Qinghe found himself at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. The two lapsed into silence. "Brother, are you hungry? There are some coarse corn buns heating in the pot. They'll go get you a couple." With that, the little girl dashed out energetically. At that moment, Li Qinghe realized he was indeed hungry. He looked at the 12-year-old girl, who was already handling household chores, and sighed. Taking a bite of the bun, he nearly spat it out, but forced himself to chew and swallow. Li Qinghe was almost brought to tears by the awful taste of the bun. As he chewed, gazing at the blue sky outside and the distant deep mountains, Li Qinghe finally came to the realization, I have truly traveled through time. Brother, if you're not feeling well, why don't you go rest in your room? I'll go feed the chickens and then do my homework. Speaking of homework, why aren't you in school today? Li Qingshuang rolled her eyes before responding irritably. It's Sunday, what school are you talking about? Are you still drunk? The little girl sighed. Sigh, If you can't drink, then don't. Just go lie down in the room, it'll take care of the rest. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. Upon returning to the house, Li Qinghe lay on the Kong, gazing at the mottled ceiling, his frustration mounting with each passing thought. How could I simply wish to indulge in a novel, only to have a game automatically downloaded? Even if I had downloaded a game, how on earth could it lead to a transmigration? I used to think that only dump trucks could accomplish the KPI of crossing over. Little did I expect that even playing games would now be subject to such metrics. As he pondered over the game, Li Qinghe suddenly found himself standing at the entrance of a dilapidated ancient city, or perhaps a village. Why call it an ancient city? Because a large sign at the village entrance boldly proclaimed the name Qianlong City. Why label it a village? Because the settlement appeared to consist of merely 3 or 4 thatched cottages, one of which bore the words Lord's Mansion. Esteemed Lord of the City, welcome back to the world of I am the great city lord. You shall become the sovereign of Qianlong City, leading your people to develop the city and strengthen your homeland. Li Qinghe was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Oh, it is truly you, his seasoned bookworm of 20 years. Transmigration and golden fingers no longer fazed him. Having never seen a pig run, how could he be unfamiliar with such phenomena? He wandered around, though there was little to explore, just a solitary lord's mansion, thatched cottage, standing there. There were no yellow exclamation marks, no task prompts, and not even a single villager in sight. Stepping into the lord's mansion, he glanced around the 7 or 8 square meters of space, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. Looking outside the village, he saw a shimmering barrier enveloping the entirety of Qianlong City. He could neither see the scenery beyond nor step outside the barrier, which was about 10 meters from the village entrance. Li Qinghe surveyed the area covered by the barrier, estimating its dimensions to be roughly 100 meters in length and width, approximately 20 acres in total. A 2-meter-wide river flowed through the middle of the territory, its source and destination a mystery. He looked up at the sky. Ah! What splendid sunshine. Entering the Lord's mansion, he felt a barrier forming in his mind. Upon opening it, he discovered his personal attribute panel. Player, Li Qinghe. Identity, Lord of Qianlong City. Level 1, Village. Points required for upgrade. 0-100 Prosperity required for upgrade. 0-100 Personal attributes. Strength 5, Agility 7, Constitution 6. Spirit 12. Average adult attributes are 10 points. Existing buildings. Lord's Mansion. Constructible buildings. Refuge for migrants. Refreshes 10 migrants each month for recruitment based on your needs. Migrants are low-level simulacra, lacking attributes and consciousness, working according to commands. Without orders, they do not act. Farm LV1. Build a 10-acre farm. Ranch LV1. Level 1 ranch can raise 20 livestock. Note: without constructing relevant buildings, you will not enjoy game bonuses. For instance, without building a system farm, you can engage in planning activities, but will not benefit from system VIP bonuses. Having glanced at these classic buildings, Li Qinghe decided not to delve further. This was familiar territory, a classic city management game. He opened his inventory to check his balance. 17,650 gold coins to VIP level 6, with different buildings offering various attribute bonuses. Seeing this, Li Qinghe felt an urge to slap himself. In his previous life, he had sensed something amiss, yet still left behind a house, a car, and a bank balance. Unbeknownst to whom it might benefit, he then examined the several gift packs in his inventory. Newbie gift pack, VIP level 1 gift pack. Level 2, he opened them one by one. Ding. Congratulations, Lord, for opening the newbie gift pack. You have received a total of 500 units of food and 500 units of pork. Note: each unit is 1 gene. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for opening the VIP level 1 gift pack. You have received 3 basic citizen summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for opening the VIP level 2 gift pack. You have received 2 intermediate citizen summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for opening the VIP level 5 gift pack. You have received a special task card. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for opening the VIP level 6 gift pack. You have received a time-space anchor. Having opened all the gift packs, he obtained 3 basic citizen summoning cards, 2 intermediate citizen summoning cards, 1 advanced citizen summoning card, and 1 special character card. Qinghe's spirits lifted. The ability to summon characters meant this space could be exploited to its fullest potential. Glancing at the only special character card in his hand, he chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations, player, for summoning a special character. Congratulations, player, for successfully recruiting the assistant manager, Master Tang. Upon hearing the title Master, Li Qinghe's mind instantly conjured the image of someone being hung from a tree, an indelible impression. Ding! Detecting that the Lord has a fixed master character model. Generating. At this moment, Li Qinghe felt as if he might perish from despair and quickly close his eyes, imagining the ancient attire of Lu Yifei or Mao Xiaodong. My lord, are you dozing off here? Startled by the voice, Li Qinghe jolted awake. He opened his eyes to find Master Tang, sporting his characteristic smile, looking at him with an unmistakably lewd expression. Remain calm. Do not lose your temper. Anger will only lead to illness. And after finally achieving a life of privilege, with a happy family and a fulfilling life, after considerable mental fortitude, Li Qinghe finally managed to face that visage with a sense of tranquility. In an ideal world, he should have encountered the ethereal by Yue Guang from his childhood, the gentle linger, or the sweet ancient-style maiden singing peach blossoms blooming. Instead, he had summoned this face. This wretched game didn't even provide a manual. You are Master Tang? I am surnamed Tang. Master is merely a title that, if my lord wishes, you may call me Tang County Magistrate or Tang Steward. I can directly change the titles in the Lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe understood. This was the living manual. Fine, you needn't call me my lord any longer. Just refer to me as boss. Very well. Boss. Li Qinghe hurriedly inquired about the matter that piqued his curiosity the most. When might I receive another special character card? Master Tang smiled slyly. That may have to wait until Qianlong City reaches level 4. Speaking of leveling up, where can I acquire the upgrade points? First, you must spend money to construct a treasure pavilion. Then, place treasures from the outside world inside. The treasure pavilion will reward you with points, and upon reaching the required standard, you can level up. What defines a treasure? Would gold suffice? That is financial wealth, and as for treasures, you must discover for yourself. So, what should I do now? I see you have quite a bit of money. You should build the necessary structures first, cultivate the land, and raise livestock to boost our prosperity. I noticed in the rules that we also need to eat, consuming food. Where should I store the food I won from the lottery? The city warehouse is yet to be built. You can temporarily store it in the treasury of the Lord's mansion, where the space is constant and will maintain the status of your deposits. Understood. So it's a time-stopping space. After much discussion, he began to grasp the basic operational principles of this game. Seeing that he was nearly informed enough, Li Qinghe decided to summon the remaining character cards. Boss, if you're not in a hurry, it's best to wait until everything here is prepared and operational before using the character summoning cards. Why is that? Consumption is significant. For instance, ordinary migrants lack consciousness. They only require 2 units of food daily to survive and have no demands for food or accommodation. However, once they reach the basic level of awareness, their needs for food and shelter become essential. Li Qinghe, ever attentive to advice, decided to postpone the summons. However, he could indeed use the advanced summoning card. Just as he made this decision, Master Tang chimed in. Why is that? Advanced citizens possess skills such as farming, animal husbandry, and tree planting. These skills can enhance your capabilities, allowing you to acquire relevant skills without formal training. Li Qinghe's eyes brightened. If I summon these characters, won't that mean I can learn even more skills? Currently, as a level 1 village, you only have 1 enhancement slot available. Nodding and understanding, Li Qinghe took out the Advanced Citizen Summoning card. Please select the advanced skills your summoned citizen will possess. Li Qinghe perused the list, thrilled by the freedom of choice that he skipped over the common options and focused on the rarer ones. Advanced Boxer, Advanced Hunter, Advanced Brewer, Advanced Chef, and Advanced Beast Tamer, among others. Suffering from indecision, Li Qinghe resolved to consult Master Tang. After a moment of contemplation, Master Tang suggested, why not choose the Advanced Hunter? Li Qinghe looked at the food in his warehouse and the 20 acres of land before him. Remaining silent, his gaze fixed on Master Tang, hoping for a reasonable explanation. That I noticed you placed a time-space anchor in your warehouse. Do you know what it is used for? Before Li Qinghe could respond, Master Tang continued, this item, when placed in the outside world, can create a positioning point, aligning the world beyond the barrier with the anchor point. allowing our intermediate citizens and above to enter and exit through the barrier. Qinghe's understanding deepened. Thus, finding a resource-rich, uninhabited area to place the anchor would be crucial. The first thought that sprang to mind was the outer greater Qinghe Mountains. Then he considered the rainforests of Southeast Asia. Where few ventured, that it was essential to avoid placing it in the country. No explanation necessary. Why choose an advanced hunter? With the advanced citizen, you can summon them to the outside world to reach those locations. You'll need a profession capable of navigating wild jungles, and a hunter is perfect for that. Very well. Yet another layer of useless knowledge has been added. Qinghe opted to summon a high-level hunter. Please select a gender, truly deserving of being a high-ranking citizen. Though this is a role that requires significant responsibility. Male. Name. Chenmu. Identity. Citizen of Qianlong City. Skills. Mastery in advanced hunting, advanced trapping, advanced tracking. Attributes. Strength 15. Agility 18. Constitution 18. Spirit 13. Bonus to Lord. All attributes 8. Daily consumption. 5 units of grain, 3 units of meat. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man before him, Qinghe inhaled sharply upon noticing his extraordinary attributes. He was akin to a minor superhero. Qinghe observed Chenmu's dog, tilting its head and looking at him. Was this a 2-for-1 deal? He clicked on the introduction to take a look. Wankai, Chenmu's hunting dog, strength 16, agility 16, constitution 16. Note, it definitely cannot take on a tiger, but it can easily handle 2 wild wolves in a one-on-one encounter. Now Qinghe understood why Chenmu's daily consumption was so high. He had a family to feed. Yet, despite the hefty appetite, their utility was immense, without mentioning other benefits. Once this anchor point was cast into the primeval forest, they would feast daily on the 3 delicacies of the earth. After discussing preliminary plans with Master Tang, such as where to establish farms, construct houses, build taverns, and set up markets, he entrusted the entire matter to Master Tang for execution. My lord, you haven't granted me an official title yet. I cannot operate without one. Under Master Tang's guidance, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the operations of the Lord's Manor. He appointed Master Tang to the position of Director of Internal Affairs. Hey boss, just call me Supervisor Tang. Well, I shall continue to call you Master Tang. With a face like yours, it would be a shame not to. Chapter 3. Family. After lying on the Kong for a while without much inclination to sleep, Qinghe decided to take a stroll outside. It wasn't his headache, but that of his original self. Lying down was pointless. Standing at the door, he surveyed the layout of the village. The houses were constructed quite closely together. Surrounding the village was a small river that flowed down from the mountains into the distance. On the opposite bank lay the fields of the village's inhabitants. In summer, this river was bustling with children playing in the water. But in the northern March, the cold was rather excessive. In his previous life, Qinghe had always resided in Anhui province, only visiting the Forbidden City and climbing the Great Wall during his travels. He never stayed long enough to experience the northern winters. Unbeknownst to him, the climate in the city of Sijio had not yet felt the effects of global warming, making it even colder than he anticipated. In the dead of winter, the riverside was not worth visiting. In such weather, even weeds struggled to grow well. Thus, Qinghe resolved to explore the mountains instead. The back mountains were too far from the periphery. A few years ago, when the invaders arrived, the villagers fled to the mountains, resulting in a significant decrease in wild beasts in the outer ranges. However, in the past 2 years, as everyone returned to farming, some wild rabbits and pheasants had started to appear. Large game had long since ceased to roam near the village. Hunting would require venturing deep into the western mountains. Qinghe had no desire to suffer in the mountains. Although his external advantages had yet to take effect, he was clearly not concerned about food and drink. Initially worried about food issues upon arriving in this world, his concerns had dissipated after visiting Qianlong City. The current question was how to live a better life in this era. As he walked, Qinghe began to plan his future. First and foremost, staying in the village was not an option. It wasn't that Qinghe was delicate. He simply could not endure such hardships. The past 2 years had been manageable, cultivating his own land alongside his family. As long as one was not afraid of going hungry, they could plant their fields as they pleased. However, in a few years, when the city cooperatives and production teams began to earn work points together, that would change. Hence, the first step was to establish a foundation in Qinghe City. If life was satisfactory, he would then figure out a way to bring his family over and secure them jobs. After all, his father had protected his mother, Zhao Yuzhen, so well during the years of turmoil. It was unreasonable to let her suffer in her later years. Having taken over the body of her son, he felt it was his duty to shoulder this responsibility. Of course, that was all for later. If life in the city turned out not to be as good as Li Qinghe envisioned, he would first need to look after himself. As he approached the mountain, he encountered two individuals descending from it. Upon closer inspection, they were the Hu couple. Hu San was the brother of the village chief, Hu Feng. The elder Hu Yong was a bona fide veteran, having traversed snow-capped mountains and grasslands. Later, upon growing old and retiring due to injuries, he settled in Qinghe City, with his eldest son serving as the village chief in Laogo village. Elder who was known for his fairness, earning the respect of neighboring towns, coupled with Hu Feng's courage to take action. The villagers of Laogo lived quite well, making it one of the better-off villages in the vicinity. Third uncle, third aunt, gathering firewood? Indeed, Qinghe, how have you been? Heard you took a tumble yesterday. Oh, it's nothing. You know the kids in our village. They're tough. This child, regardless of anything, must prioritize safety when going up the mountains. Especially in this weather, wild beasts in the deep mountains could emerge looking for food. After bidding farewell to the couple, Li Qinghe took their words to heart, deciding to avoid the mountains for now. Looking at his own attributes in the system, he couldn't help but lament. Other transmigrators arrived with fully maxed physiques, while he had such underwhelming stats. Although still a youth, it was quite frustrating. After walking around the mountain's edge, noticing that lunchtime was approaching, Li Qinghe strolled back home. Where have you been this morning? You disappeared for half the day and didn't even help your mother with chores. Upon entering, Li Lifeng's concerned yet reproachful words greeted him. I just walked around the mountain. Nothing much. Fine. You know your own body. You're a grown man now. After yesterday's meal, you should understand your tolerance for alcohol. Drink less in the future. Don't embarrass yourself outside. Enough. Stop lecturing. Zhao Yuzhen emerged from the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks, only to find Chong Wei scolding Li Feng. No, upon entering, it was Li Feng scolding Qinghe. The child is grown. Why do you always reprimand him? He had a headache last night, so ease up a bit. Turning, she smiled warmly at Li Qinghe. Qinghe, come eat. Sitting at the table, Li Qinghe was quite pleased as he looked at his family's appearances. In his previous life, he had always felt a bit rushed in terms of looks, and years of labor under the sun had left him looking somewhat burnt. In this life, although a bit darker, he was undeniably handsome. Darkness was not an issue, as he could improve that later. Where did second brother go this morning? Why isn't he resting at home? Li Qingyu inquired with concern. Li Qinghe had seen Li Qingyu studying when he left, so he asked curiously, just wandering around the mountains. The original body had often ventured into the mountains after failing to pass the high school entrance exam, dreaming of becoming a hunter and feasting on meat daily. Unfortunately, ideals were grand, but reality was harsh. The mountains had already been scoured by farmers during their off-seasons. There was no prey to be found, and even the fruits on the trees and dead wood on the ground had been picked clean. To hunt successfully, one would need to trek several dozen kilometers deep into the mountains. Li Qinghe's elder brother and second brother were not academically inclined. While both sisters were top-tier students, Li Qingyu was in the second year of junior high and consistently ranked first in class. Although it was a town school, the teachers had assured that even if she didn't make it to a vocational school, getting into high school would be quite feasible. Currently, Li Qingshuang was still in elementary school, also ranking first in her school. Zhao Yuzhen often lamented at home, feeling that the turmoil of war had hindered her two sons' education. Otherwise, judging by their younger sisters, it was clear they would have been a family of intellectuals. Li's father, however, did not share his wife's views. He believed that education was not everything, though he dared not voice this opinion for fear of incurring her wrath. The five of them sat around the eight immortals' table and began to eat. Now that our eldest son has married, we have accomplished a significant task, Zhao Yuzhen said joyfully. She then admonished her three children. Now that our sister-in-law has joined the family, do not stir up trouble. If I find out anyone disrespects her, I will have your father deal with them. Outside the door, Wu Mei, The elder sister-in-law, who had just returned, felt a considerable easing of her previously anxious heart upon hearing this. Chapter 4. Game space planning. Early the next morning, Qinghe, under the pretext of going out for leisure, left home without having breakfast. He made his way up the mountain, running several miles where signs of villagers' activities were evident. Fallen dead trees, foraged wild fruits, and wild chestnut trees had nearly lost all their leaves. Apart from birds and squirrels, not a trace of rabbit fur could be found. Estimating that he was nearing his destination, Qinghe entered the game space. Once again appearing beneath the signboard of the village entrance, he looked up at the three grand characters spelling Qianlong City and mused. This is the territory I have acquired, and it must be developed. Yesterday, having just traversed to this unfamiliar realm and awakened to such a remarkable and worldview-shattering ability, his mind had been in a daze. Unable to contemplate properly, he had spent the entire night pondering what to do. Has the boss arrived? Have you had breakfast? Elder Tang greeted him with a beaming smile. Not yet. Just came here to grab a couple of bites. I knew it. I specially prepared buns waiting for you. Elder Tang led Qinghe back to the Lord's manor, bringing out a plate of buns from the kitchen. The wooden platter clearly indicated they were handmade. Taking a hearty bite, Qinghe found them to be filled with succulent meat. As he devoured the buns, he felt quite satisfied with his current family. Yet, as a 15-year-old youth without income or capability, he found it unwise to recklessly take something back, leaving him to indulge in his solitary feast with a heavy heart. What about Qinghe? After finishing several buns, Qinghe felt revitalized and followed Elder Tang outside, inquiring he had breakfast and then went back to his room. Right now, only our Lord's manor has a kitchen and stove. Elder Tang pointed to a few thatched cottages nearby, with the first one being Qinghe's, where he was resting. Qinghe couldn't help but grimace. Can't we have better accommodations sooner? With so many gold coins, I should be able to afford a slightly better house. Not even a brick house, at least a wooden one. Elder Tang chuckled. Boss, please be patient. I in our village. Only thatched cottages are available. Once the village upgrades, these houses will follow suit. Of course, if you desire better living conditions, we can construct our own houses, but that requires materials and labor. Labor is readily available, as we can recruit directly from the refugee camp. They work efficiently when properly directed, but materials? Just look at our flat village. The few trees we have are all felled by Qinghe to make simple stools and plates. Enough about that. I am well aware of the situation. Qinghe stared at Elder Tang in exasperation. Are we really adhering to scientific principles while building a house in this game world? Isn't this mere fabrication? Not at all. It's not just empty creation. The main issue is that your requests are quite numerous, Elder Tang replied. Noticing that Qinghe had fallen silent, Elder Tang quickly began to introduce the various buildings and their functions. They first arrived at Qinghe's doorstep. Boss, Qinghe emerged and greeted Qinghe that I'll summon you to the outside world shortly to hunt some game for profit and to familiarize you with the mountainous terrain. You need to make a longer journey come spring. He continued to tee this moment. Elder Tang suggested, why not go in winter? There are fewer people, which minimizes the risk of exposure. Qinghe pondered for a moment. We can discuss that later. For now, let's focus on hunting some game that I plan to head to Qinghe City soon, so we need to gather some funds. After contemplating, Qinghe instructed, store some meat in the warehouse. Cut into 1-pound portions, so I can exchange them for young animals and seeds at the county later. Hearing this, Qinghe went to make preparations. Qinghe continued to follow Elder Tang as he surveyed the territory. This is the refugee camp, where we can recruit 10 individuals each month. You, as the boss, must be present to recruit. I cannot do it myself. Only 10 people a month? What if we run short on manpower? Then we pay for it. This is a game. Those in the know understand that refreshing costs 10 gold coins with no upper limit. Why is this a level 1 facility? Does the refugee camp have levels? Upgrading will increase the number of recruits and their chance to refresh skilled refugees. And what about that probability? It's a game. You know how it is. I'll first resolve the issues of grain seeds and young animals before considering recruitment. Qinghe decided. You are wise, Elder Tang replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Qinghe couldn't help but think. If only at this moment, Ling, with her charming demeanor, could say, Brother Qinghe, you are so impressive. He quickly dismissed the thought. realizing that dwelling on it could lead to melancholy. Leaving the refugee camp, the two examined other buildings. This level 1 farm covers 10 acres. At least 3 to 4 farmers are needed to cultivate it. Farmers, Elder Tang looked at Li Qinghe as if he were foolish. Boss, the group of refugees is quite remarkable. Assign them to farming, and they become farmers. Assign them to cattle raising, and they transform into herders. One last question. With such a vast space of over 20 acres, excluding the 2 acres occupied by the ranch and the 5 acres by the forest, and with the houses taking up minimal space, why are we so focused on this level 1 farm's 10 acres for cultivation? This brings us to the purpose of why I summoned you today, to discuss the VIP bonuses available for our level 1 farm. Li Qinghe examined the bonus options closely. There were 2. The first accelerated growth speed 6-fold, while the second increased final yield 6-fold. After some contemplation, Li Qinghe chose the latter, although he had never farmed before. He understood the basics. Taking rice cultivation as an example, the process typically involves sowing in March or April and harvesting in June, taking around 100 days. Accelerating growth 6-fold would compress the cycle to about 20 days, including plowing, seedling nurturing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, and threshing. Those who have farmed know how daunting this can be. Perhaps it is better to remain a person. He also selected the 6-fold growth speed bonus for the ranch and forest. As he reviewed the VIP function details, he began to feel a twinge of regret. How do I summon Qinghe to the outside world? Simply have him wait at the village entrance. You can summon him through the Lord's panel from outside. However, there are a few points I need to clarify. First, Qinghe listened attentively. Without a time-space anchor point, Qinghe cannot enter or exit freely. He can only do so through contact with you, and he must be within 50 meters of your range to operate. Is there anything else? I've clarified everything I wanted to know. Li Qinghe asked Elder Tang. To upgrade our territory, we also need treasures. When will we accumulate enough? Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe was initially taken aback, then hurriedly opened the panel to check. Player. Li Qinghe identity. Lord of Qianlong City level. Level 1 village required treasure points for upgrade. 100 required prosperity for upgrade. 3100 personal attributes. Strength 13. Agility 15. Constitution 14. Spirit 20. Advanced Hunter bonus. 8 to all attributes. Current buildings. Lord's Manor. Level 1 farm. Level 1 ranch. Level 1 warehouse for residential houses. After finishing, Li Qinghe frowned and asked Elder Tang beside him. Elder Tang, we have built all the available structures. Your prosperity is only 30. How do we upgrade? Elder Tang shrugged. These thatched cottages are hardly worth much. Besides, most of the value comes from Qinghe's contributions. But don't worry, boss. Prosperity mainly relies on the operations of planting and raising livestock. Once we have crops, we can recruit more people, and it will naturally increase. These things aren't urgent. We must take our time. After arranging for Qinghe to wait at the village entrance with Wang Kai, Li Qinghe stepped out of Qianlong City and returned to the mountains. As soon as he appeared, a startled squirrel darted up a tree. Causing Li Qinghe to jump in surprise, he scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one, felt a bit more at ease. This won't do. What if someone sees me suddenly appearing? They might either kill me to silence me or wait to capture me for interrogation. Li Qinghe opened the system panel and chose to summon Qinghe. With no special effects or sounds, Qinghe abruptly appeared before Li Qinghe. It was the first time Li Qinghe saw Qinghe fully equipped. With a bow slung over his shoulder, a quiver of arrows on his back, and a short knife at his waist. Wang Kai stood beside him, ears perked up, perfectly still. Boss, do you see that village over there? That's my home. Qinghe pointed to the faint outline of a small village down the mountain. I won't elaborate on the hunting. You're far more experienced than I am. First, get accustomed to the forest environment here to prepare for our journey ahead. Li Qinghe scrutinized Qinghe once more and curiously asked, Haven't you brought any food? Qinghe replied with a smile. If I were to wander the forest with Wang Kai and ended up starving, then it would serve me right that I end Chapter 5 of Li Qinghe's narrative. Qinghe took his leave from Li Qinghe. He did not issue any commands to his dog. Instead, Wang Kai wagged his tail and circled around Li Qinghe a few times before dashing off into the depths of the mountains. Qinghe followed closely behind. The rugged mountain path felt as flat as ground to the pair, their pace unimpeded. In less than 2 minutes, They vanished from Li Qinghe's sight. Qinghe stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at their receding figures. Unable to resist, he opened his panel to check his stats. Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 14, Spirit 20. My stats are quite impressive as well, and I possess the skills of a high-level hunter. Why can't I move as smoothly as they do? They traverse mountains and rivers as if walking on level ground. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Li Qinghe turned and descended the mountain towards the town. As he walked, he collected dry twigs and broken wood to stow in his backpack. After all, one could not return home empty-handed after venturing out. With his current agility and constitution, he jogged without breaking a sweat, reaching the town in about 20 minutes. Before entering, he retrieved a cloth bag prepared for carrying meat from his storage space. The bag was opaque, ensuring that no one could discern its contents. Allowing him to discreetly extract meat from his storage, he first visited the agricultural machinery station to inquire about the prices and qualifications for purchasing seeds. There were no stringent requirements. One could buy freely with cash. Rice seeds and wheat seeds were available at 50 cents per pound, along with some vegetable seeds. After casually browsing a couple of rounds, he found the atmosphere to be much better than he had imagined. Over the past few years, there had been no natural disasters or betrayals from the Big Brother. Rural households were still engaged in some form of livestock farming, and as long as they did not exceed certain limits, no one bothered them. Now, there were even some spontaneously organized markets for trading newly hatched livestock. Li Qinghe headed to this small agricultural market and exchanged meat for several newly hatched chicks, ducklings, and goslings, purchasing a basket to carry the various types he could obtain. Initially intending to make all his exchanges here, he soon noticed familiar faces all around. Uncle Fu from his village, Aunt So-Ah from the neighboring village, and the fourth uncle of the neighbor from Pengzhuang whom he had seen just a few days prior at his elder brother's wedding. Silently retreating, Li Qinghe walked a few steps further and boarded the bus to the county town. Although Suzhou City was not far, the checks for introduction letters there could be quite strict. The county town, however, was different. Visiting classmates or relatives posed no significant issues as long as one had a plausible explanation, especially considering he was indeed a local resident. After a half-hour bus ride, he arrived at the county town and made a beeline for the vegetable market. Noticing no familiar faces around, he exchanged 2 pounds of meat for 3 newly born piglets, 1 male and 2 females, at a rate of 2 pounds for one. Given their growth rate at the ranch was 6 times faster, having more was always advantageous. He also sold 10 pounds of meat in a secluded corner of the market under the pretext of helping his family. Earning 8 yuan in returned tea this time, the rural cooperative system had not yet been implemented. Most households raised some poultry or pigs and sheep, but there were quantity restrictions. Therefore, the market had a limited supply of newly born piglets and freshly hatched chicks, ducklings and goslings, with everyone turning a blind eye. Having arranged for livestock at the ranch, though the variety and number were somewhat lacking, the rest depended on fate. He would buy what he encountered and rely on the ranch's ecosystem for self-hatching and rearing when necessary. As he walked, he inquired at the local agricultural technology station, where prices were consistent, and he purchased the required grains there. Qinghe, originally from the south, preferred rice and bought a considerable amount of rice seeds, with some wheat and corn seeds as well. Not too many. Finding a secluded spot with no one around, he entered the game space and handed over the items he had just purchased to the waiting Master Tang. The two then proceeded to Lu Ming's place, where they recruited all 10 of this month's refugee slots. They assigned 4 individuals to work at the ranch and 6 at the farm. Watching everyone gather their belongings and head to their respective posts, Li Qinghe felt a sense of relief. With this relaxation came curiosity, prompting him to ask, why do the recruited refugees look so? Li Qinghe momentarily struggled to articulate their appearance. Boss, are you suggesting they appear mediocre? Master Tang clearly grasped the sentiment Li Qinghe was trying to convey. Yes, exactly. Mediocre, utterly lacking in distinctive features, the kind you forget after just one glance. They read like mass-produced products, low-level replicas. As long as they can work, who needs anything else? Master Tang scoffed at Qinghe inquired, are there any structures here that could assist in observing the outside world? My comings and goings feel perilously risky. It seems like one day I might find myself in a dire situation. He quickly expressed his concerns, seeking Master Tang's advice. There's a building called a lookout tower in a level 3 village. From there, you can see and hear the situation at the entrance point. When you arrive, you can simply assign someone to keep watch. And now? Li Qinghe asked, that is at all just a matter of luck? Boss, you need to be cautious. Upgrading the city is the way forward. Master Tang responded, exasperated. Li Qinghe aside, I know I need to be careful. Still, it's good to know such a structure exists, seeing that there was nothing more to discuss. Li Qinghe decided to leave, not wanting to linger and watch them work. Boss, I have one more thing. Master Tang hesitated. What is it? You seem curious. That summoning card you have needs to be used. These refugees are utterly inept. They require precise commands to perform any tasks, such as feeding or tilling. I don't know how to raise livestock or farm. You'll need to recruit a few knowledgeable individuals to serve as guides. Surprised by Master Tang's words, Li Qinghe exclaimed, I always thought you knew everything. Master Tang stared in disbelief, and the two exchanged incredulous glances. Let us plan this out. I currently have 3 basic summoning cards and 2 intermediate ones. How should we utilize them? Li Qinghe sought Master Tang's counsel, recognizing that he would be the on-site supervisor and could set deadlines, monitor progress, and evaluate results, but he needed to meet the necessary conditions for managing the site. Though he had often played the role of Master Tang in his past life, he now understood the necessity and significance of such responsibilities, given the current planning for our Qianlong city, which is somewhat haphazard. We should align with the city's scale. For a level 1 village, we can only construct these buildings that we need 1 junior farmer skilled in agriculture, 1 junior farmer adept in livestock, and 1 junior forest ranger. Li Qinghe had no objections, as the titles were self-explanatory. Is a junior level sufficient? Will it affect productivity? It should suffice for a level 1 farm. Upgrades will likely follow. As production increases, they will gain experience, and reaching a certain output may trigger professional upgrades that Li Qinghe sighed. Another shooter possibly? Can't we get any concrete information? This isn't something I can pin down. It's a matter of probability. Master Tang replied, equally frustrated. The rules aren't set by me. I'm just a poor worker caught in the middle. Li Qinghe nodded, recognizing that productivity is crucial in simulation management games, and thus, they settled on this plan. What about those 2 intermediate summoning cards? Any recommendations? For the intermediate cards, I think we should look towards the future. That I suggest recruiting an intermediate chef and an intermediate martial artist. Li Qinghe's interest peaked at this suggestion, as these 2 professions often featured prominently in various novels from his past life, boasting immense popularity. Without needing to explain these roles, just tell me your reasoning for wanting to recruit them. Once we recruit, our numbers will increase. I can't be the one cooking all the time, right? That wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, whether you're here or out there, having a chef ensures your meals are enjoyable. Doesn't it? Li Qinghe pondered. That is quite reasonable. I can go for that. Seeing his expression, Master Tang recognized the approval of this slot. As for the martial artist, I believe once we deploy our out-of-control anchor points, we need to interact with the outside world. Don't underestimate the intermediate martial artist. In a one-on-one scenario, they could easily handle 2 Chanmus. Is that so powerful? Li Qinghe was genuinely astonished. They know martial arts, real killing techniques, while Chun Mu is adept at wilderness survival and long-range ambushes. When it comes to fighting, specialization is key. Li Qinghe could not conceive of any better arrangements and decided to proceed with the recruitment as planned. Chapter 6, Getting on Track. Name: Hongda. Identity: citizen of Qianlong City. Skills: proficient in basic agriculture attributes. Strength 11, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 8. Lord's bonus. All attributes 3 daily consumption. 3 units of food. Name: Hong. Heir. Identity: citizen of Qianlong City. Skills: proficient in basic animal husbandry attributes. Strength 9. Agility 10, Constitution 11, Spirit 7. Lord's bonus. All attributes 3 daily consumption. 3 units of food. Name: Hong San. Identity: citizen of Qianlong City. Skills: proficient in basic forestry attributes. Strength 12. Agility 8, Constitution 10, Spirit 8. Lord's bonus. All attributes 3 daily consumption. 3 units of food. Name: Liang Momo. Gender: female. Identity: citizen of Qianlong City. Skills: proficient in intermediate Sichuan cuisine. Proficient in intermediate Huizhou cuisine attributes. Strength 15, Agility 10, Constitution 14, Spirit 11 Lord's bonus. All attributes 5 daily consumption. 2 units of food, 1 unit of meat. Name: Su Feng. Identity: Citizen of Qianlong City. Skills: Proficient in intermediate Baji Quan. Proficient in intermediate Wing Chun attributes. Strength 14, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Spirit 12 Lord's bonus. All attributes 5 daily consumption. 3 units of food, 2 units of meat. The 5 newly recruited individuals stood before Qinghe, respectfully greeting the Lord. Upon casting a glance at the sole female citizen in the crowd, Qinghe could not help but exhale in relief. Finally, there was a woman of notable appearance among the citizens. He had begun to suspect that the system was deliberately targeting him. Qinghe checked his own attributes. No changes, Sir Tang. They all have bonuses to the Lord's attributes. Why is it that my attributes remain unchanged? Tang Shurye, having just finished greeting the newcomers and busy arranging their tasks, hurried over to address his employer's query. Boss, at our current level of village, you only have 1 enhancement slot. Since you have chosen Chunmu's enhancement, it only applies to his attributes. It will only enhance Chunmu's skills. Once we increase the number of enhancement slots, you can add another, and your attributes will improve. That IT need not be explained in such detail. Although not explicitly stated, Qinghe had a premonition that the next skill slot would likely take a considerable amount of time to unlock. Sitting by the village's small river, observing the bustling activity around him, Qinghe found himself idle. Having completed all that could be done for the day, all necessary expenditures had been accounted for. Even if there were any actions to be taken, they were currently beyond reach. He gazed at the river for quite a while, yet not a single fish was in sight. This river flowed from an unknown source and meandered towards an unknown destination. Its clarity was striking, yet not a fish could be seen. Was it because the water was too clear, or were the fish simply upstream? This question would only be answered once the space expanded to encompass the river source. Time passed, and eventually, Tang Shurye approached him. Have you grasped the situation on site? They raised numerous inquiries based on their circumstances, and we still need to prepare many things. Tang Shurye wore a troubled expression. Old Tang, you know our situation better than I do. Just focus on what can be resolved in the short term. Leave the impossible matters for later. With a sigh, he added, what can I do? I feel quite helpless as well. Tang Shurye, observing his boss's demeanor, seemed to share in his frustration. First, we need bricks to build a large stove. The small pots in the Lord's manor cannot meet the food demands of so many people. Once we have the stove, we will also need iron pots and other essential for daily living. Qinghe frowned, but we have no money. He could only hope that Chunmu would bring some good news. Starting a venture was indeed challenging. Moreover, the issue of anchor points needed to be resolved swiftly. We require a substantial amount of timber, whether for firewood or construction. We need Chunmu to set off at once. Of course, we can have Su Feng accompany him to ensure a smooth journey. Can't we source the timber from the nearby western mountain? Qinghe inquired curiously, wondering why they were seeking materials from afar. Boss, if you have no objections, I believe Chunmu can manage. Tang Shurye's face was filled with hope. Qinghe suddenly remembered that summoning could only bring forth advanced or higher-tier professionals. Well, that was one issue unresolved. Perhaps returning home for a good sleep would be better. The list of deficiencies was far from complete. When he checked the system's living quarters, he found not only were there no pots and pans, but even a bed was absent, with only wooden boards haphazardly placed atop wooden stakes for a makeshift arrangement. This was a result of Chunmu and the others chopping down a few trees in the space just yesterday. Farm, ranch, and forest each cost 200 gold coins, while a living quarter was merely 20 gold coins per room. Where had all the money gone? These buildings possessed special effects. As long as they were purchased, the effects would remain, and the houses could be dismantled and rebuilt. The 3 major facilities offered VIP speed enhancements. But what about living quarters? They merely provided energy recovery, stamina replenishment, and slight healing effects, which could be upgraded alongside the territory. Qinghe felt an inexplicable envy. Was the fool truly himself? Confirming that the scene was bustling with activity and left no room for his own contributions. Li Qinghe checked his remaining coins and instructed Tang Shiya to build 16 more living quarters, totaling 20. Even if they were thatched huts, at least there would be one for each person. Stealthily exiting the space, he surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, letting out a sigh of relief. When would this anxious life come to an end, having resolved the significant issue of sustainable development? Li Qinghe felt considerably happier. However, when he prepared to return to the village, he realized he had spent every last coin. Qinghe retraced his steps for over 10 miles before finally returning home. Qinghe, you returned so late. Have you eaten? In the kitchen, his sister-in-law was tidying up and called out to him upon his entrance. Not yet. I'll manage with a corn cake. Although Li Qinghe could eat from the space, he refrained from doing so, fearing that his lack of funds and his days spent outside might stir unnecessary trouble. He preferred to remain low-key and bide his time until he reached 49 City, where he would have more freedom. Mother specifically saved some corn porridge for you. I'll bring it over. Wu Mei was very warm-hearted. Sister-in-law Wu Mei was known for her delicate beauty, having gained notoriety in the nearby villages. Which was no surprise, given that the Li family was well regarded in the area. With all 4 children having received an education, Wu Mei had an older brother and a younger brother. Although her parents did not overtly show favoritism, sons and daughters were treated differently in that era. Uneducated, Wu Mei was accustomed to various household chores, and upon joining the Li family, she found it hard to remain idle, often envying her 2 younger sisters. After Li Qinghe finished eating, Wu Mei prepared to collect the dishes. Mei. Zhao Yuzhen leaned against the doorway of the main room, seeing Wu Mei's puzzled expression. Their mother smiled kindly. Since you married eldest brother the day before yesterday, we are now family. Our family rules dictate that siblings must handle their own affairs. Qinghe returning late means cooking and washing dishes are his responsibilities. You needn't concern yourself with it, lest you find yourself eating alone every day. Wu Mei hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Observing this, Zhao Yuzhen approached and took her away. You'll have to do it yourself. Chapter 7. First entry into the city early the next morning. Having inquired about the lack of work for Li Qinghe, he decided to venture into 49 City to gather some information. After all, his last visit to 49 City was during a trip in 2023, and the current state of the city was anything but familiar. He informed his family that he was going to the county town to visit a classmate and would be staying overnight before returning the next day. Then set out that in these times, children were quite adventurous. After the busy farming season, some young boys would venture into the mountains for several days, and families rarely objected, granting them freedom to roam. First, he went to the village committee to obtain an introduction letter. The village committee had been repurposed from an old landlord's estate. Pushing open the dilapidated door, he found 2 or 3 people seated inside. The party secretary and village head were absent. Qinghe approached a familiar face. Uncle Zhou, are you busy? Zhou Fong, the village militia captain, was seated, cleaning his gun. Qinghe walked over, wanted to touch it, but Uncle Zhou swatted his hand away. Shoo. Go play elsewhere. You think you could just touch my gun? Hey, so stingy. No wonder my brother Ergu isn't keen on coming back. With your temperament, only my aunt can tolerate you. Zhou Fong glared at him. What are you doing here, anyway? Oh, I almost forgot the main business. I want to go to 49 City. Since Uncle Hu isn't here, could you issue me an introduction letter? Not issuing. Go find your Uncle Hu. Qinghe's temper flared at this. Aren't you just delaying me? Fine. If you won't give it, I'll head to your place for lunch. I'll tell Aunt Zhou on you. Just wait. As he spoke, he made a show of walking out. Come back. Zhou Fong's face darkened completely, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, I cannot write. Li Qinghe. Holding the village committee's letterhead, he took advantage of the illiterate honest folk, and with swift strokes, Li Qinghe penned a 1-month family visit introduction letter for himself. Watching Zhou Fong stamp it, he happily tucked the letterhead away, subsequently placing it into his pocket and stowing it in his storage space. If you were to ask a militia captain how he managed to stamp it, the management of official seals these days is beyond reckoning. One must be cautious, as entering stealthily to stamp could very well happen. Thank you, Uncle, that I'm in a hurry, so I'll be off. Zhou Fong chuckled and hurriedly left, returning to clean his gun. That little rascal. Even if I can't write, I have attended literacy classes to fool me to my face. Li Qinghe was no longer studying, and with winter upon them, there wasn't much farm work at home. Zhou Feng guessed this lad was restless at home and wanted to try his luck in the city for a job. Since it wasn't a major issue, he decided to let him be. Exiting the village committee's gate, Li Qinghe gazed at the incongruous windows and doors that clashed with the overall style of the houses. And he couldn't help but smile at the thought of their history. The landlord had fled before the liberation, and later, when the land was redistributed, the villagers divided the landlord's estate as well. At that time, the village head Hu Feng probably never imagined this place would become the village committee's office. When the decision was made, he arrived to find the house eerily empty, with the windows and doors dismantled, which left him infuriated. What could he do? Knock door to door? Wooden tea that invite trouble. In the end, he found some old doors and windows to make do with. After leaving, Li Qinghe did not head home, but made his way straight to the town, preparing to take a bus to the county seat, when he suddenly remembered that he had walked back yesterday due to lack of funds. Reluctant to waste any more time, Li Qinghe resolved to borrow some money from the township government next door. The town was quite small, with all the main buildings clustered together, and the township government was right next to the bus station. Qinghe entered smoothly, not stopped by the gatekeeper, for after all, they were there to serve the people and couldn't possibly deny entry to the common folk. Noticing someone pasting notices on the bulletin board at the entrance, Li Qinghe approached to inquire. "Hello, comrade, could you tell me where Hu Kai's office is?" The person was a woman in her late 20s, sizing Li Qinghe up. "Hello, do you need something from Hu Kai?" Upon hearing he was a neighbor, her smile grew more genuine. "Director who is in the second office on the right after you enter. Yes, in there now. Just go ahead." Grateful, Li Qinghe followed her directions. The door was ajar, and Hu Kai was engrossed in writing something. Qinghe knocked lightly on the open door. "Come in." The other did not look up, focused on his work. Qinghe knocked again. This time, the other raised his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Qinghe, what brings you here?" It was the first time Hu Kai had seen Li Qinghe in a work setting, and he looked quite puzzled. "Hey Qinghe, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. What do you think? If I hadn't said anything, you'd still be knocking without interruption, right?" Though he jested, Hu Kai stood up to pour Li Qinghe a glass of water. "No need to bother. Qinghe, that I'm heading to Sijicheng and forgot my money. Could you lend me 5 yuan? I'll pay you back the next time you come home." Upon hearing this, Hu Kai set down the thermos and opened his desk drawer. "Is 5 yuan enough? Traveling and eating, all of it costs money. Honestly, how could you forget your money when going so far?" He retrieved a 5 yuan note and 2 bags of 1 yuan notes, handing them to Li Qinghe. "Qinghe, you truly are a righteous man." With the money in hand, Li Qinghe wasted no time and stood to leave. "Wait a moment." That Hu Kai scrutinized Li Qinghe with a puzzled expression. "That aren't you supposed to have an introduction letter to go to Sijicheng?" "I have it. How could I not have it?" Li Qinghe replied confidently. "My dad and Secretary Huang went to the county for a meeting. Who was I to get the introduction letter from? I wrote it myself, and Uncle Zhou stamped it for me. What's the issue?" Li Qinghe defended himself vigorously. Hu Kai waved his hand dismissively. All right, go on." Hu Kai was the eldest son of the village head, Hu Feng, and had been the village's leader since childhood. That a few years back, he enlisted with Li Qinghe's cousin, Li Zhixue, and they had both served on the peninsula. However, due to enlisting late, he didn't join the elite units, instead wandering around with logistics, achieving neither glory nor disgrace. Yet he could boast of having fought against the American devils. He returned home last year and was assigned to the township government. Li Qinghe was nearly a decade younger than him, and in later years, they might have exchanged few words. However, in this era, the bonds of rural life and interpersonal relationships were far warmer than in later times. Moreover, during their middle school years, Hu Kai and his wife had shown great care for the village children attending school, often inviting them over for improved meals. Through this, the two became quite familiar. However, with the grain rationing soon to be implemented, such indulgent gatherings would have to come to an end. At that point, even fathers visiting their daughters for a meal would need to bring grain. It wasn't about filial piety, but rather a stark reality. Everyone had their ration, and if one consumed more, another would go hungry. Turning left upon exiting, Li Qinghe bought a ticket and boarded the bus. Sijicheng, Here I Come, Chapter 8. A journey through time. Only upon standing at the Ziziman bus station did Li Qinghe truly grasp why travel was so slow in these times. A mere 30 kilometers. Yet it felt like an eternity. He he sat as though he had died once. This bus carried everything, with a mix of people and livestock all crammed together, and even the biting winter chill could not dispel the stench. The constant jostling made even Li Qinghe, who believed he never suffered from motion sickness, question his conviction. After lingering at the station for a while, he finally found the mood to lift his head and take in the capital. Although he yearned to find a state-run restaurant for a hearty meal, he patted his pocket and thought better of it. After all, he had his own dedicated chef and ought to save the best for important occasions. Reaching into his backpack, he retrieved a flatbread that Liang Momo had prepared and stored for him, munching on it contentedly. Though he carried no luggage, he had a cloth bag slung over his shoulder. And without a mobile phone for scanning codes, it felt rather audacious to set out empty-handed. After barely filling his stomach, Li Qinghe wandered around, noticing the ongoing demolition of the city walls and the scattered bricks around. He resolved to lend a hand that evening, as his own Qianlong city was still inhabited by thatched cottages. Not in a hurry to seek work, Li Qinghe decided to first visit Tiananmen of this era. Following the main road, he strolled and inquired until he reached Chang'an Street. It was at this moment that Li Qinghe truly felt the rapid development of the country over the past 70 or 80 years. In his previous life, he had followed DY's travel itinerary, checking off popular Sijuqing attractions such as the Central Axis, Prince Gong's Mansion, Nanlo Guxiang, and Beihai Park, but now, gazing upon Tiananmen, it was entirely different from his memories. He found a library, hoping to ascertain what kind of work suited him in this In fact, Li Qinghe had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind for seeking employment in Sijuqing. Primarily, he desired to find work related to procurement. Although such jobs could be laborious and yield little reward, for him, the output from an entire space farm or pasture, after deducting the consumption within, was entirely disposable. Moreover, another advantage of working in procurement was the need to collect treasures, which in this era likely refer to antiques. One needed ample time and space to treasure hunt. Spending all day tightening screws in a factory was hardly conducive to that pursuit. Many villagers, having endured the earlier years of the D-landlord, possessed antiques, and often, the broken remnants featured in the television show Under the Jingyang Gate were simply a result of collecting odds and ends in the countryside while treasure hunting in villagers' homes. Reminded of Under the Jingyang Gate, Li Qinghe resolved to head towards Tiananmen, which should be the most bustling commercial hub in present-day Sijuqing. As he walked, observing and inquiring, he finally arrived at Tiananmen just before nightfall. Standing before the Shuiru silk shop, he fell into contemplation. Have I truly stepped into a drama? After a thorough search, Li Qinghe paused at the entrance of a small tavern in front of Tiananmen. A slight toothache confirmed his suspicions. However, the timeline of my crossing and the age of my body did not align. Neither of the two female leads had any part for me, and my heart ached with bitterness. Entering, he found it was lunchtime, and patrons were steadily arriving at the tavern. The owner seemed quite surprised to see a new face. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time at our little shop? The young female owner, radiating warmth, was in her 20s, vibrant and elegantly dressed, bearing a striking resemblance to the character Su Huijin from the drama. Qinghe nodded, smiling. I've never had a drink in my life. I just wanted to see the world. He ordered some erguo tu and a dish to accompany the liquor, and when the food was served, Su Huijin even thoughtfully included a portion of the tavern signature dish. Seated inside, he listened to the surrounding patrons' discussions. Alas, meat is becoming increasingly difficult to sell. Often, we run out. I've just heard, mind you, that a policy is about to be introduced to limit the sale of meat. In the future, will we need tickets to buy meat? Who knows? Alas, have you heard about the matter concerning old Wan's son? Oh, what a calamity it is. Indeed, I have been inundated with a plethora of news, some true, some false, some useful, and some utterly irrelevant. Before I rose to pay and exited, it is a pity that I did not encounter the fabled Kai Kwanwu as for the drama. Li Qinghe has not seen it. He has merely glimpsed it a couple of times on DY and has not penned much fan fiction, occasionally featuring characters from other narrative realms. However, from what I have just learned, Su Hui's daughter, Su Jingli, has indeed been born and is currently resting in the back room. Chun Shiuru's Hokue is already on the verge of walking. Such tidings are disheartening, yet where there is bad news, good news follows. The Hongqing steel plant is set to expand into a massive factory accommodating thousands and is currently recruiting. Indeed, it is the same Hongqing steel plant from the series Qinghe see you on. I am uncertain whether this world is purely a cinematic universe or a conglomerate of derivative creations. Qinghe has actually watched Qinghe see you on, as during the pandemic years. He devoured hundreds of fan fiction novels, curious to see just how eccentric these individuals could be. Ultimately, he discovered that the creators of derivative works possessed remarkable talent, endowing these ordinary people with extraordinary legends, often demonizing them. In his previous life, Qinghe was an orphan, struggling at the very bottom of society for the first 23 or 24 years, having witnessed all manner of darkness. The portrayal of these individuals in dramas is merely child's play. In fanfiction, however, it is a different story. There are tales of house robberies, enemy agents, beggars at the door, and being expelled from the courtyard, all of which elevate the concept of villainy. After ascertaining the location of the Hongqing steel plant, which, while not far, is also not close, and having clarified the bus routes, Qinghe resolved to take the bus there. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hongqing steel plant, it was the afternoon rush hour. Yet the area was eerily quiet, with only a few individuals, clearly sharing his purpose, gathered in a circle by the security guard. Observing this, Qinghe hastened to join them. In the center stood a table, at which a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit was perspiring profusely under the cold weather, shouting his pitch as new job seekers continued to arrive for inquiries. The young man had repeated this script countless times over the past few days. Ladies and gentlemen, our factory is currently hiring only frontline workers. We are not recruiting for logistics or administration. Preference will be given to those with a household registration from the 49 city, those who have housing in the city, and those with educational qualifications. If recruited, you must comply with work assignments. After listening to this extensive monologue, Qinghe understood that he had a fair chance of being accepted. Given his middle school diploma point, one should not underestimate a middle school education. In these times, it holds considerable weight. Later, through night school and distance education, many obtained diplomas, and following the establishment of the nation, education became a priority, causing the value of a middle school diploma to diminish only after the 1960s. However, his options after joining the factory would be quite limited. Initially, there would be a 3-year apprenticeship, followed by assignment to a mentor, self-selection of a trade. What a fanciful thought! Everything would adhere strictly to the factory's directives. If the factory instructed you to go east, you must not venture west. If the factory commanded you to chase dogs, you must not catch chickens. Refusal, a right turn out the door, and there are plenty of others ready to work. Hence, possessing a specialized skill is essential. After listening for quite some time, the spirit of certification awakened within Qinghe once more. The steel plant required electricians, specifically certified electricians, recognized by appropriate credentials, and joining the factory meant becoming a formal employee. Qinghe made up his mind. He would first obtain a certification. Chapter 9. Xinhua bookstore. In his previous life, Qinghe began working at the age of 16 after graduating from middle school. Enduring every hardship imaginable. In the early years of 2005, when there were no delivery jobs available, he could only find work at construction sites. Lacking experience in education, he dove headfirst into the recruitment at a construction site, thus commencing his career in brick moving. The decision to pursue certification was quite fortuitous. In 2008, as major urban development began in Huizhou province, Fei City, Qinghe started anew at a construction site, where he encountered an individual who would alter the course of his life. On that seemingly ordinary afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, Qinghe finished his work and sat beneath a tree, enjoying a boxed meal. An elderly gentleman in his 50s, whose demeanor suggested he was not a laborer, joined him with his own boxed meal. The man's meal consisted of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, while Qinghe's was merely vegetables and radishes. As the saying goes, one's environment influences one's disposition. Having lived in poverty for 19 years, Qinghe lacked the confidence and courage to defy reality. Yet the elderly man struck up a conversation with him, and, considering Qinghe's circumstances, offered him a life-altering piece of advice: pursue certification. Specifically, he suggested that Qinghe obtain a second-level construction engineer certificate. then advance from the second to the first level, and subsequently transition from construction to road engineering in his previous life. Li Qinghe had earned 3 second-level certificates and 1 senior municipal engineering certificate. In a small county in Anhui province, his house, car, wealth, and girlfriend all stemmed from these qualifications. Eventually, the pursuit of certification became almost instinctual for him. Today, at the recruitment site, the spirit of certification stirred within him once more. There are several Qinghe bookstores in the 49 city, and Li Qinghe, of course, chose the one closest to him, which also happens to be the largest. It was at this moment that Li Qinghe realized just how advantageous the geographical location of the Hongqing steel plant in Nanluguxiang was within the 49 city. Upon entering the Qinghe bookstore, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Outside, the temperature was nearing freezing, and despite being adequately dressed, he quickly began to feel the heat. This place was filled with a multitude of intellectuals and aspiring youths who came to peruse books for free. One cannot help but commend Qinghe Bookstore for this, as even in 2024, patrons could still enjoy free access to books and air conditioning. The majority of the crowd was composed of young people, with the occasional elderly expert or scholar whose expressions were kind. Some familiar young individuals even approached with questions regarding their studies, leaving Li Qinghe momentarily taken aback. However, soon, his attention shifted away from the diligent students, captivated instead by the surrounding female classmates. "Excuse me, where can I obtain a library card? Excuse me, where can I find books on electrical engineering? Excuse me, male classmate, oh, never mind." In the end, Li Qinghe was unable to obtain a library card, as it required either a student ID or a household registration. Lacking both, he could only purchase books. Ultimately, he selected a few titles at the checkout: Electrical Engineering Manual, Comprehensive Electrical Knowledge, Applications of Electrical Engineering, and Map of 49 City. Upon reaching the cashier, he pondered for a moment. His intellectual pursuits needed elevation, and it would be prudent to purchase a copy of the little red book to study. After searching in vain, he suspected it had yet to be published. Not wishing to attract suspicion in this era, where the cautious were often apprehended first, he decided to pay and leave without further inquiry. As he stepped out of the Qinghe bookstore, a gust of cold wind greeted him. Looking at the darkening sky outside and then back at the lively laughter of the students within the bookstore, he mused, "Yes, I shall frequent this place henceforth." Previously, when reading, those who had traversed realms often prefer to fish at Hohai. But what joy is there in fishing? It is far more rewarding to come here to read. As the saying goes, within books lies a house of gold. Within books lies beauty. He found a corner to stow his books in a cloth bag for safekeeping. That moment, his stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting Li Qinghe to seek out a state-run restaurant to sample the local fare. Upon entering, he discovered that the chalkboard listed the day's offerings, leaving him to select from within those confines. He ordered a bowl of fresh meat dumplings and a serving of sot-ed liver. Although Li Qinghe was not particularly fond of animal organs, save for the intestines, he opted for the sot-ed liver primarily due to its frequent mention. The taste was indeed quite delightful, yet it was not to Li Qinghe's liking. After dinner, the matter of accommodation arose. However, lodging was not an issue, as he would surely return to Qinlong City and stay at the Lord's residence. Even a thatched hut would provide a sense of security, would it not? Moreover, it would save money. The pressing concern now was to find a place with secure ingress and egress, for one cannot engage in grand illusions beneath the emperor's feet in the capital. Aimlessly wandering for half a day, I finally stumbled upon an abandoned courtyard with a secondary entrance. Gazing at the dilapidated premises, the crumbling walls, and the uneven ground, it was evident that this place had been deserted by its owner long before the liberation, likely having endured the ravages of war without a rightful proprietor to reclaim it. The state, too, found it challenging to repossess such properties, in truth, even if it were to be reclaimed during this period. There would be no funds for restoration. The nascent nation was remarkably impoverished, soon to be embroiled in the Korean War. The government lacked the means to repair such derelict structures, and private individuals, faced with unclear property rights, would find themselves at a loss if they attempted to renovate them. Those who have managed to accumulate wealth would not be foolish enough to invest in such properties, allowing them to gradually fall into further disrepair. Currently, there exists a plethora of such neglected courtyards, According to novels, most of those that remained intact were restored in the 1980s, although what was termed restoration was, in fact, a complete reconstruction that Qinghe entered the crumbling house and sought a space to settle down before immersing himself in the world of the game in Qianlong City. Night had also fallen, with the moon resplendently full and bright. Outside, walking posed no issue, as visibility was remarkably clear, yet reading was akin to a distant dream. There were no lamps or candles available, and it was only upon entering that he realized how inconvenient the situation was. Accompanying Qinghe to the ranch, he observed that the chickens, ducks, and geese had noticeably grown. It was only natural, given their six-fold growth rate, that they would be ready for market in just over 20 days, indeed. A remarkable transformation. The once desolate forest farm now stood empty, and it was impossible to procure fruit saplings in the county town, having forgotten to inquire during his visit to the fourth-ninth city. He needed to arrange this matter promptly. While fruit may not stave off hunger in times of abundance, it represented a true luxury in this era. Families not blessed with wealth might not even enjoy an apple in a year. "Do we need a carpenter?" Qinghe had tentatively asked Qinghe. "Boss, your mindset has yet to adapt. Anything that can be resolved with money is hardly a problem." With a grand gesture, he pointed towards the ranch and the forest farm. "If we fully utilize these resources, how could we possibly lack funds? With money, how could we be short on furniture or daily necessities? We won't suffer for long." That a valid point that if Chunmu could be more resourceful and bring back a few wild boars or wolves for sale, we'd have everything we need. Indeed, our good days are still ahead. Qinghe exchanged a knowing smile with Qinghe. "I'll be the boss, and you can be my right-hand man. We both have bright futures ahead of us." Chapter 10. The black market around 2 in the morning, before dawn had broken. Qinghe was already awake. It was not due to an early bedtime the previous night that left him restless this morning, but rather his decision to explore the fabled black market. Having already uncovered its location yesterday, he rose early today, eager to venture into this clandestine realm. Initially, when Qinghe had just crossed over, he had no intention of wandering so early. Based on his extensive reading of novels, he understood the importance of biding one's time. In the early stages, he aimed to find a job, work diligently, lead a good life, marry a beautiful woman, and raise 3 to 4 children. He believed that once the tumult subsided, he would still be in his 30s, the same age as when he had crossed over in his previous life, allowing him to explore freely. Although his vigor may have waned and his former prestige diminished, he remained confident that within a year or two, he could achieve his modest goals. That time, would energy truly matter? Not at all. There would always be others to flatter him, proclaiming him formidable. However, Qinghe possessed a game system. Before crossing over, he had been meek, and after crossing over, he remained so. Even with an external advantage, he was still timid. What was the purpose of this crossing, and what significance did it hold? If he was too afraid to venture into the black market, how could he earn money? How could he elevate Qianlong City? How could he indulge in a life of leisure? The diminutive black market must be tamed. The night prior, before retiring, Qinghe had instructed Liang Momo to cut up the remaining pork and store it in the warehouse. Although it wouldn't fetch much, it was wise to have a reserve. Dressed in prepared black attire and a mask, he stepped into the outside world. As usual, he scanned the room for any signs of movement. But all he heard were the sounds of cats and dogs, alternating in their calls. After waiting a moment to ensure everything was clear, he gradually made his way out of the courtyard, heading towards the black market. The reason for choosing this location was largely due to its proximity to the black market. A mere 10-minute walk. It was a narrow alley, guarded by 2 individuals at the entrance. Qinghe surveyed his surroundings. There were numerous side streets, allowing for a quick escape should any issues arise. After observing for a while and noting several individuals entering, he retrieved a bamboo basket to carry on his back, covered with a cloth to obscure its contents. With everything set, Qinghe approached the guards. "Are you buying or selling?" One of them illuminated the bamboo basket with a faint beam from a flashlight. "Selling. Pay a dime." Qinghe promptly handed over the money, and the guard allowed him passage. Upon entering the alley, he saw a row of buyers squatting against the wall, with a cloth laid out in front of them displaying various items. Instead of laying out a cloth, Li Qinghe simply lifted the covering, revealing neatly cut pieces of pork within the bamboo basket. Soon, a crowd gathered around him. "How much for your meat?" 80 cents a pound. "Why is it the same price as the market? I might as well buy it there." The inquirer, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, expressed dissatisfaction at the price. Qinghe remained silent. After all, taverns were the most reliable sources of information. Although meat had yet to be subjected to rationing, it was evident that the state was beginning to impose controls, with shortages serving as the most effective means of regulation. In his previous life, Li Qinghe had heard whispers that a policy would soon be enacted, limiting meat purchases to just 1 pound, though he wasn't sure of its validity. Yet the current difficulty in acquiring meat was undeniably real. Seeing that Li Qinghe was unfazed, the man reluctantly fumbled for money to purchase the meat that a piece weighed a pound, already prepped at home. After receiving the man's payment, Li Qinghe handed over a piece of meat, which the man weighed in his hands, reassured, and without further ado, hastily placed it into a bag before departing. Before long, a throng surrounded Li Qinghe. After selling 20 pounds, he dared not continue retrieving meat from the basket. Fearful of drawing unwanted attention, he excused himself to fetch more goods, took a stroll, and found a different spot to continue selling it. In roughly 2 hours, Li Qinghe managed to sell nearly 100 pounds of pork, earning over 70 coins. Sensing several lingering gazes upon him, he knew it was time to retreat. Slinging the bamboo basket over his shoulder, he began to wander through the black market. Thus, his journey into the black market officially commenced. After exploring for a while, Li Qinghe found himself particularly intrigued by a few items. At the top of his list were antiques. However, lacking knowledge and expertise, he feared being deceived. With his inventory of treasure points for upgrades still at 0, he felt a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, he resolved to head back to the trust shop first to purchase items vetted by experts. In this era, the credibility of trust shops was beyond reproach. Everything had its price, and one should not expect to find bargains or be taken advantage of. Food supplies were currently plentiful and would remain so in the future. A hen that must be procured. "Old man, how much for this chicken?" 2 coins each, all roughly 2 pounds. "Can I lay eggs? They should be good for another year or two. How are you selling them?" "Once the chicks grow up." "Don't be so anxious." "All right, I'll take them all." The old man produced a basket from behind him, unveiling 6 hens tied up within, making a total of 7 with the one in his hand. Li Qinghe was taken aback. This old fellow was rather crafty. Most households only kept 3 hens. The elderly man seemed to sense Li Qinghe's thoughts and hurriedly explained, "These are for my relatives. They asked me to help sell them, or else I would incur an extra 50 cents. Li Qinghe, weary of haggling, decided not to argue further. Although purchasing power differed vastly, every time he heard prices mentioned at 50 cents or a coin, he instinctively disregarded the value of money, a bad habit that would likely follow him throughout his life. After counting out 14 coins, he handed them over, placing all the hens into his bamboo basket, covering them with cloth, and preparing to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he heard the bleating of sheep. Searching around, he discovered 3 tethered lambs in a corner. Qinghe approached a young man and inquired, "Brother, what's the price for these sheep?" 1 coin per pound. "How much do these weigh?" "The smallest is 8 pounds, and the 2 larger ones are a bit over 10 pounds each. Let us call it 10 pounds. I'll take them." Li Qinghe promptly extracted 28 yuan and handed it over to the other party, disregarding whether the price was fair or exorbitant. Once this village was left behind, there would be no store like it again. The persistent dilemma of cattle and sheep had always troubled Li Qinghe, and today, the unexpected fortune of acquiring these few sheep in the black market was indeed a delightful surprise. He chose not to return the way he had come, but instead made his way down a secluded alley he had long set his sights on, one that was remote and sparsely populated. Leading the sheep and carrying a basket, Li Qinghe sensed that someone was following him, although they dared not approach too closely, while he possessed the means to defend himself. Having never resorted to violence in his previous life rendered him somewhat timid. Here, in the territory of others, regardless of their intentions, Li Qinghe had firmly resolved to make his escape. Turning the corner, he encountered a low wall, beyond which lay another alley that, in a swift motion, he stowed the basket and lambs into a space, quickened his pace, and vaulted over the wall, sprinting away. In that instant, he felt as if he had channeled the spirit of Bolt. When the pursuers heard the commotion and rushed to investigate, they found the alley utterly deserted. He had long since vanished. Chapter 11. Street Office Inquiry. After running a short distance, Qinghe immediately lightened his steps and began to walk slowly toward the East Gate city wall. Estimating the time, it was around 4 in the morning. Once conditions improved, he would hasten to purchase a watch. These days without a grasp on time were truly unbearable. Only 2 days had passed, and he was already at his wits' end. A quick glance at his warehouse revealed it had been emptied. This had been prearranged with Master Tang the previous night. The current warehouse was not large. Merely a 10-square-meter room with a height of over 3 meters. As of now, this was the only place Qinghe could access from the outside world, and also the sole venue for communication. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, he surveyed the surroundings thoroughly to confirm no one was present. Qinghe began to store a significant amount of dismantled wall bricks into the warehouse, only to discover that much of what he had stashed had mysteriously vanished. He realized that Master Tang had been organizing manpower to clear everything out. Thus, he became even more spirited in his efforts, reasoning that these items were merely construction debris, and he was merely assisting in their disposal. No thanks were necessary. He dared not seize a sheep too aggressively, opting instead to pack a little here and a little there. Soon, Qinghe sensed the activity in the warehouse was diminishing, prompting him to decide to withdraw. As dawn broke, the townsfolk passing by the city wall marveled at the considerable noise from the previous night, wondering how such a number of bricks could have been moved. The demolition crew speculated whether nearby repairs were underway, as so many bricks had been relocated. Each assumed the other was responsible for the missing bricks, and no one pursued the matter further. Although he had already caught a glimpse of the essence of Qinghe yesterday, today he felt compelled to visit a certain establishment, arriving at midday yesterday. He had yet to experience the famed breakfast of traditional bean juice unique to old Sijocheng. Qinghe resolved to challenge himself and see if his native palate could adapt to the taste of this bean juice. In his previous life, his southern constitution had been repulsed by it. Settling into a breakfast shop, he ordered 2 meat buns and a bowl of bean juice. Unfortunately, due to the current scarcity and high prices of oil, he could not procure any fried dough sticks and had to settle for buns instead. Upon taking a sip of bean juice, Qinghe promptly spat out. Fortunately, the nearby elderly men, witnessing this audacious newcomer attempting to tackle the bean juice, kept their distance, eager to observe the spectacle. Thankfully, Qinghe managed not to splatter anyone else. With no inclination to continue eating buns, he grabbed the 2 buns and exited, heading straight for the nearby street office. Qinghe was uncertain where to obtain an electrician's certificate, but he was confident someone would know. Wasn't it said that when in doubt, one should consult the government? Passing by a nearby supply and marketing cooperative, Qinghe entered, intending to buy some essentials. Even as a non-smoker, one must know how to casually disperse smoke. After all, accepting a cigarette requires a bit of amiability, originally planning to purchase higher-end cigarettes. He was informed that nowadays one needed a certain status to buy good cigarettes. Only those with work permits could make such purchases. Given Qinghe's current situation, Dakiamin was the zenith of his cigarette-buying potential. He grabbed a pack of Dakiamin and sought to purchase daily necessities and cosmetics. However, the cooperative lacked such items, necessitating a trip to the department store for a more comprehensive selection. Qinghe refrained from further wandering, eager to complete his errands and return home to study. After unpacking his cigarettes, he placed 1 pack into his pocket and stored the rest in the warehouse. Arriving at the street office, Qinghe offered a cigarette to the gatekeeper. Although the old man attempted to appear amiable, an underlying air of sternness was unmistakable. "Young fellow, are you here to inquire about employment?" The old man lit the cigarette and took a leisurely drag. "Ah, you're quite perceptive." The old man squinted and smiled. "Recently, those asking about jobs have nearly worn my ears out. Can't you tell?" Despite his smile, the frustration in his tone was palpable. "Please, go inside. Turn left, and the 3rd office is where you'll find Xiao Ke from the production guidance department. He's the one to consult regarding employment issues." "All right, I'll head in," Qinghe replied. "You carry on." Following the gatekeeper's directions, Qinghe successfully located the aforementioned Xiao Ke. After some inquiry, he learned that Xiao Ke was indeed the official in charge. Knocking on the door, he entered. "Hello, Director Ko." Li Qinghe silently lamented the tongue-twisting name, while smiling broadly as he extended a cigarette. Director Ko rose, accepted the cigarette with both hands, and placed it on the desk, inquiring, "What matters do you wish to discuss?" "Young comrade, I wish to inquire about where to apply for an electrician certificate and what procedures are required." Li Qinghe articulated his needs that you've come at a fortuitous time. There is only one more opportunity left this year to take the electrician's exam. If you miss it, you won't know when the next one will be held. Director Ku pulled over a chair for Li Qinghe to sit. He proceeded to elaborate on the registration and examination details. This year marks the commencement of the 8-tier worker system in Qinghe, which includes electricians. Therefore, examinations for electrician certificates will be organized monthly, transitioning to annual assessments in the future if you wish to upgrade. Simply register at your factory for the Unified Upgrade Examination. Moving forward, only first-tier electrician assessments will be conducted externally. Now, the electrician certificate is being issued for the first time, and the assessment will be based on ability. In other words, you can take the exam at whatever level you are capable of achieving. If you possess the skill to pass the 8th-tier electrician exam in one go, that is entirely feasible. After all, you can't simply change the system and expect those advanced workers to start from the first tier. Next year will be different. External examinations will genuinely allow for first-tier assessments. And those wishing to upgrade can register at their factories for unified testing. Qinghe clarified the examination schedule and location, filled out his registration information, and inquired about what to bring on the examination day before bidding farewell. Glancing at the time in the street office, it was now 9 in the morning, the 23rd of the month, and the exam was precisely a month away. Qinghe felt he had ample time to study diligently. Hoping to achieve a level 2 or 3 electrician certification, given his foundational knowledge from years of experience in construction, where he had constantly engaged with electrical work. Initially, he had followed seasoned workers in wiring and connecting electricity, later taking charge of tasks by interpreting blueprints. His theoretical knowledge was somewhat lacking, and the majority of work in the factory involved machine circuits, as most newly constructed factories no longer faced issues with aging electrical systems. Take, for example, the steel rolling mill. Having just expanded this year, they had begun hiring, and introducing an aging circuit would surely spell disaster. Yet, the principles of electricity remained constant, whether pertaining to residential circuits or machine circuitry. They were fundamentally the same. Though the world had changed, the necessity of obtaining certificates remained an unchanging pathway for those of the lower strata to survive. Chapter 12. Trust store before returning home. Li Qinghe resolved to procure the fruit tree saplings required for the forest farm. Last night, he had specifically consulted with Hong San, learning that the system's forest farm possessed formidable capabilities, planting trees without concern for environmental conditions. Rendering issues, such as oranges in the south, irrelevant. The system would take care of it all. One could say that even if one planted grapes from Xinjiang alongside lychees from Lingnan, they would still be equally sweet. Therefore, Li Qinghe was now unconcerned with the variety. As long as it was a fruit tree sapling, it could be sold. After making inquiries, he discovered there were certainly no dedicated sellers of saplings in the city. In an era where people struggled to fill their stomachs, who would have the inclination to engage in such a business? Moreover, conducting business was illegal. Qinghe found himself yearning for the days when he could simply place an order online for anything he desired. Even if he wanted to purchase a pair of stone elephants to ward off evil at his doorstep, the internet could fulfill that wish. Unlike now, where even buying a few saplings required exhausting effort, and he still failed to procure any. With unspent money weighing on him, he felt discontented. His past hardships had taught him that the most tragic fate was to die with unspent wealth. Thus, Li Qinghe followed his inquiries to the trust store by Qinghe. He meticulously planned his finances, reserving 15 yuan, 10 to return to Hukai and 5 for his next journey. Having experienced the ordeal of spending all his money and fleeing once, he felt that was sufficient. No amount of agility or physique could justify such recklessness. With the remaining 53 yuan and 80 cents, Li Qinghe resolved to spend it all today. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the department store to purchase some candies, beverages, and hand cream to take back home, along with several yards of fabric for his family to use during the new year. However, upon reflection, He realized that this money had been borrowed, and bringing back so many items would necessitate an explanation. Thus, he decided to attempt to enhance his treasure points instead. Qinghe had not intended to purchase antiques so soon, as the prosperity level had not yet risen, even with high treasure points. Upgrades were unattainable. Furthermore, during the 3 years of famine, as long as there was food, antiques were abundant and easily accessible, so there was no need to rush. Presently, Qinghe felt utterly perplexed by the world of antiques. With only a vague understanding gleaned from watching DY's antique appraisal segment in his past life, where he had merely shared in the frivolity, he was a thoroughly ordinary person. For instance, when it came to viewing blue and white porcelain, he could not discern the allure of the exorbitantly priced Ming Dynasty pieces, which, in his unrefined eyes, paled in comparison to AI-generated ceramic beauties. His original plan was to first study relevant knowledge, at least to be able to counter any deception. Yet, given the current situation, he thought it wiser to test the waters with the 40-odd yuan he had on hand. Action is better than hesitation. The trust shop at this moment resembled an ancient pawn shop, dedicated to the acquisition and consignment of various second-hand goods. The items for sale were diverse, ranging from clothing to practical items, including bicycles and sewing machines. At this time, a recycling station would never have such items as bicycles, sewing machines, or radios. These were said to be heirlooms passed down through generations. As Qinghe surveyed the array of items in the display case, he wondered whether anyone would actually buy these second-hand goods. Noticing someone enter, the clerks behind several counters busily attended to their tasks. "Excuse me, do you have any cultural relic for sale?" Qinghe inquired of the most attractive young woman in her 20s he could find. The young woman pointed towards the staircase on the right, informing him that cultural relics could be found on the second floor at a dedicated counter. "Thank you." Qinghe ascended the staircase. The second floor housed 4 display cases, and only a young man in his 20s was dozing behind one of the counters, seemingly alone, or perhaps his colleagues were occupied elsewhere. Upon noticing a customer, the young man reluctantly roused himself. Observing this, Qinghe took out a cigarette from his pack of Tianmen, offering it to the young man, who placed it on the glass display case with a forced smile. The cultural relics here comprise small items such as snuff bottles, vases, and jade pendants. "Excuse me, I would like to see this vase, this jade pendant, and this bracelet," Qinghe requested, pointing to 3 items in one breath. The smile that had just graced the young man's face faded once more. He had already assessed Qinghe upon his arrival, noting that his attire suggested he was unlikely to afford the items on display, although he appeared to possess some spirit. But could that spirit be exchanged for money? Reluctantly, and in consideration of the cigarette, the young man complied. He had no fears of being robbed. After all, the Baixinqiao police station was just downstairs, and anyone daring to commit robbery here would find themselves reported with but a shout. Qinghe examined the items thoroughly, flipping them over several times, yet he discerned nothing of significance. His knowledge of antiques was virtually non-existent. The little he had gleaned from the appraisal program was of no use. The only consolation was that this was indeed a trust shop. Were it a contemporary antique store, he would never have dared to step inside. Sensing Qinghe's lack of expertise, the young man reluctantly began to explain. "This vase is from the Guangxu era. Although it is from an official kiln, it is too common, priced at 6 yuan. This jade pendant is of good quality, made from pale green jade, but the carving is too poor, which is why it's here at the trust shop, priced at 5 yuan. This bracelet, made of ice jade, is the most expensive at 12 yuan. After finishing, he glanced at Qinghe, remaining silent. Qinghe was astonished to discover that the bracelet was the most expensive of the 3. He had initially thought the jade pendant would surpass the vase, which would then surpass the bracelet, only to find the conclusion completely reversed. "Indeed, I lack any talent for appraising antiques," he mused. Considering the money in his pocket, Qinghe addressed the young man. "I will take all 3. Please prepare an invoice." The young man looked up at Qinghe in disbelief, never expecting to close such a sale. He had merely intended to amuse himself and alleviate his boredom. Yet here he was, successfully making a transaction. "What are you waiting for? Prepare the invoice," Qinghe urged, noticing the young man's hesitation. With a mixture of disbelief and newfound determination, The young man prepared the invoice, and Li Qinghe proceeded to pay at the cash register downstairs. Regretting he had not witnessed the art of the flying invoice, after settling the payment, he returned upstairs with a receipt, carefully inspected the items he had chosen, and placed them in his bag. One advantage of the trust shop was the assurance against counterfeit goods. At least for now, the risk of purchasing fakes was minimal, as the cost of counterfeiting was high and prices were not favorable. However, the downside was that one could not find any bargains. Everything was appraised by skilled masters and clearly marked with prices, leaving the choice to the buyers. And as he watched the young man settle back in a doze, Li Qinghe felt the pack of the Qinghe in his pocket, noting he still had about 7 or 8 cigarettes left. Approaching, he pressed a cigarette into the young man's hand. In that brief moment, the young man had already begun to nod off. When he felt Li Qinghe's gesture, he was first startled, then delighted upon recognizing the cigarette, before forcibly suppressing his emotions and returning tea and oh such thing as a free lunch. "What is this for?" he asked. "I wanted to ask you something." Li Qinghe quickly clarified, "I just started working in the city and am unfamiliar with the area. There are many things I want to buy, but I can't find the right connections." Upon hearing this, the young man discreetly pocketed the cigarette. "There's someone named Xie San who often hangs around Bei Xian Xiao and Wang Fujing. You can inquire with him." "Xie San? What does he look like?" Li Qinghe asked. "Tall and thin. Once you see him around here, you'll recognize him immediately." Chapter 13. Xie San. As Li Qinghe exited the trust shop, he had barely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly emerged to block his path. Startled by the sudden appearance, Li Qinghe was nonetheless calm. After all, the police station was nearby, and it was unlikely he would encounter any trouble here. The newcomer was slender, clad in a military coat. With hands tucked into his sleeves, slightly hunched over yet standing over 6 feet tall, approaching with a broad smile, he asked, "Young man, are you buying or selling?" Li Qinghe was taken aback. "Are you the owner of this place? Collecting protection fees?" His confusion was understandable. In this era, there were numerous spies and saboteurs, and even some who dared to commit murder in the streets. Yet those involved either hid very well or frequently changed locations. Had he not just spoken with the clerk, he might have suspected they were in cahoots. "I just asked inside, and now I run into you." Noticing Li Qinghe's silence, the newcomer quickly introduced himself. "My name is Xie San. I wanted to know if you were buying or selling. If the prices haven't been settled, I could take a look that you've been hanging around the shop all this time." "Aren't you worried about getting chased away?" Li Qinghe asked, astonished at the apparent civility of shop owners in this era. "You have no idea. A few years ago, that would have been unthinkable, but with the recent reforms, things are different now." Qinghe reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of the Qinghe, opened it, and offered a cigarette to Xie San. "I'm looking to buy some items, but can't seem to find the right connections." Xie San bent down to accept the cigarette, placing it in his mouth and striking a match to light it, offering the flame to Li Qinghe. "Oh, I don't smoke." Li Qinghe waved his hand. Xie San was momentarily stunned, extinguished the flame, and tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "What should I call you?" Li Qinghe. "Brotherly, I specialize in this line of work. In recent years, many outsiders have come to the city, struggling to find connections to purchase items, and we are here to provide that service," he explained, gesturing to the trust shop behind him. "Take this trust shop, for instance. Their prices are outrageous for a painting or calligraphy. They only offer 3 yuan each. If you're in urgent need of cash, you might have to sell, but for those who truly appreciate art, it's priceless. Yet when you need money urgently, where will you find someone who values it?" With a pat on his chest, he continued, "That's where I come in." Xie San regarded Li Qinghe as a naive newcomer, attempting to charm him, essentially acting as a broker, albeit a lowly one, without exposing this. Li Qinghe directly made his request. "I want to buy some fruit tree saplings. Do you have any?" Xie San stumbled momentarily, internally questioning how someone could be interested in such an obscure item. "No." Upon seeing Li Qinghe's frozen expression, he quickly added, "Well, it will take some time." "How long?" 3 days, perhaps." "All right, any variety will do. Southern or northern, the more, the better." Li Qinghe established the tone. While this was stated, he was acutely aware that the other party would find it challenging to procure much, thus adopting an ostentatious demeanor of wealth. "Where shall I find you then?" he queried. "How about we meet here at noon in 3 days?" What do you think? After setting the trading time, Xie San feigned difficulty. Hesitating to speak, Qinghe did not interject. If one wishes to achieve a goal, one must take the initiative to voice their intentions rather than having me chase after them. Noticing the other's reluctance to respond, Xie San had no choice but to broach the subject. Regarding the items we agreed upon, shouldn't there be some sort of deposit? Brother Xie, it's not that I distrust you, but you lack a storefront and any form of guarantee. If I hand over a deposit to you, and you simply take it and vanish, where would I go to find you? Xie San was momentarily speechless. The first transaction is often the most challenging due to the lack of trust between both parties, as is the case now. However, he could only concede that to make money, one must be willing to take risks. Fine, I trust brotherly. I will wait for you here at noon in 3 days. Once both parties reached an agreement, they parted ways. Qinghe understood that the initial transaction would likely yield only a few common tree species, and the quantity would probably be rather paltry. Nevertheless, a transaction is still a transaction. One must start somewhere. If this person proves to be reliable, it would save him considerable trouble in the future, although he found it a bit bothersome that he would have to make another trip in a few days. The journey back to town was once again bumpy along the dirt roads. The return bus was noticeably less crowded with livestock, yet the odor remained just as pungent. After disembarking, he lingered at the bus station for a while to calm his churning stomach. Qinghe resolved that once Chun Mu returned, if he managed to secure enough game, he could repay his debts honestly. He must first purchase a bicycle and a watch. Firstly, a ticket system for purchasing such large items would soon be implemented. If he did not buy now, it would be cumbersome to do so later, as he would need tickets for both the bicycle and the watch. Secondly, traversing the distance to the capital city by bus was hardly a wise choice. If this experience continued, Qinghe felt he might as well languish in Laogo village. Given his current physique and strength, acquiring a bicycle was feasible. With the quality of bicycles today, pedaling at speeds of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour was not an issue. He could easily make the trip from the village to the capital city in just over 40 minutes. Without a watch, he had no idea what time it was upon glancing at the clock in the waiting room. He noted it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Perfect timing, neither too early nor too late. He decided to make a trip to the town government next door, as was customary, offering a cigarette to the elderly gatekeeper. "Sir, is Qinghe still in the office?" The gatekeeper, recognizing that this young man had visited Qinghe a few days prior, surmised they were acquaintances. Moreover, since this was not a confidential unit, anyone not causing a disturbance could enter. "He's here. There are no research tasks today, and it's not yet time to leave." Qinghe promptly entered. Turning right at the door to the second office, he knocked on the ajar door. This time, Qinghe was not preoccupied and immediately noticed Qinghe's arrival to your back. "You were gone for 2 days. How did it go?" Qinghe stood to welcome him into the room and poured him a cup of water from an enamel cup. Placing it before him, "It went well. I gained a broader perspective. I had never been to the capital city before. In later years, with improved transportation, a distance of 30 kilometers seemed trivial. However, in this age of slow travel, it represented a hurdle that many villagers would never overcome in their lifetime." After chatting idly with Qinghe about his experiences in the city and lamenting the hardships of travel, Qinghe noticed it was getting late. He pulled out a pack of big black tins he had prepared and handed it to Qinghe. "Brother Kai, I won't bother with thanks. I didn't bring you a gift on my trip to the city, so I specifically bought you a pack of cigarettes. Hey, you even brought filter tips. I won't decline." Qinghe responded cheerfully, accepting the gift without hesitation. "The day is getting late. I must hurry back home, so I'll take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Qinghe, he walked back to the village, once again yearning for a bicycle. Chapter 14. The return of Chun Mu back already? Li's father inquired upon seeing his younger son return home. "Why are you out in this cold weather instead of staying indoors?" Qinghe responded evasively. As he entered the house, he spotted his father sitting in the courtyard smoking. The wafting smoke from the kitchen indicated that Zhao Yuzhen was busy preparing dinner. "That smoke is quite strong. Don't let it bother your sister-in-law," Li's father replied leisurely. "Time for dinner," Zhao Yuzhen called, peeking out from behind the door curtain. Upon seeing Qinghe standing in the courtyard, her eyes brightened. "You little rascal. Where have you been for the past 2 days?" Noticing the heavy burden on his back, she asked, "What's in that package?" It seems so heavy. Li Qinghe shifted his backpack slightly. Books, electrical engineering books. I plan to study for an electrician's license and work in the capital city. He felt the need to provide a reason, as such matters could not be concealed easily. Tea the dinner table. The family was quite curious about the books Li Qinghe had brought back. What made you want to get an electrician's license? Is it easy to pass? Li's father expressed skepticism about his son's ability to learn. No problem. Just wait and see. Where did you get the money to buy those books? Zhao Yuzhen posed a pointed question that my classmate bought them. He has already obtained his license and is about to go to the city for work. So I borrowed his books, he replied, regardless of whether they believed him, crafting an excuse to deflect their scrutiny. Then you should study hard these next few days that if you manage to get a job in the city. It would mean a step away from our rural life. At this moment, his sister-in-law Wu Mei excitedly asked, "Can Du Shan take the exam too?" Before Li Qinghe could respond, Li Qingshan quickly dismissed the idea. "I can't. I get a headache just looking at books." Wu Mei's expression visibly fell. In the following days, Li Qinghe had neither the inclination to go out nor to play with his two younger sisters. He devoted himself entirely to his studies. It must be said that the content of the books was somewhat beneath his level. After skimming through the entire book, he felt confident that obtaining a level 1 electrician's license would be a certainty. The question was how far he could progress beyond that. That night, as Li Qinghe lay in bed, he found himself unable to focus on his studies, preoccupied with thoughts of Chun Mu. He had been in the mountains for 4 days, and Li Qinghe had not anticipated his absence. Just as he was thinking of him, he sensed a presence about 10 kilometers away. This sensation was indescribable, yet undeniably real. Shortly thereafter, he felt a call from 5 kilometers away. It was Chun Mu. He had not expected that the summoned individual would possess a vague connection with him. Although the distance was slightly shortened, it was still a rather useful skill. Qinghe got up, dressed and stepped outside. If no one noticed, he would leave directly. If anyone did, he would simply claim he was going to the restroom. Fortunately, the northern autumn air was quite frigid in his previous life in Anhui province. There were still those who wore vests on the road. While in this chilly climate near the capital, the temperature was already quite low. The road was deserted, and Li Qinghe successfully made his way up the mountain. Utilizing his advanced hunter skills to reach Chun Mu's location without incident. Boss, Chun Mu had been waiting there for a while, sitting on the ground with his dog, and upon seeing Li Qinghe approach, he quickly greeted him. "What about the game?" Li Qinghe found it hard to believe that an advanced hunter had spent 4 to 5 days in the mountains without securing anything in the mountains. "I found a safe place to store it, about 20 to 30 miles away from here. We can get there in 2 hours if we hurry." Chun Mu hurriedly explained. 20 to 30 miles? On mountain paths? In 2 hours? At night? Li Qinghe was taken aback. You take me for superhero? Boss, with your physical attributes and skill enhancements, you just need to adapt a bit, and this forest will feel like your backyard. Chun Mu chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks, but no thanks." There was no choice. He had to run. After all, Chun Mu could not simply stash the items in Qianlong City. Without further delay, they set off, as it turned out. Chun Mu had indeed overestimated Li Qinghe's capabilities. By the time Li Qinghe returned to the village, the sky was almost beginning to lighten. However, the haul was quite impressive. One must admit that Chun Mu, as an advanced hunter, was truly commendable. This time in the mountains, they had hunted 2 large wild boars weighing over 300 pounds, for others over 100 pounds, and 5 live piglets, which Li Qinghe stored in his space. According to Chun Mu, he had consumed the smaller game such as rabbits and wild chickens. However, he had collected over 20 wild chicken eggs, which had given Hong heir at the ranch for incubation and breeding. After all, in the future, they would still need to sell wild boars and wild chickens. Domesticated animals were good, but explaining their origins could be tricky. Upon returning home, Li Qinghe found his mother, Zhao Yuzhen, already up and preparing breakfast. "Where have you been so early?" she asked, surprised to see him return from outside. Not wishing to elaborate, Li Qinghe simply laughed it off and glanced at the pot on the stove. "Is there anything to eat? I'll head to the city after I eat." "What are you going to the city for? To the county? To the capital city." I didn't need to specify a trip to the county. "I'll be back tomorrow evening." Qinghe took the cornmeal porridge that his sister-in-law had handed him. In these past few days, he had realized that he had yet to encounter the famous cornmeal that would later be mentioned in novels. It seemed it had not yet emerged during this time before famine struck. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Yuzhen's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly returned to her room. Qinghe, perplexed, returned to his own space to pack his belongings. Although he claimed he was organizing, it was merely a fade to discreetly gather his items. Before long, Zhao Yuzhen stealthily pushed open Qinghe's door and handed him 2 large black bills. I have covered your travel expenses. You are to bring back whatever remains for purchases. Qinghe stared blankly at the money in his hand. As he organized his thoughts, he felt an unsettling dissonance. Why was it that despite being born in the countryside, all his siblings had attended school? What do you intend to buy? Without delving into deeper issues, Qinghe inquired. Snowflake cream, clam oil, candies, fabrics, just buy whatever you can. Zhao Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of shopping. Why don't you go buy all these things yourself? Qinghe found it hard to understand. Zhao Yuzhen shot him an exasperated glance. With your entire family to feed and care for, do you think I have the time to go out? Why not send Dad to buy them? There's no need to wait for me. Your father, since his leg was injured, the farthest he's ventured is to the county. As Qinghe continued to pack, Zhao Yuzhen peeked inside and added 2 more garments before neatly sealing the bundle. Has my father really sustained an injury? Did he join the army? I was never informed. Qinghe meticulously sifted through his memories, confirming he had no recollection of such events. He didn't enlist. He was shot in the leg while heroically rescuing a damsel in distress in Qinghe, and thereafter returned home. He was a hero. Qinghe exclaimed incredulously. And where is this damsel? Zhao Yuzhen stood up and stuffed the bundle into Qinghe's arms, pointing to herself, your mother. With that, she pushed the door open and walked out, leaving Qinghe in a state of utter astonishment. Chapter 15. The deal. After a hurried journey, they finally arrived at Beixin Bridge just before noon. Qinghe couldn't help but berate himself. Had he known, he would have chosen the long-distance bus station as their meeting point. In the distance, he spotted CSN, hunched over and leaning against a tree while smoking, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The moment he caught sight of Qinghe, his eyes gleamed. Just as he prepared to approach, he took 2 deep puffs from his cigarette, reluctantly discarded it on the ground, and stamped it out. Brother Li has arrived. As he approached, his hands naturally tucked into his sleeves, a broad smile spread across his face. You have news regarding the fruit trees I requested? Qinghe offered him a cigarette. There are about 40 to 50 saplings. My friend is keeping an eye on them by the moat, but it's difficult to transport them into the city. All right, let us go take a look. Upon reaching the location, Qinghe examined the roots and trunks of the trees closely. They appeared rather poor. However, in this era, one couldn't expect them to be as well kept as in later times, where saplings would come with a ball of soil wrapped in convenient bags. Their viability was purely a matter of luck. Yet, since Qinghe was fortunate, he didn't dwell on these details. As long as they weren't intentionally trying to deceive him with dead trees, that he paid the agreed price, astonished that the seller had managed to procure such a variety without requiring a deposit. If Zhao Yuzhen hadn't given him 20 yuan before leaving, he would have nearly fallen short of the sapling payment. Had this been during the period of reform and opening up, CSN would undoubtedly be a significant entrepreneur, decisive in his actions and willing to take risks. Before parting, CSN provided Qinghe with his home address. Brotherly, I spend most of my days searching for work. But if you have urgent matters, feel free to visit me in the evening. All right, we will contact each other as needed. As CSN turned to leave, Qinghe suddenly recalled that he had yet to learn the location of tonight's black market, prompting him to stop CSN for clarification. What black market? It's unsafe. If you need anything, just tell me, and I can get it for you at the same price as the black market. Not a penny more. CSN boasted confidently. Qinghe had no intention of purchasing anything, primarily wishing to broaden his horizons. Noticing Qinghe's silence, CSN, understanding, directly shared the location of tonight's black market transaction. If one were to ask an office worker or laborer, they might genuinely be unaware, but CSN and his associates, who dealt in commodities, certainly knew the score. Once CSN and the others departed, Qinghe surveyed the area to ensure no one was watching before swiftly moving all the fruit trees into the warehouse that Qinghe had arranged for Hong San to prepare for planting last night. So he didn't need to worry about the remaining tasks. After running several dozen kilometers of mountain roads the previous night and enduring a crowded bus ride all morning, Qinghe, despite his robust health, was beginning to feel the fatigue. After spending over half an hour reaching the black market location Siesin mentioned, he searched for a while before finding an abandoned courtyard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, littered with human and animal droppings, which disgusted Qinghe considerably. He found a room and entered the space. Standing at the village entrance of Qianlong City, Qinghe took a deep breath, feeling as if he had finally come back to life. He meandered to the small river that ran through the village, looking at the lively community with immense satisfaction. This is all my kingdom, curious as to why Master Tang had not come to greet him today. He looked up and saw that nearly all the villagers were busy in the forest farm. Those digging pits were doing so, while others fetched water. Qinghe winced at the sight, in such an unintelligent space. Without the villagers recruited by the system, managing these 20 acres would surely exhaust him. Ignoring the bustling activity, Qinghe checked the system panel. Player: Qinghe identity, Lord of Qianlong City level. Level 1 rural. Required treasure points for upgrade, 54, 100. Required prosperity for upgrade, 67, 100. Personal attributes, strength 13, agility 15, constitution 14, spirit 20. Advanced hunter bonus, all attributes 8 points. Current buildings: Lord's Mansion, level 1 farm, level 1 ranch, level 1 forest farm. Level 1 warehouse, 20 residential houses, 1 treasure pavilion coins, 15,050. The treasure pavilion is an essential building for increasing treasure points. Placing antiques and treasures inside will increase the points. Thus, although it costs 1,000 coins to construct, Qinghe gritted his teeth and built it. Entering the treasure pavilion, he glanced at the 3 items he had purchased last time, now displayed on the treasure shelf, with the system having automatically generated several small labels. Upon inspection, he noted that the official kiln vase had the highest point value at 25 points, the jade bracelet was of average value at 15 points, and the jade pendant had the lowest at 14 points. These values differed from the initial purchase prices, suggesting the system had its own criteria for evaluating these items. Not dwelling on such details, Qinghe prioritized managing his modest plot of land. Believing that successful management would lead to greater profits, more land, additional antiques, and higher-level territories. After surveying the surroundings, he decided not to disturb the hard-working villagers and simply returned to his quarters to sleep. Upon waking once more, the sky had darkened completely. Exiting his bedroom, which bore the plaque of the Lord's Mansion, Qinghe gazed at the starry sky and stretched lazily. The village was enveloped in tranquility. Even the previously raucous chickens, ducks, and geese were asleep. Caught by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qinghe ventured inside. He noticed a few flickering flames still burning in the stove, with boiling water in a large pot. And on the rack above, his dinner was being kept warm. Qinghe chuckled to himself. Indeed, he was the lord, albeit a bankrupt one, with no city and an area smaller than a mere village. Yet he certainly wouldn't go hungry. He carried the table outside and, under the moonlight, began his dinner. It was true that there were no lamps, and his current space lacked even a candle, making life rather inconvenient. I must hasten my efforts to secure welfare for my subjects. Boss, how does it taste? Master Tang had appeared by his side. Grinning that, to be honest, Qinghe replied. Chewing his food, I was indeed quite hungry today. Having only eaten a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun for breakfast, and expended a considerable amount of energy. You think I'm here to entertain you? Of course, I'm seeking honesty. In truth, it's just mediocre. Setting down his chopsticks, he took a sip from a bamboo tube. This the level of a mid-tier chef like Liang Momo. I feel my cooking is superior. Having lived alone for many years in his previous life, Qinghe's home-cooked meals were quite commendable. Thus the question arose, you see, Xiaoyang specializes in Sichuan and Huizhou cuisine, but look at our kitchen. We have only salt for seasoning and meat for ingredients. Upon hearing this, Master Tang paused for a moment before adding, I'm not saying the meat is bad, but we can only stew it. To make Sichuan cuisine, we don't even have the most basic chili peppers. Understood, Qinghe has set down his bowl that we will resolve this issue as swiftly as possible. We need to buy some seeds and grow our own vegetables. Master Tang clapped his hands in agreement. Perfect, we have so much empty land. After finishing their meal, Li Qinghe directed Master Tang to wake Qinghe, saying, "Tonight, I will visit the black market to procure some goods and make some money." Looking up at the sky, he couldn't discern any patterns and only asked Master Tang, "What time is it roughly?" Master Tang glanced skyward. "It's about 1 to 3 o'clock." Li Qinghe cursed inwardly. "How did you figure that out?" Chapter 16. A return to the black market dressed in the black attire and hat left at the Lord's mansion, with a prepared mask and a backpack slung over his shoulders. Li Qinghe was fully armed. Upon exiting the space and preparing to explore, a chilling cry of a cat echoed through the air. Instantly, the courtyard erupted into chaos, with the sounds of meowing and barking intertwining. Amidst the commotion, an unidentified creature, whether cat or dog, crashed into the wall, creating a hole before darting out of the yard, restoring silence to the area. Li Qinghe, uncertain if anyone had been present moments ago, resisted the urge to return to the space at the first sound of disturbance. In the frigid weather, he was drenched in cold sweat, lamenting his lack of mental fortitude, assuming a defensive stance for 2 or 3 minutes without hearing any further noise. He gradually relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Li Qinghe summoned Qinghe from Qianlong City. Sometimes, Li Qinghe found these arrangements rather unreasonable. If only he could deploy Qinghe from the space to scout ahead, he wouldn't have been so startled. Although he had witnessed the signs of numerous cats and dogs during his previous visit, their droppings littered the floor, he had not actually seen a single animal inside. Otherwise, he would not have been caught off guard. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that the place had long been occupied by them, living there for quite some time. He wondered if the commotion from those animals would raise the vigilance of the patrols. It was better to leave quickly. Li Qinghe and Qinghe, accompanied by Wang Kai, hastily made their way outside. As they passed the recently collapsed wall, Wang Kai suddenly halted. It growled lowly at the wall. And Qinghe, attuned to its intention, immediately understood. Cautiously approaching, he peered inside. "Boss, it's a loft. There's something inside," Qinghe whispered. Intrigued, Li Qinghe pondered if this was a plot to gain wealth, with the night now dark. He had no flashlight or illuminating device on him. While the moonlight outside was quite bright, it did not reveal the conditions beyond the wall. After confirming safety with Qinghe, he reached in to feel around, collecting all the items within and storing them in the warehouse. With pressing matters still ahead, he decided to examine the findings at home later. Having visited the black market once before, Li Qinghe navigated it with ease this time. He and Qinghe first circled the vicinity of the event location, allowing Qinghe to select a spot for watch and support. Should anything arise, a mental call would summon Li Qinghe to quickly retreat and regroup with Qinghe before fleeing. If all went well, he would take the same path when leaving. If anyone attempted to engage in treachery, they would soon learn the harsh realities of the world. Despite imagining many scenarios that could not be broadcasted, he obediently paid the 5 dimes entry fee. Compared to his previous ignorant visit, Li Qinghe now exuded a sense of professionalism. Spreading a cloth on the ground, he arranged the pork, ribs, and legs meticulously prepared by Liang. A scale was placed at hand. After more than an hour, he sold 114 yuan, approximately 150 pounds of wild boar, but he left 2 of the larger cuts in the warehouse untouched, planning to sell them directly to a state-run factory the next day, as selling what he hunted was permitted. This would provide him with a substantial sum for future purchases of a bicycle and a watch. Alleviating his daily struggles, not daring to retrieve more items from his backpack, he decided to close up shop and began to explore. Instead, Li Qinghe purchased all the poultry and livestock offspring available at the black market. For him, a larger base would make it easier for the snowball effect to take hold. Although his sale of pork drew attention, his unrestrained spending once again attracted several dubious gazes. Li Qinghe sensed this, but remained unperturbed. Though he had fled last time, it was merely a display of cowardice, not weakness. He feared not these individuals, but rather the firearms they might possess, should they resort to violence. 3 or 5 men would not suffice to contend with him without firearms. It would simply be a matter of physical prowess. Furthermore, Qinghe was lurking in the shadows, ready to assist. Li Qinghe resolved that if anyone followed him, he would use them to test their mettle. It was intolerable to be so brazenly confronted. Before his journey, he had been a timid underdog, And after his journey, he remained one that had he traversed time for naught. Tonight, he would shed blood with these people. Circling the black market extensively, most of the wares consisted of food and antiques, with some yellow fish being traded. Qinghe was particularly interested in food and purchased all the living creatures he could raise. Spending over 50 yuan, he dared not touch the antiques, as he genuinely lacked knowledge in that area. For now, he could only buy items from the trust shop, planning to cautiously probe trades with CSM later. As for the yellow fish, he had no current need for them. There were numerous items he wished to acquire but could not find, such as bees to cultivate trees and vegetables in his space. Insects were indispensable. Yet, at this time of year, beekeepers were nowhere to be found, typically emerging in April or May when the locust flowers bloom. Now, in the depths of winter, people were struggling against the cold, let alone the bees, which likely had retreated into hibernation. Realizing there was little left to purchase, Qinghe shouldered his backpack and followed the predetermined route out that a few middle-aged men exchanged glances and followed him out of the black market. With his keen hearing and alertness, Qinghe sensed their movements. Approaching the direction where he sensed Mu, he noticed the men accelerated as they exited the black market's confines, with a swift turn. Qinghe vanished from their sight. Seeing their view obstructed by a wall, the men hastened towards the corner, but before they could reach it, Mu descended from above, having observed Qinghe's movements from the wall. Mu had spotted the men tailing him. Knowing the boss had led them to his hiding spot, Mu knew precisely what to do. With effortless precision, he subdued the men, and Qinghe emerged from behind the wall. Gazing down at the sprawled figures, the leader, a middle-aged man, groaned. "Who are you? Why did you attack us for no reason?" Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation and slapped him across the face. No reason. The man's bewilderment was evident as he stared blankly at him, caught off guard by the unprovoked aggression. Ignoring him, Qinghe delivered another slap. "Are you innocent?" Seeing that the man still failed to answer, Qinghe began to question his own approach. Had he been too gentle, with a flurry of strikes, the man's face swiftly swelled into a grotesque visage. "Stop, please. We just wanted to make some money. We meant no harm." The man's speech was halting and unclear, with occasional drool falling, much to Qinghe's disgust. Regardless of how bravado-filled his thoughts were, he hesitated to strike too hard. Observing their attire, he deduced they were likely just ordinary thugs. He decided to have Mu search them. The men, silenced and compliant, offered no resistance. And Qinghe didn't hear the classic line, "I have an elderly mother at home and a child waiting to be fed." They remained silent and cooperative, handing over their money without protest. A normal person wouldn't carry their entire fortune to engage in robbery. It seemed these men had impulsively decided to make a quick score at the black market, bringing cash intended for purchases, which now fell into Qinghe's hands. He exchanged a knowing glance with Mu. With a swift punch, he curled the men into a heap. 2 men and a dog swiftly vanished into the streets. Chapter 17. The first encounter with Li Huai finding a secure location. Qinghe returned to Qianlong City with Mu. It was still early, and they decided to rest. Mu agreed and returned to his own quarters, while Qinghe laid down in his room to sleep. When he finally awoke, the sun had risen high in the sky. After breakfast, standing at the village entrance and observing the villagers at work, he suddenly spotted an incongruous figure. There stood the intermediate martial artist Su Feng, practicing his punches against the rising sun. He still had an intermediate martial artist among them. Qinghe resolved to take the opportunity to train alongside the martial artist. While he could directly equip for the martial artist bonus, the 3-point drop in all attributes was somewhat unacceptable. Since he had a master present, it would be better to learn himself. He might as well find something to occupy his time. "Boss, the livestock that arrived last night has all been properly settled." Elder Tang approached with a beaming smile. "Isn't it a bit early for that?" Qinghe replied dismissively. "Not to mention the prosperity. We still lack a considerable amount of treasure points." Elder Tang smacked his forehead. "It's my fault. I haven't reported to you yet." Leaning closer, he whispered, "I summarized the first batch of items you sent over last night. A few treasures have been placed in the treasury. Guess what?" Ignoring Elder Tang's feigned mystery, Qinghe opened the system panel, gasping in astonishment. Level 1 village, treasure points required for upgrade, 2556100, prosperity required for upgrade, 88100. Li Qinghe stared in shock at Elder Tang. These treasure points have skyrocketed. Hastily making his way to the treasure pavilion, Li Qinghe cast his gaze upon the three newly added artifacts: a painting of elegant ladies, a porcelain teapot, and a plate. Unable to discern their significance, he immediately turned to the descriptions and ratings. Item: Qinghua Ingshi Tiu Ketao, the exterior of the teapot adorned with blue and white paintings of garden flowers and trees, depicting four children frolicking amidst them. On one side, a child holds a flower, while another holds a vase of flowers. Rating: 841 points. Qinghe then examined the other two items, neither of which he recognized. The painting of ladies had the lowest rating, barely surpassing 300 points, whereas the plate was quite remarkable, being identified as a blue and white 5-dragon pattern plate from the Qianlong era, boasting an impressive score of 1,483 points. Upon seeing this, Li Qinghe realized the true nature of the collections owned by the affluent of Ur. What sort of trinkets were being sold outside in the trust store? Boss, what do you think? Are you pleased? The elusive Tang Xue unexpectedly appeared behind Li Qinghe once more. With my treasure scores soaring beyond the charts, I suppose I won't need to gather many more, will I? It seems rather simple. If I were to acquire a yuan blue and white piece, would it not yield tens of thousands of points? At this, Tang Xue sighed. People seldom cherish what comes too easily. However, rest assured, without delving into other matters, merely upgrading a level 3 village to a town requires 1,000 points. You need not worry about excessive points go to waste. Qinghe retorted. Can't I just enjoy a moment of happiness? Boss, shall we proceed to the warehouse after this? Tang Xue's expression bore an air of mystery. Qinghe's thoughts stirred, though he could not clearly see the items discovered within the partition wall last night. He had a rough idea of their size. Let us go, he declared, leading the way toward the warehouse. Tang Xue opened the box delivered the previous night, and Li Qinghe was overwhelmed with joy. Inside lay 10 small yellow fish, 5 large yellow fish, and 10 rolls of coins wrapped in paper. Upon breaking one open, he discovered it was a silver dollar. Qinghe reveled in his good fortune, realizing that this unexpected windfall far surpassed the fruits of his labor over the past days. Indeed, ancient wisdom held true. Fortune favors the bold, and one cannot grow fat without a bit of midnight fodder. For a fleeting moment, Li Qinghe pondered the futility of taking exams or attending classes. Had he not toiled enough in his past life? Fortunately, his industrious spirit ultimately triumphed over any inclination toward hedonism. Alas, this was an era that did not permit idleness. Everything here was driven by traceable effort. Without work, where would the money come from? The rules were clear. If you could not explain yourself, you would be compelled to clarify your origins. Although his time here had been brief, he still had family, who treated him well, providing a warmth he had not experienced in his previous life. Thus, Li Qinghe yearned not only for a good life, but also to bask in the sunlight. As he strolled along the streets of the city, Li Qinghe contemplated which factory to approach to sell pigs. It was now late November 1955, and the system of grain tickets had been fully implemented, ushering in an era of rationing that would last 3 decades. While the supply of meat had begun to tighten, it was still shrouded in secrecy. The most apparent change was the reduction in supply, with no rationing yet in place. From his recollection, it seemed that the comprehensive rationing era commenced around 1958, when even a needle required an industrial ticket costing 0.1 points. Even now, as supply dwindled, the situation was dire. Production capacity was a concern. It seemed that until 1985, pork would remain in high demand. Navigating a seldom-traveled path, Li Qinghe heard the sound of a car horn from behind. He stepped aside to let the vehicle pass, for the roads of this era were not yet the dual 4-lane thoroughfares of the future. As a jeep sped past him, Li Qinghe paid it little mind, for he could not identify the antique model or discern who might be privileged enough to ride in such a vehicle. He was but a common man, having only known a handful of brands in his previous life, such as BBA and a few common names like Volkswagen and BYD. After the rise of electric vehicles, countless brands sprang forth, leaving him apathetic to memorizing them. This path Li Qinghe chose was a shortcut to the steel mill, and one could hardly draw parallels between the 4-9 city of this time and the international metropolises of 80 years hence. It was simply unimaginable. As he walked, he spotted a jeep overturned in a ditch ahead, with two individuals standing nearby. Approaching them, he inquired, "Comrades, what seems to be the problem?" It was common courtesy in this era to help others. To do otherwise would raise eyebrows at a young man, appearing somewhat disheveled, pointed to a dog lying lifeless nearby. Lamenting, this dog suddenly darted out. Startling me, I swerved the wheel, and the road's embankment wasn't properly compacted, leading the vehicle to overturn. Qinghe assessed the situation. It was merely a rollover, and had it been on its roof, it would have been a different story. Shall we lend a hand to right the vehicle? With strength surpassing that of an average person, he proposed assistance, though he wished to remain modest, for his physical prowess had increased exponentially, not linearly. "All right, I appreciate your help, young man." It was then that the middle-aged man, who had been silent until now, spoke. Qinghe found him familiar upon closer inspection, and suddenly recognized him as Li Huaid, the deputy director of the steel mill, introduced at the beginning of the story. They worked together to push the vehicle upright and assisted in getting it back onto the road. "Thank you, young comrade. I am Li Huaid, the head of the logistics procurement department at the steel mill. I see you are headed to our facility." Having witnessed Qinghe's strength, Li Huaid's demeanor shifted from aloofness to warmth. "Greetings, Director Li. I am Qinghe, a villager from Qinghe Laogo. Indeed, I am on my way to the steel mill." "Perfect. My colleague, Xiao Zhou, and I are returning to the factory. Why not join us for the ride? We can chat along the way." Chapter 18. Selling Wild Boar. Comrade Qinghe, you have been a tremendous help today. Qinghe was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "Assisting others in times of need is a cherished tradition of our people, despite the television dramas portraying this man as a villain." Observing the circumstances surrounding Director Yang's rise and Li Huaid's stability post-storm, it seemed that this individual was not as nefarious as suggested. Had he truly encountered a villain, both Director Yang and Shaju would have suffered immeasurably over the past decade. Of course, none of this concerned Qinghe. Given the other man's demeanor, he could not afford to be discourteous. "Little do you know, given my rank, I shouldn't even be using a vehicle. Today, I borrowed my father-in-law's car for this task. Should anything go awry, I would have much to account for." He patted Qinghe's shoulder, expressing gratitude for their fortuitous encounter. In such moments, a shrewd individual would have seized the opportunity to curry favor, downplaying their achievements and flattering their superiors. Regrettably, in his previous life, Qinghe had been a naive newcomer in the workplace, adept at labor but inept at diplomacy. Otherwise, he would not still be toiling in demanding roles at his age. He could only chuckle awkwardly and remain silent, having lived two lives without grasping the art of conversation. Perhaps fitting the archetype of a young man from the countryside, Li Huaid's smile appeared more genuine. "Qinghe, what brings you to the steel mill? Are you seeking employment?" For reasons unknown, Li Huaid's tone grew more amiable. "I, along with my relatives, hunted two wild boars weighing over 300 pounds each. I came to inquire whether the mill would be interested in purchasing them. Should you express interest, I shall deliver them." Qinghe was well aware that such matters fell under the jurisdiction of the logistics procurement department, yet he intended to play the fool in this era. It was wise to lay low and not draw unnecessary attention. 300 pounds each? Now, that is quite a hefty catch. After a moment of admiration, he continued, "This is certainly feasible. Our mill has a great need for such provisions. Upon arrival, I will have the procurement team discuss the details with you." Having witnessed Qinghe's strength while assisting with the vehicle, Li Huaid was impressed, realizing that hunting a wild boar of such size was no trivial feat. Those familiar with the hunt knew it was not an easy task. After all, one would not wish to encounter such a creature in the wild, charging at you like a tank. Upon arriving at the steel mill, after arranging for a young man named Qinghe from the procurement department to coordinate the sale of the boars, Li Huaid excused himself to attend to other matters. Following Li Huaid's arrangement, the procurement team agreed on a maximum price of 0.65 yuan per pound. Seeing as Qinghe had arrived with the logistics chief, Qinghe spoke with enthusiasm and courtesy. "Is it truly over 300 pounds? Most pigs weigh only around 100 pounds, so a specimen of this size is quite rare. Brother Chun, mere words cannot convey the reality. I shall deliver them this afternoon for weighing. You will see for yourself." He offered Qinghe a cigarette. With 2 bores totaling over 600 pounds, it was best to send a tricycle from logistics to avoid complications. Let us heed the wisdom of our ancestors. A mouth that has been fed speaks softly, and a hand that has been given is gentle. Once the cigarette was in hand, the nonchalance brought by the section chief vanished instantly. Observing this, Qinghe hastily retrieved the open pack of cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed it into Qinghe's coat pocket. With one hand covering his pocket, Qinghe mumbled, "This is rather embarrassing." Half an hour later, Qinghe departed, riding the factory's tricycle in the presence of the procurement director. "Did you slay this wild boar with a cold weapon?" "Was it shot through the eye?" Qinghe exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key," Qinghe responded, wearing an expression that suggested it was all trivial. The entire procurement department had gathered around the small storeroom, marveling at the massive wild boar. While they had seen wild boars before, none had encountered one of such imposing size. A beast weighing 600 to 700 pounds could easily be turned into a trophy, while a 300-pounder was already quite the spectacle for the average person. After weighing it, the total came to 706 pounds. Based on the agreed purchase price of 0.65 yuan per pound, that amounted to 458.90 yuan. Qinghe pulled out an abacus and calculated for a while before providing a figure. "Here's your money." Qinghe produced a large stack of cash, counted it, and handed it to Qinghe. "I'll also issue a procurement slip for you, confirming that this money is from the steel mill's purchases, so there won't be any further complications. Thank you, Brother Chun, for alleviating my concerns." Once everything was settled, Qinghe prepared to leave, but was called back by Qinghe. "Comrade Shaoli, our section chief requested that you visit him. He has something to discuss with you." "Brother Chun, do you know what the section chief wants with me?" "Good news. Our procurement section chief's surname is Qian. Just call him Chief Qian when you see him." Upon reaching the second floor of the administrative building and locating the office of Procurement Section 3, Qinghe knocked on the door. Inside was a spacious office with several desks, and at the far end was a small cubicle where Chief Qian worked. "You must be Shaoli. Please take a seat." Chief Qian, in his 40s with a slight bald spot, wasted no time on pleasantries. "Shaoli, may I inquire where you are currently employed and what your role is?" Qinghe promptly modified his previous experience, stating, "After graduating from junior high earlier this year, I was unable to attend high school and instead helped out at home. Recently, as the weather turned cold and there was no work in the fields, I took to hunting in the mountains. I won't beat around the bush. Our logistics department is looking to recruit new talent. Previously, procurement focused mainly on sourcing production materials, but recent policy changes have created issues regarding meals and hospitality within the factory. Therefore, we need to expand our procurement team to include agricultural and sideline products." Chief Qian stated after taking a sip from his enamel UG.L. Qinghe understood. This circled back to his initial vision of becoming a procurement officer with flexible hours, allowing him to sell the produce from his spatial realm to the steel mill, using the profits to acquire antiques and elevate his urban status, thus creating a perfect closed-loop system. Had he not noticed the lack of recruitment in logistics upon his arrival, he wouldn't have considered pursuing an electrician's license. Though the prospects of being an electrician looked promising for the next 15 years, Qinghe's greatest asset was his financial independence. He was not just free from monetary worries, but was also well provided for. Hence, the comfort of his work environment was paramount. "Chief Qian, my family is from the countryside, so I have no issues with procurement, but I'm facing some challenges regarding housing. Not wishing to beat around the bush." He sensed the eagerness of the other party to recruit him and swiftly voiced his grievances. The factory indeed had several rental opportunities, but they were typically reserved for formal employees. However, it was possible to rent at market rates initially, with arrangements made for housing upon formal employment. Chief Qian contemplated for a moment. "Here's what we'll do. We won't engage in frivolities. If you're willing, we can set a task for you. Once you complete it, you can transition to a formal position, and no one will have any objections." Qinghe beamed at this prospect. He thought of the poultry and livestock on his farm and the dozens of fruit trees in the forest, all growing at an accelerated rate. Completing tasks would likely place him at the top of any rankings for years to come. After reaching an agreement with Qinghe, Chief Qian called for Qinghe. "Go and take Shaoli to the labor office to complete his onboarding." Chapter 19. Joining the procurement department at this time, the onboarding process was quite straightforward. Within half an hour, Li Qinghe was officially a member of the steel mill. Xiao Li, here are your documents. You will need to take them to your village and town for stamping. Additionally, you'll have to visit the street office to handle some paperwork, which can be rather cumbersome. Therefore, new employees are generally granted 3 days off to manage these affairs. The speaker was an experienced employee from the labor office, whom Qinghe referred to as Sister Hu, and Li Qinghe followed suit. Sister Hu, what procedures do I need to follow to rent a factory apartment? After some thought, Sister Hu replied, the factory has collective dormitories available for free accommodation. Would you like to take advantage of that? Xiao Li, Sister Hu, are there other options? I would like a more permanent place to stay, without a personal space. Even entering and exiting Qianlong City would be inconvenient. All right, since you're looking for a special arrangement, you can choose to rent a factory apartment. During the temporary worker phase, a room will cost you 2 yuan per month, and if you become a formal employee, we can arrange for you to be allocated a room. What do you think? But I must clarify that your salary as a temporary worker is only 18 yuan per month, and you'll need to deduct the rent from that. Thank you. Sister Hu, I'm confident in my hunting skills. I can often gather items from the countryside or hunt in the mountains to supplement my household income. That sounds good. Just make sure you're certain. She replied. Now, let's head to the housing management department. Upon arriving at the housing management office, they met with Section Chief Sunday. After listening to their intentions, he readily agreed. Sure, there are plenty of vacant rooms in the factory at present. With that, Chief Sun motioned to a young man in the office. Xiao Huang, bring the housing records over. Qinghe perused the records for a while. Upon opening them, he felt an inexplicable force guiding him to the legendary No. 95 courtyard in Nanlivixiang, as anticipated. Although there were many properties available, each had its drawbacks. Some were small, others dilapidated. However, there were 2 adjoining rooms in the west wing of the courtyard at number 95, comprising over 30 to nearly 40 square meters. Currently, there was an abundance of housing, and based on his previous readings, it seemed that only during times of economic expansion, when various industries became intensely competitive, did housing become scarce, leading to people being pushed out to the countryside. Considering the ample time he had, Li Qinghe felt reassured. Seizing the opportunity, he interrupted the engrossed conversation between Chief Sun and Sister Hu. Chief Sun, would it be possible for me to rent these 2 rooms? Chief Sun took a look and remarked, the young man has good judgment. Since you're given a choice, you can select any. However, I must clarify that the factory charges rent based on area, 0.1 yuan per square meter. Renting these 2 rooms will cost you 3.80 yuan per month. So you need to think this through. No problem. I'll rent them for a year. Li Qinghe had declared, producing the 45.6 yuan he had just placed in his pocket and counting it out. Xiao Huang, please take this money to the finance office and have them issue a receipt for Xiao Li. Xiao Huang complied and soon returned with the receipt from the finance office, handing it to Chief Sunday. After reviewing the receipt, Chief Sun smiled at Li Qinghe. Renting in advance has its downsides, but it also has its perks. Once you become a formal employee, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 2 rooms will be allocated to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe inquired eagerly, what do you mean by unforeseen circumstances? Chief Sun chuckled, patting Li Qinghe on the shoulder. Why would I tell you about that? You arrived in the car directly. No unexpected events should befall you. Otherwise, others might think our logistics department is staging a revolt. Qinghe understood. It was both a piece of advice and a subtle threat. He grasped the rules of human interaction. The so-called sweet talk was merely a fade. Did they truly believe they could consume the sugar while deflecting the cannonball? Since he had come with Li Huide, he had no intentions of abandoning ship in the short term. After all, from the storyline, it was clear that this old fellow had been living a carefree life for over 30 years. When the wind blew, he commanded respect. When it calmed, he landed smoothly, able to take shelter behind this grand vessel and reap some benefits. Quickly, he expressed his gratitude, showering praise without expectation of return, for he had indeed gained substantial advantages. Chief Sun instructed Xiao Huang to assist Li Qinghe with the housing handover. Upon exiting the housing management office, Li Qinghe promptly slipped a pack of cigarettes to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, I will go greet Chief Qian in Procurement Section 3, as I will be working under him from now on. Since I will be taking a few days off after leaving the steel mill to handle personal matters, could you assist me? Xiao Huang immediately expressed his understanding as a department runner. Opportunities to receive gifts were few and far between, and this favor must be reciprocated. Chief, from now on, I will be your subordinate. Just point the way, and I shall follow without hesitation. Chief Qian was quite satisfied and called over the colleagues from Section 3. As you likely recognized earlier in the storeroom, this is Comrade Li Qinghe, who will be joining us in Procurement Section 3. I hope everyone will support one another and collaboratively fulfill the tasks assigned to us by the factory. As the crowd began to disperse, Director Qian turned to Li Qinghe and remarked, "First, let's ensure all the necessary paperwork is completed. Our logistics operations differ significantly from the front line. Their tasks are fixed. If you're granted 3 days off, you cannot extend it to a 4th day. As we need to prepare for work assignments, it is imperative that we prioritize the efficient handling of our affairs here." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Director." Director Qian then addressed Huang, the staff member from the Housing Management Department, who was trailing behind. "Xiao Huang, please wait a moment while I brief Xiaoli. Qinghe has gone to fetch some items for you, including uniforms, work identification, and a bicycle, as well as the procurement funds that finance has disbursed in advance that I will provide you with a quick overview. Isn't it dangerous to procure supplies in the countryside without any firearms? The roads are quite perilous these days." Director Qian hesitated before quietly responding. "This matter is still under discussion, but I anticipate a resolution soon. The primary issue is that very few individuals from our department venture out to the countryside." Li Qinghe responded, "You will understand in a few days." With that, Director Qian took a seat at Li Qinghe's desk. Our Procurement Section 3 was established only this past June. Previously, the Procurement Department solely handled the acquisition of raw materials for production and was relatively unoccupied. However, with the expansion of the steel rolling mill in June, coupled with the tightening supply of daily necessities, we are a labor-intensive unit and cannot allow our comrades to work on empty stomachs. Thus, Procurement Section 3 was formed. At this point, Li Qinghe grasped the situation. Even the meat available on the market had started to be rationed, suggesting that the supply within the factory was likely also constrained. Noticing that Li Qinghe understood his point, Director Qian continued. In Procurement Section 3, each member has their own responsibilities. The lowest rank is that of a Level 12 clerk, who is required to procure goods worth at least 30 yuan each month. If one consistently meets this target for a year, they will be promoted by 1 level. However, if they fail to meet their targets for 3 consecutive months, they will be demoted by 1 level. And if they reach the lowest rank, they will be reassigned to a frontline production position or transferred to the health team. Any surplus from 1 month automatically carries over to the next month's performance targets. For example, if you fulfill the 60 yuan procurement target this month, even if you spend the next month at home, you will be credited with having met your target. Conversely, any shortfall must also be carried over to the following month. Isn't this akin to the saying that carrying rice on a rainy day only makes the burden heavier? Ordinary procurement personnel do not receive performance bonuses, but early settlements are made. For instance, a Level 12 clerk's annual procurement target totals 360 yuan. If you manage to procure 2 wild boars today, you will immediately advance to a Level 11 clerk and restart your task count. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe was struck by how perfectly tailored this system seemed to his circumstances. So, what is my current situation? You're classified as a temporary worker, and your tasks are calculated based on the Level 12 clerk's quota of 30 yuan per month. If you complete 90 yuan worth of procurement within 3 months, you will be eligible for a permanent position. Alternatively, if you procure another wild boar and sell it for 1 or 200 yuan, not only will you complete your task and secure a permanent role, but you will also begin accumulating the Level 12 task quota. Qinghe couldn't help but think of the over 400 yuan he had just received. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Director Qian remarked, "Do not lament the loss of those 2 boars. They are merely stepping stones. Without them, would you be here listening to my ramblings?" After departing from the director's office and receiving the distributed benefits from Qinghe, Li Qinghe took his leave. Chapter 20. Moving into the Siyuan, finally emerging from the procurement department, Li Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. He located Huang, who was smoking in a corner, and rode his newly acquired second-hand bicycle towards Nanluo Guxiang under Huang's guidance. Come, let me take you to the street office. It's best to have all parties present for the handover of the house. Li Qinghe was taken aback. Was there such a protocol? Upon arriving at the street office, as Li Qinghe prepared to stop, Huang urged from the back seat. No need to worry. Just ride straight into the courtyard. The gatekeeper, peering out, was about to inquire but halted upon seeing Huang waving at him. The gatekeeper closed the door and resumed reading his newspaper. Qinghe parked the bicycle and followed Huang, who expertly navigated the entrance, greeted the staff, and knocked on one of the slightly ajar doors. Once inside, Huang adopted a more formal demeanor. Hello, Director Wang. Ah, Xiao Huang, what brings you here? Director Wang, I brought our factory employee to complete the necessary procedures, Huang said, shooting a glance at Li Qinghe, receiving the cue. Li Qinghe stepped forward. Greetings, Director Wang. I'm a new employee at the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill, and I have come here with Xiao Huang to finalize my housing arrangements. He presented his work identification and the housing rental agreement issued by the steel mill. Director Wang examined the documents attentively for a moment before nodding. Where is your household registration? In the Laogo village of Shangyang Town, Mentugu district to the west. Director Wang smiled warmly at Li Qinghe. As you're currently a temporary worker, your household registration cannot be transferred to the city, but you will need to obtain a certificate locally. He then called in a staff member from the office. Xiao Fong, this is Comrade Li Qinghe, who has been allocated a residence at 95 Nanlo Guxiang. This is within your jurisdiction. Please assist him with the procedures. Of course, Director Wang. Xiao Fong, a young man who appeared only slightly older than Li Qinghe, approached. Comrade Li Qinghe, I will prepare the points for you. You will need to obtain stamps from both the village and the town, and once you have those, bring them back to me. All right. May I inquire what procedures are required for transferring my household registration? If it is convenient, I can handle that at the same time to avoid a second trip. Xiao Fong looked at Li Qinghe in surprise and replied with a smile that cannot be processed at the moment. You will need the work identification of a permanent employee from the steel mill to initiate that. Qinghe understood. As a temporary worker, he was not deemed worthy. After collecting the documents that required stamping from his village, Li Qinghe followed the two staff members as they pushed their bicycles towards 95 Nanlo Guxiang. This courtyard has been managed by our street office since the beginning of this year and has consistently been one of the best in the vicinity. Earlier this year, in light of security concerns, each courtyard was assigned a resident group leader, and this one has performed excellently. So by the end of the year, it is set to receive an award for being an outstanding courtyard. Being assigned here is indeed a stroke of luck. Li Qinghe thought to himself, I have a vintage Xiao liquor that I am uncertain whether I should share. Xiao Fong continued enthusiastically, if you have any issues within the courtyard, feel free to contact the group leader or deputy leader. If they cannot resolve it, you may come to me at the street office. Contact you. Li Qinghe was puzzled that aren't we supposed to report to Director Wang? At this, even Huang, who had been silent behind them, was taken aback and tugged at Li Qinghe. Xiaoli, do you expect Director Wang, a department-level official, to handle such trivial matters? Huang wore an expression that conveyed a sense of exasperation, and Li Qinghe realized that he had been misled by preconceived notions. After all, in dramas, Director Wang often appeared prominently. The three of them stood at the entrance of 95 Nanlo Guxiang, and Li Qinghe gazed at the courtyard gate. Filled with emotion, what a journey it has been. If I had a sign-in system, today would mark its official activation. Since it was afternoon working hours, not many people were present in the courtyard. Upon entering the main gate, they were greeted by a shadow wall, and to the left was a long corridor, with a row of back-facing rooms on the left, currently storing some miscellaneous items. In the future, Yin Jie and his wife would reside in one of those back-facing rooms. Stepping through the right-hand door, Li Qinghe finally entered the front courtyard. This courtyard had once been a prince's summer residence, featuring 5 courtyards and 3 cross courtyards, making it one of the largest Sihiyuan in the area. As Xiao Fong walked, he shared its history with Li Qinghe, while Huang maintained a calm demeanor, likely having heard the tale numerous times before. However, the courtyard had undergone division. The eastern cross courtyard had been cut off, now designated as 94 Nanlo Guxiang, while the situation with the western cross courtyard was more complex. Upon hearing that there was more to the story, Li Qinghe eagerly pressed for details. What happened with the western cross courtyard? The entire western cross courtyard and the back house of this courtyard were originally allocated to a single unit. after negotiating with the street office and agreeing on a payment. When they arrived to collect, they discovered that the front yard of the Western Cross courtyard had once been a garden. During the liberation of the city in 49, the courtyard endured several artillery strikes, resulting in the collapse of 2.5 of the 4 rooms. In these times, who has the extra funds to repair their homes? Consequently, they simply bricked up the moon gate, withholding the payment promised to the street office. Now, the Western Cross courtyard has been abandoned for 2 years. Xiao Fong expressed his regret at this moment. Huang interjected, suppressing a smile. Do you know why those 2 rooms remain intact and were given to you at such a bargain? This piqued Li Qinghe's curiosity, prompting him to ask, why is that? Originally, a senior worker lived here, but he moved out in frustration due to the abandoned Western Cross courtyard. Qinghe was taken aback. Are you serious? The courtyard is lovely in many respects, but the restroom situation is quite inconvenient. Many people, seeing the overgrown vegetation, simply decided to take care of their business inside, resulting in quite unpleasant odors during the summer months, which drove Comrade Chow to request a relocation within the factory. Hearing this, Li Qinghe became anxious. What about now? Director Wang cannot simply ignore such issues. They've sealed off several doors to this courtyard and have temporarily restricted access. Xiao Fong explained. Following the direction indicated by the street office's official, one could see a newly installed wooden door at the moon gate, adorned with a lock. These 2 rooms are indeed your dwelling. One a side room, and the other an ear room. Li Qinghe gazed at the 2 houses adjacent to the wooden door, noting their close proximity. Fortunately, after enduring 1 summer and 1 autumn, he could no longer detect any unpleasant odors. Has Section Chief Fong arrived? Is there something amiss? At that moment, a woman in her 40s emerged from the east side room, cradling an infant in her arms. Fong, clearly acquainted with her, nodded in greeting and remarked, "This is our new worker from the steel mill. These 2 rooms across from your home have been allocated to him, and I brought him to have a look." He then introduced Li Qinghe to her, saying, "This is Aunt Yang from the front courtyard, and she will be your neighbor henceforth." Li Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Section Chief Fong produced a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Aware that the house had been uninhabited for an extended period, Li Qinghe braced himself for the musty smell. His surprise, the climatic differences between the north and south had spared the rooms from any signs of mildew. However, a persistent odor of dust lingered. He surveyed the furnishings. A table, stools, a wooden cabinet, and a bed were all present, albeit worn, yet the essentials were intact. If one were not too particular, a simple cleaning could render it livable. Li Qinghe found himself uncertain whether this courtyard was akin to a television drama version or a fanfiction rendition. He had watched the televised portrayal of himself, which, to be frank, was merely a tale of family affairs. If it were a fan-created version, it would be intriguing that he could potentially witness the legendary figures, the moral exemplar Yi Zhonghai and the dutiful Lu Hai. Of course, he dismissed any concerns. Li Qinghe was certainly not an orphan devoid of parents. He had a multitude of relatives in the countryside, capable of rallying a support group at any moment. As long as he remained clear-headed, no one could impose moral constraint upon him. After all, Lu Sun once stated, "The suffering inflicted upon you by others is all sanctioned by your consent." Lu Sun, do not believe in rumors. Do not propagate rumors. Chapter 21, Procurement. The 2 officials, having fulfilled their duties, took their leave. Although the house appeared to be well equipped, it was in fact lacking in many essentials, from bedding to cooking utensils, down to the minutiae like needles and threads. Everything was needed. They did not expect to be offered a meal, and with Li Qinghe having other matters to attend to, he refrained from prolonging their visit. After bidding farewell to the 2 officials, Li Qinghe meticulously examined his future home for many years to come. In this era, the difficulty of changing residences was immense. These 2 rooms would likely be where he lived for half his life and where his children would spend their childhood. The side room was relatively spacious, nearly 30 square meters, while the ear room was quite small, around 10 square meters. Although he had envisioned 7 or 8 renovation plans in his mind, he could only dream for now. He was still in a rental state and would maintain the status quo until the house was entirely his before contemplating renovations. Exiting the house, he greeted Aunt Yang, who was peeking from across the street, locked the door, and prepared to set off on his bicycle. As Li Qinghe pushed his bicycle out, Aunt Yang murmured to herself, noting that he owned a bicycle, indicating a comfortable family background. Once outside, Li Qinghe mounted his bicycle, heading directly to the trust store at Beijing Bridge that he had heard that there were several trust stores in the city. But for now, he was only familiar with this one, so he opted for the familiar. Upon entering, his first purchase was to acquire a wristwatch. Initially, he had planned to buy a bicycle and a watch. But since the steel mill provided bicycles to its workers, Li Qinghe felt no urgency to purchase one, as he was not yet financially stable enough. Every bit of disposable income counted. After scrutinizing the counter for some time, he inquired with the clerk, "Comrade, how much is this watch?" "That is a Swiss Rolex, priced at 220 yuan at L." Qinghe inwardly gasped. It was indeed expensive. There was a saying in his previous life, "The poor play with cars. The rich play with watches." The boss of the construction site he worked at wore a Rolex worth 580,000, almost equivalent to all of Li Qinghe's savings. Unable to afford such ostentation, he had never developed an interest in watches. In school, when his classmates sported digital watches, he could barely afford meals. After starting work, he could buy a digital watch, but felt it was beneath him while attending events. Now, however, with so many world-renowned watches laid out before him, and the means to purchase one, it felt exhilarating. He reveled in his newfound fortune. Lost in thought, Li Qinghe continued to examine the display case, which housed a dozen watches of varying brands, both new and old. There were no domestic brands. The first domestic watch had just debuted in Shanghai this year, and had yet to reach the trust stores that Li Qinghe, uncertain of any potential flaws, hesitated to make a purchase. Besides Rolex, there were also Tissot and Omega, some of which had been acquired in previous years from the peninsula, and others bought by former students studying abroad at Li Qinghe's eyes settled on a watch that was about 80 new, with a diamond-encrusted dial, though he did not recognize the brand. It was still functioning well. "Excuse me, could I see this watch?" The clerk, displaying little emotion and considerable impatience, retorted. "This watch costs 280 yuan. Can you afford it?" This statement jolted Li Qinghe back to reality. It was only 1955. He quickly glanced around the walls, relieved to find no signs stating that customers could be assaulted without cause. In his previous life, any luxury store that dared to treat him with such disdain would have faced his immediate departure, followed by a furious swipe of his credit card to assert his worth. Unfortunately, in this era, such actions were mere fantasies. If one was dissatisfied, leaving was the only option. If you want to buy, then buy. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved the 400 yuan he had just received that morning from the steel mill and placed it on the counter, alongside the proof of employment letter, silently observing the clerk. The clerk took a glance at the letter before finally bringing out the watch Li Qinghe had set his sights on. After inspecting it closely and trying it on, he found it to be an old-fashioned Rolex with diamond accents. The only downside was that it required manual winding, but that was manageable. He would simply remember to wind it regularly. "I will take this watch." With a flourish, Li Qinghe prepared to pay without removing the watch. The clerk generated a receipt, clipping it with a paperclip, and performed a trick he hadn't seen before, swiftly producing a payment receipt from the cash register. Moments later, a payment slip was handed to the dazed Li Qinghe. He lifted the watch, checking the time against the store's clock. 4:20 p.m. Exiting the trust store, Li Qinghe headed straight for the adjacent department store. Upon entering, he discovered they also sold watches and glasses, but everything was new and exorbitantly priced, making them impractical purchases. He first visited the stationery section, where he bought supplies for his two younger sisters: fountain pens, ink notebooks, rulers, 2 sets of everything. He then noticed hair accessories, butterflies, dragonflies in blue and red, 2 of each. He came across daily necessities: soap, snowflake cream, and old Shanghai clam oil, purchasing 2 bottles of each. To his surprise, he even found baijiaqi, which he distinctly remembered his girlfriend using in his past life, albeit as a complete wash and care set. Did baijiaqi already exist in this era? He bought 2 bottles. After finishing his shopping for daily necessities, he explored other sections. There were bicycles, radios, cookware, and even flashlights and batteries. After a thorough examination, he found the prices to be reasonable, but decided to wait until he returned from Laogo village before purchasing these everyday items. After completing his rounds on the first floor, he ascended to the second, where clothing, shoes, fabrics, and cotton were sold. items he needed and thus decided to purchase that. Qinghe selected 2 bolts of fabric and 30 pounds of cotton. He initially considered buying shoes for each family member, but hesitated, uncertain of their sizes, and ultimately decided against it. Observing Qinghe's considerable purchases, the salesperson's demeanor shifted, filled with suspicion, prompting her to quickly retreat to the back, presumably to consult someone. Shortly after, a middle-aged man approached him, accompanied by 2 young men. "Comrade, are you buying all these items for personal use or on behalf of someone else?" Although the middle-aged man's tone was polite, his gaze remained fixed on Qinghe to prevent any wild assumptions from forming. Qinghe promptly handed over the proof of employment letter once more. After reviewing it, the man's demeanor softened, and his suspicion dissipated. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and upon exiting, Qinghe found an unoccupied spot to drop off his belongings and storage. With matters settled, Qinghe sighed. In this era, spending money was hardly satisfying. One must tread carefully and avoid any missteps. He needed to contemplate how to explain these purchases upon returning home. In front of the steel mill's employees, Qinghe could single-handedly lift a 300-pound wild boar and place it in storage, while others struggled to carry a single one together. Thus, no one doubted his ability to catch 2 wild boars. Such strength would have made him a formidable warrior in ancient times. But would his family believe him? Chapter 22. Homeward bound, cycling through the vast expanse of the city, I departed from the west gate, making my way toward the distant western mountains, despite the biting cold wind howling around me. I found solace in avoiding the crowded bus, a thought that brought me great satisfaction. Once I reached a remote area beyond the city limits, I summoned Qinghe, taking a seat on the rear of his bicycle as he commenced to accelerate with fervor. In just over an hour, I had traversed more than 30 kilometers, nearing the village entrance, and upon glancing up, I noted the sky had yet to darken. In this secluded spot as Qinghe returned to Qianlong City. It was evident that he was not merely cycling too swiftly. Rather, he was soaring too low. After retrieving the items I needed to bring home and placing them on the rear seat, I mounted my bicycle and leisurely pedaled toward home. Standing at the doorstep, I could hear the lively chatter emanating from the dining table within, prompting me to call out, "I'm back." The room fell silent, only to be interrupted by hurried footsteps approaching the door. Second brother, my younger sister, was the first to dash out. Leaping into my embrace, I lifted her up, and only then did she notice the bicycle I had brought inside. "Wow, a bicycle!" With her exclamation, the rest of the family emerged, their gazes instantly captivated by the bicycle. Laifu's expression was one of uncertainty as he questioned, "Where did this bicycle come from?" He glanced at the items on the rear seat, 2 pieces of fabric and a modest bundle. The cotton was too voluminous, and I hesitated to reveal them. Why eldest brother and sister-in-law exchanged a glance without voicing their opinions. That my third sister, Qinghe, was nearly transfixed by the bicycle, circling it with keen interest. Eventually, our mother, Zhao Yuzhen, emerged, witnessing the scene and playfully smacking my father's shoulder. "Come inside. What are you doing letting the child stand out in this cold?" She then instructed my eldest brother, Qinghe, "Come and help carry the things inside." He complied dutifully, bringing everything into the main room and closing the door. At the end of November, the northern weather had turned frigid, necessitating that doors be kept shut. The room was warmed by a stove, creating a cozy atmosphere. My mother brought out the dinner she had set aside for me. Placing it on the table, "I thought you wouldn't return today. There are no more buses at this hour. I didn't expect you to ride back on your bicycle. Was it cold on the way?" She patted my third sister Qinghe on the shoulder. "Go sit over there to make some space for your second brother. He can warm up by the stove." Qinghe quickly shifted to make room. "Brother, sit here." Observing the anxious demeanor of my father, Laifu, I sensed his unease and decided to unpack my bundle on the table. I set aside the array of delightful items for my mother to organize and place my work ID from the Hongqing Steel Mill on the table. I am now a procurement officer at the Hongqing Steel Mill in the city. The bicycle was provided by the factory, as it is standard for everyone that I returned this time to complete some paperwork. Handing over a form that required a stamp to my father, I added, "Dad, please get this stamped in the village tomorrow." I offered him an encouraging glance. Laifu, perceiving the expression on my second son's face, felt a mix of irritation and disbelief. And what about these items? Are they all for us? My third sister, Qinghe, who was at the age of blossoming beauty, was unable to take her eyes off the hairpins and moisturizing cream laid out on the table. They're all for you. Take them and share. I waved my hand dismissively. Disregarding the mesmerized gazes of my family members, hunger overtook me, and I sat down to begin eating. Where did you get the money for all these things? My father's inquiry caught me off guard. Did he truly not know where I had procured these items? Was it not my wife who managed our finances? I glanced up with a bewildered look at Zhao Yuzhen, who lowered her gaze and exchanged a knowing glance with my eldest brother. Shaking her head in silent communication, I immediately grasped my mother's intent. Though I found the situation puzzling, I played along. As I hold an out-of-town household registration, the factory advanced me 2 months' salary as a relocation fee that I thought, having worked hard, it would be fitting to buy something for you both as a gesture of gratitude. I placed my hands on my parents' shoulders. Li Laifu glanced at the assortment of women's items on the table, rendered speechless. This is your way of showing filial piety to me. He soon realized this was likely the result of a discussion with his wife, revealing the lack of prior agreement between them. Zhao Yuzhen, equally perplexed, reflected on their earlier agreement to only procure a few items, such as hand cream and moisturizing lotion, and now there was an abundance of goods, including 2 pieces of fabric that were hardly concealable. She had initially thought her second son was clever and capable, but now he seemed no better than his elder brother. Then it dawned on her. Could all of this be purchased with the mere 20 yuan I had given him? Years of avoiding shopping had left her with a vague understanding of current prices, causing her to question her reality. Second brother, so you will be a city worker now? Where will you live? My younger sister, Qinghe, clutched a butterfly hairpin tightly. Her curiosity piqued. The factory has rented a house for me. Once I am officially employed, I will be assigned a place. Second brother, I want to live in the city with you. I can wash your clothes and cook for you. Don't you miss your adorable little sister? Qinghe released the hairpin and clung to my leg. But what about your school? You can transfer me. The little girl was still lost in her daydreams of city life when Zhao Yuzhen came over to give her a gentle tug by the neck, leading her away. Zhao Yuzhen took my eldest sister-in-law and 2 younger sisters aside to divide the spoils, leaving the 3 of us, father and sons, at the table. Didn't you say you wanted to become an electrician? How did you suddenly become a procurement officer at the steel mill? Li Laifu lit his pipe and took a puff as he posed the question. On my way home, I had been contemplating how to concoct a believable story to appease my family, and at this moment, I was adept at weaving a tale. I fashioned an original narrative based on Chun Mu, portraying him as a solitary hunting master, whose chance encounter with me led to our acquaintance. In short, I spun a web of half-truths and fabrications that left my father and elder brother in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, the specifics mattered little. What was vital was the unwavering trust that family sometimes bestowed upon one another. What are your plans for the next few days? Zhao Yuzhen inquired after distributing the responsibilities among the 4 women in the household. Second brother, can you ride your bicycle to school with me tomorrow? Before I could respond, Qinghe made a request known. I want to go too. Qinghe chimed in eagerly. All right, tomorrow morning I will ride you both to school. I replied before turning to my father. Dad, please ensure all the necessary stamps are taken care of tomorrow. I need to visit Grandpa and Grandma, as I have come to procure some items. I want to see if I can acquire anything worthwhile to bring back. In truth, I was now equipped with the necessary documentation to legally and legitimately collect goods from the countryside, unlike before when I had to resort to the black market. Now, with my work ID and procurement certificate in hand, I could purchase anything I desired. Very well, it's good to take a look around. And it would also be wise to check on your grandparents' health. However, the village stamps will suffice for your needs. But for the township, you must handle that yourself. I would be utterly lost there. After a bit more conversation, I decided to retire to my room to rest. After washing up, I passed by the courtyard and noticed my bicycle had been brought into the main room by my father. I couldn't help but marvel at how people truly cherish such significant possessions in these times. Lying down on my bed, I fell asleep within minutes. Chapter 23. A night of conversation. Qinghe slept soundly, while the rest of the family, stirred by the events of the day, found themselves unable to rest. How is it that your brother was talking about taking the certification exam to become an electrician just days ago? And now he is suddenly a procurement officer? Li Qingshan pondered aloud. Having dropped out of school after finishing elementary school due to a lack of interest, he had spent his time helping his parents with farm work. With no apprenticeships available in the rural area, he had been assisting with the planting and harvesting. Qinghe had been studying for years, graduating from junior high this past summer, after failing to gain admission to high school. He had dedicated several months to genuine farm work during the busy season. Now that the weather had cooled, he seemed to have found a new path. Qingshan felt a pang of regret, wondering if education truly held such value. "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Wu Mei urged when she noticed Li Qingshan's silence. "How would I know? Didn't he say he was selling things and caught the attention of the factory leaders?" Wu Mei had only ventured to the county in her 18 years of life and was unsure of the truth, but she felt a tinge of envy. What if Qinghe manages to establish himself in the city? "Do you think he could take you along?" Li Qingshan remained silent, torn between his desire to go to the city and his reluctance to burden his younger brother with such a request. "I suppose he might," he replied nonchalantly. Wu Mei was too caught up in her dreams of city life, work, and the treasures Li Qinghe had brought back to notice his lack of enthusiasm. In the parents' room, Zhao Yuzhen took a moment to apply the hand cream and moisturizing lotion that Li Qinghe had brought home. "These years have been hard on you, living with me in the village." Li Laifu gazed at his wife's joyful countenance, feeling a tinge of melancholy. What could he say? They had been together for years. Their children were growing up, and he might soon become a grandfather. "You should keep the money and items you brought back safe. Didn't we agree not to take them out? Once we're gone, they should be divided among the brothers. What if something were to happen?" Li Laifu remains timid, as he is. After all, a true villager, it's nothing to worry about. 20 yuan is a trivial amount for any household to spare. The issue lies in the fact that no one in our village is willing to part with their money. Moreover, Qinghe is a resourceful individual with the ability to navigate challenges, so our better days are yet to come. Upon hearing this, Li Laifu felt conflicted. According to tradition, we are supposed to follow the eldest brother. Zhao Yuzhen rolled her eyes dramatically, declaring, "You adhere to your traditions, while I shall follow my generous second son." Li's father began to ruminate once more, pondering that being overly lenient could lead to issues. He still needed to save money for a bride. After all, that it wouldn't do to have someone working in the capital while marrying a girl from the countryside. Would it? Silence. Am I not a daughter of the Zhao family from Fengtian City? And yet I married you. Matters of marriage should be decided by those involved, so refrain from offering your ill-conceived advice. Just look at how well the eldest couple is doing. Wu Mei was acquainted with Li Qingshan from a market visit, and after several encounters, they found mutual affection. Upon Li Qingshan's return home, Zhao Yuzhen wasted no time in engaging a matchmaker to propose, executing the process with remarkable efficiency. However, it must be said, old Li, in the future, whatever food Qinghe provides, simply accept it without question. As for the resources, we shall make use of them without inquiring about their origin. His ability to venture into the city and secure employment signifies he is quite capable. There are some matters that are better left unasked. The more you inquire, the more complicated things become. Zhao Yuzhen urged Li Laifu, observing that her husband remained silent for an extended period. She pinched his arm playfully. "Did you hear that?" Yes, I heard." Li Laifu grinned widely. "What use is that? You must remember, questions like where the bicycle came from should never be asked again, if you were to find out it was stolen. Would you report your own son?" "Hey, how can you say that? I'm merely concerned for our son. Is it wrong to worry he might make mistakes outside? How can I make you understand? Some things should not be discussed in front of the younger ones, and can't you have a quiet word with your son privately? Besides, Qinghe will be a procurement officer. Sometimes he goes to great lengths to bring you food. So must he also concoct an elaborate story about its origins. It's understood that whatever he brings you is yours to enjoy without question. All right." At this point, Li Laifu grasped his wife's intentions. Inquiries about large items like bicycles could be made privately, but food and drink should be accepted without question. The two were engrossed in conversation until they lost track of time. In the sister's room, "Sister, I secretly applied some snowflake cream last night. It smells so delightful." "Such a mischievous little one. Why apply snowflake cream before sleeping? Save it for important occasions." But what constitutes an important occasion? Li Qingyu struggled to answer, as she was merely a child of 13. Perhaps during market days, during the new year, when relatives visit, or when one gets married? Listening to her sister, the little girl shivered at the thought. How many times can one apply in a year? I wish to go to the city. I want to be a worker, earn my own money, and use snowflake cream every day. In the darkness, the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then you must study hard. If you pass the entrance exam, you could become a worker after graduating from vocational school. Sister, you'll be taking the high school entrance exam next year. Do you think you could pass? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyu's expression dimmed slightly. Truth be told, the odds were not in her favor. The local school had poor resources and teaching quality. The previous graduating class, which included Li Qinghe and his peers, had no one who managed to enroll in vocational school, and only 7 students from the entire school were accepted in a high school. Though Li Qingyu consistently ranked in the top 5 at her school, the admission rates for vocational school were dauntingly low. She lacked confidence. The next day, the entire family awoke late, but fortunately, it was the farming off-season, so there was little work to be done, though the 2 sisters would be a bit tardy for school. Riding a bicycle, Li Qingshuang sat on the front bar, while Li Qingyu occupied the rear seat. Despite the biting cold wind, Li Qingshuang's exuberance remained undeterred. Brother, this is my first time riding a bicycle. What a coincidence. It's also my first time riding one in this life. In my last life, bicycles were popular, but I could never afford one. By the time I had money, bicycles had become obsolete. Replaced by electric bikes, simple, convenient, and less labor-intensive. In the future, I'll teach you both how to ride. Thank you. Second brother, Qingyu, strive hard. If you can't get into vocational school, aim for high school, and then we'll go to the big city for high school. With the goal of entering university, then you'll truly have a bright future. A university graduate earns 49.5 yuan, and upon formal employment, they become a level 4 clerk, earning 56 yuan a month. Li Qinghe began to paint a hopeful picture for his 2 younger sisters. Li Qingyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, while Li Qingshuang shouted excitedly, Second brother, I want to go to university too. Can I attend school in the big city after middle school? Certainly, but you'll need to board at school as a procurement officer. I'll likely be away quite often, so I want to have much time to look after you too. No problem, second brother. I'll come on weekends to do your laundry and clean. The little girl quickly offered her loyalty. Observing Li Qingshuang, who was exuberantly bouncing on the front bar, and then glancing at the quietly contemplative Li Qingyu in the back, one could understand why the younger ones in the family were so perceptive. According to Li Qinghe's recollections, most household tasks in the past were handled by Li Qingyu, who was more reserved, while Li Qingshuang was also quite diligent. After all, their parents did not favor one child over another. However, the little girl had a way with words, charming the family into a daze. Chapter 24. Li Family Village. After dropping the 2 sisters off at school, Li Qinghe turned his bicycle towards Li Family Village, where his grandparents resided. The journey was indeed long, and the area sparsely populated. Summoning Chun Mu, he resumed the old routine of enjoying the ride as a passenger. The only downside was that the roads here were not as well maintained as those leading out of the capital, causing Li Qinghe discomfort from the bumpy ride. The 30-plus kilometers from the capital to home took just over an hour, while the 20-kilometer journey from home to his grandparents took Chun Mu nearly 2 hours, resulting in a rather unpleasant riding experience for Li Qinghe. As he approached the village, he could faintly make out figures in the distance. Summoning Wang Kai, Chun Mu took the dog and ventured into the mountains, agreeing to meet at this spot the next morning. Watching Chun Mu and Wang Kai disappear into the forest, Li Qinghe pedaled towards the village ahead. In the distance, a young, strong man approached him. Comrade, who are you looking for? The other man eyed him warily, though not excessively so. After all, a poor village by the mountains was not likely to attract hostile elements. Wang Xingge, do you not recognize me? I am Qinghe, the cousin of Li Zhishu. Upon hearing Li Zhishu's name, the man quickly broke into a smile. Qinghe, it's been many years. I hardly recognized you. Your elder brother, Qingshan, often comes this way. He cast an envious glance at the bicycle and led the way. Uncle Li, your grandson Qinghe has come to see you. Upon reaching the doorstep, Wang Xingge's voice boomed. The door was opened by a girl of around 16 or 17, Li Qinghe's cousin, Li Fong, who while appearing youthful, was actually a year older than him. Sister, didn't he go out to play? This casual address to a girl of her age took Li Qinghe back, as he felt his mental age was considerably older. They all went to the mountains. How could I leave and not take care of Grandma? Li Fong lamented. She too wished to be out and about, but with Grandma's poor eyesight, someone had to stay to look after her. Grandma, I've come to see you. Ah, my eldest grandson has come? Let Grandma take a good look at you. Recalling his memories, Li Qinghe realized that Grandma was only in her 60s. Having seen many people in their 60s at construction sites in his previous life, he understood that young people rarely wished to do manual labor. High achievers either relied on their families or inherited businesses, while those pursuing education aimed for prestigious factories. Li Qinghe was fortunate enough to receive guidance. Though his academic performance was not stellar, he recognized a path and was willing to work hard, which allowed him to manage his own life. Yet he had seen a 76-year-old temporary worker at a construction site once. Grandma Li lived through some of the toughest times, enduring hardships throughout her life. In her youth, she worked alongside Grandpa to support their children, and just as they settled down, she developed cataracts a few years ago. During the chaos in the city, the family hesitated to venture into town, fearing the violence, and could only seek help from barefoot doctors in the countryside, which did not yield much improvement. Finally, after the liberation, she visited the city twice for treatment, but found the journey too long and the expenses too high to bear, refusing to cooperate with the process. Li Qinghe organized his recollections. This elderly lady was truly stubborn. After exchanging pleasantries with Grandma and his cousin, he presented the gifts his mother had sent along as he arranged them. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. This was no longer the previous life where he could survive alone. The complexities of human relationships had to be relearned from this point onward. Sister, when will Uncle and the others return? Before lunch, if I can return, I will go gather some firewood and pick a few wild fruits from known spots before coming back. It is not specifically for hunting. At noon, Li Fong was cooking and found Li Qinghe to be somewhat bothersome, so she sent him to keep his grandmother company. Li Qinghe was not particularly adept at this and managed to engage in half-hearted conversation with the elderly lady. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the yard. Go on. Your grandfather and the others have returned. You must be bored talking to me. The grandmother chuckled, her expression betraying no hint of displeasure. Qinghe has come. Uncle was at the forefront, carrying a large bundle of firewood. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Li Qinghe glanced behind the couple. Your grandfather is bringing your two cousins along, playing as they walk. Your aunt was eager to help Xiao Fong, so we returned first. Qinghe, my dear child, you could have at least given Xiao Fong a heads up before arriving. Quickly, go and kill a rabbit for lunch. Upon seeing Li Qinghe, Aunt immediately beckoned to her cousin. No, please don't bother. I just heard Grandmother mention that those little rabbits are precious to Juwen and Zhuwu, so let them keep them for play. It was a jest. If it were me, I would have to deal with him. Li Qinghe was keen to avoid being cast as the villain and hurriedly interrupted. After lunch, they all settled in the main room. Qinghe, your timing is perfect. I was just thinking of sending word for your father to come over. Zhishui has become a section chief at the mine, and they are expanding and looking to hire. He thinks you and your brother, along with Xiao Fong, should take part in the recruitment assessment. Hearing his uncle's words, Li Qinghe was taken aback. His eldest cousin was 10 years his senior, having joined the military at 18. He had previously served on the peninsula and, due to a bit of luck, had returned unscathed. After his discharge, he was assigned to the Beijing West Mining Bureau as the deputy section chief, and according to his uncle, he had been promoted to section chief this year. They had always been recruiting miners, but had not mentioned it to them. This time, they were looking for clerical staff, and he encouraged them to give it a try. Uncle, let my brother and Xiao Fong try instead. I already have a job. You have a job? The pitch of the inquiry rose, and not just his uncle, the entire family turned curious gazes towards Li Qinghe. Grandfather was particularly pleased. He should continue his studies. Look how foresight Yuzhen is. Her persistence is commendable. He rambled on, much to the chagrin of Aunt, who wore a long face. Qinghe felt quite embarrassed, and Li Fong quickly pulled Aunt away. Grandfather likely realized he had spoken too much and chuckled awkwardly. Whispering to his uncle, Jiwen and Jiwu must study diligently. They cannot afford to lag behind. Look at Qinghe. It has barely been a while since graduation, and he has already secured employment at that moment. Grandfather remembered to ask, Qinghe, what job do you have? In the capital, I am a procurement officer at the Hongqing steel mill. In the capital? Initially, they thought Li Qinghe had merely gotten lucky finding a job at a small local factory, which were notoriously unreliable these days. Even Li Feng, who had just left, rushed over with a look of envy towards Li Qinghe. In this day and age, who wouldn't want to be a city dweller? Just look at Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru, and one can clearly see the allure city life holds for rural girls. Life in the countryside was simply too harsh. The 80s and 90s were particularly difficult. Not to mention the early days of the Republic. I at a formal position, a 3-month probation period. I have everything arranged. I should be able to be confirmed next month. Hearing this, grandfather nodded repeatedly. Visibly pleased. Is there anything we can assist you with? Do you need to procure anything? The main purpose is to visit you and see if there are any items that could be procured. I want to be well informed. Chapter 25. Arranging a wolf string, Li Qinghe followed Uncle Li Liqing to village chief Miao Jihong's home. Old Miao home. Uncle called from afar. Yes. What is the matter? Old Miao, the village chief of Neigang village, was 50 years old but appeared much older than his actual age. This is my nephew, Qinghe. Uncle introduced Li Qinghe. Qinghe stepped forward to greet him, casually offering a cigarette. Come inside. It's cold out. Miao Jihong ushered them into the house and had his boss pour 2 cups of water. Qinghe, how could I forget you? During the chaotic times in our youth, weren't we often in this village? It's convenient for entering the mountains and hiding. It had been several years since they last met. Miao, uncle. I come here every new year to pay my respects. But you are always so busy that I felt it would be an imposition to disturb you. After some pleasantries, they got down to business. So, you become a procurement officer at a large factory in the capital? That is wonderful news. Miao, uncle. I was thinking that if the village has surplus game or livestock for sale, they could sell directly to our factory with proper documentation that I am prepared to purchase at the highest price offered by the factory. That is great. What exactly do you buy? Miao inquired, intrigued that I procure meat, eggs, vegetables, grains, and live animals such as wild beasts, newborn lambs, and calves. These live animals are priced at 50% above the pork rate. I don't need many. A maximum of 6 chickens, ducks, or geese. Just ensure they're fresh. Li Qinghe decided to increase the prices for these items. Without profit, there is no incentive. What about pigs? Don't you take pigs? Miao, the village chief, seemed unable to comprehend, feeling attached to cattle and sheep, which are harder to manage compared to pigs. That we do have some piglets, but if the village catches any wild boars or similar, I'll accept them too. I am open to all kinds of live animals. Miao Jihong lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. What about mountain goods? Do you buy medicinal herbs? Yes, I'll take well-known medicinal materials such as ginseng, deer antler, and ganoderma. Miao nodded in agreement. Neigang village was quite distant from the city, even far from the nearest town, over 10 miles away. Having a fixed procurement officer come to collect goods would undoubtedly be more beneficial than detrimental. Qinghe, this afternoon I will inform every household in the village, Miao said, looking directly at Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe had yet to grasp the village chief's intention, but uncle understood. Show Miao, uncle, your credentials. This young man isn't very quick on the uptake. Uncle nudged the dazed Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe promptly retrieved his work ID and the procurement certificate issued by the steel mill, handing them to Miao Jihong. After carefully examining the documents, the village chief nodded in satisfaction, returned them to Li Qinghe, and said, Qinghe, come over for dinner tonight with your uncle and grandfather. We're killing a chicken at my house. Upon hearing this, both Li Qinghe and uncle rose to take their leave. Miao, uncle, you continue with your business. We shall take our leave, and no need to see me off. It's just a few steps back to my home. After returning home with uncle, Li Qinghe took a nap in his cousin S' room. Upon waking, he checked his watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. Only his grandmother and aunt were at home. He wondered where everyone else had gone. In this cold weather, the 2 little ones had run outside. They had quite the energy. Noticing Li Qinghe's confusion, and explained Hidajie's dog gave birth to 7 puppies at noon. And almost all the village children have gone to see the pups. That's so. Li Qinghe expressed his eagerness to see, quickly inquiring about the location of Hidajie's home. he set off along the path. The elder, known as Idajia, was a name few in the younger generation recognized. As he aged, villagers simply referred to him as Idajia. He was the most experienced hunter in the village, still capable of hunting in the mountains, and was reportedly 62 this year. Idajia lived at the foot of the mountain and was responsible for guarding against wild beasts. However, due to years of material scarcity, hunting had become the primary source of meat, and with no gun restrictions, the game in nearby forests had nearly been wiped out. To go hunt anything, one had to trek over 2 mountain ridges. Not to mention the wild beasts coming down. As Li Qinghe walked, many village dogs followed him, barking excitedly. Earlier, when Uncle had taken him through the village, none of the dogs dared approach. Now, walking alone, he found himself being trailed by a pack. Dogs are astute in perceiving human emotions. If they sense you are unafraid, they will fear you, especially the legendary Chinese rural dog, known for its bravado, seeing Li Qinghe eyeing them like a pot of dog meat. The dogs began to become timid, especially when nearby villagers chastised them for barking. Eventually, they scattered. Standing at the entrance of Idaji's yard, he noticed several children gathered around the doghouse whispering, including Jiwen and Zhuwu. Idajia sat on a stool, watching his dogs, ensuring they did not become aggressive. His dogs were typically not a concern, as they would heed commands. Without that discipline, how could they hunt in the mountains? Nonetheless, given that today was a birthing day, he worried that the children might handle the pups too roughly, angering the newly delivered mother. Upon seeing a somewhat unfamiliar young man at the door, Idajia pondered for a moment before speaking. "You must be Qinghe from the Li family?" Li Qinghe was taken aback, quickly surmising that Miao, the village chief, must have visited earlier. "Hello, Idajia. I heard your dog had a litter of puppies, and I came to take a look." After handing a cigarette to Grandpa I promptly ran off to join the children in their fascination with the puppies. Qinghe observed that Grandpa, his household, had 3 large dogs in total, with the other 2 lying beneath the eaves, likely kept at bay by the expectant mother dog. There were 7 puppies in total, their eyes still closed, exuding an adorable charm. Indeed, all mammalian young are irresistibly cute. Grandpa sitting nearby, lit the cigarette that Li Qinghe had offered, took a puff, and let out a sigh. Clearly, he had something to discuss, so Li Qinghe decided to drop the pretense. "Grandpa do you have something troubling you? Do you understand dogs?" Li Qinghe, uncertain of the old man's meaning, honestly shook his head. In his previous life, he had not the time to raise dogs, and the mixed breeds kept by neighbors were truly beyond his comprehension. As they were commonly referred to as native dogs, these few are not mere household dogs. They are wolf hybrids, he said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "I haven't seen a wolf around here in years." "Wolf hybrids? Grandpa, I'm not quite familiar with that. Could you elaborate?" He offered another cigarette and lit it for the old and as you can see, the mother dog is a crossbreed with a wild wolf. Their wild instincts are strong. If trained well, they could be the finest companions for hunters, but if not, they can easily turn against their owners. In my youth, I spent years hunting in the mountains, dreaming of raising a few wolf hybrids, but I never encountered any. Who would have thought that in my old age, they would come to my doorstep? Understanding dawned upon Li Qinghe. Although he lacked knowledge in dog training, he had a superior hunter at his disposal. Surely, training dogs was not beyond reach. Moreover, acquiring these wolf hybrids would undoubtedly enhance prosperity in the future. When he ventured into the mountains to hunt, wouldn't his 7 wolves command respect? "Grandpa how about you sell me these dogs? I really like them." Chapter 26. Procurement 2. Ultimately, as the puppies were yet to open their eyes and remained dependent on their mother, Li Qinghe agreed with Grandpa to return in half a month to collect the dogs. At 2 yuan each, the total for 7 was 14 Qinghe handed Grandpa 15 yuan on the spot, with the extra yuan intended for the mother dog's sustenance over the next fortnight, ensuring that his 7 wolves would not go hungry. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction, unaware that the mother dog remained oblivious to the fact that the 7 nursing puppies were no longer hers. As dusk approached, Li Qinghe called upon his brothers, Jiwen and Zhuwu, to head home. Upon reaching the doorstep, they encountered their uncle and grandpa exiting the house together. Qinghe, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you really going? Let us go. They've invited us several times now, and we can't decline." The repeated invitations indicated a genuine desire to host, and a polite refusal would suffice. Dinner, in this era, was quite sumptuous, a dish of potatoes stewed with chicken, a large cabbage, homemade pickled vegetables, complemented by ample steam buns made from two-part flour. This was likely the last flourish of dining out as guests. The city had already implemented a rationing system, and the village remained relatively unaffected, as the cooperative had yet to establish itself. Once the communal supplies were exhausted, a practice of bringing food to gatherings would commence, lasting for decades. After a hearty meal, Miao Jihong broached the main topic. I informed everyone in the group this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct trade at the village committee. Qinghe, do you foresee any issues? Uncle Miao, your arrangements surely pose no problems. But I am unaware of how much our village has accumulated for sale. I am new to this position, and the advance I received is modest. Hearing this, Miao Jihong refrained from interrupting, trusting in the local youth's commitment. How much can you collect this time? Li Qinghe pondered. In terms of finances, he could gather items worth no more than 150 yuan, and the quantity would be limited to what his bicycle could carry. Upon hearing this, Miao Jihong chuckled. 150? What is there to worry about? That should nearly clear out our stock. Naturally, even if it fell short, Uncle Miao would guarantee it, allowing him to take the goods first and settle the payment on his next visit. Li Qinghe expressed his gratitude profusely, internally mocking the notion of needing Uncle Miao's endorsement, given that his grandfather and uncle still resided in the village. Supporting his inebriated uncle home, Li Qinghe was assigned to share a room with his two younger cousins for the night. After a brief nap in the afternoon, he now lay in bed, unable to sleep, as the presence of the two little ones deterred him from accessing the space. Reflecting on the whirlwind of activity since his arrival in this era, he consoled himself, once I find my footing, everything will be fine. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually drifted off into a slumber. The next morning after breakfast, Li Qinghe arrived early at the village committee's entrance, surprised to find a considerable gathering already present. Under the organization of village chief Miao, the villagers weighed, packed, and loaded goods, ensuring that Li Qinghe had no moment of idleness. Li Qinghe found himself somewhat at a loss. Standing by as the accountant calculated the payments, his younger sister, Li Fong, and his uncle observed the villagers loading produce, such as mountain goods and cured meats, into burlap sacks, secured with twine on the back of the vehicle. Wild chickens, along with domesticated fowl, were placed in a basket lined with straw, with their legs and wings bound, and then covered with a lid, secured atop the burlap sacks. Qinghe marveled at the ingenuity involved in maximizing the height of the load. As it became evident that the vehicle was nearing capacity, village chief Miao intervened, stating, "That's enough for now. This time was rather rushed. There will be more opportunities in the future. Next time, Qinghe can prepare more thoroughly." Although some were reluctant to cease, no one voiced dissent. Once everyone finished their tasks, the accountant continued his work for a considerable time. Ultimately, he presented Li Qinghe with a receipt totaling 144.5 yuan. There was no haggling or request for rounding off. Li Qinghe promptly paid the amount in one go. The funds were to be given to the accountant first, to be distributed later to each villager. Preventing chaos. After bidding farewell to his uncle and familiar villagers, including village chief Miao and Grandpa, Li Qinghe mounted his bicycle and wobbled away from the crowd. Upon reaching the designated spot agreed upon with Chun Mu, he hesitated to store all his goods in the warehouse, wary of unseen eyes watching from afar. Preferring to avoid any risks, he decided to wait until he was further away. Upon arriving nearby, he initially thought Chun Mu had not yet arrived. Suddenly, from behind a tree, Wang Kai darted out, joyfully circling Li Qinghe with a wagging tail. Noticing Chun Mu trailing behind, Li Qinghe checked his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Despite rising early, he had spent considerable time at the village committee. Although the location was not far from the village, Li Qinghe refrained from openly transporting the cargo and basket into the space, but managed to empty the contents inside. After a short while the load still appeared substantial, its contents had been entirely removed. Chimu also managed to hunt a few items, albeit limited by time constraints preventing deeper exploration into the mountains. After a brief ride, they arrived at a secluded forest, where both men and their bicycles vanished, leaving Wang Kai on guard. To the entrance of Qianlong City, Li Qinghe pondered why he always had to enter the city from this point. What would happen when the village expanded? Would they be left to rely on fate? The boss has arrived. Our Qianlong City can now upgrade to a level 2 village. What do you think? The familiar face of Master Tang appeared once again before Li Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe felt elated. Could they finally upgrade? Joy surged within him. Opening the interface, he saw Player, Li Qinghe Identity, Lord of Qianlong City Level. Level 1 Village required treasure points for upgrade. 2. 556,100 required prosperity for upgrade. 142,100 personal attributes. Strength 13, Agility 15, Constitution 14, Spirit 20, Advanced Hunter bonus. 8 to all attributes. Current structures. Lord's Residence. Level 1 Farm. Level 1 Ranch. Level 1 Forest. Level 1 Warehouse. Level 1 Refuge. 20 houses. 1 Treasure Pavilion Gold Coins. 15,050. Do you wish to upgrade? Selecting the upgrade option, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire world, seemingly erasing the existence of everyone but Li Qinghe. Even Master Tang, who had just stood beside him, vanished without a trace. Truth be told, this left him feeling somewhat anxious. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the white mist dissipated, revealing a village that seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. The most immediate observation was its enlarged expanse, significantly so. Qianlong City, once encircled by luminous barriers, was nestled within a nearly perfect square space. The original dimensions of this square were slightly over 100 meters on each side. Although Li Qinghe had no measuring tool at hand, his estimation suggested it was approximately accurate, translating to an area of around 20 acres. Now, however, both length and width had doubled. This increase in area was no mere doubling. The spatial dimensions had expanded by more than twofold, with the newly added terrain differing from the previous layout. Chapter 27. Level 2 Village Player. Li Qinghe Identity. Lord of Qianlong City Level. Level 2 Village required treasure points for upgrade. 2. 556,500 required prosperity for upgrade. 142,500 territory area. 200 by 200 meters personal attributes. Strength 14, Agility 16, Constitution 15, Spirit 21, Advanced Hunter bonus. 8 to all attributes, territory upgrade. 1 to all attributes, existing structures, Lord's Manor. Level 1 Farm, Level 1 Pasture, Level 1 Forest, Level 1 Warehouse, 20 residential houses, and a treasure pavilion gold coins. 15,050. Fortunately, the upgrade did not deduct points. After all, my possessions remain here. Excellent. All personal attributes received a 1 boost. Upon examining the subjects, it was evident that they too had benefited from a 1 to all attributes, further distancing themselves from the realm of mere humanity. Name. Chunmu Identity. Subject of Qianlong City Skills. Advanced Hunting Mastery. Advanced Trapping Mastery. Advanced Tracking Mastery Attributes. Strength 16, Agility 19, Constitution 19, Spirit 14 bonus to Lord. 8 to all attributes daily consumption. 5 units of grain, 3 units of meat indeed. This upgrade effect seems to apply to all subjects. Congratulations on upgrading to a level 2 village. Reward. 1 basic subject summoning card. IT was no small feat. Aside from the VIP rewards, I finally encountered a summoning card again, albeit a basic one. Limited to just a single card. Observing the structures, those without levels had automatically been upgraded, such as the Lord's Manor, which transformed from a thatched hut to an adobe dwelling. Qinghe felt a shiver of indignation. Pointing a trembling finger at the so-called Lord's Manor and questioning Steward Tang. This is the upgrade I receive. It appeared less impressive than the thatched hut. Entering to inspect the interior, Li Qinghe's expression softened considerably. Although it was an adobe structure, it remained clean and orderly within, and the interior space had expanded significantly. The original 3 thatched huts had now become 5 adobe rooms. The area had upgraded from 10 square meters per room to a spacious 50 square meters in the main hall. Furnished with tables and chairs that at last, there was a place to receive guests. Though I have no visitors at present, one cannot be without a reception area. Otherwise, how could it be called a Lord's Manor? I look forward to the next upgrade. Exiting to survey the entire territory, the layout radiated outward from the Lord's Manor. Following the expansion of the luminous barrier, the newly added terrain was no longer a flat expanse. A small river traversing the village still lacked a visible source or destination, and a solitary stone bridge connected the banks of the river directly in front of the Lord's manor, with no sight of a second bridge. Originally, the opposite bank had been designated entirely for farming, and now that the farm had expanded, it was a smooth expanse, likely to facilitate future upgrades. Gentle slopes appeared towards the pastures and forests, suggesting that further expansion would lead to mountainous terrain. At the foot of the mountains, a corner of a water source emerged, its surface calm, resembling a small lake. Currently, only a portion of the water source was visible, about 6 or 7 square meters. With the next upgrade, the water source would surely enlarge. After circling the area twice, spending 3,000 gold coins to upgrade all possible structures, regardless of their utility, I constructed every new building available, such as the whimsical nature of a single-player game. Among the newly built structures, the animal pen and medicinal garden piqued Qinghe's interest. The animal pen's function was to tame wild beasts. As long as the animals within were adequately fed, they maintained peace and refrained from attacking one another. Beasts trained from young age by a beastmaster would obey their master's commands without hesitation. Regrettably, at present, there were neither beastmasters nor beasts to be found. As for wild boars, they were not mere pigs. They would be raised in the pasture for their meat. The medicinal garden served 2 primary purposes. First, once medicinal herbs reached their peak growth, they would retain their state indefinitely as long as they were not harvested, with their efficacy preserved. For instance, depending on the variety, Qinghe mushrooms have excellent medicinal properties and high value. Yet they only grow for 1 to 4 years. Past that, they wither. Conversely, ginseng benefits from the garden's unique properties, allowing it to thrive indefinitely as long as it remains unharvested. 1,000-year-old ginseng is not merely a dream. The second purpose is to maintain the wild characteristics of the herbs. Although cultivated, they retain the medicinal properties of their wild counterparts. To be candid, constructing these 2 currently useless buildings was primarily aimed at enhancing prosperity, as they would undoubtedly be needed in due course. Observing the crops in the farm, they had yet to sprout, having chosen a high-yield option. However, the pasture was thriving, producing over 100 eggs daily. The prosperity gained from this upgrade was largely attributed to the contributions of the pasture. Overall, early upgrades were relatively simple, but according to Steward Tang, the difficulty would significantly increase later on. Qinghe made his way to Chun Mu's residence, where the thatched hut had also transformed into an adobe dwelling. The living space considerably larger, though still lacking in furniture. The next priority would be to address the quality of life for the subjects. Although the territory's attributes did not include concepts of loyalty or morale, purportedly a system product that would never betray, interactions with Chun Mu revealed that even advanced talents possess their own emotions. One cannot neglect their humanity simply because others do not betray. After all, laborers understand best. Can you truly hinder my effort and productivity? At noon, Qinghe shared a meal at the Lord's Manor with Steward Tang. Chun Mu, Liang Memu, Su Feng, and the 3 brothers from the Hong family. As for the 10 nameless laborers, they truly lacked any semblance of emotion, and Qinghe saw no value in cultivating relationships with them. They were genuinely devoid of feeling that in a few days, once I settle in the city, Chun Mu, I will need you to undertake a journey. Chun Mu silently nodded in agreement. Was the boss planning to deploy the spatial anchor points? Have you selected a location? Perhaps the greater Qinghe range, about 40 to 50 kilometers beyond the border, seeking a secluded corner deep within the forest. The South has been tumultuous in recent years, with a relatively dense population, making exposure likely. Considering the Siberian wilderness, the greater Qinghe range is even less frequented. Should we be unfortunate enough to encounter a person or 2, we can simply eliminate them. Once our strength grows, if we have the opportunity for another spatial anchor, we should also place one in the south. Steward Tang held little hope for this second endeavor. The chances of success are slim. Qinghe turned to Hong Er, instructing Brother Hong Er, please categorize these poultry eggs, hatch those that can be incubated, and store the rest in the warehouse for my later use. Understood, boss. Hong Er nodded in acknowledgement. Is there any issue with the tasks assigned to Hong De and Hong San? Hong De remained silent, as the farm had initially opted for a VIP bonus based on yield, given that the seedlings had only just begun to emerge. There was little to report. However, Hong San's forest had a different story and quickly spoke up. "Boss, I mentioned the pollination issue to Steward Tang last time. I've found where beekeepers are located. I'll go buy a few hives this afternoon. Oh, you know how to keep bees? These beekeepers carry their bees around to collect fresh nectar. We don't need that here in Qianlong City. Just set them near the mountains and they will gather nectar and thrive on their own." Hong Air explained. Qinghe cleared his throat. "What I meant was the honey." "Got it." Hong Air thumped his chest, announcing, "Leave it to me." "Boss, I have something else," Liang Mimu eagerly interjected. "I asked about the seasonings. Don't you find this lunch rather bland? This isn't my true culinary skill. I am severely underestimated. You didn't provide me with the right ingredients." Liang Mimu exclaimed, her tone filled with indignation. She realized she had fallen into a vicious cycle. Without seasonings, her dishes lacked flavor, leading the boss to overlook her, which in turn prevented him from purchasing the necessary seasonings. "Don't fret. In the past, I hesitated to buy seasonings in bulk as they weren't available on the black market. Now that I am the purchaser, I can procure them legitimately for you. Please wait a couple of days." Speaking of which, why does Li Qinghe always forget her matters? Perhaps it is a subconscious belief that her cooking lacks appeal. After all, even the most capable cook struggles without ingredients, right? Chapter 28. Wealth leads to comfort in the afternoon. Li Qinghe hurriedly traversed the nearby two villages that, as a local with a work certificate from the steel mill, it was relatively easy for him to gain trust from others. Throughout the afternoon, he acquired numerous valuable items. He purchased 2 beehives, each belonging to different colonies, complete with 2 queen bees. After entrusting the arrangements to Hong Air, Li Qinghe moved on to his delight. He also managed to purchase 2 young calves, 1 male and 1 female, for a total of 60 coins at this point. Li Qinghe had successfully gathered all the poultry and livestock in his space. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep that he procured quality breeds, vegetables, laying hens, and roosters. If anyone was willing to sell, Li Qinghe would buy. The cost of this endeavor was substantial. After his outing, he had spent nearly all his money, leaving him with only a few coins. The wind swept the eggshells away, taking his fortunes with him. With his pockets empty, he decided not to linger outside any longer and returned home. Having spent 2 days at home, he cycled to and from school for his 2 younger sisters. Their classmates gazed at them with envy as if their eyes were about to stick to his bicycle. In these times, a bicycle might not be a rare sight in the bustling city of Sijio, but it was indeed a rarity in their village. Despite the biting cold, both sisters clamored to ride on the front bar, and even Li Qinghe, who was quite sturdy, felt the chill. Yet, their enthusiasm remained unquenched. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Li Qinghe grabbed his stamped documents and hastily set off for Sijio. Before departing, however, he received yet another task from his mother, to buy more candies and snacks, and perhaps some tobacco and alcohol as well. She also slipped him 5 large banknotes. This time his father, Li Laifu, followed closely behind Zhao Yuzhen. Observing his wife in action, Qinghe felt a bit uneasy and pulled Zhao Yuzhen aside to quietly inquire. "Mom, where did you get this money?" Understanding her son's concerns, Zhao Yuzhen decided to share a bit of information. "This is all part of my dowry. It should suffice for our family for several generations." Her casual tone made Li Qinghe break into a cold sweat. "You brought so much dowry when you married, Dad." He gestured toward Li Laifu, who was eavesdropping behind them. Li Laifu's face turned crimson with anger. Yet he was at a loss for words. Alas, what a misunderstanding. "It's hard to explain in just a few words. Just remember to bring me back some good food," he said as he swallowed hard. "Mom, if my elder brother has a child, you'll be a grandmother," Li Qinghe kindly reminded her, and without waiting for Zhao Yuzhen's reaction, he hopped on his bicycle and rode away. He pedaled so vigorously that it nearly caused smoke to rise from the tires. Reaching the vicinity of Namluoguxiang in under 2 hours, finding a secluded spot, he secured the bedding and other items from home back onto his bicycle and set off once more toward the courtyard. "Yangdama, are you busy?" Upon entering the courtyard, unlike his previous visit around mealtime, he found a multitude of young women, wives, and elderly ladies engaged in cooking. The moment Li Qinghe wheeled his bicycle in, Several wary gazes swept over him to avoid any misunderstandings. He quickly greeted the familiar Sandama. "Shaoli, you're back," Sandama exclaimed, introducing him to the others. "This is Shaoli, who lives in the 2 rooms across from me. He came with the street officials and the steel factory leaders last time to divide the housing." "What? Didn't he promise those 2 rooms to us?" A particularly conspicuous woman in the crowd shouted. It was none other than the infamous necromancer, Jia Zhangshi. "Well, it seems we've stepped into a parallel world. In normal circumstances, Jia Zhangshi wouldn't dare to be so brazen at this time." Li Qinghe had decided he wouldn't rush home just yet. He wanted to observe the capabilities of this necromancer. Noticing Li Qinghe's scrutiny, Jia Zhangshi glared at him, ready to erupt. That moment, a beautiful woman with an alluring figure stood up, tugging at Jia Zhangshi's sleeve, and offered a conciliatory smile to Li Qinghe. "Mom, we don't know this person that you're getting older, and I'm newly pregnant. Why don't we wait for Dongshu and Uncle Yi to return before addressing this?" Jia Zhangshi, being someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak, hesitated, realizing that picking a fight with someone like Li Qinghe could backfire. She shot Li Qinghe a fierce glare. Li Qinghe was incensed. "What have I done to deserve this?" However, engaging in a quarrel with an older woman was not a wise move. Winning would cost him face, while losing would leave him frustrated. He resolved to teach her a profound lesson that evening. Seeing the tension, the other women were reluctant to get involved, offering excuses about returning home to cook, and gradually slipped away. Li Qinghe parked his bicycle at the doorstep, reached into his pocket for the key, and opened the door. After a quick inspection of the interior, he placed the bedding inside, noted what else he needed to buy, locked the door, and pushed his bicycle back outside, feeling a pair of vengeful eyes upon him. Li Qinghe turned his gaze to find, unsurprisingly, Jia Zhangshi glaring at him. Unfazed, he even flashed her a friendly smile. "Don't worry, you'll have your turn to cry." He cycled to the street office, navigating the familiar route to find Officer Fong. After exchanging pleasantries and lighting a cigarette for him, Li Qinghe handed over the necessary documents for review. "Everything seems fine. I'll get your registration processed. However, as a temporary worker without a household registration or ration book, you need to expedite those matters. Thank you for your guidance, Officer Fong," Li Qinghe replied. "Right? You go ahead with your business." Fong waved him off as Li Qinghe casually inquired. "Oh, Officer Fong, a lady in our courtyard claimed that the 2 rooms I rented belonged to her. What's the story there? There won't be any disputes, will there?" "Who?" Fong was taken aback that in the heart of the empire. "Someone dares to encroach on state property. I don't know her. I've been out in the countryside for the past few days and don't recognize all the residents that I believe her name is Jia Zhangshi." "Her? Just ignore her. The street office is lenient towards her since she is a widow raising a son, but we don't usually press her too hard." He sighed, acknowledging that some matters were not serious enough to warrant strict action. However, illegal occupation is not something we can overlook. If she truly causes trouble, report her directly to the neighborhood committee. "Then who is this old Ishi mentioned? It seems to be a promise from him." Fong winced at the mention of old Zhonghai, your courtyard's resident liaison leader. "He doesn't have that much authority. You need not worry." Li Qinghe thought, "What do I have to worry about? I am merely here to inform you. While I may not be skilled in handling beasts, I certainly have my own strengths." Thanking Officer Fong, Li Qinghe hopped back on his bicycle and headed towards the steel factory. Chapter 29. Completion of procurement. Arriving at the procurement section 3 at 10:30 in the morning, Li Qinghe found a large office empty. He proceeded directly to Section Chief Qian's small office. "Shaoli, you're back. How did it go? Were the procedures completed?" "Thank you for your concern, Chief. Everything is in order." Noticing the enamel mug in Chief Qian's hand, Li Qinghe picked up the thermos and poured him some hot water. "Have you gained anything from your time away?" Li Qinghe watched as Chief Qian took a sip of tea with floating leaves. "ISN tea, this called Gao Sui here. I should plant some tea trees in my space. This will be a wonderful gift item for many years to come. I received quite a bit. What is the procedure for inventory entry here?" Last time, when they sold wild boars, Li Qinghe had merely taken the money and left. But this time he needed to handle all the processes himself. Chief Qian led Li Qinghe to the large office and explained, "Shaoli, the nature of our work requires us to often be out and about. Without communication or movement, supplies 1T come knocking at your door. Standing in front of the small blackboard in the large office, Chief Qinghe tapped it. Every Monday afternoon, we hold a regular meeting to promote policies and announce factory orders. Any urgent matters will be recorded here, so remember to check the board each time you visit the office. Of course, normally we don't have much to deal with. Our procurement section 3 has only been established for less than half a year. And with you included, we only have 4 procurement officers. There are 6 desks here. Choose one that ISNT and use for your office. The desks were all quite similar, second-hand, old, and of little distinction. Save for their placement, Qinghe thought for a moment and chose a corner desk against the wall. After all, he wouldn't be spending much time in the office. Once Qinghe had selected his desk, the two returned to the small office. Chief Qinghe produced a form and filled out a procurement inventory entry slip. Take this slip to the small warehouse for inventory entry. They will check and weigh the items. Once the inventory is completed, they will fill in the prices, and you'll need to go to finance to report the expenses that if you've received in advance for purchasing, make sure to bring back the advance expense slip. I understand. Without the slip, the finance department can deduct my wages later, Qinghe replied. Chief Qinghe nodded, smiling as he asked, have you learned this the hard way before? Chief, you jest. I just graduated from middle school this year. It's fine if you don't bring it back. You can directly claim full reimbursement, saving the hassle of requesting in advance again. Qinghe grasped that, essentially, the process was akin to construction procurement, but with a more humane touch. He couldn't help but marvel at the era's focus on people. The workers are the genuine big brothers, holding a 4-part receipt given by the section chief, with 1 copy for the warehouse, 1 for finance, 1 for procurement, and keeping 1 for himself. Qinghe casually flipped through the pages, noting that the entire document bore the stamp of the procurement department. How convenient, yet constrained by the times. One must tread carefully, otherwise a severe loss could befall you. Placing the receipt back in the gaming warehouse, he went to the finance department to exchange it for cafeteria meal tickets, although he did not intend to dine in the cafeteria that afternoon. It was prudent to have them on hand, lest he find himself wishing to eat without any tickets available. After a long detour, he found a spacious, abandoned courtyard by the moat. Slipping through the door, he emerged shortly after, pushing a bicycle laden with goods. These were meticulously calculated by Qinghe, estimated to be worth around 130 yuan. Earlier that morning at the steel mill, he had already inquired, discovering that the tasks of this procurement section were progressing smoothly. The past 2 years had been favorable, yielding good harvests, and with farmers now owning land, hunting in the mountains, and fishing by the water, life was manageable, albeit somewhat arduous, necessitating the exchange of goods for cash. The plight of procurement officers began with the famine of '58, when rural cooperatives made life exceedingly difficult. However, opportunity arose. The procurement officer's moment of brilliance commenced at that time, that if others falter, you succeed. If others cannot procure materials, you can bring them in, and even the factory will cater to you. Just look at Qinghe. Returning to the steel mill, he headed straight to the logistics warehouse to find the warehouse manager, Xia Heguang. Hello, Director Xia. I'm the new Qinghe, here to store the procured materials, he said, offering a cigarette. Director Xia accepted the cigarette with a genial smile. I recognize you. I was here when the 2 wild boars were stored last time. I didn't expect your efficiency to be so remarkable. Lighting his cigarette with a match, he offered to light Qinghe's as well, who feigned surprise, shielding the flame to light his own. The warehouse staff efficiently unloaded, sorted, inspected, weighed, recorded, and stored the goods in an orderly fashion, and finally filled out the procurement reimbursement form based on the storage receipt. After chatting with the storage personnel for a while, Qinghe took the remaining triplicate reimbursement forms to the finance department. Exiting the finance section, he found himself with a new deposit of 142 yuan that he then delivered the necessary archive documents to the office of Section Chief Qinghe. Leader, about my formal employment status? Section Chief Qinghe, momentarily distracted while gazing at Qinghe's reimbursement form, snapped back to attention at the inquiry. Did you acquire all of this during your rural procurement? His tone rose with incredulity. While he understood that rural procurement was not overly difficult, it could not be that simple. Could it? If it were so easy, Section Chief Qinghe would have considered bringing in his wife's relatives for procurement. No, The wild boar meat was from my previous hunting, which takes up a large portion. Section Chief Qinghe examined the list again, muttering, "That is still quite a lot that I will submit a report for your formal employment. If all goes well, it can be processed by the weekend at the latest, next Monday." Such matters were regulated, and Section Chief Qinghe could readily approve it. As Qinghe exited the small office, he realized he had perhaps been a bit ostentatious this time. However, there was little choice. Job security, residency, and housing were matters best secured. Moreover, a little bravado could prove beneficial. After all, valuable individuals attract friends and support. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was lunchtime, that he promptly retrieved his lunchbox and headed to the cafeteria, eager to sample the much-discussed communal cuisine. After inquiring around the warehouse, he was directed to the second cafeteria, where the food was reputed to be quite good, and he joined the queue. With 4 or 5 serving windows, Qinghe expertly positioned himself at the window manned by Shazi Hu.at this time. Sha Zhu was still under 20, appearing far less mature than at the story's outset, yet displaying signs of having weathered some hardships. 1 cabbage, 1 shredded potato, and 2 steamed buns. After handing over his grain ticket, Sha Zhu efficiently served Qinghe without a tremor in his hand or a word of protest, leaving Qinghe feeling somewhat unsettled. After finishing his meal, Qinghe meticulously cleaned his lunchbox and returned to the main office of the procurement department. Placing the box on his desk, this lunchbox would remain at the factory for future use, also serving to claim his desk as occupied. Observing the sparsely populated office, the seasoned Qinghe felt a sudden urge to slip away, but hesitated, pondering whether he should at least appear diligent on his first day. After all, it would be prudent to wait until his formal employment was secured before slacking off. Upon returning from lunch, Section Chief Qinghe noticed Qinghe sitting there in a quandary and waved him off to attend to his duties. With the leader's approval, Qinghe promptly vanished from sight, cycling swiftly to the trust shop. Though it was midday, December was fast approaching. The air was frigid. Although it had not yet snowed, the biting wind cut through him, hastening the pedestrian's pace. Disappointed not to have garnered any envious glances from onlookers, Qinghe felt a sense of letdown. Ever since being directed to the trust shop on his first shopping expedition, he had developed a fondness for it. Whenever he wished to purchase something, he preferred this place over the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. Qinghe felt quite pleased with himself. Believing himself to be a sentimental person, he parked his bicycle at the designated spot in front of the trust shop and entered with familiarity. The young clerk recognized him instantly and nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing the clerk's unusually cordial demeanor that day, Qinghe struck up a conversation at his counter. The young man, Sun Hao, had worked at the trust shop for 2 years. After chatting for a while, Qinghe understood the reason behind Sun Hao's change in attitude. Though his attire had always been neat and clean, it had never been particularly refined. In the remote village of Laogo, Zhao Yuzhen had done remarkably well to keep the children presentable. However, the last time he had purchased a watch worth over 200 yuan without batting an eye, it had been as striking as driving a Ferrari with one hand. Qinghe remained indifferent to the attention, reasoning that it was neither familial nor personal. Why would anyone bother with him for no reason? With Sun Hao's newfound friendliness, Qinghe swiftly began his shopping. He purchased a bed, a cabinet, a wardrobe, and an 8-drawer table with 4 stools. All were crafted from fine materials, sturdy and durable, with considerable collectible value. After a thorough look around, he also bought a honeycomb coal stove. When he inquired about pots, pans, and other kitchen items, he was met with a round of laughter. The trust shop functioned similarly to a pawn shop. The items sold here were well understood by sellers, who were not truly worthless, but rather were looking to exchange them for cash. Unless they were antique, household items that were broken would typically be sent to recycling stations, rather than being brought to the trust shop. Though somewhat ridiculed, Qinghe took it in stride, viewing it as a learning experience. For large purchases, the trust shop arranged for delivery to one's home. While Qinghe was paying inside, Sun Hao had already arranged for the items to be loaded. Upon stepping outside, he conducted a thorough inspection of the cart, ensuring the knots were secure and preventing any potential switcheroo. The furniture cost him over 80 yuan, while the craftsmanship and preservation were lacking. The material was genuinely Wangwali wood, which was why Qinghe had made the purchase. Although he was not an expert in wood, he firmly believed in the credibility of the state, especially since the trust shop was state-run. These items had been appraised and priced by skilled craftsmen. However, once he left the store, there would be no one to hold accountable should something be swapped. Just as he was about to depart with the deliver man, he was called back. Little Li. Upon hearing the voice, Li Qinghe turned to see it was Xie. Little Li, are you buying furniture? What a coincidence. Let me help you out. He patted the furniture on the cart. Wow, Wang Wali. This is the real deal. It's quite heavy. We might not be able to move it ourselves. Should I call a couple more brothers to assist? Xie looked at Li Qinghe, inquiring. After all, it was a friendly gesture. Taking charge directly would seem a bit presumptuous. Bring them over. The weight was indeed considerable, but it posed no issue for Li Qinghe. However, Xie was important for his future plans, and Li Qinghe thought it prudent to make some acquaintances from his circle. Xie stepped out to summon help and soon returned with two individuals. These are the Guo brothers. You can call them Da Qiang and Xiao Qiang. After introducing his two helpers, Xie turned to the Guo brothers and said, "Call him Brother Li." Li Guo observed that everyone had arrived, and without hesitation, he pushed the cart forward, leading the group toward the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Master Weibo skillfully dismantled the threshold, and with the assistance of several others, maneuvered the cart to the doorstep of Li Qinghe's residence. Qinghe produced his keys and unlocked the door. As Xie stepped inside, he took a glance around and conferred with Li Qinghe regarding the arrangement of the furniture before joining in to help move items. The existing furniture had been stored in the warehouse, as Li Qinghe had instructed Master Tang to manage its utilization. Now, the vacant space was perfectly suited for the new furnishings. The room had already been tidied up using spatial compression abilities, leaving only a bit of dust to be cleaned later. With 4 strong men and 1 adept at such tasks, they efficiently put everything in place. During a brief respite, Li Qinghe offered cigarettes to the group, lighting them one by one before igniting his own. After taking a puff, he noticed Xie peculiar gaze, and upon reflection, he understood, chuckling as he explained, "This smoke will be enjoyed as it disperses." Xie grinned, internally amused, realizing from the cloud of smoke that his companion was no novice. However, he chose not to delve deeper. As long as there was a plausible explanation, it sufficed. After all, they were not forging a friendship. The cart master gathered his ropes and took his leave. The remaining 4 stayed in the courtyard. Given the commotion, the women at home emerged to witness the spectacle. Aunt San was always at the forefront of gossip, cradling the renowned actress Yin Jieti in her arms. "Xiao Li, have you bought new furniture?" The expressions of Uncle San's family were transparent, their eager anticipation evident in their eyes, revealing their unspoken thoughts. Indeed, Aunt Yang, the old furniture was too worn out to be of any use, so I purchased a set of second-hand pieces. "And what of the original old furniture?" Aunt Sin queried bluntly, without a hint of embarrassment. "I returned it to the factory. It belongs to them, and I must return it, as it's registered property. Every single piece must be accounted for." Seeing the seriousness with which Li Qinghe spoke, Aunt San's face fell in disappointment, and she offered no further assistance, retreating to her home with the child. Chapter 31. Intimidation. After dismissing Aunt San, the other onlookers noticed 4 or 5 young men smoking at Li Qinghe's doorstep and kept their distance, observing from afar. "What is Xiao Li up to? Are they moving?" "I don't know, but it seems they were just moving furniture when I arrived." So quickly. The noise has only been going on for about 10 minutes. Who knows? Did you not see the 4 or 5 strong young men moving? Just then, Jia Zhangshi, who had just arrived on the scene, overheard the neighbors and was filled with indignation. "This little brat is occupying our house without any intention of returning it. Buying furniture, no less. I must confront him." The nearby women quickly scattered upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words. The respectable families in the courtyard had little regard for her. Everyone preferred not to waste time or energy on her, though she believed herself to be quite formidable. After a few steps, she spotted Li Qinghe surrounded by 4 intimidating figures, all smoking together. In China, one instinctively seeks to avoid such groups when out and about. Li Qinghe's physique had reached an unusual level. Even from a distance, he could hear the words exchanged by the parents nearby. He glanced at Xie and the Guo brothers, noticing the fierce demeanor of Guo Xiaoqiang, and discreetly pulled him closer. "Don't look up. Pay attention to the courtyard entrance over there. Use your peripheral vision. Don't glance at that plump woman. Yes, that's her. Make your gaze a bit fiercer. Having spent several years with Xie. Li Qinghe's intent was clear, and Xiaoqiang complied, casting several menacing looks at Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi stood frozen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, not daring to move. From her perspective, this newcomer was whispering something to a fierce-looking man, who kept glancing at her while nodding in agreement. What are they plotting? Am I to be threatened for merely speaking my mind? Jia Zhangshi felt her legs weaken. While she was indeed brazen within her household, she was always compliant when others did not respect her in public. Just then, Qinghe approached from behind, noticing something was amiss. "Mom, what are you staring at?" "Huairu, I'm feeling a bit faint. Please help me back inside." Today, Jia Zhangshi's voice was softer than usual, lacking her customary domineering tone, which left Qinghe feeling quite unsettled. Xie and Guo Daqiang also caught on, exchanging glances that were laden with menace directed at Jia Zhangshi. Upon meeting their gazes, Jia Zhangshi felt a rush of warmth in her legs. Though her cotton trousers concealed it, she sensed her scalp prickling, nearly unable to move. She trembled away, disappearing behind the floral gate. Xie withdrew his gaze and indicated toward a retreating figure. "Is there a grudge?" Li Qinghe extinguished his cigarette and replied irritably, "I haven't even moved in yet. What grudge could there be?" "Then what is this all about?" "She's used to being domineering at home, thinking I am her father." "What do you expect? Perhaps due to their low threshold for humor," Guo Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. Seeing him a loss for words, Li Qinghe quipped, "What a waste of your fierce appearance." Locking the door, Li Qinghe exchanged pleasantries with a few familiar ants before exiting the courtyard with the trio. With no guilt in their hearts, they clearly understood that these men were merely there to lend a hand with the labor. Just before parting ways, Li Qinghe pulled Xie aside, resolutely slipping a pack of cigarettes into his hand. "Are there still any fruit trees available? Preferably some new varieties." "What do you mean by not needed?" Xie posed a curious question instead. "You know, like lychee or longan trees from the south. Are there even such trees in our city?" Xie scoffed lightly. "What can't you find in our city? As long as there's a demand, anything is possible. Can those trees even thrive here? What is the point if they don't bear good fruit?" As they delved into Xie's area of expertise, he became animated that, you know what the emperor would do if he wanted to eat lychees in the future. "Are you testing me?" "That's an easy one. It's written in poetry. I assent it." A swift ride through the dust. The concubine smiles as the express reaches 800 li. "Your perspective is too narrow. That is how they do it in Chang'an City." "What does it have to do with us?" Xie leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. "If our emperor wants lychees, he must select the finest lychee trees. Once the trees are laden with fruit before they ripen, they must be uprooted with their soil intact, placed on a boat, and watered daily to maintain their vitality, all the way to our city where they will be planted, and then the ripe fruits can be harvested." Li Qinghe listened, dumbfounded. Previously, he had mocked farmers for their imaginative tales of emperors wielding golden hoes in the fields, but now he realized the depth of that disconnect. He was unsure how he differed from those farmers. "Can those trees survive?" "Not many survive, but some do. They just seldom bear fruit, and when they do, it's often sour and inedible." "How much for each tree?" "Those trees are all clustered together, over by the old Western Garden. However, no one tends to them anymore, and no one wants them that my uncle watches the gate nearby. If you want them, just give me 5 yuan, and I'll take you there. You can dig up as many as you like." Li Qinghe produced 10 yuan and handed it to Xie. "What is this for?" Noticing the discrepancy in the amount, Xie sought clarification. "And the other 5? Can you keep an eye out for some tea trees?" "Any variety will do, preferably from Anhui. This is a deposit. We can settle up later." Having been from Anhui in his past life, he was accustomed to the flavors of spring hare, white tea, and little orchid, and he longed for the taste of home, if possible. Xie quickly pocketed the money. "Tea trees are easy to manage, but I can't guarantee they're from Anhui," after sending off 2 of his followers. Xie hopped onto Li Qinghe's bicycle, guiding him to the destination. "These are the ones. This is a lychee tree, and this is a longan tree." In the dead of winter, with scant leaves, Li Qinghe couldn't discern whether the trees were alive or dead. Much less their varieties. He gazed at the trunks, which were thicker than a person, his eyes blazing with frustration. In his previous life, he had transplanted trees, but always with excavators and cranes. Sensing Li Qinghe's agitation, Xie quickly clapped his mouth. My bad for not being clearer. He led Li Qinghe a few steps further, where rows of smaller trees were planted. Are these lychee trees? How do they survive? Where can trees not survive? The difference lies in whether they bear fruit and the quality of that fruit. Although somewhat skeptical, Li Qinghe believed that Xie would not deceive him for a mere 5 yuan. He decided to wait a couple of days before coming alone to transplant a few saplings to the forest farm. After surveying the surroundings, he noted the sparse population, which would likely facilitate his actions. He rode back to the city with Xie. You know my home. If you have any news, just come to my place to find me. Xie patted his chest, insisting that this matter was simple and promising good news within 2 days. Just as he was about to set off, he paused, stating, I am a purchasing agent at the steel mill and often need to go to the countryside, so I might not be at home. If I'm not there, just wait for me to find you. You're a purchasing agent? The incredulity in Li Qinghe's voice was palpable. You need to come to me for everything you want to buy. And yet you could be a purchasing agent? At that moment, Xie felt that the money in his pocket had lost its allure. After parting ways with Xie, Li Qinghe rode his bicycle to Wang Fujing department store. As the largest shopping center in the capital thus far, it offered an abundance of goods. Today, Li Qinghe had a clear objective: to procure daily necessities, basins, towels, toothpaste, soap, and a complete set of kitchen pots and pans. Seizing the opportunity of being there, he also bought several pounds of milk candies and fruit candies, taking advantage of the current lack of ticket requirements. After wandering around both floors and taking quite a few unnecessary detours, he finally gathered all the essentials to sustain a household. Whether the items were genuinely complete or not, Li Qinghe felt satisfied with his purchases. The saying a broken family is worth a fortune, and the notion that moving can leave one impoverished for 3 years resonated with him, as he realized that whenever he needed something, it would be missing from his home. Daily necessities cannot be hidden away, and since the route from Wang Fujing to Nanluoguxiang was bustling, Li Qinghe opted to secure his purchases to the back of his bicycle and ride home. As he approached the end of the workday, the courtyard finally resembled the memories he held. For instance, there was the third uncle, Yin Bugui, standing at the front gate, although this person differed from the actor portraying him on television. The moment he stood there, it was evident that he was indeed Yin Laoke Oyud. Li Qinghe had sensed this when he first met Qin Huairu that morning. She was not the peak version of Aunt Shersan from his memories. After all, children raised in rural areas during times of conflict inevitably differ from one another despite sharing the same appearance. However, it must be said that she was quite striking. Yin Bugui did not pretend not to recognize him. He even came over to lend a hand as Li Qinghe wheeled his bicycle over the threshold. You must be the little Li who lives across from my home, right? With a beaming smile on his face. Yin Bugui prompted Li Qinghe to respond politely. Yes, that's me that I just moved in today. And you are? I live across from you today. My name is Yin Bugui, a teacher at Hongxing Primary School and the overseer of our courtyard. You could just call me Third Uncle. Yin Bugui adjusted his glasses, glancing at the items strapped to the back of the bicycle. Well, everything is new. It seems today I won't be getting any bargains. He did not linger to chat further, merely exchanging pleasantries before turning back to tend to his flowers. Qinghe opened the door and brought his bicycle inside. After shutting the door, he recalled that while he had purchased a coal stove, he had forgotten to buy coal. Seizing the moment before the workday ended, he hurriedly hopped back on his bike and sped towards the coal station. The early departures of Third Uncle Yin didn't count. After some haste, he finally arrived at the coal station before closing time, only to discover that he had come in vain. Coal purchases required coal tickets, and Li Qinghe had not only failed to procure any but had never even seen one. Without a ticket, coal was unattainable. Standing at the entrance of the coal station, Li Qinghe felt a surge of frustration. My home is located in the Qinghe mining area, and we don't have a coal mine. What is going on? Am I playing the role of a coal vendor here? Nevertheless, policy was policy, and there was no alternative. If he did not want to freeze that night, he would have to secure the door and sleep in the space. Without fire, his hope of enjoying a first meal at home was dashed. Getting this new home on the right track seemed like a daunting task ahead, due to a lack of grain tickets. He ended up spending 20 cents on a bowl of dumplings at a state-run restaurant. It could only be said that Li Qinghe had not been in this era long enough to fully adapt to its survival mode. Fortunately, The use of tickets was just beginning, and everyone was still unaccustomed. If he had jumped into the system 5 years later, when everyone was using tickets, he would have been utterly lost. He arranged for Liang Momo to prepare a few large buns for breakfast the next day. Qinghe prepared to head to the courtyard to confront the crowd. "Qinghe, why did you rush out in such a flurry? I called you, and you didn't respond." It was still third Uncle Yin Bugue, who was watering his flowers. This man was indeed quite familiar. Just moments ago, he had referred to Qinghe as Little Li, and now he was calling him Qinghe. However, as they would be neighbors for many years to come, Qinghe chose not to nitpick over such details. Having taken so long, he was uncertain whether dinner had been eaten or not. Don't mention it. I only remembered to buy coal when I needed to start the stove and rushed to the store, only to learn that coal now also requires tickets, which I couldn't obtain. You've never bought coal before? The notice was issued back in June. The spirit of Deputy Group Leader Yin Bugue suddenly revived as he looked at Qinghe with suspicion. My family is from a Mintugu area in the Qinghe mining district, and I've never needed tickets to buy this stuff. Yin Bugue's expression visibly softened as if he truly encountered an enemy agent. He would be frightened. This matter needed to be clarified quickly. It was the original intent and responsibility of the three uncles to uphold such duties. Previously, in novels, the protagonists, despite being in the right, would often avoid confrontation when he Zhonghai stirred trouble, thinking, "Let him handle it. I have nothing to fear." However, as a liaison group leader, it was essential to clarify any reasonable suspicions. Otherwise, one could indeed face complaints. Did they think these three uncles were merely ornamental? What? You have reason. You aren't an enemy agent. If you could explain why you didn't say anything earlier, would it be entertaining to take the neighborhood committee and police station for a spin? If you were unreasonable and stirred up trouble, Director Wong of the neighborhood committee would likely struggle to transform into Aunt Wong for you. The three uncles were indeed a pillar of support. As he spoke, Yin Bugue cast an envious glance at the bicycle Qinghe was pushing. "I heard from your third aunt that you are a purchasing agent at the steel mill. Is this bicycle provided by the factory?" "Yes, it is from the factory, almost new, convenient, and quick for rural procurement." "Oh, Qinghe, what connections did you use to get into the steel mill?" Yin Bugue inquired, noting that his own eldest son was of an age where such connections could be beneficial. Qinghe's expression turned stern. "Third uncle, I got into the mill through connections with Secretary He at the steel mill." Yin Bugue's eyes lit up. "You know Secretary He? I don't know him." Qinghe replied, bewildered by Yin Bugue's enthusiasm. Yin Bugue was dumbfounded. "You don't know him but got in through his connections?" "I sent the recruitment notice at the steel mill stamped with Secretary He's personal seal. I got in through his connections." Qinghe looked at Yin Bugue with innocent eyes. Old Yan's face darkened. "Are you trying to make a fool of your third uncle?" This time, they were only recruiting frontline workers. "Do you think I didn't check? Then let your eldest son go. What's the problem? Did he get chosen?" Qinghe couldn't comprehend this, as he believed Yin Bugue was not that type of person. The front line involved heavy labor. The recruitment requirements stipulated applicants must be over 18, and his eldest son was too young. Yin Bugue finally found someone to vent his frustrations to, then go train as a skilled worker. "Didn't they say they were always looking for electricians?" When I inquired, the head of recruitment even recommended I get an electrician certificate. At this, Yin Bugue fell silent. Qinghe understood now. It seemed this old fellow was merely fishing for opportunities. "All right, carry on with your flower watering then." Chapter 33. Incomplete assemblage of fowl, taking out the basin and cloth he had purchased in the afternoon, Qinghe grabbed a water bucket and went to fetch water. He realized that he still needed a water tank. Although it was convenient to fetch water in the game space, it was essential to have the necessary supplies on hand at home, regardless of whether they would be used later. After wiping down the newly bought furniture and making the bed with the bedding, he had been busy for quite some time, sitting on the edge of the bed. Qinghe surveyed the room. The walls were mottled, clearly indicating that previous occupants had not taken good care of the place. The ceiling was covered with patches of gray paper, with some areas peeling away and sagging, while the windows were not made of glass, but were instead covered with a layer of dusty window paper. The entire room was neither ventilated nor well lit, measuring 4 meters deep and 6 meters wide. The room was significantly larger than the master bedroom of the house Li Qinghe had owned in his past life. Once this house was secured, it would require substantial renovations. Otherwise, it would not reflect Li Qinghe's status as a first-rate construction engineer. Living in such a dilapidated house would be quite a disgrace. The back wall also had a window, which had been sealed by the previous owner. It was likely that the courtyard beyond was uninhabited, leading to its neglect over time, giving it an eerie, ghostly appearance. Furthermore, it also served to block any unpleasant odors from wafting through. Li Qinghe had no intention of opening it now. That could wait for a more opportune time. The floor was laid with blue bricks, which was an improvement over the dirt floor of his previous home. Li Qinghe had suffered enough from that, and he wondered how someone as particular as Zhao Yuzhen could tolerate it. Not long after these thoughts, there came a knock at the door. "Qinghe, are you asleep?" It was Yin Bugue at the door. Li Qinghe, maintaining a polite demeanor, refrained from opening the door immediately. "Not yet, third uncle. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there." As the door swung open, Yin Bugue stood at the threshold. "Uncle San, is there something you need at this late hour?" Li Qinghe inquired, stepping aside to allow Yin Bugue to enter. "I shall not intrude. Qinghe, since everyone is home tonight, let me take you around and meet the neighbors. We all reside in the same courtyard. It would be unfortunate to find yourself in an embarrassing situation due to unfamiliarity." Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe recognized the importance of the matter and closed the door behind him as he set off with Yin Bugue in the front room. Li Qinghe noted that even the areas deemed unsuitable for habitation were occupied by two households, while two additional rooms remained vacant, cluttered with various items in the courtyard. One household bore the surname Ding, with 3 family members crammed into a single room. Another, the Chung family, consisted of 4 individuals sharing a similarly cramped space. Even the gatekeeper had tenants. The front courtyard housed 5 families in total, and Li Qinghe merely exchanged hurried greetings with these strangers, who shared his desire for a tranquil existence, content with a facade of civility. Upon reaching the central courtyard, the heart of the Sihiyuan and the site of numerous tales and incidents, Li Qinghe encountered the principal characters, the moral exemplar Yi Zhonghai, whose portrait adorned the wall, the radiant Qin Huairu, the necromancer Jia Zhangshi, and our protagonist, the courtyard warrior. He usually, as the cold weather kept everyone indoors, doors remained closed, and no one ventured out to idle. Instead of proceeding directly to the main house in the central courtyard, Yin Bugue opted to first knock on Yi Zhonghai's door. "Old Yi, this is our new resident, the procurement officer from your steel mill, Li Qinghe." He then introduced Li Qinghe to Yi Zhonghai, stating, "This is your mill's skilled machinist, who recently achieved a level 6 certification during the evaluation process. He is also our courtyard's overseer, and this is his wife." Hearing the term overseer made Li Qinghe feel somewhat uneasy, yet he refrained from being the one to stir the pot. He exchanged pleasantries, calling out to the overseer and his wife. Yi Zhonghai nodded amiably towards Li Qinghe. "I heard about your situation upon returning today. Jiadama is not a bad person at heart, though her tongue can be sharp. Given her age, she is considered your elder. For my sake, do not hold her words against her." That moment, Li Qinghe felt as if he had ingested a mouthful of something distasteful. The familiar flavor of disdain rising within him, that if he were in a fantasy realm, he would have wished to drag this old man to Qianlong City and bury him somewhere. They were merely ordinary neighbors. What was there to forgive? As long as she did not gossip in his presence, he would pretend she did not exist. Isn't that right, Master E? Should I really concern myself with a plump old woman? If I were truly angry, I'd simply slap her. Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen. Rendered speechless by fury, Li Qinghe had no desire to engage in a verbal sparring match. He merely surveyed the surroundings, contemplating how to retaliate by having Chun Mu shatter their windows every night until they broke their resolve. Pulling the awkwardly smiling Yin Bugue along, he left at this point. The naive Zhu was merely a newly initiated apprentice at the steel mill, lacking the aura of authority that years of experience would bestow, possessing only a modicum of strength. Whether he had strength to spare was debatable, having endured several years of hardship where even meals were scarce. Upon seeing Li Qinghe, Zhu was neither overly enthusiastic nor aggressive. A departure from the persona of a warrior, It remained unclear whether he had overheard Li Qinghe's exchange with the Zhonghai or if he was still in the process of being molded by Yi. In any case, the first encounter with Yi Yuzhu concluded peacefully. When it came to the Jia family, only Jia Dongshu emerged, briefly acknowledging Li Qinghe before hastily retreating indoors. With Li Qinghe's keen hearing, he could faintly discern the conversation within. "Has that little brat left? Mother, the moment you got off work, you went to stir up trouble at the master's house, demanding he give up his home. Is that even possible? What do you mean by demand? That house rightfully belongs to us. The child is growing, and the one I'm carrying will be born next year. How will our entire family live without a home?" And that old the deadbeat, after years of learning from him, he only managed to attain a level 1 certification. Clearly, he is not sincere in teaching. Jia Dongshu sighed in resignation. "Mother, we still depend on the master. Please, no more." The voices gradually faded. Following Yin Bugue, Li Qinghe visited 3 more households in the central courtyard before proceeding to the back courtyard. The residents there were also remarkable individuals. The devoted Lu Haizhong, the perceptive yet deaf old woman, and the lady's friend Su Damao. They first visited Lu Haizhong's home, where it seemed he had been informed of their arrival and was already waiting for Li Qinghe. "Old Lu, this is Li Qinghe, who has just moved into our courtyard and is a procurement officer at your factory. Qinghe, this is our courtyard's overseer, the esteemed Lu Haizhong, who is a level 5 machinist, just 1 rank below the overseer you met earlier." Initially, Lu Haizhong listened with a beaming smile as Yin Bugue introduced him, reminiscent of a leader's introduction. However, upon hearing the last statement, his expression darkened. Yin Bugue proceeded to introduce Lu Haizhong's family, noting that they were quite numerous within the courtyard. Qinghe observed Lu Haizhong and his kin. The Lu family had only Lu Haizhong as the stout member, while the others were slender, embodying the characteristics of that era. Lu Guangqi had not yet left the courtyard, suggesting he was still a student, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Lu Guangtian appeared to be of a similar age to Li Qinghe, while Lu Guangfu was still a child. After exchanging greetings, Li Qinghe prepared to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Haizhong cleared his throat and began to speak. "Young Li, we must work diligently and contribute our best efforts. In the factory, we must heed the directives of our leaders, and in the courtyard, we must listen to us, overseers." Qinghe stared at Lu Haizhong in disbelief, feeling an urge to act on the suppressed impulse to bury this man in Qianlong City from earlier. As Li Qinghe's expression darkened, Yin Bugue hastily interrupted. "All right, old Lu, we still have several households to visit. We can't linger here." Grabbing Li Qinghe, he made his exit. During the introductions, Lu Haizhong had already expressed dissatisfaction with Yin Bugue, and now he felt insulted by his interruption during his speech. Lu Haizhong muttered angrily that Yin Laosan shows no respect for his superiors. "I am, after all, the second overseer." Unable to vent his frustration, he glanced at his second son and pulled out his belt. This household belonged to an elderly woman, who, due to her age, likely slept late. "We won't disturb her. She rarely leaves her home, and old Yi's family brings her meals. If you don't go to the back courtyard, you would hardly encounter her." Li Qinghe understood that the elderly woman residing in the back courtyard must be the deaf old lady. Curiously, he asked, "How old is she?" Yin Bugue paused, taken aback. "In her 50s, 60s perhaps? I'm not entirely sure. I usually only hear oldie mention her advanced age. That's not even older than my grandmother," Li Qinghe remarked dismissively. The next household was that of Su Fugue, the factory's projectionist. His son was Li Qinghe's age, currently 18 and in his 2nd year of high school. They knocked on Su's door, but Su Fugue was not home. The door was opened by Su Damao's mother, Chen Guixiang, who had worked as a nanny for the Lu family for many years, accompanied by Su Damao and his siblings. Yin Bugue made introductions, exchanged pleasantries, and soon the group returned indoors, in addition to the 3 principal households. The back courtyard also housed 2 more ordinary families, which Yin Bugue visited one by one. As they reached the entrance of the hanging flower gate connecting the central and front courtyards, Li Qinghe couldn't help but glance back. Such remarkable individuals they all were. Chapter 34. Aftermath. Li Qinghe handed a cigarette to the weary Yin Bugue, who instantly broke into a broad smile, accepting it with both hands. Thank you for accompanying me on this late-night journey. Uncle S.A.N. Li Qinghe struck a match, lighting Yin Bugue's cigarette before igniting his own. It's my duty as the overseer of the front courtyard. And you as a resident, it would be unnecessary to make individual visits if there were a community meeting. But as there have been no pressing matters lately, a meeting is not in order. From this, Li Qinghe concluded that the main characters of this Sahiuan were still in their primitive stage of development, as later events would easily warrant community meetings to assert their authority. After finishing a cigarette, the two returned to their respective homes. Once inside, Li Qinghe sat on the edge of his bed, attentively listening to the sounds outside. Despite his superior physical condition compared to the average person, he was still merely mortal and could not hear the happenings of others' homes from within his own. With the outdoors now silent, he swiftly entered his space to wash up and rest. At this moment, in the household of the central courtyard, the elder matron lay in bed, listening to her husband's sighs behind her. Old, don't dwell on it too much. If we cannot obtain the house from Shaoli, just speak plainly with Jia Zhangshi. Obtain the house? Is that even feasible? Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth. The matron, however, was perplexed. Why did you bring Dongshu over to stir up trouble today, forcing us to demand a house from Shaoli? Who would just hand over their home to someone else? Jia Zhangshi may be ill-natured, but she is not foolish. She is using this opportunity to make trouble because she is dissatisfied that Dongshu has been learning from me for years, yet only managed to achieve a level 1 certification. In the beginning, to stabilize Dongshu, I promised to apply for the rental rights of those 2 rooms in the factory for him. He took advantage of the fact that I was Jia Dongshu's mentor, believing that regardless of the trouble he caused, I would always clean up after him out of respect for Dongshu. The Zhonghai gritted his teeth. Why was the application not successful? Couldn't he comprehend? If we had settled the matter earlier, there would have been fewer complications, wouldn't there? Am I some high-ranking official or an 8th-level worker? In his family, Dongshu is the only one with an urban household registration. This time, the grain allocation only applies to him. His family does not meet the rental requirements. If a leader were to intervene, it would be a trivial matter, but if I were to speak up, who would pay me any mind? Yi Zhonghai felt utterly frustrated, vowing to elevate himself to an 8th-level worker as soon as possible. He sought respect and wished to wield the power of speech. Then why not teach Dongshu well, help him upgrade sooner, and earn a higher salary? Listening to his partner's words only added to Yi Zhonghai's frustration. Was it that I didn't want to teach him properly? This is akin to asking Su Damao why he didn't attend vocational school. Was it his desire to avoid it? He got into high school through connections. Moreover, the process of teaching apprentices typically structured this way. 3 years as a worker, 3 years as an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Anta began to understand, if it were truly unfeasible, perhaps consider the elderly lady's suggestion. Yi Zhonghai fell silent. Was it so simple to change candidates? Just like Shaoli today, I merely reprimanded him a few times, and he nearly choked. If I said anything more, I might even get beaten. Shaju's temperament is too stubborn. After the departure of the Qing dynasty, he has only been obedient for a few years. If he gains any power in the coming years, he may not even regard us. With a sigh, he lamented. Finding someone as easy to manage as Dongshu is akin to searching for a lantern in broad daylight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to endure the old shrew of the Jia family. Aunt Da's voice dipped. It's all my fault for not giving birth to a son or daughter for you. Yi Zhonghai's temper evaporated completely. Why bring this up again? In the central courtyard of the Jia family, the 4 members of the Jia family slept in one room, separated by a cloth curtain in the middle, where even the slightest noise felt like a live broadcast. Mom, didn't we agree to make a bigger fuss today? Why did you back down? Jia Dongshu, troubled, tossed, and turned in bed, finally asking his mother. That little brat from the front yard isn't an easy character. We know nothing about him. If we keep provoking him, I fear he might flip the table. Jia Zhangshi was equally uncertain about those individuals. She had painstakingly raised her son alone, married him off, and welcomed a grandchild. Their good life had just begun, and she didn't want to take unnecessary risks. It's all that deadbeat ES fault. He promised us in the summer to apply for a house for our family. Yet now, not a peep. Anyone from the countryside can move in, but did he use his connections? Has he taken any action? Isn't he just bullying us, a widowed mother and son? Watching her mother grow increasingly agitated, Jia Dongshu quickly interrupted. All right, my master has already told me about this. Our family doesn't meet the requirements. And we can't secure those 2 rooms, but we can't let him off so easily. These days, find him some work to do. Our home is too quiet. He has forgotten I'm still a first-level worker. Humph, that deadbeat isn't attentive. That if those 2 large rooms can't be secured, can't we consider other places? There are 2 vacant rooms in the porch and 2 more in the central courtyard. There's even an empty room next to the old deaf man in the backyard. Has Qinghe even tried to help? Qinghe, who works on the production line, may know a few people. But he has no influence in administration. I've already established this. I can only rely on him to help me elevate my work level. Listening to her son, Jia Zhangshi found his reasoning sound. Yet she was still unwilling to accept that they hadn't secured the house. The Qinghe may lack connections, but the old deaf man has some. If he goes to seek help from the old deaf man, wouldn't he be able to assist? He just doesn't want to help. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. You entered the Lusher steel plant in 51 and took Qinghe as your master. It's been more than 5 years, and you've only become a first-level fitter, while he, on the other hand, has advanced to a 6th-level worker, earning over 70 yuan a month. I see he has no intention of teaching you properly. In these years of work, even if my skills haven't improved much, my proficiency should be sufficient that I suspect he's been suppressing my work level. What? That old scoundrel! Jia Zhangshi exploded upon hearing this. Rising to storm to Qinghe's house to confront him. Enough. It's pointless to speak without evidence. Dongshu, your father passed away early, and I've raised you through thick and thin during those tumultuous times. If you remain a first-level worker, how will our family survive? You are now a man with responsibilities, and Huairu is pregnant. Hearing this, Jia Dongshu felt a swell of guilt and impatience. Why should he exert effort for someone who only seeks financial support and expects me to bow down to him for his old age? Fine, I'll handle this. You continue to wallow in your misery. It's also Qinghe's fault. He dislikes cleverness, which has caused my Dongshu to suffer. Meanwhile, Yuzhu was sleeping soundly at home. Qianlong City enjoys a temperate climate, and he was perfectly comfortable under a thin blanket. Last night, he arranged for Master Tang to provide a wake-up service in the morning, after washing up in the space. He needed to maintain appearances. After enjoying 2 delicious cabbage and meat buns made by Liang Momo, he marveled at their delightful taste. Glancing at the village attributes, he noted. Level 2 village. Required treasure points for upgrade. 2, 556, 500. Required prosperity for upgrade. 237, 500. As the output from the space ranch increased, so did the prosperity level. The treasure points had not seen much increase, primarily due to the large scale of his operations. Leaving him short on funds, reflecting on the time, he realized he had developed rapidly. In less than 10 days since his arrival, he transformed from a penniless rural youth to his current state. All thanks to his own efforts, perseverance, and a little assistance from his external resources. So, there's no need to rush. He would play it steady. Chapter 34. The Glorious Era. In the morning, with nothing to do, Qinghe visited the west garden he had been to yesterday. Upon checking the surroundings, he found that there were indeed few people wandering about. The trees planted in this garden were neither valuable nor fruitful, making them a pity to discard and tasteless to consume. Due to the lack of management over the years, this area would surely require replanting in the coming years. Entering the forest, Qinghe summoned Wang Kai to keep watch, wielding a shovel taken from the warehouse to start digging. Initially, Qinghe worried that such a technically simplistic transplanting process might hinder the survival rate of the trees. However, Hong San assured him that it was not a problem. The funds for establishing the forest were not spent in vain. Planting trees on any random land without special effects would suffice. Why spend money to buy land and upgrade the forest? Qinghe had no retort and could only work in silence. The joy of rummaging through items for his home kept him engaged until he heard Wang Kai's low growl, realizing that the morning had passed. Looking at the dozens of pits he had dug, he waved to send Wang Kai and the shovel back to the space before cycling away. Near the front gate, Qinghe decided to have lunch at a small tavern. Returning home without food was unappealing, and eating alone was even less enjoyable at the tavern. He finally encountered the other male lead. Wabo Kai Chuanwu, he stood behind the counter, looking down at something. Li Qinghe guessed it was the account book. It seemed he had become the manager of the tavern. Li Qinghe had hardly watched this drama, preferring the earlier series, Xingyang Mengxia. However, due to the two female leads, he had learned about this show through some fanfiction. He only recognized the plot when it was presented to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't connect the dots. When he noticed a customer entering, Kai Chuanwu looked up to greet him. "Please take a seat. What would you like to order?" Whether it be a restaurant or tavern, Li Qinghe casually ordered 2 dishes and 2 steam buns that, as he lacked ration coupons, the prices were slightly higher than usual. But Li Qinghe accepted it without issue, paying promptly. "Please sit. Your order will be served shortly." Kai Chuanwu demonstrated strong service awareness. Despite his expressionless demeanor, his tone was quite polite. "Why Haven Tea, I seen Boss Su." Li Qinghe curiously inquired. "Huizhen is in the backyard taking care of the child. You know Huizhen." His voice remained flat, and his face showed no expression. "Oh, it's Huizhen. I must say, this Wabo is quite quick on the uptake." Li Qinghe felt disinclined to look at his old face any longer. The first glance was out of curiosity, but after that, he lost interest. He casually replied, "I've eaten here before, but I don't know anyone." Similar to Kai Chuanwu's speculation, he didn't dwell on it. Before long, Li Qinghe's food arrived. He had to admit, there was a reason why ancient people preferred brothels and taverns for gathering intelligence. Sitting here for half an hour, Li Qinghe heard a plethora of gossip, enough to make him reluctant to leave. Reluctantly departing from the quaint tavern, Li Qinghe strolled the streets, pushing his bicycle along. As he passed the partially dismantled city wall once more, he observed the bricks strewn haphazardly across the ground and could not help but silently chastise his own negligence. This space had expanded, and the territory had grown. The materials required for future endeavors were still abundant. How could one afford to be lax in stockpiling resources? After all, bricks remained a coveted commodity well into the 1980s. Lost in thought, Li Qinghe's keen ears suddenly caught the sound of a woman's voice calling out from a distance that he concentrated, straining to listen. "Stop! Don't run!" The voice seemed to emanate from a narrow alley. His heart leapt with joy. Could it be that the time had finally come for him to play the role of the gallant hero, assessing the echoes of the shouts and footsteps? Li Qinghe positioned himself at the entrance of the alley. Before he could see anyone, an unsettling realization washed over him. One person was fleeing, while 3 or 4 others were in pursuit. "Capture the enemy agent!" The woman shouted once more, and at that moment, a cold wave of dread enveloped him. In this day and age, 9 out of 10 enemy agents carried firearms, relying on his own attributes. Li Qinghe had always approached the concept of heroism with boldness, but faced with the possibility of armed adversaries, he could only adopt a more cautious stance, pressing his back against the wall. He listened intently as the sounds drew nearer. The fleeing individual burst forth from the alley. Li Qinghe swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick, sending the person sprawling 2 meters away. The figure rolled several times upon landing, seemingly dazed and unable to rise. Among the pursuers, 2 rushed forward. One man quickly produced handcuffs, securing the fallen individual, while the other began searching their clothing and teeth. The woman leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Qinghe found the faces of the 2 individuals somewhat familiar. After encountering so many characters from various dramas, he began to realize that the world's essence had subtly adjusted the appearance of its inhabitants, creating slight resemblances among them. It was unlikely that Yin Bugue would encounter a look-alike of a film star, but there was a hint of likeness, a whisper of familiarity. After all, a slight alteration could lead to an entirely different outcome. A minor deviation could yield significant consequences. As he pondered this, a burly man appeared, panting heavily as he approached. This imposing figure, clearly adept at combat, seemed ill-suited for the chase. Upon seeing this third individual, Li Qinghe recognized their identities, the illustrious trio from the glorious era. Once the robust man arrived, he surveyed the scene, noticing Li Qinghe, who was huddled in a corner like a timid quail, and appeared eager to engage. What's the situation here? The first officer, clad in a uniform, had successfully secured the area and stepped forward to salute Li Qinghe. "Comrade, Thank you for your assistance. Upon hearing his colleague's words, the burly man relaxed his guard. I am Zheng Xiaoyang from Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. These two are my colleagues, Bai Ling and Hao Pingchuan. The two offer their own salutes to Li Qinghe. He promptly returned the gesture. For saluting was a common courtesy among Chinese people. Captain Zheng, is this person all right? Am I going to face any trouble? Li Qinghe inquired, glancing at the still motionless enemy agent. I hope I haven't inadvertently caused any serious harm. The thought of having inadvertently caused a fatality weighed heavily on him. Perhaps sensing Li Qinghe's concern, Zheng Xiaoyang reassured him. The individual is not dead. They've simply fainted from the pain that I conducted a preliminary examination and suspect a fracture. He paused before adding, a pelvic fracture. Zheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Qinghe's legs. Moreover, what trouble could arise from capturing an enemy agent? Let us not forget that even if they were to be killed, it would serve them right. Bai Ling interjected, there's no one around, and the news of this capture will remain undisclosed. Allowing them to faint is preferable. For the time being, refrain from discussing this matter publicly to prevent any retaliation from accomplices. Li Qinghe readily agreed, for although he possessed formidable attributes, he had yet to cultivate the mindset of a true strongman. Hao Pingchuan exchanged details with Li Qinghe, recording his workplace and home address before allowing him to depart. Chapter 36. Colleagues having witnessed the capture of an enemy agent for the first time, Li Qinghe felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement as he watched the illustrious trio escort the captured enemy agent into the shadows. He couldn't help but reflect on his own impulsive actions that day. Firstly, he had acted rashly without grasping the situation, boldly blocking the alleyway without considering the possible consequences, were it not for the warning of capture the enemy agent. He might have found himself unwittingly embroiled in an encounter that could have squandered such a fortuitous opportunity, especially given his previous life of toil and hardship. Secondly, despite possessing elevated attributes, his mentality and coordination lagged significantly. The mere thought of facing an enemy agent made his legs tremble, and when it came time to strike, his force was so overwhelming it felt as though he could have sent the opponent crashing into the wall. Despite Zheng Xiaoyang's reassurances that the enemy agent deserved it, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if a passing civilian were to inadvertently kill a fleeing enemy agent. To better navigate the tumultuous environment of the 1950s and its culture of bravado, Li Qinghe had sought to recruit a mid-level martial artist, but unfortunately, he had been too busy to dedicate time to study the system. It was imperative that he resumed his martial training to ensure he would not find himself flustered in future encounters, and perhaps even have the opportunity to confront the brutish figure of Jianzhu. The actions of enemy agents had grown increasingly audacious. During their retreat, even as planes and ships billowed smoke, they could hardly evacuate many individuals. Those remaining had been ordered to remain concealed, while the unwilling had returned to civilian life. Yet, stubborn elements continued to lurk in hiding. It was said that there were millions of enemy agents, with over 100 espionage organizations operating in the city alone. Born into this era, Li Qinghe had initially planned to use enemy agents as practice. And now that his work was stable, it was time to elevate his own skills. He hoisted his fallen bicycle, steadied his emotions, and prepared to head to the steel mill for work. As he passed by the Shui silk shop, he paused, gazing absently at its signboard. Li Qinghe had never seen this drama in his previous life. His knowledge of it was limited to the two leading ladies, through exposure to male-oriented romantic narratives. He had gleaned some information, but given that these two characters were often relegated to the periphery, his understanding was scant. Nevertheless, he distinctly recalled that Chen Shiru seemed to have some connection to an enemy agent. Surely, Chen Shiru herself was without fault. Anyone with principled issues would never have made it into the harem. Thus, it would be prudent to investigate the enemy agent's affiliations in due time, as for why he did not investigate immediately. Surely, after capturing an enemy agent just that day and being instructed to maintain silence, he would not dare to inquire about enemy agents in the vicinity. Was he seeking to invite trouble? Why not report the incident directly? How had he discovered the enemy agent? What had led him to suspect this individual? Li Qinghe found himself unable to answer any of these questions, deciding it best not to complicate matters for the organization. He recalled a particularly absurd tale he had heard in his previous life. An enemy agent had been reported simply for eating meat at home too frequently, leading to an investigation that confirmed their status as an enemy agent. This story served as a constant reminder for Qinghe to maintain a low profile and to keep his eating and drinking habits discreet. While he could engage in certain questionable activities under the cover of night, it was wiser to do so only during the day, for trouble would inevitably arise. Fortunately, his job often kept him away from home, allowing him to enjoy meals prepared by his personal chef in the safety of his own space. Checking his watch, he noted that it was nearly 1:30. He returned home to grab his electrical engineering book before heading back to the procurement department for a leisurely afternoon. Throughout the day, aside from Chief Qinghe, who seemed preoccupied with activities in a small office, Qinghe encountered only 3 colleagues from the procurement department. Point 1 was Qinghe, whom he recognized upon arrival. The second was a jovial young man in his 20s named Dong, who cheerfully greeted Qinghe before offering him a cigarette. After a brief exchange, he excused himself to chat with Chief Qinghe before leaving. The third was a woman in her early 20s named Qinghe, an incessant chatterbox who seemed determined to uncover every detail about Qinghe's ancestry. Upon noticing him reading his electrical engineering book, she launched into a barrage of questions. Qinghe enjoyed their conversation, as she readily divulged information that he had previously struggled to obtain. Being a procurement officer was indeed a lucrative position that, in all honesty, individuals like Qinghe and Qinghe, coming from humble backgrounds, should have found it nearly impossible to penetrate this sphere. However, the procurement department, established merely 6 months prior, had become a somewhat enticing opportunity for individuals with connections and backgrounds. What were the tasks assigned to the procurement officers in the first and second departments? Procurement of production materials, machinery, festive benefits, and the purchase of New Year goods. These tasks are characterized by a surplus of funds and a scarcity of responsibilities, all conveniently located near home. The majority of responsibilities are encapsulated within the phrase planned economy. One might say that one can comfortably sit at home, enjoying hot pot and singing, while effortlessly completing these tasks. With so little to do, promotions and salary increases are guaranteed, making this a prime venue for the offspring of influential families and those with connections to flourish. However, 6 months ago, the emergence of grain coupons, which are set to dominate the next 30 years, introduced a new reality. Each urban household is issued a grain book, with rations strictly allocated as a heavy industry entity. The steel mill undoubtedly has sufficient provisions, but the challenge lies in obtaining quality sustenance, as meat purchases are restricted and grain is rationed. Given the size of the factory, when superiors conduct inspections and brother enterprises come to learn, is it not necessary to extend hospitality? Should we exchange some off-plan materials, perhaps steel for cement, steel for pork? In light of these considerations, is it not appropriate to offer some hospitality aside from these obligations? When friends of the factory director come to visit, is it unreasonable to treat them to a meal? When comrades of the party secretary travel from afar, is it not permissible to extend a warm welcome? These are all acceptable, yet the real issue arises. With material controls in place, public procurement limits have been established. In this context, the Procurement Section 3 was born. The privileged offspring, who had come in expecting luxury, were taken aback. They had anticipated leisurely times filled with hot pot and song, yet were faced with the audacity of being sent to the countryside for procurement. How could one even suggest such a thing? Would their parents approve? For them, lofty wages and generous benefits are mere illusions that the projection of salary not adequate. Is the cook's welfare not satisfactory? Why do they not pursue those roles? Thus, when procurement officers are genuinely required to venture in the countryside, those with strong connections have departed at the first opportunity. The few remaining, such as Dong and Qinghe, belong to that category of individuals who possess connections yet have no better options at present. After all, with a monthly procurement task of 30 yuan, they can leverage their relationships to fulfill it, so they remain to bide their time. They belong to that group that currently seeks to avoid unemployment, calculating their gains and losses without aspirations for promotion to this juncture. Individuals like Qinghe and Qinghe, who are willing to venture into the countryside, procure materials, and contribute to the factory's interpersonal relations, emerge. Moreover, It appears that Procurement Section 3 will gradually be filled with individuals like Qinghe and Qinghe in the future. Chapter 37. Dreaming big after spending half the afternoon conversing with Chang Wenrui. She, seeing little to occupy her time, subtly indicated her departure for procurement. As she left, she hinted that if Little Li found himself with nothing to do, he might as well take a fishing rod to the river for procurement. As Section Chief Qinghe had been rather irritable these past couple of months. Not fully grasping her insinuation, Li Qinghe continued to read. Passing the time, he held a deep-seated dedication to obtaining certifications. While he could forego the credential itself, he could not be without it. As the closing time music resonated, the vibrant red songs echoed above the steel-milled Qinghe pedaled his bicycle, merging with the throng of employees leaving for the day. At this moment, he profoundly felt the currents of the times propelling him forward, scarcely considering that he might one day find himself tightening screws within the factory. Upon exiting the factory gates, he rode to the department store to acquire some essentials for home. Items like water jars, rice bins, and brooms, which only come to mind when needed. He purchased 2 more honeycomb coal stoves, intending to set them aside for Liang Memu's use. The communal kitchen, catering to the ordinary citizens, does not fall under the purview of this mid-level chef. Liang Memu primarily prepares meals for the executives, after negotiating the delivery arrangements with the vendor. He hurried to find Xie, requesting his assistance in procuring 50 pounds of honeycomb coal. He prepaid according to the ticket price, to which Xie responded, "We're brothers. This is too courteous." He assured that it would be delivered home before 7 tonight, ensuring that his brother would not be left in the cold. After a busy day, when he arrived at the seed store, it was already closed, observing the ironclad closure of the state-run shop. He couldn't help but marvel at its fortitude. If it were a privately owned establishment, the staff would likely be reprimanded for such an early closure. Li Qinghe pondered whether he should also venture out for procurement during the day tomorrow, rather than waiting for the evening when nearly all other units would have closed down as well. Upon returning home, the items had yet to arrive, and Li Qinghe waited a while at the alley entrance before finally spotting the vendor approaching with a cart full of goods. "Oh, you bought so much?" Yin Bugui's eyes gleamed with the words wealthy individual emblazoned across them. Li Qinghe replied helplessly, "Third uncle, how can I dine at your place without water jars and rice bins?" "Oh, were you overly excited?" Third uncle, having no ill intentions, merely made a passing remark. With a theatrical gesture, he offered to lend a hand. With third uncle's assistance, the items made it smoothly into the house. Thankfully, as for these daily necessities, third uncle dared not take any liberties. However, he kept a keen eye on Li Qinghe while the latter handed a cigarette to the cart driver. Reluctantly, Li Qinghe offered a cigarette to the old man, who received it with an ingratiating smile, bending slightly and accepting it with both hands. The cart driver felt a bit awkward, contemplating whether to return the cigarette to the guest. This etiquette was beyond his grasp. After sending off the car driver, Li Qinghe casually greeted Aunt Ding, who lived in the back courtyard. At this hour, every household was gathered for dinner, leaving only third uncle tasked with safeguarding the courtyard. "Not good, third uncle, come out quickly." Li Qinghe called softly at third uncle's door. "What is the matter? What is going on?" Not only third uncle, but the entire Yin family rushed out. 4, 5 pairs of eyes fixed on Li Qinghe, puzzled about the unfolding situation. "Third uncle, how are you managing this? Were you unaware that someone has stolen your flowers?" Li Qinghe pointed to the empty flower rack, his face contorted with grief. Yin Bugui looked utterly bewildered, and third aunt was caught between laughter and tears. Upon hearing this, several brothers from the Yin family grumbled, "You're ruining our mealtime." Little Li, in this cold weather, flowers can be taken out during the day to bask in the sun, but they must be returned at night for warmth. Unable to bear it any longer, third aunt interjected, explaining the situation to Li Qinghe. Yin Bugui, frowning, waved dismissively at Li Qinghe and retreated into the house to eat. "Ah, here I am, well-intentioned. Yet everyone from the Yin family has returned to their meals," Li Qinghe thought, feeling quite satisfied as he headed home. The next day unfolded as another day of idleness. Today, his usual conversational partner, Chang Wenrui, was absent from the office, having once again ventured out for procurement. Li Qinghe quietly spent most of the day reading, until Section Chief Qinghe summoned him to his office. The two shared cigarettes and tea while engaging in conversation. Li Qinghe gleaned a wealth of information regarding Secretary He and their logistics superior, Li Huide. These were mere bits of gossip, yet they were entertaining to hear. They also discussed Li Qinghe's anticipated formal employment status, which seemed assured. However, he learned that the logistics director, Li Huide, was currently on a business trip to northeast China and would return on Sunday. Once he signed the necessary documents, Li Qinghe would likely be officially confirmed on Monday. Qinghe, I have been assigned as the head of Procurement Section 3, which carries substantial pressure, Section Chief Qian remarked, his face obscured by smoke. These individuals are more difficult to manage than my own father. I never understood how such a lucrative position fell to me, but now I realize it's too late. The procurement tasks remain unfulfilled, leaving me no chance to escape this quagmire. Li Qinghe nodded in agreement. Yet he could not fathom why Qian was suddenly so candid as the section chief. Don't you have procurement responsibilities? Li Qinghe casually queried. Why wouldn't you? To put it plainly, your procurement tasks are merely a further breakdown of my responsibilities. If you fail to complete your tasks, how could I expect to succeed? This heartfelt confession quickly bridged the gap between the two, and Section Chief Qian finally broached the topic at hand. Qinghe, you are someone I will be mentoring. Logically, the materials you have submitted should be sufficient for your formal employment status, along with 2 months' worth of procurement. That a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Li Qinghe. What did this old man mean by that? Such statements typically came with a caveat. However, Qinghe, we cannot rest on our laurels. Li Qinghe released a sigh of relief. Could he not speak without taking such deep breaths? It startled him. He was well accustomed to this routine. Rest assured, Section Chief, I was appointed by you, and since joining the factory, I have been working under your astute leadership. That I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in my formal confirmation. He expressed loyalty and allegiance. Though neither the speaker nor the listener believed it, they merely went through the motions, understanding that the true measure would be in subsequent actions. As for the notion of resting on past achievements, that was not an option. He offered Section Chief Qian a cigarette and refilled his cup. Section Chief, you may have surmised that a significant portion of the materials I submitted was acquired through hunting in the mountains. Venturing into the mountains is not as simple as it sounds. It is not merely a matter of coming and going as one pleases. Just those 2 wild boars we retrieved from the mountains nearly cost us our lives. Even if I could handle it, others require recuperation. He refrained from delving deeper into the subject. Section Chief Qian shifted the topic. Apart from game, can you procure other goods? Li Qinghe wore a pained expression. There are indeed items available. But what? Qian pressed at the hotel. There is nothing you cannot share with me that I am, after all, here to provide support and services for you. Experiencing difficulties? Speak to me, and if I cannot handle it, I shall seek out directly. He always finds a resolution. Section Chief Qian, with one hand on his waist and the other clutching a cigarette, exudes a fierce presence. There are certain matters we can exchange for sustenance, yet it is less prudent to discuss them openly. If you insist on voicing it, my drowsiness will vanish. Qinghe, you seem to have missed the point. As he spoke, he produced the procurement officer's work ID and a freshly issued letter of introduction. He brought the 2 items together and clapped his hands. This plus this, as long as you do not seize it, anything you purchase is entirely legitimate. After a moment's thought, he added, even if it were stolen. As long as the aggrieved party does not come forward, the factory will still accept it without question. With that, Section Chief Qian patted Li Qinghe's shoulder, imparting an encouraging glance. The situations of our Section 3 and Section 2 differ. We require a capable deputy chief, and I have high hopes for you. Chief, look at this pie. It is both large and round, and I am already stuffed. Chapter 38. Restocking on the lonely journey home after work. Li Qinghe muttered in frustration. What nonsense is this? Deputy Chief. You resemble a deputy chief. Come tomorrow, and I shall have your chief removed and take the position myself, having spent scarcely 2 days in the office. The leadership has already come to discuss matters. Through Chong Wenrui's words and Section Chief Qian's sentiments expressed today, it is apparent that during these past 6 months, the ambitious Section Chief Qian has accomplished nothing while shouldering the blame. Failing to complete procurement tasks? 1 failure might be attributed to personal shortcomings, 2 failures to misfortune. But if all tasks are unfulfilled, how can you still hold the position of chief? There's a saying in China, a bear of a soldier. A den of bears that in this era of martial valor. Many leaders have transitioned from the military. If the team is not well managed, the responsibility lies with the leader. Not idling away time in the office diminishes happiness significantly. After all, idling in the office feels akin to receiving a day's wages for free. Qinghe resolved to engage in something productive and pedaled swiftly to the seed store. After wandering through the bustling city for several days, he finally need not rely on trust merchants or CS Sand for purchases. He presented the list of items provided by Master Tang to the clerk. "Comrade, why are you buying so many seeds?" The clerk furrowed his brow at Li Qinghe's list, not doubting his identity. After all, who among the enemy spies would idly purchase seeds to return home and cultivate, perhaps? It's not as if they are research products. As was his custom, Li Qinghe offered a cigarette, feeling an insatiable craving after just over a week. Initially, he had not smoked, but later realized that as a leader on the construction site, one must hold a cigarette. Otherwise, there would be no share when benefits were distributed. Thus, he perpetually had a cigarette in his mouth, merely for show. Here, it is essential to maintain a good attitude when seeking assistance. Did you not notice the sign on the supply and marketing cooperative that reads "No unreasonable assault on customers"? Distributing cigarettes and engaging in pleasantries, he noticed his craving intensifying. Lighting a cigarette caused the clerk's frown to soften. "Comrade, I'm the procurement officer from the Hongqing steel mill." Before he could finish, the clerk's eyes widened in surprise, interrupting. "Has your steel mill begun farming? I am procuring goods for the villagers. They have entrusted me with this task, as I regularly source materials from them. It is an unavoidable obligation. So I might as well purchase a bit more. Who knows, who might need to exchange." Li Qinghe fabricated a plausible excuse, not expecting to be questioned about the purpose of buying seeds. The clerk nodded, finding it reasonable. After completing the payment, invoicing, and collecting the goods, over half an hour had passed. After all, Li Qinghe sought not only a large quantity, but also a variety. He purchased every seed available here that was lacking in his inventory. "Comrade, I would like to inquire where I might find medicinal herb seeds. I see that this place only has vegetable and grain seeds." After finally finishing his business, Li Qinghe hastily inquired, "It is best to ask at a traditional Chinese medicine shop. I'm not particularly familiar with that. Could you recommend a place? I have not paid attention to any Chinese medicine stores. Just outside Qianmen, near to Shiler, there's Qinghe, an old establishment of the Bai family." Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. He had visited Qianmen 2 or 3 times, but had not noticed the presence of the Bai family establishment. Reflecting on it, his primary focus had been to see how beautiful Su Huijin was and how charming Chen Xuejun appeared. He had not paid much attention to other shops. Furthermore, since enhancing his attributes by 8 points through Chun Mu's personal panel, he had developed an astonishingly strong physique. Who among the good people would be idle enough to notice a pharmacy? Not far away, bidding farewell to the seed shop clerk, Li Qinghe sped off toward Qinghe. Finding an unoccupied corner, he tossed the seed from the back seat into the warehouse, leaving the planting arrangements to Master Tang. Qinghe is quite renowned, boasting an impressive FA-ade. After inquiring a little nearby, Li Qinghe soon found himself standing at the entrance. Gazing up at the 3-story building with its grand entrance, he thought to himself how blind he must be to have overlooked the presence of a pivotal establishment here. Standing at the entrance, he watched as patrons streamed in and out. As soon as he entered, a store attendant greeted him with a warm smile. "Esteemed guest, are you here for medical treatment or to purchase medicine?" Having grown accustomed to the term comrade, he found it somewhat jarring to hear a different address. Scanning the area, he did not spot Qinghe. It made sense, considering his age. "Hello, I would like to inquire if medicinal herb seeds are available here." Upon hearing this, the clerk was not taken aback. He led Li Qinghe to a secluded table and offered him a cup of tea. "Please have a seat. I will fetch the 3rd manager to speak with you." Li Qinghe was taken aback. He merely wished to buy some seeds. If they could sell, then great. If not, he would take his leave. Why the elaborate fuss, as if negotiating $1 million contract? Such is the nature of a large establishment. After finishing the cup of tea, Li Qinghe found himself still sitting alone. What a shabby shop. Leaving customers in limbo. It would surely go out of business soon. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the wait. A middle-aged man in a black long gown, around his 40s or 50s, approached, cupping his hands in greeting. Qinghe felt embarrassed, wanting to return the gesture, but unsure how to respond. Perhaps a handshake? Our Bai Tang is a century-old establishment. In the past, we would negotiate with those who sourced medicinal herb seeds, ensuring that the herbs produced would be prioritized for purchase at our store, with fair pricing. It seemed the attendant was unaware of the situation. The manager's expression reflected a sense of nostalgia, as he hurriedly explained the reason for the delay. It must be said that prior to the public-private partnership, as long as one presented themselves decently, the service at these shops was impeccable. The third manager had worked at Bai Tang for decades. The policy had stated that they would not be unemployed, but they had shifted from working for the Bai family to serving the public. Yet uncertainty about the future was inevitable. Observing the manager regain composure, Qinghe swiftly clarified his intentions that we certainly have medicinal herb seeds. If you happen to arrive a few days later, this matter may no longer be under our control. The third manager instructed the attendant to refill Qinghe's tea. However, we cannot guarantee that the herbs cultivated afterward will be purchased by our store. He preemptively stated, assuming Qinghe was inquiring about the former collaborations with herb farmers. Even our long-standing partners have been informed. The future of procurement would depend on the arrangements made by the public manager. Qinghe expressed indifference, primarily concerned about not letting the herb garden sit idle, especially since he had paid for it. Having reached this point in the conversation, if he still wished to buy, the third manager would not deter him. For the first time, Qinghe learned that ginseng actually had seeds available for purchase at a medicine shop. The saying different trades are like different mountains was no joke. After purchasing several varieties of precious medicinal herbs, Qinghe took his leave. Chapter 39. Inventory check. Having dined at state-run restaurant at noon and lingered there for a while, eavesdropping on various gossip, he was unceremoniously kicked out by a disgruntled server who was displeased with Qinghe occupying his seat. Not daring to provoke, Qinghe now understood the reason behind the popularity of the small tavern. It was not solely due to the charm of the proprietress. Whether they were warm or not, at least Qinghe had dined there twice without being ejected. Feeling disheartened, at the age of 16, in a state-run restaurant, he felt like a mere pawn. Calculating the days, to reach Hushi truly required 30 years. Even more disheartening, noticing that it was still early, Qinghe sought out an unoccupied place to enter his space. Equipped with the intermediate martial artist Su Feng's personal panel enhancement, although his attributes had diminished by 3 points, the various techniques of the 8 Extremes fist felt as if they were imprinted in his mind. Following Su Feng's guidance, he practiced his punches diligently and inspected his territory. Lordly expressed satisfaction. Glancing at the refugee camp, it had not yet refreshed. Today was December 2 ND, a Friday. Having forgotten about it yesterday. What was the situation? Qinghe cast a questioning glance at Master Tang. Boss, our calculations follow the lunar calendar. Today is the 19th day of the 10th month, and it will still be over 10 days before it refreshes. Observing Qinghe's frustrated expression, Master Tang quietly suggested, how about spending a little to refresh it? It's not expensive, just 10 gold coins. Qinghe shivered. The more he looked at that face, the more it resembled a con artist. No purchase would be made. Buying it would be a reckless decision. The consumption traps within this game are particularly insidious. At first glance, the expenses seem minimal, yet the persistent inability to acquire skilled novice characters leads to an escalating desire to spend more. Do not inquire further, for I have learned this lesson the hard way. Thus, the only solution is to pretend that this feature does not exist. I hastily distanced myself from the consumerist pitfalls of the so-called master of consumption and took a moment to examine the attributes for upgrading my territory. Current level, Level 2 Village, required treasure points for upgrade. 2, 556, 500, required prosperity for upgrade. 347, 500 at first glance, upgrading does not appear excessively difficult. However, Qinghe is acutely aware of the characteristics of such games. The initial simplistic mode is designed to retain players, who eventually discover that without spending, progress becomes impossible, as the requirements for advancement are exorbitantly high. Therefore, it is wise to relish the ease of early upgrades while they last. Lest future examination of the seemingly endless zeros in the upgrade requirements dampen one's spirits. The saplings in the orchard are thriving, and it is estimated that in 5 to 6 months, various fruits will be available by next June or July. After all, with a 6-fold growth rate, the days of fruit abundance are just around the corner. Turning to the ranch, I currently possess 2 young cattle, which, despite their 6-fold growth rate, have only recently begun to grow. There are 6 pigs, 2 boars, and 4 sows, also still in their infancy, and it remains uncertain when they will begin to breed and thus enhance the prosperity. 8 wild boars, thanks to the efforts of my brother Chun Mu, who is my most trusted aide, will serve as the primary source of income through sales, as the domestic pigs require careful consideration regarding their origins. Whereas the wild boars do not ask how I obtained them. Suffice it to say, I ventured into the mountains for them. In the future, I plan to take occasional trips into the mountains, staying for a few days, returning with a couple of wild boars, thus earning money, accumulating points, and clearing inventory, a perfect cycle. There are 2 sheep, both still lambs, and their breeding potential will depend heavily on their efforts. In the future, they will undoubtedly become the ancestors of the sheep clan in Longqing. The poultry population, however, has increased significantly, with an ample supply of hens and fertilized eggs acquired, as well as ducks and geese purchased whenever available. Currently, this expansive Level 2 ranch, spanning 6 or 7 acres, is predominantly a realm for poultry, interspersed with numerous wild chickens and rabbits, which are abundant. Especially the rabbits, which breed with astonishing speed, have rendered Qinghe momentarily speechless at the prospect of such plentiful meat. In this ranch, neither the pigsty nor the chicken coop emits any unpleasant odors, including the pasture, which is entirely devoid of any foul smells. After consulting with Master Tang and Qinghe, I learned that the ranch automatically decomposes animal waste, converting it into nutrients that nourish the entire ecosystem of flora and crops. Qinghe looked at the two with skepticism. I was discussing high technology, and they were lecturing me on agricultural science. A glance at the numerous eggs stored in the warehouse revealed that Qinghe had already begun to systematically manage the breeding of the poultry, calculating how to store non-fertilized eggs in the warehouse while raising a batch of chicks, so that when the young ones start laying eggs, the older ones can be stored away. The warehouse possesses a time-stopping feature, meaning that whatever is stored remains unchanged upon retrieval. The upgrade to a Level 2 warehouse has significantly increased its size, expanding from a modest 4x4x4 room to an impressive 8x8x8 space, now towering at 2 stories high. This volume has increased 8-fold. Once more timber is available, I plan to construct additional shelves to enhance storage efficiency. Qinghe can access the warehouse mentally, while the common folk cannot. They must physically enter to store or retrieve items. The vagrants cannot even enter, as doing so would render them immobile like chickens and ducks, requiring Master Tang and his companions to extract them. Master Tang has often remarked that vagrants do not count as people, and it was only upon witnessing them immobilized in the warehouse that Qinghe truly comprehended this sentiment. Qinghe's ranch and Hongsan's forest farm each employ 1 vagrant for labor, while the remainder toil at Hong Da's expansive farm. The previously humble Level 1 farm, with only 10 acres, allowed for relatively easy work, aided by the game's mechanics, which made farming far less burdensome than in reality. However, the upgrade to Level 2 introduces a different scenario, with the farm now spanning 30 acres. With Hong Da managing 8 vagrants, there is significantly less idle time. Fortunately, regardless of gender, the vagrants all possess a default attribute of 10 points, making them competent tools for labor. The newly established herb garden, planted with medicinal seeds purchased just this morning, has already seen all seeds sown by noon. This 1-acre herb field, boasting a 6-fold growth rate and maintaining its wild medicinal properties, is poised to yield an impressive harvest. Even without additional skills, this single herb field could ensure a life of leisure and wealth. Alas, how I long to recline and indulge in idleness. Qinghe does not harbor grand aspirations. Frequently, people inquire about the meaning of life. Yet, what significance does living possess? It is merely existence for the sake of existing. Like a person floundering in water, one must struggle. One cannot ponder the significance of such struggles. Thus, when Qinghe unexpectedly found himself cast into this era, He had no time to contemplate meaning or mood to consider the future. He simply wished to take one step at a time. Upon noticing that the steel mill was constantly seeking electricians, he decided to pursue an electrician certification. When Li Huai sought to recruit him as a purchasing agent, he accepted the position. Plans are perpetually outpaced by change. Facing the uncertainties of tomorrow is the essence of life. When one lacks the power to control everything, adaptability becomes the survival philosophy of the common individual. Just as Qinghe had initially intended to propose to his girlfriend of 7 years, only to find himself transported 70 years into the past. Girlfriend? Her mother likely hadn't even been born yet. What can one do? Run forward and do not stop. Chapter 40. Confirmation after accounting his assets. Qinghe suddenly realized that the majority of his resources now depended on the ranch. He could not help but pat Hong Er on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Truly, you are an invaluable aid." A crowd gathered to observe. Since Chun Mu would soon embark on a journey, Qinghe suggested, why not stay outside for a few days? Sitting in the reception hall of the new lord's mansion, he regarded the gathered individuals. Though summoned through a card, they evidently possessed their own emotions and souls. They can think for themselves and weigh pros and cons, while Qinghe could dictate their fates. He could not control their thoughts. They would unconditionally execute his commands, but would still harbor their own feelings. Thus, Qinghe often preferred to discuss matters with him collaboratively. Chun Mu was the first to respond, "I have no objections." As the only high-ranking talent currently able to venture into the outside world, Chun Mu was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate, in that he was not trapped like his companions. Unfortunate, in that he was required to assist Qinghe with many tasks he could not manage himself. Ranging from grand endeavors, such as traveling northward to Siberia, to minor tasks like brawling or vandalizing property, Master Tang was the first to realize the necessity of gaining a comprehensive understanding of the outside world. At the very least, one should know how to evade train fares, right? Chun Mu possesses no identity, no past, a young man in his 20s who suddenly appeared in this world, equipped with impressive hunting skills. The present is a time of heightened vigilance against enemies and spies. Perhaps in 10 years, Qinghe would dare to provide him with a fake identity. But under the current circumstances, he was reluctant to engage in any extraneous activities, such as forging documents or purchasing train tickets. It would be far more prudent to evade fares entirely. After all, Chun Mu possesses extraordinary attributes and remarkable skills. With everyone in agreement, Qinghe handed Chun Mu 15 coins and, along with Wang Kai, they stepped into the outside world. All necessary instructions had been given. If any issues arose, they could contact him mentally in the external world. Their communication remained quite seamless. Chun Mu nodded in understanding. Qinghe felt exasperated. This individual was truly taciturn. Had it been Master Tang, he would have chatted for half an hour. After parting ways with Chun Mu, Qinghe checked his wallet and felt as though he had been robbed. This money is simply insufficient. Each time he thinks he has a bit of savings, it seems to vanish as he spends. He is reluctant to touch the yellow croakers and silver dollars in his space. For he does not truly lack money. Rather, he lacks time. Given a moment to settle, he would have ample funds, rendering it unnecessary to hastily withdraw yellow croakers from mere appearances. Moreover, with Qinghe's modest farming mindset and small-town mentality, he found it hard to part with them. After all, having grown accustomed to gold priced at over 600 or 800 per gram in his previous life, he found it hard to exchange them at the current market rate of $3.50. He thought it better to refrain from exchanging them. For in the future, when he has more money, he intends to acquire sufficient antiques, preparing to convert everything into gold. That on a leisurely afternoon, Qinghe, not wishing to return and be scrutinized by his superiors, decided to wander around the flower and bird market. He also made his way through the livestock market and the seedling market. Many items he had previously been unsure of where to procure were now easily found. With his growing familiarity with the city, the livestock market, he spotted vendors selling donkeys and sick deer. After inquiring about the prices, he promptly fell silent. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Now that he knows such places exist, he will eventually acquire these items. The following 2 days slipped away in the enjoyment of Qinghe's explorations. His mornings were spent at the library reading, while afternoons were dedicated to visiting the zoo or strolling through the Forbidden City. He gazed upon the various national treasures housed within the museum. Tears of envy welled in the corners of Li Qinghe's eyes. If only these treasures were in a vault, they would surely be worth millions, if not tens of millions, of points in the Forbidden City. Li Qinghe dares only to dream. Even if he were to cheat, he would not wish to be a sinner against his nation, for the consequences are too grave, and his fragile frame cannot bear such weight. However, when it comes to foreign museums, Li Qinghe feels far less constrained, as they have seized treasures from his homeland, and he merely seeks to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. I am not yet strong. But when I am, there will be changes. These past few days, Li Qinghe has been frequenting the steel mill, yet he has avoided meeting with Chief Qinghe that he normally circulates among the vital departments of the security and transport divisions. Though these departments hold great significance, they do not deal with sensitive information, and it has been quite smooth for Li Qinghe to cultivate relationships there. Among them, a driver named Wu Feng has been particularly cordial towards Li Qinghe's olive branch. Wu Feng, the third child of his family, is affectionately referred to as Wu San by his colleagues, and Li Qinghe has joined in this casual address. He regularly transports coal from the western mining region to the mill. The steel mill is a substantial consumer of coal, and while there are fixed routes for coal transport, most of them are run by Wu San and his apprentices. The bumpy roads leading into the city have largely been damaged by these coal trucks. The reason for Li Qinghe's camaraderie with Wu San is simple. He is truly reluctant to ride his bicycle back and forth in the biting winter winds. Only those who have experienced it know how harsh it can be. The two of them share smoke in the driver's lounge, exchanging amusing anecdotes about the surrounding areas of Mendayugo. Qinghe realizes that he knows less about his hometown than Wu San does. Of course, I don't know as much as you do. Sangge, you have traveled far and wide for many years, while I only graduated from junior high this year and have spent a few months doing farm work. Once the autumn harvest was over, I sought employment instead of repairing irrigation canals or reservoirs. How much could I possibly know? Upon hearing this, the driver beside him, Yu Zichuan, chimed in, "Indeed, my son at home is utterly indifferent. Focusing solely on his studies, he wouldn't even know to prop up an oil bottle if it fell over." Handing a cigarette to the new Yu Zichuan, Li Qinghe lamented, "Brother Yu, aren't you blatantly taking advantage of me? If it weren't for our current status as colleagues, you would surely have to call me uncle." And with that, Li Qinghe made a hasty retreat on Monday morning in a large office of the Procurement Section 3. Li Qinghe was contemplating where to pass the time. "Comrade Li Qinghe, your formal approval for regularization has arrived. Please take your documents and proceed to the Human Resources section to complete the necessary formalities. Since you've already gone through the process once, I trust you can manage without needing someone to guide you again," Chief Qinghe said grimly, slapping the document before Li Qinghe. "Oh, no problem, Chief, I can handle this," Li Qinghe replied, reaching out to take it. Chief Qinghe withdrew the document, playing the victim once more. "Qinghe, you know my current situation, and I believe you have come to understand my circumstances over this period. This time in the countryside, I hope you can demonstrate your utmost capabilities. Please help your old brother out in this critical moment." Li Qinghe thumped his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, Chief, I will complete the procedures by this morning. And after the regular meeting in the afternoon, I will set off. I will not disappoint your expectations." Hearing such empty promises, Chief Qinghe felt disheartened. Li Qinghe thought to himself, "What do you expect? The last time I returned, I only brought back over 100 worth of supplies. I had to bring them back every day, and now you're counting on me again. I dare not speak further, but if I were to casually bring back the materials Chief Qinghe anticipates, there would need to be a procurement officer monitoring this line daily." Li Qinghe understood that this was a pivotal period for Chief Qinghe. However, deep down, his own safety remained paramount. As always, adaptability is key. Chapter 41. Connections. This time, Li Qinghe's actions were notably swift. He found Sister Hu had previously assisted him with his onboarding, in a labor and personnel section. "Hello, Sister Hu. I'm here to complete my formalization process." Sister Hu took Li Qinghe's documents, glanced them over, and, surprised, looked up at him, a brighter smile illuminating her face. "Little Li, you're already formalized so quickly." Her tone brimmed with astonishment. She had a vivid impression of this young man. Considering he was from a rural background and had secured a position in the steel mill, particularly as a procurement officer, which was quite extraordinary. Now, to have achieved formalization so swiftly in such a department indicated a significant connection. As her thoughts raced, she began to work faster. Little Lee, I see you've noted that you're renting a place. Once you're formalized, do visit the housing management section to possibly reclaim any excess rent or to arrange for an extension. Thank you, Sister Hu. I truly wouldn't have known without your guidance. After a brief chat with Sister Hu, Li Qinghe left with his documents. Just as he exited, female colleagues in the labor and personnel section gathered to gossip. Sister Hu, did you hear that Little Lee has been formalized so quickly? His surname is Lee, right? I heard he came in through the logistics route. Could he be a relative of Director Lee from logistics? I reckon that's quite likely. Otherwise, how could he resolve his procurement formalization so swiftly? Perhaps it's simply a matter of his exceptional talent. Several female clerks clustered together, chattering away. Meanwhile, several male colleagues, preoccupied with newspapers, were nonetheless eavesdropping on the gossip. Qinghe's robust constitution undoubtedly enhanced his hearing, allowing him to catch snippets of the office conversations. There was no avoiding this wave of discussion once he decided to expedite his formalization. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he planned to remain somewhat low-key within the factory, showcasing his abilities without being overly conspicuous. There was no need to draw unnecessary attention. Upon reaching the housing management section, he sought out Chief Sun, following the same procedures and receiving a similar change in attitude. Chief Sun stared at the documents for a while, then looked up at Li Qinghe with a broad smile. He retrieved a cigarette from his drawer and offered one to Li Qinghe. Gratefully, Li Qinghe accepted it with both hands. Regardless of his internal frustrations, maintaining a polite demeanor was essential. This was universal. Young man, you are quite accomplished. Chief Sun clapped Li Qinghe on the shoulder. He had intended to use a more affectionate term, but realized he had been too astonished to notice the name earlier. Li Qinghe reciprocated with pleasantries. Chief Sun gestured for him to sit on the sofa and began, I am aware of your situation, but the house you're in isn't actually owned by our factory. The factory's housing consists of dormitories and staff family buildings that we constructed ourselves. The place you reside in, near Nanluo Guxiang, actually belongs to the neighborhood office. The rent has been submitted for record-keeping. Li Qinghe was taken aback. Was it's supposed to be factory housing awaiting allocation? Chief Sun chuckled, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Where would the factory acquire such housing? Besides, if these were factory properties, could we allow so many outsiders to reside there? Simply put, these properties were either surrendered or donated during the government's inventory of real estate. Currently, aside from self-built accommodations, the housing management section primarily manages properties assigned to us by various neighborhood committees for employee housing. After all, we can't leave them vacant. With this clarification, Li Qinghe understood. After completing the formalities, he took his leave, needing to rush to the neighborhood office to handle his household registration and obtain his grain and provisions book. He was quite busy. He hurried to the neighborhood office, not even catching a glimpse of Director Wang, but he did encounter Director Ku from the production and construction section upon entering. Little Li Qinghe was astonished. How could a section chief from production and construction have such leisure? You remembered me after just one meeting. Hello, Director Ku. Have you studied for the electrician exam? It's on the 22ND, and that's not far off. I have. I've been studying whenever I have free time at work. At work? You found a job? Director Ku inquired, surprised. Didn't you say you were from Mintuga last time you registered? I'm now a procurement officer at the steel mill. Here to finalize my regularization. Such news couldn't be concealed, so it was better to be forthright. That's wonderful. Truly remarkable. Let's leave it at that. Just focus on your work. But Director, I still don't know the exam location. I came here to finalize my formalities and then to ask you. Li Qinghe quickly detained Director Ku, seeking information that you're still taking the electrician exam. Didn't you just secure a job? Li Qinghe responded earnestly. Director, enriching one's knowledge and skills is essential to better contribute to the development of our nation. He eloquently articulated a lengthy justification while internally adding that while he might not need this certificate, he could not afford to be without it. Director Ku genuinely admired Li Qinghe now. patting him on the shoulder and reflecting, if only the young people in our neighborhood had half of your wisdom. They wouldn't need to pester me for jobs every day. He then lamented, what good does it do to pester me? The factory has limited positions available. With neither qualifications nor skills, why would they hire you? It's more beneficial to have someone like you occupying a position as a welfare benefit for the factory workers' children. Do you know why I have such a strong impression of you? Little Li Qinghe genuinely did not know and shook his head innocently. You are one of the few young individuals from the neighborhood who comes to inquire about certification, aligning with job market demands. Most others burst in, practically demanding, I want this position. Arrange it for me. I'm only 34 this year, and I'm already losing my hair. Accompanying Section Chief Qinghe to vent his frustrations is indeed beneficial for nurturing their rapport. Li Qinghe, standing by as a competent foil, settled into a corner where they shared a cigarette while listening to Section Chief Qinghe's grievances for over 10 minutes, realizing that Li Qinghe had pressing matters to attend to. Section Chief Qinghe personally guided him to find Officer Fong. At this moment, Comrade Li's face visibly brightened, buoyed by the presence of the nearby section chief. Li Qinghe engaged in his official business and was briefed on the examination schedule and location. Section Chief Qinghe took his leave with a casual greeting, also sharing his home address and encouraging Li Qinghe to visit for drinks when time permitted. Observing the retreating figure of Section Chief Qinghe, Li Qinghe exchanged glances with Officer Fong, both sensing that perhaps there was an undisclosed charm attribute at play, one that seemed to transcend gender. Considering their extraordinary luck today, he resolved to consult Master Tang later. Comrade Qinghe, I have reviewed your information. The process remains unchanged. I will issue you a letter of introduction and a receipt of acceptance. You must separate your household registration from your village and bring it to the street office for relocation. As only after that can you apply for the grain book. Qinghe accepted the documents with gratitude, internally grumbling about being addressed as Comrade Qinghe instead of Little Li. Officer Fong, there's another matter. The 2 rooms I rented were under a temporary worker status, and I heard the pricing differs. Can I process this here as well? Yes, but must wait until your household registration is completed. You can handle it when you come for the registration. Don't worry. I will remind you when the time comes, Officer Fong assured. Qinghe expressed his thanks once more and prepared to leave. Wait, Chapter 42. The ambition of purchasing a home in the capital. Qinghe turned back to see Officer Fong motioning him closer, lowering his voice to suggest, if you have extra funds, I recommend considering the purchase of the 2 rooms you live in. Li Qinghe looked up, bewildered, for wasn't it said that all properties were to be communal and not for sale? There's a new policy that recently emerged, indicating a shortage of funds. Not all properties can be bought or sold. There are conditions. You must not own any property and have a formal job to purchase the house you currently reside in. Seeing that Li Qinghe understood, Officer Fong continued, this policy was promoted in your compound last month. But you weren't yet settled in. Has anyone in our compound purchased one? Not yet. Those willing to buy have already done so, like the He family, the Yi family, and the Su family in the back courtyard, as well as the deaf old lady. Those are all private homes. For others to buy, that would be impossible, as they are all waiting for the unit to allocate housing. Li Qinghe was intrigued by this topic. Officer Fong, since it's not suitable to discuss too much during working hours, how about we meet for lunch at the state-run restaurant, and you can elaborate? Sounds good. Officer Fong readily agreed. Although he was unaware of Li Qinghe's background, the latter appeared formidable, and in his position, cultivating connections was essential. They arranged a meeting point after work, and Li Qinghe departed with the documents in hand. With little else to occupy him, Officer Fong decided to review the housing information for the area surrounding number 95 Namlo Guxiang. Since he had promised to discuss matters in detail with Li Qinghe, it would be unwise to appear uninformed when the time came. 18 noon. Li Qinghe was already waiting at the state-run restaurant near Jideco. Estimating the time was right, he ordered his meal directly from the waiter. When Officer Fong arrived, Li Qinghe produced the liquor he had purchased earlier at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. We want tea drink at noon. I still have to work this afternoon. What is wrong with working? There's no rule against drinking during lunch, is there? If I remember correctly, the prohibition on staff drinking during lunch didn't come into effect until 6 or 7 decades later, right? So conscientious. Li Qinghe, unsure of Officer Fong's intentions, hesitated, fearing he might be feigning politeness. After some back and forth, he realized Fong was genuinely abstaining and put the liquor away. It was Monday, and the workload was already heavy. If he were to become inebriated, it could leave a poor impression on the leadership should an urgent matter arise. Noticing Qinghe put the liquor away, Officer Fong quickly clarified, "You're right. I didn't expect you to be so career-minded at such a young age." After a satisfying meal, their conversation turned to serious matters. The 2 rooms you currently occupy are located in the front courtyard of No. 95, one being a west wing and the other an ear room, totaling over 40 square meters. The street office lists the purchase price at 216 yuan. That's remarkably inexpensive. 2 rooms in the capital? If I would have traversed back to my previous life, it would have cost at least 10 million. Qinghe, lacking experience, had never dared to dream of buying property in the capital. Is it really cheap? Officer Fong seemed surprised as well. The 2 were clearly not on the same wavelength, and Qinghe chose not to contest the point. If it's not cheap, can you recommend me to buy? After enjoying their meal, the relationship and titles had progressed. This meal wasn't tea for naught. Qinghe, to be honest, I've already recommended everyone I believe would be a good fit. Those people, Officer Fong paused, and Qinghe understood. Officer Fong's judgment was indeed commendable, which explained why, at such a young age, he was managing several districts around Nenlo Guxiang and was regarded as a capable aide to Director Wang. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Qinghe seized the moment to ask his burning question. Are there any requirements or restrictions on purchasing properties other than the one I currently reside in? Officer Fong immediately grasped the intent behind the inquiry. If you only wish to buy your current residence, it wouldn't be so complicated. You could purchase derelict, vacant land and renovate it yourself. Upon hearing this, Qinghe's heart leaped with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Can I purchase the West Cross courtyard next door?" "Certainly," Officer Fong replied decisively. Having committed to this meal, he had no intention of withholding information. He explained, "The courtyard you reside in used to be a royal villa during the Qing dynasty, with 5 entrances and 3 courtyards. After years of chaos, given its proximity to the Forbidden City, it was once home to affluent individuals. During the turmoil, many courtyards turned into communal living spaces. When our troops entered the city, numerous courtyards fell into disrepair. We simply renovated that area, sealing off doors where necessary and redefining the layout. The central and rear courtyards of the West Cross courtyard were allocated to other units. Later, it was discovered that the front courtyard had been hit by artillery, rendering it a wreck, so a swap was made with your courtyard for the back house. Sealing off the moon gate connecting the 2 courtyards, now accessible from another street. Is that why the West Cross courtyard remains vacant? What else can be done? There are countless abandoned courtyards on every street, and R&T houses in short supply. Indeed, Qinghe had once found gold in an abandoned house. Otherwise, he would have been struggling to earn a living, collecting antiques, and upgrading within that circle. If only he possessed the ability to scan with spiritual energy. He would have first raided the Prince Gong mansion for the hidden treasures of Hushin. Now, that would be a true leap forward. Officer Fong, I wish to purchase the West Cross courtyard and open a separate entrance from the outside. Do you think that is feasible? Qinghe finally voiced his most pressing question of the day, that IT can be purchased, as the higher authorities have encouraged it. However, whether you can open a separate entrance depends on your application report. And I cannot guarantee that, but since the courtyard is abandoned, it won't cost much to acquire. However, renovating it will be expensive, as I've seen the condition inside. It's essentially akin to constructing a new house. Qinghe nodded, indicating his understanding that he recalled that properties were typically for rent rather than sale, and it seemed that only in the late 70s or early 80s were these properties transitioned to long-term tenants. He was unsure of the current circumstances and whether there was a historical precedent for such a situation, but he estimated it wouldn't last long. After all, significant changes in the natural order are rare. While minor matters can be reversed, he chose not to dwell on such timelines. The house cost 216 yuan. How much for the courtyard? The West Cross courtyard is largely in ruins and uninhabitable. The street office has already had it assessed. Based on the area of the wasteland, which totals 450 square meters, the street office has set the price at 200 yuan. Qinghe instinctively touched his watch beneath the table, incredulous that such a price could exceed that of an entire house. Yet, upon reflection, He realized that many contemporary watches exceeded the cost of a house, and perhaps his past mindset was too frugal, clouding his judgment. However, he still felt somewhat impulsive. After expressing his gratitude to Officer Fong, the latter returned to work. Watching him depart, Li Qinghe's aspirations of purchasing a home in the capital surged wildly within him. I wish to remain low-key, but circumstances do not permit it. Chapter 43. The reason. Action speaks louder than words, but before taking action, I must first cultivate relationships. Previously, Li Qinghe had refrained from responding to Section Chief Qian's collection attempts, wishing to keep a low profile. However, since high visibility was now inevitable, he decided it prudent to offer this superior a favor, alleviating his urgent predicament. "Everything I do is for you," riding his bike around the train station. He sensed Chen Mu's presence, perhaps sensing Li Qinghe's approach. Chen Mu promptly made his way over. "I have matters to attend to. I must venture into the deep mountains." Chen Mu nodded slightly, remaining silent, that he had always been rather reticent, a trait that Li Qinghe had grown accustomed to. Finding a secluded spot, he returned Chen Mu and Wang Kai to Qianlong City before hurrying to the steel mill. In the afternoon, he went back to the procurement section 3. Attending the weekly meeting for the first time, it was also the first occasion on which Li Qinghe encountered the fourth colleague in the section whom he had never met before, Guyu, 26 years of age, whose background was unknown. Upon meeting, Guyu was quite courteous, yet during the meeting he incessantly smoked, causing Chang Wenrei to leave for the corridor, preferring the cold wind outside to the stifling atmosphere. Initially somewhat interested in the meeting, Li Qinghe soon found himself drowsy, lulled by the monotonous discourse of Section Chief Qian. Unfortunately, there were too few participants for any meaningful distraction. When Section Chief Qian finally declared the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed in haste, leaving Li Qinghe to exchange glances with Section Chief Qian amidst the remnants of the gathering. Once seated in the small office, Qian inquired, "Qinghe, have you completed all the paperwork?" "Yes, the onboarding procedures are finalized. I am now a formal procurement officer, level 12 clerk." Upon hearing this, Section Chief Qian nodded in approval, emphasizing the importance of hard work for a timely promotion, that he noted that not many positions in the factory had clear task and promotion indicators like theirs. Li Qinghe understood the underlying message, to cherish this opportunity and not to be ungrateful. However, he mused to himself that being a regular employee now afforded him some security. Naturally, what he thought was one matter, while what he vocalized was another. "I owe it all to your wise leadership, or I would never have navigated this path so smoothly." After exchanging pleasantries, Section Chief Qian could no longer contain himself. "Qinghe, if you possess the capability, bring back some materials by the end of the year. Make an effort and consider it a favor to your older brother. Since you've mentioned it, I will handle the paperwork. Then venture into the mountains to visit a friend and see if they have any recent gains." Upon hearing this, Section Chief Qian's smile broadened, his eyes practically gleaming. "How much do we need?" Li Qinghe ventured to ask. "The more, the better. There are no limits to this." Qinghe refrained from making any definitive promises, indicating he would strive to contribute. As he exited the main office, he spotted Chang Wenrei waiting in the corner. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he asked, "Sister Chang, are you waiting for me?" With a roll of her eyes, she replied, "Who else would I wait for? What did the old man say? Did he load you with extra work?" Her curiosity was palpable. "Sister, can you enlighten your younger brother about what's going on?" he inquired, pulling 2 large white rabbit candies from his pocket to offer her. As she didn't smoke, he thought sweets would surely be useful. "Your sweetness is irresistible," she remarked, unwrapping a piece and popping it in her mouth, her speech muffled as if she had a large carrot in her mouth. "Old Qian, you see, has worked hard for himself only to land in a deep pit. Now he has buried up to his neck. I thought he seemed quite laid back during my initial days." Li Qinghe said, perplexed by the apparent shift in demeanor. "Let me share some gossip with you. This position of Procurement Section Chief was originally meant to be filled by a deputy from either Procurement Section 1 or Section 2. However, both deputy chiefs appeared somewhat disinterested in the opportunity. Consequently, Section Chief Qian, oblivious to the internal dynamics, impulsively applied for the transfer from the storage section to lead Procurement Section 3, thinking the competition would be fierce. He even proclaimed the need to meet certain procurement targets. Upon seeing this, the personnel from sections 1 and 2 thought, no matter how much of a trap this is, it's still a chief position. I don't want it, nor do I want anyone else to take it. Thus, an isolated procurement chief was appointed, fortunate that both sides were aligned with Li Huai, preventing any open conflict, yet support was out of the question. The procurement chief has procurement responsibilities and is an administrative level 16 leader. The monthly procurement target is 110 yuan, totaling 660 yuan from his appointment in June until the end of the year. Each section member S completed tasks contribute half to the chief S total. For instance, if Li Qinghe completes 30 yuan in procurement this month, then section chief Qian automatically counts 15 yuan as completed. Normally, this task is not challenging. Most procurement chiefs ascend through the ranks while leisurely sipping tea and reading newspapers in their offices, completing targets with ease. Occasionally, when unexpected issues arise, their connections and influence can easily resolve matters. At this point, Li Qinghe comprehended the situation that in fact, when you first arrived, he had already lost hope. Yet, your initial submission of procurement tasks surprised him greatly, rekindling his determination to strive. Isn't he part of Director Li's team? Doesn't Director Li oversee him? Chang Wenrui shot Li Qinghe a look. Little Li, let me impart some wisdom. Refrain from speaking such things at work. We are all masters of our own destiny here. Who belongs to whom is irrelevant. Qinghe feigned a gesture of understanding. Director Li seeks capable subordinates, not novices who dig their own graves. I understand now. It's about being capable or being dismissed. But what if, hypothetically, I help him meet this year's target? Wouldn't that cause trouble for me? Li Qinghe pondered, concerned that Section Chief Qian had become easy prey, and extending a helping hand might backfire. Chang Wenrui looked at him with exasperation. Little Li, what on earth are you thinking? If you possessed that capability, you'd be a prize everyone would covet, even if they were all out of their minds. If you achieve this, other factories would be begging you to join them. How can I maintain a low profile then? Li Qinghe lamented. Chang Wenrui found his dilemma amusing. Little Li, since you entered the factory, when have you ever been low-key? An 18-year-old from the countryside, arriving with 2 wild boars on your shoulders and getting promoted within days. Is that what you call low profile? Li Qinghe was at a loss for words. Resorting to flattery. Hearing your insights is more enlightening than 10 years of study. There was no way around it. Li Qinghe's standards have been steadily lowered. He finally set a final boundary for himself. No matter what. The factory would only deal in wild game, and poultry could occasionally be sold, but everything else would be on the black market. Checking the time, he realized it was time to meet Wu San, and he headed straight to the transport department. Chapter 44. Going home too, upon arriving at the transport department, Wu San and his co-driver Qinghe had already been waiting for a while. Little Li, you're just in time. Cheng greeted. Sorry, I got caught up in a meeting. The leaders had quite a bit to say. Li Qinghe replied, lighting a cigarette as the 2 men smoked outside the vehicle. He placed his bicycle in the truck bed and stowed the gifts he was bringing home in the cab before taking a seat. The truck, previously used for coal transport, was empty on the way there, which benefited Li Qinghe. Once they finished smoking and boarded, Wu San cranked the engine to life, and they set off. Qinghe observed Wu San's handling of the controls with familiarity. Although he hadn't driven a vehicle from this era, he was well acquainted with hand-cranked diesel engines, commonly found in construction sites. New machines could be tricky to start, often requiring 2 strong laborers to work together. The trio engaged in casual conversation as they left the city. Approaching Li Qinghe's home, Wu San intentionally took a longer route, letting Li Qinghe off on the main road nearest to the village. After unloading his bicycle, Li Qinghe waved goodbye to the 2 men. Brother Li, if you head back, just ride straight to the mine. If you see us, we'll give you a lift to save you from braving the cold. Thanks, Brother San. Li Qinghe tossed 2 packs of cigarettes into the cab and rode off. He decided to agree for now and avoid any further complications. Qinghe's back? Aunt Suhua. Hello. Aunt Wu. Hello. Sister Li. Hello. He greeted every familiar face along the way. Ensuring not to appear aloof, he was also puzzled as to why people were out in such frigid weather instead of staying indoors. Pushing open the gate, he entered his home. Mom, I'm back. Li Qinghe realized that calling out to his mother felt increasingly natural in the initial days after his arrival. He had rushed out with concern that his family might notice something unusual. Although normal people wouldn't jump to conclusions about time travel or possession, Li Qinghe's own guilt made him apprehensive. Zhao Yuzhen was not present, likely out, but his sister-in-law, Wu Mei, emerged from the house. "Qinghe, you're back." Wu Mei smiled, taking Li Qinghe's luggage. "What's this? So heavy." She noted that what seemed light to Li Qinghe felt quite substantial in her hands, having worked in agriculture since childhood. She couldn't help but marvel at her younger brother-in-law's strength. "Where are Mom and Dad?" He glanced around the house, noticing no one was home. The two little ones went to school. It'll be over an hour before they get back, and it takes them another half hour to walk home. Your dad and brother went to help with the dam repairs in town. And your mom got bored at home and went visiting. The elder sister-in-law set down the package and went to pour water for Li Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful for his quick actions. Although he had exerted himself in labor in the past, it had been many years since he had engaged in any serious physical work. Had he been tasked with that, it might have cost him dearly. Lost in thought, Zhao Yuzhen entered the room. Having just been chatting at Sister Hu's house, she had heard talk of someone returning by truck, and she immediately guessed it was him. Upon seeing Li Qinghe lounging like a lord, she remarked with irritation, "What are you doing just sitting there?" Spotting the package on the table, Zhao Yuzhen eagerly opened it. "Wow, is this candy?" Opening a small bag revealed a pound of white rabbit candy and a pound of fruit candy. She quickly peeled one and popped it into her busy daughter-in-law's mouth, taking one for herself as well. The taste brought her to reminisce about the delightful flavors of her past, after unwrapping all the gifts brought by Li Qinghe. Zhao Yuzhen couldn't help but praise him. "Well done. Thank you for the compliment." Li Qinghe said politely, though he internally scoffed, "Of course it's well done. Do you have any idea how much I spent?" When her dad and the others coming back, with nothing much to do, he watched his mother organize the items he had brought back, beginning to feel a bit bored. That might be after dark. He mused, realizing there was still time, and decided to get down to business. "Where is the household registration book?" "What do you need that for?" Zhao Yuzhen asked, perplexed. "Are you trying to deceive a young girl? Do you need the household registration book to get married?" Li Qinghe nearly choked on his own spit. "My age. Even if I tricked a young girl, I wouldn't be able to obtain a marriage certificate. Can you be a little more grounded? Such words shouldn't be thrown around." Were she not his biological mother, Li Qinghe might have considered burying her in Qianlong City as fertilizer in this era. If such a rumor were confirmed, it could lead to serious consequences. "Are you joking? Why so serious?" Perhaps realizing her misstep, Zhao Yuzhen dropped her stern demeanor and handed him the household registration book. "I need to change my status. The household registration needs to be moved to Qinghe," she added, hoping to quell any further outbursts from Sister Hu. Since returning last time, Li Qinghe had noticed a remarkable change in his mother's demeanor. She seemed much more spirited and lively than before, perhaps due to the fact that she could now see the future ahead of her. After stepping outside, he turned back to Zhao Yuzhen and asked, "Mom, would you and Dad like to come live with me in the city? We could move your household registration there too." Zhao Yuzhen's eyes instantly brightened with excitement. "That I need to discuss this with your father first," she said hesitantly, "but we can take our time. There's no rush. That I plan to buy the house I'll be living in first, and then we can settle your registration." Hearing that her son intended to purchase a house, she glanced at the doorway, confirming that Wu Mei had already gone back inside. She whispered, "Should I lend you some money? Houses in Qinghe must be quite expensive." Li Qinghe looked at his mother with utmost seriousness and replied, "Mom, from this moment on, do not take out even a single cent of the money you've brought before. This is crucial, okay? As long as we have no money, our family will remain a standard three-generation impoverished household, and it won't do us any good." Seeing the earnestness and warning in Li Qinghe's eyes, Zhao Yuzhen nodded solemnly. She had lived through tumultuous times and was well aware of the unpredictable political landscape that they had studied in history books. She knew her son had insights about Qinghe that she was oblivious to, observing her mother's serious commitment. Li Qinghe affectionately patted her head. "Indeed, you are teachable." Zhao Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback and immediately flared up. Searching for a feather duster, Qinghe, seeing this, seized the household registration book from the table and dashed out. In the yard, he hoisted his bicycle onto his shoulder and pushed open the door. Sprinting away, as Li Qinghe rode his bicycle, he noticed his mother had stopped pursuing him, but he made a loop and passed by the front of the house again. I'm heading to the town to pick up Qinghe and Qingshuang after finishing up in the village. Make sure to prepare dinner for me. Zhao Yuzhin's irritated voice echoed from inside. Li Qinghe was unperturbed and pedaled towards the village committee. Chapter 45. Changing household registration, although it was not the dead of winter. The village committee was closed, and a fire crackled within. Uncle Hu, why are you the only one here? Li Qinghe asked as he pushed open the door to find only the village head. Hu Feng, scribbling away. Qinghe, everyone else has gone to work over by the riverbank. He removed his reading glasses and rose to pour water for Li Qinghe. No, please don't trouble yourself. I'll be on my way once I finish my business. Li Qinghe replied. Hu Feng was highly respected in the village, and Li Qinghe was no exception. If his father knew he had casually let Hu Feng serve him water, he would surely be furious. Business? What sort of business do you have? Didn't your father help you with that last time? I even stamped it for you. Hu Feng didn't insist on pouring water and seeing Li Qinghe refuse. He settled back down. Last time was for a work verification letter. This time, it's for changing my household registration, Li Qinghe explained. Changing your household registration. Hu Feng's voice rose incredulously, his eyes widening. That you've registered in Qinghe? The disbelief was palpable in his tone. Upon receiving confirmation, Hu Feng reached into his drawer for a cigarette to calm himself. Li Qinghe quickly produced a cigarette and handed it to him. Qinghe, I always knew you would achieve great things, but I never imagined you'd do so well. Your brother Kai is nowhere near your level. Uncle Hu, that is not how it works. Please don't flatter me. I might get a bit too carried away. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Hu Feng reviewed the materials Li Qinghe had brought and stamped them with the village committee seal. That if you rode back, you should head to the town now, find that kid Hu Kai, and have him take care of it for you. You'll make it in time. Hu Feng glanced at the clock and suggested. All right then, with your word, there's no way Kai will escape this today. He must handle it for me. When Li Qinghe arrived at the town government, it was not yet closing time. He navigated with ease to Hu Kai's desk and slapped the materials down. Hu Kai stared at Li Qinghe without glancing at the documents. What are you staring at me for? Li Qinghe felt uneasy under Hu Kai's intense gaze. I'm just wondering how you become so carefree with your drinking since I haven't hit you in a few years. Once Hu Kai saw the evasive look in Li Qinghe's eyes, he finally picked up the materials and began to examine them. Wow! Hu Kai exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise, after a thorough review. He instructed, wait here. I'll be right back. No more than 10 minutes passed before he returned. Having stamped all the necessary documents, don't leave tonight. Come to my house, and I'll have my sister-in-law whip up a few dishes for us brothers to enjoy. No thanks. Next time for sure. I just came out from home, and my mom is still waiting for me to return for dinner. I'll be picking up my two younger sisters shortly. Seeing that Li Qinghe had matters to attend to, Hu Kai did not press him further, and the two spent half an hour chatting. Li Qinghe shared his recent experiences in Qinghe and discussed policy changes. As the school day ended, he bid farewell, gathered the stamped materials, and departed. When Li Qinghe spotted her older brother at the entrance, leaning against his bicycle, she excitedly ran over. Big brother, when did you come back? Every time they met, it was always the same question. They needed a new opening line. Let us go. We're going to pick up Qingshuang at the elementary school, as they made their way back to the village with their two younger sisters. They attracted envious glances from their peers along the way. The biting cold wind felt warm in their laughter. That evening, the dining table at the Leaf family was filled with joy and laughter. They opened a bottle of Nilon Mountain liquor brought back by Li Qinghe, and the three men clinked glasses. Most of the time, it was Li Qingshan talking about the delicacies of the city, the parks and the cinemas. Although Li Qinghe had never been there, it didn't stop him from boasting. After all, his experiences far surpassed those of his time. Li Lifu was not very talkative, and Li Qingshan was even more reticent. One could easily tell they were father and son by their shared demeanor. With no suitable comedic relief, Li Qinghe found himself unable to continue and hastily wrapped up the conversation. Mom, don't forget to share the gifts I brought back. After dinner, the elder sister-in-law took over the household chores as usual. Li Qinghe silently grumbled to himself about how the elder sister-in-law was indeed diligent, yet made the Li family seem so oppressive. When this topic arose, Zhao Yuzhen became infuriated. Xiaomei, take your share to your room later. As for these two younger ones, I'll keep their portions safe. What is going on? Li Qinghe inquired, confused. What is going on? Your two dear younger sisters have used up all the snowflake cream you bought them within 3 days. I only found out when they came to use mine. Zhao Yuzhen fumed. Oh, what if they used it? It's not a big deal. It's meant to be used. He attempted to calm the irate Zhao Yuzhen. Turning to the two younger sisters, he added, but finishing a bottle in 3 days is quite excessive. How did you use it? The moment he posed the question, silence enveloped the room. Qinghe was perplexed. How did you use it? Your two dear younger sisters applied it all over their bodies. Do you think that little bottle would last? Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe was taken aback. Mom, that's where you're mistaken. Remember how I and my brother were punished for the smallest infraction in our childhood? You would have broken the stick if we did something wrong. How come they're still sitting here eating peacefully? Upon hearing Li Qinghe's words, the two sisters, who had been playing the ostrich, could no longer remain silent. But it really smells nice when using the snowflake cream. I just wanted to smell good. What is wrong with that? Li Qingshuang spoke in a charming tone, playfully shaking Li Qinghe's arm. Upon seeing her pitiful little eyes, Li Qinghe immediately stood up for her. He leaned in to take a whiff. And indeed, she smelled delightful. Furious, Zhao Yuzhen slapped Li Qinghe on the head, exclaiming, "Whose side are you on?" "I help whoever is right." Just as the words left her lips, another slap landed on his head. When the elder sister-in-law returned from her chores and witnessed this scene, she couldn't help but feel envious. Her original family background was decent, but unfortunately, they favored sons over daughters. In truth, this was not uncommon in that era. Every household was much the same. Fortunately, her family was quite understanding and did not expect her to cling to her natal family, believing that a married daughter is like spilled water. Thus, they treated her normal visits as just that, without any undue demands. However, during times of famine, it was always she who went hungry at home. And while studying, she was tasked with washing clothes, cooking, and doing household chores. Although few girls her age had received an education, she couldn't help but envy the situation and interactions in her husband's family. Thankfully, her mother-in-law treated her genuinely well. Whenever there were conflicts between her and her husband, regardless if it was right or wrong, they often teamed up to bully Li Qingshan. Thus, she willingly took on more household responsibilities, allowing her mother-in-law to do less. On the other hand, Zhao Yuzhen's clumsiness in her work was hard for her to overlook, and since there weren't many tasks at hand, it was much easier than her previous life at home. Sensing her daughter-in-law's discontent, Zhao Yuzhen quickly offered some comfort. She then shared a portion of the goodies Li Qinghe had brought back with Wu Mei, which amounted to almost a third. Li Laifu was seeing this for the first time: candies, pastries, small mirrors, and a plethora of items. What is the point of buying so much? It's a waste of money, he muttered as he peered over. He was promptly rewarded with a loving slap from his mother. Chapter 46. Into the mountains for the first time with his mind preoccupied, Li Qinghe did not rest at home this time at dawn. He set out under the pretense of going to Qinghe town for supplies. With only a little over 20 yuan left in his pocket, he decided against wandering around and headed straight to his grandfather's house. Upon arriving at Li village, he greeted a few familiar faces and brought some milk candies, canned goods, and a jar of malt extract as nutritious gifts for his grandmother. His uncle and grandfather were out repairing the dam and would not return until evening. After having lunch there, Li Qinghe prepared to see his 7 little wolves. Upon seeing Li Qinghe, Grandpa He's expression shifted, first to joy, then to melancholy. The puppies, having been nurtured for several days, were now opening their eyes, and the thought of parting with them weighed heavily on him. Qinghe squatted beside the doghouse, listening to Grandpa He's lengthy instructions on how to train and feed the puppies. These little creatures possess a sense of humanity. Where there is good, there is also bad. The same applies to dogs. If you do not establish rules, they will take advantage, ignoring commands and refusing to obey. Therefore, it is imperative to assert your authority and clarify the hierarchy among them. Although Li Qinghe had the experienced hunter Chenmu and the external aid of the beast pen, he did not need to ponder the training of the dogs excessively. However, sensing Grandpa He's sorrow, he refrained from interrupting, quietly listening to the ramblings. Grandpa like a parent sending a child off to faraway lands, was filled with reluctance. He had prepared a bamboo basket lined with straw and leaves, ensuring the little dogs would not be cold. He personally secured the basket to the back of Qinghe's bicycle. The mother dog, who had just lost her pups, cried heart-wrenchingly. Grandpa, he neither stopped her nor reprimanded her. He patted Qinghe on the shoulder, saying, "Take good care of them. They're the best companions for a hunter." Although he believed Qinghe would not venture into the mountains to hunt, he still held onto that hope. As Qinghe rode away, he glanced back at the closed gate. He made his way to the big tree where he had previously met Qinghe. Surveying the area before stowing his bicycle in the shed and entrusting the puppies to Master Tang's arrangements, he called out for Qinghe. Having already discussed today's tasks yesterday, Qinghe emerged fully armed. With a bow slung over his shoulder, arrows on his back, a knife at his waist, and a dog in tow, he looked far more professional than Qinghe, who was dressed in work clothes for the mountains. After a brisk run of over 10 minutes, as the trees grew denser, Qinghe returned to the city lord's mansion to change into casual attire before stepping out with a short knife. After traversing 2 mountains, the landscape finally began to resemble a sparsely populated area. The path they had just passed was cleared of dead branches, broken wood, and thatch, all collected by nearby villagers. Only upon reaching this place could they glimpse the true nature of the deep mountains. The two delved deeper into the mountains, collecting everything they encountered into their spatial storage. They also gathered dead branches and broken wood, as Liang Momo needed firewood for cooking. That we need to find a spot near a water source to set up camp. Qinghe suggested, "Are we not returning to Qianlong City to sleep tonight?" Qinghe asked, excitement bubbling within him. This is an immersive experience. Qinghe, realizing the implications, voiced his discontent. "Boss, if I keep going out hunting with you, my skill level will inevitably decline. Alas, after a tiring day of wilderness survival, let us head back to Qianlong City to rest. That a good night's sleep will do us good, and after breakfast tomorrow, we can continue our adventures." Qinghe remained silent, unwilling to engage. Upon their return to Qianlong City, Liang Momo had already prepared dinner, eagerly waiting for the two to arrive. "Didn't we say not to wait for us? We were not sure when we'd get back," Qinghe remarked, genuinely hungry, grabbing 2 steamed buns to eat, after taking a bite of the braised pork stuffed in one of the buns. His eyes lit up. "Not bad. This flavor is quite commendable." Seeing Liang Momo's proud expression, Qinghe was pleasantly surprised by her culinary skills as a mid-level chef. Little did he expect that once she had all the necessary seasonings, she could whip up such delicious dishes. After tasting the kung pao chicken and boiled meat slices, Qinghe astonishingly devoured 4 buns. Suddenly, he recalled a line he wished to say to a wilderness survival blogger in his past life. "Your backpack is not as big as mine." Lying by the Whitewater River, which ran through the entirety of Qianlong City, Qinghe rubbed his overstuffed belly, watching Su Feng practicing his martial arts nearby. Do you think Su Feng enjoys practicing so much? Why is he still at it so late? Qinghe casually asked Master Tang, who was beside him, but of course he does. How else could he have trained his martial artist level to mid-level? Initially, Qinghe was taken aback, but as he processed the information, he suddenly stood up, looking at Master Tang. "What do you mean by trained to mid-level?" "Boss, you didn't think he was born a mid-level martial artist? Did you? He certainly worked his way up step by step." Master Tang appeared equally bewildered. "Can he reach high level?" Then, Qinghe posed the crucial question. The difference between high-level and mid-level may seem slight, yet the implications are worlds apart. At present, Qinghe found himself relying heavily on Qinghe, as he could only summon him due to being the sole high-level individual available. "Why not, boss? Even if it's a dog. If you teach it math for a year, it can learn addition and subtraction within 10. What's more with us humans?" Master Tang's tone brimmed with inexplicable pride. 3 to 5 years at the shortest. Or even 8 to 10 years. By the way, Master Tang, your enhancement doesn't seem to be usable, and I can't see the stats. What gives? Master Tang sported a smug expression, as if Qinghe had finally asked the right question. He lowered his voice, leaning in close to Qinghe's ear, and said, "The territory level is too low, and I am sealed. What level can unlock your seal?" Qinghe inquired, intrigued. "I'm not sure, but I estimate it would need to be at least a level 2 town." Qinghe had little reaction to this. After all, their current level was too low, and resources were insufficient. Knowing more would only add to his worries. What about my 7 little wolves? I haven't seen those adorable puppies. Li Qinghe expressed concern. Liang Momo fed them dinner, but they all ran off in a frenzied, I have no idea where they are now. Could they be in any danger? They haven't even been weaned yet. Li Qinghe was not entirely at ease. What danger could there be? There are no wild beasts here, as long as they don't jump into the Whitewater River. They re safe. Woof woof. Just as they spoke, a whimpering sound from the river caught their attention, along with the splashing of water. Upon closer inspection, a little dog was floundering in the river, being carried downstream. As Li Qinghe moved to rescue it, he saw Qinghe leap into the water and retrieve the unaware little wolf pup. Seeing the unfriendly gaze from the boss, Master Tang quickly caved. I'll arrange a nest for them and designate a territory. Leading the damp little dog, they fled. Chapter 47. Exploring the deep mountains. Deep within the rugged hills, 2 individuals and a dog ventured forth through the wilderness. Each wielded a machete, clearing the obstructive shrubs and thorns from their path, storing them away. Since Li Qinghe had arrived, he was determined to make the most of their efforts. Along the way, they occasionally spotted dead trees, which he would kick down to collect. The dog, Qinghe, who was busily sniffing around, suddenly emitted a low growl, signaling a warning. Li Qinghe and Chun Mu halted simultaneously, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. After a prolonged silence, Li Qinghe subtly gestured to Chun Mu. It seemed they had encountered prey. This was not the reaction indicative of danger. Chun Mu whispered an explanation, indicating their mutual understanding. Words were unnecessary between him and Qinghe. Naturally, communication was impossible with just the 2 of them. Chun Mu led Qinghe ahead, while Li Qinghe stealthily followed, keenly observing as they trailed behind Qinghe. Chun Mu abruptly stopped, pointing to the footprints on the ground, and quietly informed Li Qinghe. The size and shape suggest it is likely a badger. Its meat is quite delectable, as I tasted it during my last excursion into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe swallowed hard, dismissing thoughts of the past, and resolved to capture it alive for sustainable development. Suddenly, Qinghe, who had been moving quietly, dashed ahead, disappearing from their sight. Li Qinghe, momentarily stunned, watched as Chun Mu swiftly plunged into the thicket, his figure vanishing. Realizing he had fallen behind, Li Qinghe shouted internally, "Wait for me. I'm not on board yet." Fearing to startle the prey, he refrained from calling out loudly. Following the traces left by Chun Mu, Li Qinghe pursued through the dense jungle. After approximately 2 minutes, he spotted Chun Mu and Qinghe guarding an entrance to a burrow. In Chun Mu's grasp was a struggling badger weighing around 30 kilograms. Upon closer inspection, Li Qinghe noted the badger's head was adorned with alternating patches of white and black fur. Having never seen a badger before, he thought it bore a slight resemblance to a raccoon. In truth, he had never encountered a raccoon either, but he recognized it from enjoying snacks. What breed is this? Li Qinghe inquired, taking the creature into his hands for a closer look. Dog badger, Chun Mu replied, his attention fixated on the burrow entrance, not bothering to glance back. This the badger's lair. There should be a few young ones inside. At this moment, Li Qinghe envied those capable of mentally summoning items. He could only retrieve things he physically touched, even to send Chun Mu back to his spatial realm. How splendid it would be to sweep his mind and effortlessly bring the prey inside. Chun Mu meticulously examined the burrow's layout. Instructing Qinghe to search the surroundings, he then directed Li Qinghe to smoke out any remaining exits. Looking at the tools in hand, Li Qinghe couldn't help but grumble. Why is your boss stuck with the laborious tasks? No wonder you'll never get promoted. Perhaps sensing Li Qinghe's thoughts, Chun Mu took the rare opportunity to explain, "You lack experience. I'm concerned that guarding the entrance might let the prey escape." Left without a retort, Li Qinghe complied with the arrangement. He ignited the reeds, mixing them with the pungent herbs Chun Mu had found. As the acrid smoke engulfed his face, tears streamed down uncontrollably, and he struggled to contain his runny nose. He hastily shoved the burning material into the burrow, retreating a few steps while wiping his tears and assessing the outcome. In less than a minute, Chun Mu had successfully smoked out the entire family of badgers, a large one and 5 young ones, along with the one already in the enclosure. Li Qinghe hurriedly transported them into his spatial realm, then went in himself to wash his face. Just as he caught his breath, An alarm blared in his mind, echoing a single voice. Setting fire to the mountains will lead to dire consequences. He quickly emerged, racing toward the smoke-filled burrow. There stood Qinghe, pulling the smoking bundle of herbs from the burrow, covering it with earth, and stamping it down until no smoke remained, observing Qinghe's anxious expression. It was clear he had realized the gravity of the situation, and Qinghe refrained from further comments. Seeing that Qinghe had resolved the issue, Qinghe sighed in relief. In such dry conditions, a fire could easily spiral out of control, and ordinary people would certainly not escape in the wilderness. One must indeed remain vigilant. Continuing their journey, the remainder of the trek was relatively tranquil, though they frequently encountered steep slopes. Some inclined at 60 to 70 degrees. Could there be prey on such heights? Although Qinghe had acquired the attributes of a high-level hunter, he had not yet practiced, rendering his abilities ineffectual. It was akin to being given AI software and being told one could program with it. Pointless without experience. Without repeated trials and practice, merely possessing a skill card proved to be of little value. They did not specifically seek out prey. Their goal was to locate a water source in the deep mountains. Once we find a place where animals can drink, we will usher them to Qinghe City for a life of comfort. Qinghe patiently explained, his demeanor calm as he spoke of their ultimate plan. In that moment, Qinghe felt a profound awareness of his own lack of audacity. Indeed, it was all for their benefit. Though both of their physical capabilities were commendable, their pace was undeniably slow, as Qinghe was eager to collect every treasure they encountered along the way. Hazelnut trees, dig them up and plant them in his spatial realm. Red pines, dig them up and plant them in a spatial realm. Mountain walnuts, dig them up and plant them in a spatial realm. Wild chickens, capture both the chickens and their eggs, sending them to his spatial realm. Even a nest of hibernating bees was transported along with the hive into his realm. Naturally, regarding the plants, Qinghe was not excessively ruthless. After all, the small animals in the mountains would inevitably leave some behind, relying on these trees for sustenance. Typically, he would excavate only one large tree and transplant a few saplings nearby. These trees would grow into a thicket, the underlying principles of which remained a mystery. After 2 days of traversing the mountains, surviving in the wilderness by day, and returning to their shelter to sleep at night, they were truly the pioneers of a luxurious wilderness survival experience. Although their speed was slow and their actions deliberate, Qinghe remained unperturbed. His profession and personal inclinations compelled him to cherish nature, relishing every moment spent outdoors. Scaling a mountain peak, they arrived at a relatively flat expanse. Surrounded by mountains and the sounds of animals echoed all around. Are we nearing our destination? Qinghe unconsciously lowered his voice, glancing at Qinghe. Qinghe, however, remained focused on something on the ground, ignoring him. Qinghe crouched beside him, observing a massive paw print clearly imprinted on the forest floor, blanketed in decaying leaves that a tiger. Qinghe's voice trembled slightly. Given its size, it should be a leopard, or perhaps a small tiger. Qinghe's steady tone provided some reassurance to Qinghe. Can we handle it? Be confident, boss. You are a man with extraordinary abilities, and even our dog is exceptional. What is there to fear, as long as we are not besieged by 4 or 5 tigers? This forest is manageable for us, Qinghe reassured himself, stroking Qinghe's head. Qinghe, Qinghe's hunting dog, strength 17, agility 16, constitution 17. Skills: bite, enhanced sense of smell. It seems to have been enhanced. Chapter 48. The Leopard. Name: Qinghe. Identity: resident of Qinghe City. Skills: advanced hunting proficiency, advanced trapping proficiency, advanced tracking proficiency. Attributes: strength 16, agility 19, constitution 19, spirit 14. Bonus to Lord. All attributes 8. Your attributes have been enhanced. Qinghe felt a newfound sense of security. They should be capable of handling a solitary tiger or leopard. Qinghe sighed in resignation. Boss, I also received a boost to all my attributes when the village leveled up, seeing that the other party posed no threat. Qinghe spoke up. Shall we go capture that big cat? Is it feasible? If you are afraid, you may return to Qinghe City and check back in an hour. Qinghe's sincere suggestion resonated. He feared not the divine opponents, but rather teammates who were akin to swine that if, amidst the fray, a teammate were to suddenly freeze up or accidentally strike him, he would be unable to retaliate. The thought of such a scenario was enough to induce anxiety. Let us go together. We must conquer our fears. Resolute, Qinghe grasped a short knife and followed Qinghe closely, treading lightly. Whether it be a Siberian tiger or a leopard, even the smallest lynx, any wild feline is not to be trifled with. They possess keen senses, are naturally agile, and excel at climbing and leaping. Previously, he had thought that tigers and black bears could not climb trees. Yet they proved to be more adept than anyone else, should they encounter one in the wild. If unarmed with an equalizer, it would be wiser to contemplate a dignified demise before the adversary could strike. One ended their own life to avoid the grim fate of being devoured. Most felines are notoriously aggressive, proactively eliminating any foreign intruders that dare to trespass upon their territory. These cunning beings adapt their camouflage according to their surroundings. For instance, in these autumn-tinged woods, draped in hues of gold, a golden leopard lies hidden. Even with one's eyes wide open, it is a daunting task to discern its lair at such moments, should they attempt a flanking maneuver. The element of surprise could be theirs. However, despite a slight quiver in his legs, Qinghe felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the adept Qinghe, who possessed advanced prey-tracking skills, led the way, with Qinghe, who boasted enhanced olfactory senses by their side. With the protection of these two formidable allies, Qinghe felt somewhat at ease. After a leisurely 10-minute stroll, Qinghe suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a thicket ahead. Unmoving, while Qinghe assumed a stance of readiness to attack Qinghe, the landscape appeared to be merely a sea of golden foliage, revealing nothing else. Yet, it was evident that something was amiss ahead. Qinghe slowly nocked an arrow, perhaps sensing imminent danger. Suddenly, a flash of golden fur darted from the trees, momentarily feigning a retreat in the opposite direction. Witnessing the prey's escape, Qinghe's anxiety finally eased. Yet, Qinghe had anticipated this evasion, releasing his arrow with precision. The fleeing figure stumbled, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Qinghe's shot had struck its hind leg with remarkable accuracy. Such skill in hitting a running leopard suggests that Qinghe's archery must surely be of an intermediate level or higher. So why had it not been reflected in the system? The commotion had startled the fauna of the surrounding woods, as the rustling sounds of retreat echoed, moving away from the area. Approaching the leopard, it placed the small golden leopard it had been carrying on the ground and let out a fierce roar towards the two men. However, the sound lacked both majesty and menace, possessing an inexplicable hint of cuteness. Qinghe, seemingly unfazed by the creature's distress, seized the leopard by the scruff of its neck and lifted it, eliciting a more pitiful cry as he inadvertently tugged at its injury. The small one, witnessing its mother being captured, rushed over to nibble at Qinghe's shoes. Observing this, Qinghe approached and grasped the young leopard by the back of its neck, lifting it for closer inspection. "Let us take them to the beast enclosure. We should also enter, as I need to tend to the large one's wound." Watching the little leopard curiously exploring the enclosure, Qinghe inquired of Qinghe. "We're not planning to consume these two, are we? We certainly do not lack for meat." Gazing at the adorably fierce little leopard, Qinghe felt a pang of sympathy. Qinghe continued to focus on treating the golden leopard's injury, utilizing ordinary arrows devoid of barbs or blood grooves, making the task straightforward. Pull the arrow, staunch the bleeding, and bandage it, all in one fluid motion, as the chief aide of the esteemed Tang Shurya. It was imperative not to let the boss's inquiries fall by the wayside. "What meat are we discussing?" "The enclosure is for training. This little leopard will become your esteemed companion in the vast wilderness of the outer Qinghe Mountains. If only we could load its attribute panel. Single-handedly taking down a tiger would be a mere child's play." Upon hearing this, Qinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. "And what about the larger one?" he asked. "The larger one is no longer viable. After some training in the enclosure, it can merely serve as a guardian of our domain, driving away other wild beasts that dare approach. Our enclosure is simply a wooden barrier. It is uncertain whether they can leap over it, and with the gaps beneath, they could easily slip away. Rest assured, the funds we invested in constructing this enclosure were not in vain." Tang Shurya began to elaborate on the functionalities of the beast enclosure. A level 1 beast enclosure possesses quite limited functions. Aside from enhancing the recovery and growth rates of the contained beasts, establishes a preliminary contract with any beast residing for 10 days. Fostering a neutral relationship with the territory, termed yellow-named monsters in the game's vernacular. If we do not attack them, they shall not attack us. Furthermore, the strength of the beasts will increase, as long as they are registered in the enclosure. Their 4 attributes will passively grow to the second level. This bond will deepen. How then can this little leopard become our ally? Is it not said that only yellow-named contracts can be formed with beasts? Aside from this enclosure, we have Qinghe, a skilled hunter. What hunter lacks the ability to tame beasts? Just look at Qinghe. It wasn't born this way, as Qinghe completed the treatment of the golden leopard's wounds. The mother leopard sheltered her cub beneath her, demonstrating no aversion to Qinghe's gentle touches. How about I name this little one? Qinghe suggested. You're the boss. You decide, Tang Shiya replied, resting his hands on the enclosure's railing while observing as Qinghe reached over to stroke the little leopard's head. Let us call the little one Bao. Boss, I must fulfill my duties as your steward. Your 7 puppies arrived first and are still without names. Tang Shiya pointed to the small dogs gathered at their feet. Peering curiously into the enclosure, haven't they already been named? I recall mentioning it to you just a few days ago. Tang Shiya appeared genuinely perplexed, racking his brain for the details. Please do not jest with me. Although my panel is sealed, my attributes are remarkably high, and you never mentioned it. His final statement was delivered with unwavering conviction. 7 Wolves. Chapter 49. Encountering danger. Following Qinghe through the mountains for what felt like an eternity, they ultimately discovered a natural reservoir at the confluence of 3 hills by the evening of the 2nd day. Qinghe descended to investigate. In this vicinity, various animals were abundant, including herds of sheep and wolves that frequented the water source in shifts. To capture them all and transport them to the city, we must set traps. The 2 resolved to return that night to lay the traps, opting to rest in Qianlong City in the meantime. That night, Qinghe assisted Qinghe in placing an array of traps around the water's edge, ensuring that any animal seeking a drink would encounter them. Why are we setting traps here? As we lie in wait, we can drive the sheep toward this area when they come to drink. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch them. Indeed, capturing them was no easy feat during their recent survival exercises in the mountains. They had spotted goats that could effortlessly scale cliffs. Grasping them was an impossibility. Will we be able to catch them all? A few may escape. That's just part of maintaining the ecosystem. You possess quite the environmental consciousness. However, upon hearing Qinghe's words, Qinghe chose to focus solely on his learning. Meanwhile, in the vicinity where wolves came to drink, Qinghe's approach was ruthless, intent on capturing every last one. After a night of diligent work, the 2 returned to their space and collapsed into slumber. The following day, they awaited the arrival of the anticipated sheep herd, but instead, they encountered a few solitary wild animals, deer and wild boars, drinking. All of which Qinghe managed to capture with Qinghe's assistance on the 3rd day. The long-awaited pack of animals finally arrived. Though not the sheep they had hoped for, it was a pack of wolves that Qinghe had resolved to capture. A total of 14 wolves. Qinghe was already poised with bow and arrow as the lead wolf triggered the trap. Qinghe's first arrow flew forth, forcing the pack to retreat toward the traps. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows followed, an impressive display that left Qinghe momentarily awestruck, wondering if Qinghe had somehow acquired a false attribute card, before the bewildered Qinghe could gather his wits. Qinghe and Qinghe had already moved in to deliver the finishing blows. This time, not a single wolf was spared. Their corpses were collected and stored, with Tang Shiya orchestrating the skinning and curing process to craft a complete set of leather garments, which would be perfect for Qinghe's impending expedition to the outer Qinghe Mountains. Qinghe collaborated with Qinghe to dismantle the traps in the surrounding area, filling in any that had yet to be activated, while leaving the traps near the sheep's watering hole intact, awaiting their arrival. How often do the sheep come to drink? Can they really go without water for so long? Calculating the days, it has been 3 or 4 since we first spotted the sheep. In these mountains, there are plenty of places to quench their thirst, but they simply make occasional visits to replenish their moisture, that we should quickly eliminate the scent of blood from this area. Otherwise, no animal will dare approach on the 5th day of waiting. Qinghe finally laid eyes on the long-awaited flock of sheep, his excitement reaching an unparalleled peak that he had been waiting so long that even the flowers had withered. He couldn't fathom how those true hunters, who braved the elements, endured this lonely vigil. Once the sheep had quenched their thirst, Qinghe signaled to Qinghe. According to their plan, Qinghe, armed with a short knife, circled back along the route the sheep had taken, blocking their escape and forcing them toward the trap. Qinghe, from a concealed position, drew his bow and shot an arrow that struck one of the goat's front legs, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry that served as a warning to its companions. As the flock turned to flee, they found their retreat obstructed by Qinghe and Wang Kai, who charged at them fiercely. No matter, they would find another way. However, this change of course was a trap in itself. Faced with water on one side and blocked paths on the other, any human would instinctively know that the remaining route was fraught with peril. As the traps were triggered one by one, some sheep were ensnared while others managed to escape, yet neither Qinghe nor Qinghe paid it much heed. They had long decided against total annihilation. Whether the sheep could evade capture was left to fate. Once all was settled, Qinghe gathered the captured sheep into the pasture, dispatching the injured ones before preparing to fill in the traps and leave. Suddenly, Wang Kai began barking furiously. There was no need for telepathy. That bark was not a good omen. After more than 10 days of trials, Qinghe was no longer prone to trembling in the face of adversity. He quickly assessed Qinghe's position, retreating to the water's edge while facing the forest, sidestepping toward Qinghe's direction. Hearing Wang Kai's warning, Qinghe also swiftly moved closer to Qinghe in less than 30 seconds. The trio was united, backs to the water, eyes trained on the dense thicket. They had lain in wait by this pond for several days, confirming that no danger lurked in the waters. As a figure emerged slowly from the woods, Qinghe could not suppress a gulp. A bear, a brown bear, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Qinghe's heart leapt into his throat. He was but a fledgling adventurer, having relied on his senior's guidance until now. And here he was, faced with a boss. Could he capture it alive? No way. Would he have any chance? Perhaps 1 in 19. After hearing Qinghe's words, Qinghe's heart raced. Should they retreat? There was no time to spare. No blinking. A minute later, Qinghe found himself atop the enormous bear, pulling the arrow lodged in its eye. Blood mixed with fluid streamed from the socket. The sight made Qinghe retch, bile rising in his throat. Qinghe approached, offering no comfort, merely collecting the arrow he had discarded, washing in the pond before drying it with a cloth and returning it to the quiver. He then perched on a nearby branch, keeping watch over the forest, leaving Qinghe to lick his wounded psyche in solitude. Just days prior, they had slaughtered a pack of wolves, a bloody affair. Yet at that moment, Qinghe felt little. It was just a splash of water. Yet today, witnessing the effortless takedown of the hefty brown bear by Qinghe, he felt nothing, or he wouldn't have volunteered to retrieve arrows for his superior. However, when he extracted the arrow from the eye socket, pulling out the brain matter mixed with BL in a place devoid of streetlights, and where the main road is riddled with potholes created by coal trucks, it is certainly not the most prudent idea. Although my body enjoyed ample rest, being outside kept my mind in a constant state of tension. Upon my return to the city, a wave of relaxation washed over me, and thus I found myself sinking into an especially deep slumber. The next morning, I arose early and made my way to the breakfast stall at the alley's entrance point. 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk awaited me. The large buns of the north were an entirely different species compared to the small ones I had savored in my previous life in the south, that I certainly could not get accustomed to the taste of fermented mung bean juice. And while I enjoyed tofu pudding, the lingering impact of the previous day's intense experiences rendered it unwise to indulge in it now. After breakfast, noticing that it was still early, I felt no urgency to head to the factory. Arriving too early would yield no results. As no one would be around, I decided instead to return to the courtyard and see if there was any amusement to be found at third uncle. Up quite early. Upon entering, I spotted Qinghe brushing his teeth, and I greeted him. Qinghe spat out the toothpaste foam and asked, "Off to breakfast, Qinghe?" As he spoke, he wrinkled his nose, catching the aroma of the meat buns. Initially in high spirits, I found my mood dampened. Was he perhaps a close sibling of Wang Kai? Would I now have to broadcast my culinary cravings live from the courtyard? As I pondered this, My thoughts wandered as my gaze drifted past my own west room towards the west courtyard. This must be secured. Please continue with your tasks. I still have much to attend to. I intended to tidy up the corridor in front of my door in full view of the morning crowd. The corridor on my doorstep was implicitly regarded as my domain, often cluttered with items I did not wish to store indoors. For instance, I had placed the honeycomb coal that San had delivered there. A glance revealed, surprisingly, that it had not diminished in quantity. Wasn't the old Jia family notorious for their insatiable greed? Weren't they said to have pilfered throughout the courtyard? How could they be this honest? It seemed that the tales of this courtyard, not beginning until 65, had its reasons. Jia Dongshu was still a mere child clad in split-crotch pants, and the courtyard's valiant warrior had just concluded his stint of scavenging. He had recently been recruited into the canteen as a kitchen helper. The White Lotus was deeply ensconced in domesticity, while the moral paragon, Qinghe, was now the one most eager for tranquility, wishing only to enjoy a peaceful retirement without disturbances. Yet this delicate balance was about to be disrupted by Jia Dongshu. The state of the courtyard would be dictated by him. Chapter 51. Handling Wolf meets Section Chief. Are you busy? I knocked on the door of Section Chief Qian's small office, greeting my superior with a smile. Upon seeing me, Qian's expression shifted from surprise to delight. You rascal, you haven't been snatched away by wolves. Have you? If you hadn't informed me of your intention to venture into the mountains, I would have reported you missing. I was taken aback by this remark. Surely, our procurement officer's absence was justified as a legitimate business trip? How could it be labeled as missing? That was in the past, Qian replied, producing a cigarette and offering me one. That you've missed 2 meetings already. Just days ago, a procurement officer from the tractor factory was killed during a rural expedition, and it took several days for anyone to discover his body when passing villagers alerted the authorities. How brutal! What happened afterward? Were the perpetrators apprehended? Where would one even begin to search? There were no leads. Qian sighed, clearly troubled. After all, it was expected that procurement officers would frequently venture into rural areas. However, new regulations from the ministry stipulated that all personnel with external work requirements would be armed. Qian looked at me expectantly, for if no good news emerged today, his worries would persist. And what of your side, Qinghe? Any issues? Qian's tone was urgent, a minor issue that requires resolution. During my trip into the mountains, I encountered a pack of wolves and managed to take down several. However, wolf meat is not on our procurement list, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Qian's heart leapt into his throat, but upon further consideration, he relaxed. This was hardly a significant problem, that he lit the cigarette he had been holding for some time and ignited mine as well. I was taken aback by his kindness. Consider this. Bear meat, deer meat, none of these on the list either. Would we not procure them if we encountered them, as long as we seek approval from the leadership? There should be no issue. I glanced at my watch and added, Come, let us consult Director Li and report this matter. This was precisely what I had hoped for. I desired to establish a connection with Li Huai. Our previous hurried encounter had merely introduced me to him, but this was a chance to make a more substantial impression. Following Qian up to the 3rd floor, we reached the office of the section chief. Director Li, Qian greeted as he entered. I was uncertain why he referred to him as director rather than section chief, but I followed suit. After all, I was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the bureaucratic hierarchy. Once seated, Li Huai turned to me. So, you must be Qinghe? My cousin possesses tremendous strength. I still vividly recall it. Taking the cue from Li Huai, I offered some flattery before Qian steered the conversation back to business. Excellent news. As the year draws to a close, the supply of meat is becoming increasingly tight. We can procure as much as we need. Li Huai waved his hand reassuringly, instilling confidence in Qian. And the purchase price? Qian, now anxious, was reluctant to involve himself in matters not outlined on the list. Huai's expression remained impassive, but internally he found Qian lacking in courage, only aspiring to leadership without taking responsibility. Is it with skin and fur, or just the meat? Skinned. Then let us set the price at 15 cents less than that of pork. I quickly calculated in my head. The current purchase price for live pigs was 70 cents per pound, meaning the wolves would be valued at 55 cents. That was acceptable. My baseline was 51 cents per pound. After concluding the negotiations, I exited Li Huai's office alongside Qian. Qinghe, how much wolf meat do you have in total? Has it been weighed? it has been weighed. After all, it was a collaborative effort, not solely my undertaking. Once it was weighed, I took my share, and we had no disputes. In total, there were 14 wolves, amounting to 1,136 pounds. Qian's previously anxious demeanor relaxed significantly. "Qinghe, you are on the path to a promotion," he exclaimed. "Heroes emerge from youth." "Section Chief, this quantity is rather substantial. I cannot transport all back. You must promptly inform the leadership of the difficulties and seek a solution. Otherwise, the leadership may feel detached, and once the crisis has passed, they might grow increasingly frustrated without any assistance." "Very well. I will issue you a note to the transportation department. The factory will arrange for our procurement department to directly request vehicles for transporting goods as needed." After a long day of labor, I finally completed the storage work before 4 o'clock. Holding the 4-part purchase order, I followed the usual protocol of signing and sealing, ultimately receiving 623 yuan from the finance department. Gazing at the freshly acquired funds, I wondered if they would remain in my possession for 5 days. Checking the time, I hastened to the street office to submit my household registration paperwork. Having gone directly into the mountains from home last time, the documents had only been stamped. When I found Officer Fong, he was busy organizing files at his desk. "Officer Fong, are you busy?" Surprised and somewhat speechless upon seeing me. Fong placed the documents on the desk and remarked, "I thought you had abandoned the household registration process." "Abandon it? How could I? I am striving to purchase a house." It was clear that I intended to procure the property through Officer Fong. There was no need to hide my intentions. Fong, unfazed by my response, inquired, "The source of your funds is clear?" "I trust. I must emphasize that any substantial funds with unclear origins can be a crucial indicator of potential threats." I handed over the recently issued procurement order from the steel mill along with financial proof. Fong meticulously verified the documents and remarked with a hint of sympathy, "You certainly work hard for your earnings. Would you sit for a moment while I process your household registration?" "Director, I wish to purchase the 2 rooms I am currently residing in." As Fong departed with the documents, he nodded to acknowledge my request. I settled into a seat in the large office, observing the busy staff moving about. After approximately 20 minutes, Fong returned, handing me a small booklet. "This is your household registration booklet. You will need to take it to the grain station to obtain your grain and provisions permits." He clarified where to go and who to consult for further processing, that I noticed there aren't many residents coming in to handle their affairs. I was under the impression that many matters needed to be addressed at the street office. I'd spent the entire day sitting there, observing that most of the comings and goings were from staff rather than the general public. Only a few years have passed since liberation, and people's mindsets still linger in the past. They struggle to adapt. We must actively promote the policies and services we offer. Fong expressed his frustration, acknowledging that this added an invisible burden to their workload. "What past mindset?" I inquired. People were reluctant to engage with public institutions. Suddenly enlightened, I understood. Fong took a sip of tea. "You are indeed an anomaly. Otherwise, there would be no need for the street office to establish community liaison officers. Indeed, everything aligns perfectly. Since the public seldom visits government offices without cause, the street office gathers the liaisons from various compounds to disseminate policies, which are then conveyed to the higher-ups. Over time, alternative thoughts inevitably emerge. Rome was not built in a day, nor is ambition cultivated overnight. That it is no wonder that Liu Haizhong later aspired to be a significant figure, perceiving it as an official position that in a certain sense. It truly is an official role. Chapter 52. Social interactions. The 2 men stared at each other for a while. "Oh, you have something else to attend to?" inquired Officer Fong, unable to contain his curiosity. "Weren't we discussing buying a house?" Li Qinghe replied, speechless, as he regarded his counterpart, and why fault for not being clear. "Purchasing a house is a special matter, indeed significant, requiring Director Wang's approval. That I've submitted the documents. But the director is not in today. Once the procedures are finalized, I will inform you," explained Officer Fong, slapping his forehead. "All right, then I shall take my leave for now," upon hearing that Li Qinghe intended to depart. Officer Fong glanced around, noting the lack of attention from others, and could not resist quietly inquiring, "What are your thoughts on that western courtyard? Let's secure a place to live first to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to loss." Li Qinghe responded, "Your concern is valid, But if you desire it, you must act swiftly. I've heard rumors suggesting that the policy regarding public housing converting to private ownership may change by the end of this year. Time is of the essence. Grateful for Officer Fong's reminder, Li Qinghe glanced at the clock on the wall and prepared to leave. Returning to the courtyard, he quickly prepared a simple dinner, utilizing a small iron pot atop a coal stove. Making do with whatever he could muster, of course, he did not partake in the meal himself. It was merely a gesture for his neighbors. In this era, the longer one remained, the more one had to master the art of presentation, ensuring they did not appear out of sync with the times, as Li Qinghe had some peculiarities about him. After completing his gesture, he stowed away the remnants, checked the time, 6 o'clock, and readied himself to step out. By this hour, dusk had already fallen around 5. Li Qinghe pushed his bicycle out. Yin Bugue approached him. "Qinghe, where are you off to at this hour? Is that any of your concern?" Li Qinghe feigned surprise. "Hey, what do you mean? Your third uncle is merely showing concern for you." Ignoring Yin Bugue's ramblings, Li Qinghe rode away. The night was already sparsely populated, and the cold weather facilitated his covert endeavors. He securely fastened a pre-prepared backpack to the rear of his bicycle, thoroughly concealing its contents. Pairs of wild chickens and hares, all ready for use when necessary. Thus commenced his inaugural journey of social exchanges. From near to far, "Qinghe, you are too polite. Do you think I haven't been attentive to your affairs? Hurry, take this back with you. Don't leave empty-handed. Come in and have a look. It wouldn't be right to visit without bringing something." This was Officer Fong. "Qinghe, you still have leftovers? Why not sell them directly to the factory to bolster your performance?" "What? You caught them yourself? Let me have a taste, then I thank you. Please, come in and sit." This was Section Chief Qian. "These are a wild hare and a wild chicken. If you give less, it's merely social courtesy. Give more, and the nature of it changes." Li Qinghe discreetly gauged the possibility of sending warmth to Director Wang. But alas, she missed the opportunity when it presented itself. Director Wang resided in the ministry compound, her husband akin to the status of the future Shaju, a figure of considerable standing. Li Qinghe sighed inwardly, lamenting that she seemed to lack the fortune to become my Aunt Wang. Ultimately, Li Qinghe arrived at Li Huaide's residence. At this point, Li Huaide had yet to ascend to the position of deputy factory director. But his reputation for getting things done for a fee was already well established. From Li Qinghe's perspective, he preferred a leader like Li Huaide. Outside, he attentively listened, confirming that Li Huaide was indeed home. He lifted a leg of goat from his backpack and knocked on the door. "Director Li, Comrade Xiao Li, what brings you here at this late hour?" Upon seeing the leg of goat in Li Qinghe's grasp, Li Huaide quickly ushered him inside. "This is a wild goat I managed to acquire. I was fortunate enough to get 2 hind legs, one for home and the other for you. It seems you had quite the haul this time." Li Huaide remarked with a smile, accepting it without a hint of guilt. Just then, Li Huaide's wife emerged from the bedroom to see who had visited. "This is my wife, Zhu Fong. You may refer to her as sister-in-law. This is a factory worker and my relative, Li Qinghe." After the introductions, Li Qinghe promptly greeted her. "Sister-in-law, greetings." "Hello, Qinghe. Please sit. I will make you a cup of tea." With Li Huaide's gesture, Zhu Fong went to prepare the tea. "You two carry on. I shall not disturb you," she said, retreating to her room. Zhu Fong's appearance was unremarkable. It was evident that Li Huaide had drawn the short straw in this pairing. At just over 30, he was a handsome young man of considerable ability, which is likely why his father-in-law had chosen him to marry his daughter. Nonetheless, he was not overbearing, demonstrating a sense of propriety after departing from Li Huaide's home. Half an hour had passed. Having enjoyed a cup of the fine tea that Li Huaide procured from his father-in-law, he stepped outside, feeling quite refreshed. From this point onward, Li Qinghe had established a foothold within the steel mill. Li Huaide was not a complicated man. He was simply someone who possessed insight and cunning. In the original narrative, the factory's mistress, Lu Lan, came from a notably disadvantaged background. Her husband had abandoned her, leaving her to care for 2 children while working as a kitchen helper. Their relationship was mutually beneficial. When she was caught pilfering grain, he merely tested the waters to see if he could benefit. And upon realizing it was unfeasible, he refrained from further pursuit. After being beaten by Shaju, he recognized her utility and chose not to punish her severely. His suspicions regarding Su Damao's intentions led him to dismiss him from the factory entirely. As for Director Yang sweeping the floor, it was common for numerous individuals to reside in cow sheds during that era. Which village did not have a few? Yang, as the factory director, was fortunate to live in a staff building while earning a director's salary. So what grievances could he possibly have? Therefore, his ability to land on his feet after the storm subsided was no mere coincidence, trailing behind the larger group, reaping the benefits while avoiding blame. Qinghe was keen to embrace such a substantial ally at Li Huai's home. After Qinghe had left, Zhu Feng emerged from her room. "Why did you converse with that clerk for so long today?" The person who understood Li Huai best was undoubtedly his wife. She recognized that her husband acted with purpose, and the fact that he had spent such an extended time conversing with a young man was a rare sight indeed. A remarkably capable young man with a clean background. He must be worth cultivating. To be considered capable by you is indeed a rarity. He righted that overturned vehicle of my father's upon first meeting. I am well aware of how heavy it is. Having toiled alongside Xiao Zhang, he is immensely strong. In ancient times, he would be a formidable warrior. On this trip to the mountains, he hunted 14 wild wolves. She glanced at the goat leg, noting the impressive haul and lamenting that he had kept the best for himself. Zhu Feng also took notice of the goat leg. "Send that leg of goat to your father tomorrow. He delights in mutton." Li Huai was leveraging a gift for his own gain. It was indeed a fine piece, though Zhu Feng mused that it would have been even better had it been a rack of ribs. Unbeknownst to his wife, Li Huai covertly rolled his eyes. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The courtyard remained tranquil, and Qinghe began to suspect that he had somehow entered a fabricated world of courtyard life. Otherwise, why was it always so eerily quiet? Chapter 53. Examination today is December 22 ND, the 9th day of the 11th lunar month, coinciding with the winter solstice. Initially, when inquiring about the examination dates, he paid it no heed. But upon reflection, today felt a bit rushed, especially since he wished to return home for dumplings later in the evening. Before 8 o'clock, he waited at the entrance of the 4th 9th City Workers' Technical School for the doors to open. After presenting his examination permit to the gatekeeper and receiving his queue number, he proceeded to the second-floor corridor to await his turn. Qinghe surveyed his surroundings. At least 300 individuals were vying to take the electrician exam. While waiting for his number to be called, he encountered his neighbor, Yin Jieqing. For Qinghe, this was an unexpected yet not entirely surprising encounter, but for Yin Jieqing, it was somewhat astonishing that he squeezed through the crowd. "Qinghe, haven't you already secured a job? Why are you still here to take the electrician exam? Isn't it true that I registered before I had a job? Since my name's already on the list, I might as well show up for the exam. It doesn't take much effort." Qinghe responded. His intention in visiting this fabled courtyard was to soak in the atmosphere, not to isolate himself. He still welcomed normal social interactions. While awaiting his turn, Yin Jieqing huffed and stamped his feet, clearly feeling the chill in his thin cotton jacket. Qinghe couldn't help but feel sorry for him. This third uncle is quite stingy. Is he even skimping on cotton for his clothes? In this state, regardless of whether Yin Jieqing possesses the skills of a first-class electrician, he wouldn't pass the practical test. How is one expected to connect wires when their hands are trembling? Qinghe found it utterly incomprehensible how the entire Yin family operated. All examinees were to enter the testing room in numerical order, beginning with a theoretical exam, followed by practical assessments. The speaker is a young individual, likely a student engaged in social practice. Assisting in maintaining order, he hands over the identification card and examination permit to the other party, who verifies his identity and allows Qinghe to enter. Picking up the exam paper, the first step is to roughly scan the entire paper. Quite simple indeed. For theoretical examinations, as long as one studies diligently at home, passing the Level 1 electrician theory exam is virtually guaranteed. Those who fail are merely deceiving themselves during their studies, pretending they have prepared adequately. The challenging part lies in the theoretical section. Presently, there are even certain internal electricians from factories taking the exam that if one has family members who are electricians at home, a little guidance on basic practical skills is considerably advantageous compared to many others who are utterly in the dark. Qinghe is indifferent. During his past work on construction sites, what wires had he not connected? Compliance with standards was a rarity. Disorganized connections were the norm. Over time, management has become increasingly strict, safety manuals thicker. Yet, disorganized connections persist despite prohibition. After more than half an hour, Qinghe completed his exam and submitted his paper, drawing the attention of fellow candidates in the examination room. AS candidates gradually exited the examination hall. The examiners conferred and decided to advance the practical examination, allowing those willing to take it immediately, thus saving time. Among those who exited early were some genuinely unprepared, naturally hesitant to step forward. Others, brimming with confidence, outpaced Qinghe in securing the first opportunity to take the exam. After effortlessly completing the practical assessment, while awaiting the results, someone had already pulled out and graded his paper. Although not entirely compliant with the standards of processes, one could say it was expedient. After submitting a 2-inch passport photo, a quick paste, and a red stamp, a brand new handwritten electrician's certificate emerged fresh from the press. Qinghe held his first certificate, examining it closely. Although it appeared somewhat unorthodox, it could not deter the envious gazes of others. Off he went, back home, to the entrance of the courtyard. He once again encountered Uncle Yin Bugui. Qinghe glanced at his watch. It was 10:30, a standard early return. Uncle Yin, why not bring your flowers out to bask in the sun during the day? Why toil away here? Qinghe, in good spirits, approached him first to greet. Qinghe, aren't you working today? Why are you back so early? Early? Wasn't it you who blocked my way at the gate? Where did you come from? You're grinning from ear to ear. I went for the exam, the electrician's certificate. Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui was taken aback. His son Yin Jiefeng was also sitting for the electrician's exam, and he had yet to return. Calculating the time, he realized Jiefeng had likely just finished the written portion as a primary school teacher. Yin Bugui was naturally well acquainted with examinations. This lad clearly submitted his paper early. He is undoubtedly a poor student. No worries, Qinghe. Don't be disheartened. Your brother Jiefeng has taken the exam several times. Although there is only one opportunity each year now, as long as you study diligently, you still have a chance to pass. Seeing Qinghe seemingly fail, Yin Bugui felt happier than if he had succeeded himself. A typical case of not wishing well. Before your exam next year, let your brother Jiefeng give you some tutoring and some practical training. You'll get it for just a bit of tuition. Qinghe looked speechlessly at the incessantly chattering Yin Bugui. Whose imagination is that? Can't he just take it back? Pulling out the freshly minted electrician's certificate from his coat pocket, he handed it to Yin Bugui. What is this? Yin Bugui asked, suspicious yet unwilling to believe. Why not open it and see for yourself? As he spoke, he pushed it forward a bit more. Yin Bugui's skeptical gaze scanned Qinghe from top to bottom, finally fixing on the certificate after opening it. Whose is this? He murmured. I.S.T. their name on it. Do you not recognize the 3 characters, Qinghe? It doesn't matter if I don't recognize it. Look, there's a photo too. The soft whisper seemed like thunder in Yin Bugui's ears. His son Yin Jiefeng had already attempted the electrician's exam twice. This was the 3rd attempt and the last for this year. Starting next year, the electrician's exam would only be held once a year, meaning if he failed, the likelihood of Yin Jiefeng becoming an electrician would be greatly diminished. Weren't you already working? Yin Bugui stammered, perhaps overwhelmed by his thoughts. Now you remember I have a job? Just a moment ago, weren't you quite cheerful? You want to become an electrician. As a level 12 clerk, what electrician could I possibly be? Is it merely sitting on an office chair? Consider this. How much does your level 12 clerk earn per month? 23 yuan, while a level 1 electrician earns 33. That is an extra 10. Yin Bugui's squinty eyes sparkled with calculations. Qinghe was curious about what scheme this old man was concocting. That makes sense. Wouldn't my hard-won position as a purchasing agent be wasted? Not wasted. With your brother Jiefeng's relationship, you can transfer the purchasing position to him, and then you can become an electrician. Wouldn't that be fine? Qinghe was momentarily speechless, wanting to splatter him with a face full of incredulity. What a splendid idea. Uncle Yin, let us do this. Let us set a table for both families in the courtyard, have Jiefeng acknowledge me as his grandfather, and then treat me like a grandfather from now on. This job I shall bestow. Qinghe agreed emphatically. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Yin Bugui's smile blossomed, contemplating how much such a position would sell for Jiefeng. Upon hearing the latter half, his face turned the color of pig liver. You're Jiefeng's grandfather now. What should I call you? What gives you the right? Exactly, what gives you the right? Li Qinghe muttered to himself, as if confronted with an unfathomable dilemma. Yin Bugui finally realized what was happening, suppressing his anger, and turned to leave, observing that the man was genuinely upset. Li Qinghe quickly called out, "Look at you. Why are you still angry? Uncle Yin, we haven't even smoked today. Come back." Yin Bugui stood frozen, torn between leaving and staying, taking a full 3 minutes to mentally prepare before finally turning around with a smile. Li Qinghe struck a match, lighting it for him before igniting his own. The two chatted and laughed as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 54. Li, the officer. When Yin Bugui returned home, the smile on his face faded with the smoke. Aunt Yin, watching from the side, asked with concern, "What is wrong? Did you have a quarrel with Qinghe? Could I possibly quarrel with him? I saw you two arguing one moment and getting along the next. What was going on?" Changing faces, Aunt Yin had been observing from the window for quite a while. Unable to discern what was happening between the two, Yin Bugui's sighed. This young Li has moved from the countryside to the city, secured a formal job, and rented a place to establish himself. He is not an ordinary person. Didn't you mention this when he first moved in? Previously, I thought I could take advantage of him a bit, but today, I tried to see if I could gain something substantial. Aunt Yin's eyes lit up at this revelation. And the outcome? The outcome was that he nearly drove me to my grave on the spot. He refrained from mentioning that Li Qinghe had suggested he become a father figure, only picking on the less significant details. While Yin Bugui lamented at home, Yin Jiefeng returned. Without needing to ask, just seeing the dejected look on Yin Jiefeng's face made it clear he had not passed. "I heard you and Li Qinghe encountered each other at the examination. Is that true?" Yin Bugui inquired. Yes, they all submitted their papers early. He was the fourth to attempt the practical exam. Yin Jiefeng replied indignantly. "Today was truly unfortunate. Had I known, I would have submitted my paper earlier to secure a front row spot." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui sensed a story brewing. Could he utilize it? The 12 candidates who rushed to take the practical exam ahead of them were all passed by the examiners and received their electrician certificates. Once the roll call began for the remaining candidates, they started to eliminate individuals. Yin Jiefeng wished he could slap himself for being timid as a primary school teacher. Yin Bugui immediately recognized the situation. It mirrored their classroom dynamics. Confident students eagerly participating. The half-prepared hesitating for the teacher to call their names, and the poor performers wishing to shrink into their clothing. Those who rushed forward to take the exam were clearly self-assured, eager to finish early and return home. Watching his eldest son mumbling to himself, Yin Bugui had grown weary of lecturing him. Upon returning home and closing the door, Li Qinghe noticed the stove had yet to be extinguished. He swiftly entered the space. In the grand hall of the Lord's mansion, a crowd had gathered. Master Tang, Chun Mu, and others were present. "How is the map research progressing? Have you delineated the area based on the materials you brought back?" "We have initially determined the range. The specific location requires your approval, Master." During crowded discussions, the steward always took the lead. "Then why this location?" "This area falls within the outer Qinghe range, 100 kilometers from our national border. Not too far, not too close. According to Qing dynasty records, there's a high likelihood of untapped gold mines here. We will certainly be in dire need of gold in the future. Hence, it would be prudent to select this site." "Which document or materials led you to this conclusion?" "I don't see it." At this moment, Li Qinghe was genuinely astonished. What a remarkable figure Master Tang was. After considering everyone's opinions, Li Qinghe decisively concluded that this would be the location. He picked up the map and approached Chun Mu. "Are you prepared?" Facing the solemn city lord, Chun Mu felt a surge of uncertainty, yet he could only resolutely nod in agreement. Throughout, it had been Li Qinghe's own lack of security that plagued him. Transitioning from an era where one dared not retaliate out of fear of mutual harm, to a time where disputes could escalate to gunfire at a mere disagreement, Li Qinghe had always been beset by a profound sense of insecurity. If he were to lose just one person, it would be manageable, but now, with something to rely upon, He dared not easily let anyone go during this foray into the deep mountains for hunting. Qinghe sensed a transformation within himself, gaining a considerable degree of confidence in his abilities and attributes. Thus, Qinghe's journey naturally commenced. Qinghe retrieved the time-space anchor point stored in a small warehouse of the Lord Mansion and handed it to Qinghe. Master, you shall arrange all the necessary provisions for our journey. Clothing, rations, and so forth. Also, go to the warehouse and fetch 100 yuan. It was just deposited yesterday. Qinghe, who had been traversing the outside world, was well aware of Li Qinghe's financial constraints. Pulling out 15 yuan from his pocket, he remarked, I haven't even used the money from last time. It hardly requires that much. Take it. If it remains unused, you can return it to the warehouse. But we cannot risk being short on funds when the need arises. Li Qinghe persuaded. The boss is right. For you, earning this little amount is trivial. The priority is to place the anchor point and return to Qianlong City. Thus, it was decided. Qinghe, as for the specific location to set this device, once we arrive, adapt to the circumstances. Our understanding is limited, so we can only outline a general area. Qinghe silently nodded in response. If everything goes smoothly with the train, good news should arrive within 10 days. However, should there be any setbacks, it could take 1 or 2 months. Of course, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Typically, with Qinghe's capabilities, there would be no cause for concern. Yet the unpredictable element of Wang Kai made things more complicated. After a sumptuous lunch to prepare for their venture, Li Qinghe summoned Qinghe outside the city moat. Even in an era where travel was fraught with difficulties, the train station remained teeming with people. After bidding farewell to Qinghe, Li Qinghe glanced at the clock. It was time to report for duty. He arrived at the steel mill as procurement section, which appeared as desolate as ever. This time, even the finance chief, who usually stayed locked in a small office, furrowing his brow while jotting down notes, was nowhere to be found. Witnessing this situation, Li Qinghe felt a surge of frustration. Who was going to collect my universal equality device? As the clock approached 3, with the office still deserted, Li Qinghe genuinely felt anxious, contemplating whether he could hitch a ride back home with the transport section. Fortunately, the finance chief returned just in time. My leader, where am I supposed to find you if I have an urgent matter in the future? Seeing the finance chief's return felt akin to finding a sidearm. What do you need? The finance chief queried, surprised, as they had only seen each other the night before. Do you have anything good? His thoughts raced with possibilities. Didn't I hear that our procurement and transport teams are getting firearms? Whereas mine? Li Qinghe hastily divulged his request, hoping for a swift resolution so he might catch Wu San's transport. This matter. You need to obtain a note from the security department to collect the firearm. Let me check on it, he responded. What about others in our department? Changjie, Huge, and that one person. Li Qinghe struggled to recall a colleague's name. Guyu. The finance chief interjected. Right, Guyu. Didn't they collect theirs? They're not going out to procure materials, so why would they need one? The finance chief remained calm, seemingly fortunate to have such subordinates. Watching the finance chief fill out the form, Li Qinghe fell into a state of confusion. So, in this entire section, was he the only one working? Was he to be dubbed Li the clerk? Chapter 55, Armament. While he could understand the others, why wasn't Brother Chen also participating? Wasn't it said that he was the most diligent worker? Li Qinghe began to suspect that there might be some trap awaiting him. He couldn't shake off his unease until he clarified the situation. As long as the task was completed, did it truly matter how it was accomplished? The finance chief clearly did not wish to delve further into this topic. Noticing the other's evasiveness, Li Qinghe resignedly took the approved note and headed to the security department's office. Which department are you from? What brings you to the security department? A familiar-looking security personnel approached him with an inquiry. Handing over the note, the officer scrutinized it carefully. You may enter. Proceed to the innermost firearms management office to collect your weapon. This took Li Qinghe by surprise. Was it customary to obtain a firearm permit before acquiring a weapon? Why was he allowed to collect it first? In an instant, a multitude of conspiracy theories flooded his mind. With unimpeded access, he arrived at the firearms management office of the security department, presenting the note to the custodian and observing his surroundings, which were devoid of other individuals. He discreetly offered 2 packs of cigarettes. The custodian initially appeared taken aback, but soon became alert. What are you doing? Choose me a firearm with better performance. Upon hearing this, the custodian relaxed considerably, assuming the request was harmless. Oh, you have a preferred model? Li Qinghe pondered for a moment. I've heard the M1911 is quite good. Can you give me that one? The custodian, observing Li Qinghe's demeanor, remained silent, his expression impassive. It dawned on him that this individual was a complete novice, possibly seeking amusement. If you manage to acquire that firearm, I wouldn't want it. Just let me hold it, all right? The custodian, maintaining his stoic expression, internally cursed. Those who could collect such firearms were typically high-ranking officials. Being of lesser rank would only lead to trouble. Realizing he had misspoken, he eventually handed Li Qinghe a firearm, though without ammunition. What kind of gun is this? It seems rather outdated. Hearing the young man's tone of disdain, the custodian felt a headache coming on. He dreaded dealing with such ignorant enthusiasts. This is the Soviet TT 1933, with a 7.62 mm caliber and an 8-round capacity. Absolutely reliable. Taking 2 packs of cigarettes for it is a bargain. Finally, Li Qinghe gained a preliminary understanding of the weapon in his possession. Hey, what about the bullets? I'm going hunting in the mountains, and I'll need a fair amount. The custodian remained unmoved. If you need bullets, you'll have to purchase them yourself. Buy as many as you want. Can this be sold? This question touched upon Li Qinghe's knowledge gap. Upon reflection, he recalled having seen such items in shops before. With a firearm permit, you can buy as many as you like. Can we purchase them at the factory? Li Qinghe felt a tinge of panic at the prospect. The factory does not engage in arms trading, the custodian replied flatly. Then what should I do about practicing with the gun? He never handled one before. This isn't something that can be learned on the fly. The security department has a shooting range. You can go there to learn and practice. Is it free? The custodian was too disinterested to engage further with Li Qinghe, scribbling something on a card, prompting Li Qinghe to prepare to leave this dismal place without a moment's delay. What do you think you're doing? A voice thundered from behind. Internally sighing, Li Qinghe wondered if his guess was indeed correct. Were they about to stage a scene reminiscent of Lin Chong's night raid on the White Tiger Hall? Steeling himself, he turned slowly, only to find the custodian staring at him in disbelief, weaponless. What's wrong with me? Sensing no malice from the other, Li Qinghe relaxed slightly. What are you doing with that gun? Isn't mine now. It's truly a moment of absurdity when one can only laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation. How can it belong to you? You only have usage rights. When you go out for procurement, bring the paperwork to collect this gun and the accompanying ammunition, and return it here after the procurement is complete. Li Qinghe finally understood. This firearm wasn't actually his to keep. Then what was your earlier comment about where to buy ammunition? Wasn't that your inquiry? You asked, so I answered. The two exchanged incredulous glances for a while, after which Li Qinghe returned the firearm and took the note written by the custodian. Preparing to apply for a permit, as he stepped out the door, he turned back, clasping his hands in greeting. May I ask your name? Zhang Sihai. With that, Li Qinghe exited, thinking, Old Zhang, just wait until I bring the M1911 to show you up. Glancing at the handwritten firearm permit, which detailed the model and specifications, he finally understood why no one in the procurement section had reacted. The finance chief was utterly unreliable and lacked familiarity with the business. Having accomplished all tasks, Li Qinghe prepared to return to Laogo village. He promptly went to obtain a task order for rural procurement and collected his firearm, which had yet to warm in his grasp. After all, the role of a procurement officer necessitates extensive travel. Frequent excursions please the superiors and bring joy to the family. The coal trucks from the steel mill had long departed, so Li Qinghe hailed a vehicle from another factory on his obligatory route. Despite recent events heightening the vigilance of personnel in various factories, this was still within the city, and Li Qinghe's logistics uniform from the steel mill proved advantageous. Upon entering the vehicle, he presented his work ID and offered each of the two drivers a packet of cigarettes as travel fare. The trio soon arrived near the town. After expressing his gratitude to the two drivers, Li Qinghe disembarked and proceeded on foot toward the town. Previously, he had traveled by his own factory's vehicle, where the drivers were acquaintances who could take a detour to drop him at the village entrance. This time, however, he was not so fortunate, as he was let off directly at the junction, leaving the remainder of the journey to traverse on foot. Once the vehicle faded from his sight and noticing the absence of others around, He retrieved his bicycle from the warehouse and pedaled toward the town. As usual, he picked up his two younger sisters, who seemed unusually subdued today, whether due to the cold or their acclimatization to the bicycle's rhythm. They no longer exhibited their previous exuberance, appearing rather lifeless. Fortunately, upon reaching home, the two sisters seemed to regain their vitality. "Second brother, please don't pick me up next time. It's far too cold. I'd rather walk home." After a pause, Li Qinghe voiced a protest. "All right, understood. Next time you two can walk back yourselves," Li Qinghe replied with a hint of understanding, as he too was reluctant to ride in such weather. The aroma of lamb dumplings simmering in the pot drew the family's attention, causing them to swallow in unison. After a satisfying meal of dumplings, the two sisters, with their round bellies, were reluctant to move. They were forcibly sent off to complete their homework. Observing the four adults seated at the table, Li Qinghe inquired, "Father, mother, have you considered my previous suggestion?" "What suggestion?" Li Jinshan responded. "Eldest brother and sister-in-law are still in the dark. However, the sister-in-law has always refrained from expressing opinions on family matters, preferring to toil away in silence. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed." Alifu sighed. "Qinghe, I recognize your capabilities, but have you considered what will happen to our land if we move to the city? It will surely be reclaimed. I'm only 40 this year. What can I do in the city? I cannot simply retire, can I?" Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe realized there was merit in the discussion. Rather than outright refusal, he genuinely contemplated future arrangements and family planning. This revelation left the elder couple astonished. Moving to the city, together, Chapter 56. The past. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep envy and longing. Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. "Since you have seriously contemplated this issue, it indicates a willingness to go. Allow me to share my reasons." Li Qinghe organized his thoughts. He knew he could not mention that next year would see the initiation of urban commune trials surrounding Qinghe, where the entire family would need to work the fields for labor points. Instead, he focused on his siblings. Next year, Qinghe will take the high school entrance exam. If she can gain admission, it would be ideal. If she gets into high school, I will use my connections to transfer her to a school in Qinghe. Qinghe will be entering junior high next year. Our local schools are quite limited. On a good year, only 3 or 4 students might gain admission to high school, and on a bad year, perhaps none at all. If you both transfer your household registration to me, Qinghe and Qinghe can directly enroll in schools in Qinghe, which would greatly benefit their futures. He continued to entice Li Lifu further. What if Qinghe fails her exams? What can she do in this rural setting? "Father, you must consider your daughter's future. Furthermore, as a man, what is stopping you from pursuing opportunities in the city? Do not worry excessively. We can figure things out as we go." Zhao Yuzhen had long harbored a desire to leave the countryside since Li Qinghe secured his position in the city. At this moment, she felt no need to dissuade him. After listening to Li Qinghe, Li Lifu sighed, attempting to maintain his dignity. "You need not remind me. Over 20 years ago, I ventured out to Tianjin to seek work." He glanced at Zhao Yuzhen and fell silent. Qinghe had long noticed the complex expression shared between his elder brother and sister-in-law and sought to comfort them that not fret. "I will see if I can arrange a job for you in the first half of next year. It would be best if our family could move to the city together." Although his words sounded daunting, Li Qinghe did not find the task overly challenging at this point. He recalled the conversation with his uncle regarding the logistical recruitment at the Qinghe mining district that his cousin Li Jixue had mentioned. "Didn't they arrange for you and Li Fang to apply for positions at Qinghe coal mine? Did you not go?" "He went but did not pass. Li Fang succeeded and is said to have already started work." His elder brother's wife interjected on his behalf. Qinghe was not particularly surprised. His elder brother had faced turmoil during his school years, needing to assist the family, leaving little room for dedicated study. Although his elder brother had failed the entrance exam for the Qinghe Bureau, it was still possible to arrange for some less demanding jobs. Moreover, with famine looming, life in the countryside would grow increasingly difficult. The entire village would face starvation. Was it not better to seek opportunities in the city? After all, a life of fortune requires no justification. Qinghe felt confident, yet he refrained from elaborating further. With Zhao Yuzhen's aspirations already ignited, there was no need for everyone's hopes to flourish. If all did, it would become unmanageable. The house was still not ready, and his sisters were still in school. Later that evening, in his parents' room, Yuzhen, living in this countryside for over 20 years must have been a hardship for you. Li Laifu expressed with heartfelt emotion. Marrying a woman like Zhao Yuzhen was a dream he had never dared to entertain. Yet it unexpectedly became a reality over 20 years ago when he went to Tianjin for work. What nonsense! We are already an old married couple, she retorted, yet nestled closer in her husband's embrace. Reflecting on those early days, she genuinely felt that their union was destined, that if you hadn't pulled me through the crowd at Tianjin port, I would have likely faced grave danger. Recollecting that time, Zhao Yuzhen felt a mix of fear and happiness. Originally from northeast China, Zhao Yuzhen hailed from a well-known affluent family in Heilongjiang province. Sensing the precarious circumstances, the Zhao family decided to relocate to Southeast Asia. However, while their ship docked at Tianjin port for supplies, the naive and romantic young lady inadvertently disembarked and wandered off, missing the departure. The ship was British, and the Zhao family possessed neither the means nor the authority to halt the merchant vessel. As the ship drifted further from the shore, her younger sister wept and ran alongside the vessel, while her elder brother, heartbroken for his little sister, threw her suitcase towards Zhao Yuzhen, with the merchant ship receding into the distance. The crowd at the dock grew increasingly eager. A girl left behind due to an accident, bearing wealth that could take generations to acquire, attracted the attention of everyone present, from tourists to dock workers and even gangsters, all of whom craved to seize her that moment. Li Laifu descended from the heavens, seizing the bewildered Zhao Yuzhen and fleeing in that instant. Zhao Yuzhen found herself following Li Laifu, her mind clouded with confusion. Once they reached a quiet area, she regained her wits, her expression turning wary. She could no longer discern friend from foe, yet the environment compelled her to mature swiftly. After escaping the encirclement, the laborers and tourists abandoned the chase. But the gangsters grew furious and rallied the crowd to recapture them. Thus, a classic chase unfolded in Tianjin, where they ran, while others pursued, embodying the essence of a thrilling escape, in their shared struggle against malevolence. A bond swiftly developed between the young man and woman, their relationship rapidly evolving from acquaintance to understanding to love, ultimately leading Zhao Yuzhen to follow her husband away from Tianjin to his hometown in Sijiaqing, Qinghe, Li Jia village. They did not relocate to Laogo village until just before the liberation. Once the floodgates of memory opened, they could not be shut. Tears streamed down Zhao Yuzhen's face as she recalled the past. It has been over 20 years. I wonder how my mother, father, and 2 elder brothers are faring. Li Laifu offered comfort, though truthfully he was at a loss for words, having never met his wife's relatives. Despite feeling a mix of uncertainty and trepidation about moving to Sijiaqing, he resolved to accompany his wife into the city for the latter half of their lives, just as she had supported him in the rural life during the first half. Li Jianshan and his wife also found sleep elusive. Upon hearing such news, it would be strange if they could sleep at all. Will their parents truly move to Sijiaqing? Wu Mei remained skeptical. Having married into a rural family, could they really transition to urban residency so swiftly? It was evident that her mother had always desired to live in the city, frequently sharing dreams of urban life with them during their childhood, only for war to shatter her youthful aspirations. Li Qingshan, while not entirely familiar with past events, possesses a modicum of knowledge due to his advanced age, having heard bits and pieces over the years. Although he cannot piece together the entire narrative, he knows more than his younger siblings. Regarding the suddenly prosperous Li Qinghe, he does not harbor any jealousy. Instead, he feels a profound sense of joy. So, do you think Qinghe can truly help you find a job? In the dim light of the evening, unable to discern his wife's expression, Li Qingshan nonetheless perceives the anxiety and yearning in her tone. This matter must indeed be reliable. With an air of resolution, Li Qingshan's tone brooks no argument, instantly alleviating the anxiety that had gripped Wu Mei's heart. Who does not yearn for a life in the city? Qin Jingru, lured by a promise of urban life, unflinchingly surrendered herself to Su Demao, fully aware of his marital status before his divorce. The allure of the city is unmistakably potent, in Li Qingshan's eyes. Wu Mei is truly a wonderful wife, though she often extols the virtues of her mother-in-law, how well she is treated, with her needs for food, clothing, and daily necessities met without reservation. She remains deeply grateful. However, since marrying into the Li family, Wu Mei has taken on the dual role of dutiful daughter-in-law and caretaker for her two younger sisters, shouldering nearly all household duties and only seeking Zhao Yuzhen's assistance when overwhelmed. To Li Qingshan, his wife's efforts are commendable beyond words. Thus, upon her expressed desire to venture into the city, coupled with the newfound opportunity at home, he is determined to help her realize this dream. Even if it requires confronting his brother, the two younger sisters, having been sent back to their room before the conversation began, are blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, sleeping peacefully. Otherwise, they too might have faced the trials of insomnia. Chapter 57. The tears of villages. The joys and sorrows of individuals vary greatly. For instance, at this moment, Li Qinghe is locking his room door, playfully engaging with his dogs. Liang Momo has crafted a sandbag from wolf fur, and Li Qinghe is tossing it for the 7 wolves to fetch. The little dogs frolic with exuberance. Since they were not placed in the ranch for accelerated growth, the dogs are developing at a normal pace. Initially, Li Qinghe contemplated hastening their growth, but as Hong Er explained, organisms subjected to rapid growth in the ranch exhibit certain defects. For carnivores, the impact is negligible, but for other ambitions, the flaws become glaringly apparent. For instance, the hastily bred 7 wolves would struggle to match the bravery and agility typically expected of dogs. Consequently, Li Qinghe abandoned this notion, content to allow them to mature within the Lord's estate. Boss, the prosperity level is nearly sufficient. If we recruit the newly arrived homeless this month, it will be enough for an upgrade. Li Qinghe opened the panel. Player. Li Qinghe identity. Lord of Qianlong City level. Tier 2 village required treasure points for upgrade. 2. 556,500 required prosperity for upgrade. 495,500 territory size. 200 by 200 meters personal attributes. Strength 14, agility 16, constitution 15, spirit 21. Advanced hunter bonus. 8 to all attributes, territory upgrade. 1 to all attributes, current buildings. Lord's Manor. Tier 2 Farm, Tier 2 Ranch, Tier 2 Forest, Tier 2 Warehouse, Tier 2 Homeless Shelter, Tier 1 Herb Garden, Tier 1 Animal Pen, 20 residential houses, 1 treasure pavilion gold. 15,050. Wasn't it stated that we had enough homeless during the initial refresh on the first day of the month? After checking for any unskilled junior talents, I neglected the homeless shelter, only to be summoned again today. If our territory upgrades again, we shall be short of personnel. Resolving not to dwell further, Li Qinghe executed his authority. Recruit 10 homeless. The instant the personnel were in place, the sensation of impending territory upgrade flooded his mind. Upgrade. A veil of white mist enveloped Qianlong City in an instant, just like last time. Even Master Tang, standing beside him, became indistinguishable. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the mist dissipated, Qianlong City was transformed anew. Player. Li Qinghe identity. Lord of Qianlong City level. Tier 3 village required treasure points for upgrade. 25. 566,000 required prosperity for upgrade. 5,056,000 territory size. 400 by 400 meters personal attributes. Strength 16, agility 17, constitution 17, spirit 22. Advanced hunter bonus. 8 to all attributes, territory upgrade. 2 to all attributes, current buildings. Lord's Manor. Tier 2 Farm, Tier 2 Ranch, Tier 2 Forest, Tier 2 Warehouse, Tier 2 Homeless Shelter, Tier 1 Herb Garden, Tier 1 Animal Pen, 20 residential houses, 1 treasure pavilion gold. 15,050. Gazing at the suddenly expanded territory, Li Qinghe found himself momentarily stunned. That the area of 400 meters x 400 meters really this vast? If I continue to double the dimensions with each upgrade, will Qianlong City eventually surpass the size of Suzhou City? Calculating in his mind, he realized he might be overthinking it. A final glance at his attributes revealed a satisfying increase. Due to age adjustments, I prefer not to alter earlier content. Attributes will gradually strengthen to the originally intended level of 18. As lower attributes cannot bring joy to Shaju. The overall layout of the territory had hardly changed. However, The previously visible corner of the lake was now enveloped by a vast expanse of water. Qinghe's first instinct was that this space could now support fish farming. Previously, the river that traversed the village was a flowing stream, and when he attempted to introduce fish, they simply drifted downstream, never to return. Since then, he abandoned the idea of aquaculture. Now, with this lake extending into the territory, Qinghe felt fortunate. Upon checking the system information, he found a delightful surprise. Congratulations, player, for upgrading to a Tier 3 village. Reward: 2 junior resident summoning cards. Alas, they're still of the junior variety. The previous junior card from the last upgrade remains unused, and now there are 2 more. The mountains beside the river also expanded significantly. Reaching nearly halfway up the slope, where snow was now visible, it seemed that with another upgrade, one could frolic in the snow at Qianlong City. Reviewing the new buildings that could be constructed: fishing grounds, construction requirement, water area effect, accelerates fish growth and enhances their meat quality. Ensuring optimal taste. Note: fish living in the fishing grounds can thrive regardless of fresh or salt water. This is excellent. Not only fish, but even seafood can become self-sufficient. However, acquiring the necessary raw materials may prove challenging. This will be a future concern. Immediately consulting Master Tang, Qinghe decided to summon a fish farming expert. Name: Qiao Junfeng. Identity: resident of Qianlong City. Skills: beginner aquaculture mastery, beginner fishing mastery, beginner angling mastery. Attributes: strength 14, agility 13, constitution 13, spirit 11. Territory upgrade: 2 to all attributes, equipment bonus to Lord. 3 to all attributes. Old Tang. How does he possess Tier 3 mastery despite being a junior talent? Does that classify him as a junior or middle tier? Regardless of the number of skills, we assess a character's level based on the highest skill. Master Tang clarified for Qinghe. After spending 200 gold, a fishing ground was established by the river. The entire lake now counted as his personal fishing ground. Next on Qinghe's agenda was the long-desired lookout tower. After discussing its features with Master Tang, he spent 50 gold to construct the lookout tower adjacent to the southern gate of the village, adding a stone structure to the area. Additionally, recognizing the increased size of the territory and river area, he opted for stone bridges at 20 gold each. With only one bridge in place, traversing between the 2 banks had become inconvenient, making the introduction of this bridge a timely solution. Originally, the whitewater river that ran through the village was merely 2 meters wide. After upgrading to Tier 2, it had expanded to a small 4-meter-wide river, and now at Tier 3, it had grown to 6 meters, truly a substantial river. Fortunately, he did not need to cover the cost for upgrading the bridge. Qinghe was somewhat dissatisfied that only a few new buildings were available with the upgrade. Is this all we get for leveling up? I expected more. He was pleased not to have to spend excessively on gold, but felt let down by the limited options for new buildings, especially since only 2 were functional. Transitioning from village to town should yield more opportunities. As their discussion concluded, a middle-aged man who had been silently observing approached. With cupped fists, Qiao Junfeng respectfully greets the esteemed lord and the supervisor. Qinghe belongs to the category of individuals who cannot tolerate the trivialities of the mountain boar. He finds it quite disconcerting to witness such behavior from others. Henceforth, there is no need for formal greetings. Simply addressing him as boss will suffice. Qiao Junfeng glanced at the city lord and then at the supervisor. The newcomer was particularly earnest. Nodding in agreement, he summoned everyone to the city lord's mansion, and as Qinghe surveyed the individuals before him, he recognized that these were indeed his core team. Supervisor Tang, the intermediate martial artist Su Feng, the intermediate chef Liang Momo, the junior talent trio known as the Hong brothers, along with Qiao Junfeng, and the senior hunter Chan Mu, who was currently out on a mission, all contributed to the group. Additionally, he possessed 2 junior talent cards, while the 20 subordinates standing outside were merely auxiliary. With everyone gathered at the city lord's mansion, Qinghe accessed the control panel and commenced the upgrading of existing structures. As he executed his commands, each building was enveloped in beams of white light, initiating their expansion. Chapter 58, Expanding Sales Channels: the Level 3 Farm, Level 3 Pasture, Level 3 Forest, Level 3 Warehouse, Level 3 Refugee Shelter, Level 2 Garden, and Level 2 Beast Pen were all upgraded. The farm not only increased in size, but also enhanced crop quality by 10 and growth rate by 20. The pasture similarly expanded, yielding an increase of 10 in livestock quality and 20 in growth rate. The forest expanded its area, resulting in a 10-point increase in fruit quality and a 20-point increase in tree growth rate. The Level 3 warehouse now boasted a greater capacity, yet it appeared somewhat incongruous when compared to the other structures. The refugee shelter remained limited to 10 individuals. However, the probability of obtaining a junior special talent increased from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 100. A 10-fold increase, and there was a chance of refreshing to intermediate talents. At last, there was a glimmer of hope for the junior talents, while the prospect of intermediate talents was better left unconsidered. As Li Qinghe was well aware of the implications of such probabilities, the Level 2 Beast Pen, on the other hand, added an additional capability to enhance the four-dimensional attributes of beasts, a most beneficial feature, especially since the 7 wolves and the little milk pouch were still under its care. Having reviewed the various aspects of a Level 3 territory, Li Qinghe resolved to reassign tasks among the 20 subordinates. Among them, Hongda from the farm certainly required more manpower. After all, the Level 3 farm encompassed 80 acres to cultivate. If he retained the original 8 workers, each would be responsible for 10 acres. And although these subordinates followed orders without causing trouble, Li Qinghe had no desire to be a tyrannical boss. Thus, he allocated a total of 12 individuals to assist Hongda in the farming endeavor. Furthermore, he designated 4 individuals to assist Hong'er with his pasture, while Hongsan's forest and fishery only had 1 subordinate, as they were currently unoccupied. As for Qiao Juanfeng's fishery, it had yet to yield any fish. The remaining 4 individuals were split between Liang Momo's kitchen and accompanying Supervisor Tang in various tasks. Not only did the 7 wolves require care, but the beast pen also lacked dedicated personnel for management, necessitating Supervisor Tang's involvement. Occasionally, when Li Qinghe entered Qianlong City, a dedicated individual would need to be assigned to the watchtower to monitor external activity. Next, he examined the updated attribute panel. Player: Li Qinghe Identity, City Lord of Qianlong Level 3 Village required treasure points for upgrade, 25. 566,000 required prosperity for upgrade. 5,056,000 territory area. 400 meters personal attributes, strength 16, agility 17, constitution 17, spirit 22. Senior hunter bonus, all attributes 8. Territory upgrade, all attributes 2. Existing structures, City Lord's Mansion. Level 3 Farm, Level 3 Pasture, Level 3 Forest, Level 3 Warehouse, Level 3 Refugee Shelter, Level 2 Herb Garden, Level 2 Beast Pen, Level 1 Fishery, 1 Watchtower, 20 residential houses, 1 Treasure Pavilion coins. 12,050 observing the coins that flowed out without any inflow. Li Qinghe felt a sense of urgency, yet he was at a loss for solutions. According to Supervisor Tang, once they reached the township, they could construct a market to sell goods in exchange for coins. With the current panel in view, not only did they have to consider prosperity, but also treasure points. Such a burden weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed that he needed to reconnect with Xie. After all, it had been quite some time since he had last seen him after arranging for tea trees for Li Qinghe. Surely, he hadn't met an unfortunate end, as he watched everyone return to their respective quarters. He couldn't help but feel discomfort at the sight of the thatched cottages. Surely, the architecture would not remain in such a state. A village consists of thatched huts. Upon upgrading, it would merely expand in area. A town would transition to wooden houses. Upon reaching a city, it would upgrade to brick houses, and if they managed to elevate to a capital, various architectural styles would be at their disposal. Ranging from skyscraper aesthetics to ancient palace designs, European styles, or ancient Roman architecture, all easily switchable. Will Duddy grasp the implication, practice more diligently, and refrain from unnecessary chatter, albeit it was conveyed in a more subtle manner. What sort of talents should he summon with the 2 newly acquired junior talent cards? Perhaps it was best to hold on to them for now, as special function buildings required specialized talents to operate efficiently. He could always summon talents later based on necessity. And what of the Beast Pen? Wasn't Chenmu already nominally assigned there? Ah, the ever-capable Chenmu, truly remarkable. As the workday drew to a close, Li Qinghe made his way to the steel mill's procurement department. He picked up his lunchbox and headed straight to the cafeteria, feeling quite fulfilled by the day's endeavors. True to form, he opted for the second cafeteria, not for any particular reason, but simply because it was the closest to the office building. Upon his arrival, there were not many people present, as the frontline workers had yet to finish their shifts. However, the cafeteria was already populated by individuals from the security department, transportation department, and some colleagues of Qinghe, who were dining in staggered shifts as both factory regulations and common practice encouraged this arrangement. Otherwise, the crowd would be overwhelming. Just as he was enjoying his meal, someone sat down across from him. "Sister Chong, you didn't go out to procure today? Go away. Stop teasing your sister here. Now, we must adhere to reason. I arrived first." As she rolled her eyes at him, Chong Wenrui, who was munching on a steamed bun, remarked, "Your comprehension skills are truly astounding. No wonder you couldn't get into high school. Why are you silent now?" Seeing Qinghe immersed in his meal, Chong Wenrui couldn't help but speak up. "What should I say? Explain how I failed to get into high school. Enough, I have a serious matter to discuss with you." Noticing Chong Wenrui glancing around like a spy meeting a contact, Qinghe realized that this was indeed a matter of importance, and evasion was futile. He must confront a head dash on .m. "Why little brother is getting married in a few days. And I need to buy some meat. Is this something you can help with?" Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. "I thought you were going to steal my lunch, sister. Please don't take offense. But with your family's connections, is it really necessary to seek my help for a few wedding supplies? Firstly, if I had the connections you imagine, I would have been transferred like Zhang Ai with the moment something was amiss. Secondly, when it comes to connections, do you not consider yourself a part of my network? Knowing you possess this capability, is it so wrong to seek your assistance?" Upon hearing this, Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. "Well, when you put it that way, it certainly counts. Being able to offload a batch of meat is advantageous. Earning some money is even better, and expanding my network during the process is a double win." However, he still needed to maintain a facade of reluctance. "Sister, isn't this a bit against the rules? Which rule does it violate? There are far too many to count, and it's a complex matter." Chong Wenrui, unfazed, replied, "Sister feels a kinship with you, a mere 18-year-old lad who has come to the city alone from his hometown. It's not easy that I've decided to contribute 50 yuan to take care of my newly acquainted younger brother. If you happen to come across any meat, just let me know, and lo and behold, it truly appears." "Thank you." Qinghe found himself choking on his bun. Was this not a classic case of self-deception? Qinghe, in situations like this, it's sufficient to have a little understanding. From procurement to drivers, who doesn't engage in such practices? Shall we arrest everyone? Execute them all, Chong Wenrui remarked nonchalantly. "And how much do you need? Didn't I just mention it? Oh, right, the 50 yuan. How did you suddenly remember to seek me out? This needs clarification, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Others have spent considerable money to find someone, and they have to rely on relationships, which involves a plethora of bureaucratic hassles. At this point, Qinghe has sensed something was amiss. Isn't meat something that can be purchased with money these days?" Chapter 59. Good news, is it really that simple? Why does the factory still place such importance on you? He perceived that this boy, although hailing from the countryside, seemed somewhat oblivious to the struggles of the world. Seeing how effortlessly you hunt, it's clear you aren't lacking in meat, which is why you seldom buy it. Currently, meat in the city was already restricted for purchase. Each person could only buy 1 pound at a time, and shortages were frequent. Even the steel mill struggled with meat supply from the meat processing factory, which had imposed a quota on meat distribution. Otherwise, there would be no need for our procurement department at all. As she spoke, Chong Wenrui lowered her voice and confided in Qinghe. "Word has it that after the new year, meat tickets will be introduced. In the future, purchasing meat will require tickets." Qinghe was aware of this development. Not only would meat require tickets, but even basic supplies would also need to be obtained through a ticketing system. However, he was unaware that meat had already been restricted for purchase and that the issuance of meat tickets would commence next year. It seemed this was an event that occurred around 1958, but whether it was a misremembering or a quirk of this parallel world, it was nonetheless fortuitous, although it felt somewhat unethical for Qinghe. It was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Regardless of others' opinions, Qinghe remains unfazed. In the face of the relentless march of time, he is akin to a mere mantis. Insignificant, a mere ant at best. Adapting to the times while seeking a measure of gain is the order of the day. Once essentials such as food and housing face constraints, those remnants of the past, those with a taste for the finer things, will inevitably find themselves in hardship. Compelled to exchange their possessions that precious points may soon be squandered. Although antique shops and trust stores currently offer relics for sale, and they do so within the bounds of legality and compliance, the question arises, where does an ordinary office worker like Li Qinghe, especially one hailing from a village, acquire the funds necessary to make such purchases? In the aftermath of reform and opening up, this might have been inconsequential. However, in this era, with spies and counter-spies rampant, vigilance is paramount. To flaunt wealth in a bid to acquire relics during such tumultuous times would be tantamount to courting disaster. Sister Chang, please compile a list for me. I shall prepare accordingly. As for the prices, let us adhere to the market rates for meat, shall we? I must honor Sister Chang's request, but our transaction will reflect the factory's procurement prices. Others must adhere to market rates. This time, dear sister, you shall benefit from my generosity. The difference will be negligible. Qinghe decided to offer Sister Chang a favor, for she is the sole source of information from his factory. This relationship warrants careful nurturing. Once the delivery location was agreed upon, Li Qinghe promptly cleaned his lunchbox. Under the pretext of gathering supplies, he sought a secluded spot to retreat into his space for a quick nap. The transaction proceeded without a hitch, with neither party encountering any unforeseen complications. Qinghe packed the items listed into a large basket and awaited by the moat. Chang Wenrui arrived with her husband, Lin Hua, who works in the publicity department of the textile factory. Recently, Chang Wenrui has been seeking connections to transfer to the textile factory so that the couple can work together. Lin Hua offered Li Qinghe a cigarette as he observed his wife inspecting the contents of the basket. Chickens, ducks, eggs, and pork. Why is this egg so large? Chang Wenrui exclaimed, holding up an egg the size of her palm, her face a mask of astonishment. My dear sister, that is a goose egg, an extra gift. As this esteemed client was well acquainted with Li Qinghe, he felt inclined to provide a token of appreciation. After all, during his own procurement experiences in a previous life, he had found such gifts to be delightful. Empathizing with others, Li Qinghe believed that this practice, rooted in goodwill, deserved to be preserved and elevated to a goose egg. This large. Chang Wenrui's expression conveyed disbelief, as if she suspected him of deception due to her limited experience with procurement. After inspecting the quality of the goods, Li Qinghe assisted them in securing the items in bags, fastening them to the rear of their bicycle, and promptly concluded the exchange. Income, 50 yuan, upon returning to the courtyard. He exchanged light-hearted banter with Yin Bugui, gazing at the emptiness of his home and the tranquil ambience of the courtyard. Qinghe sighed inwardly, contemplating whether he had unwittingly settled into a fade of a courtyard. How could it be so eerily quiet? What significance did this tranquility hold in his initial choice? He had forgotten that this place offered 2 rooms with commendable living conditions. The following day was Saturday. Yet the reality of a single day off meant he could only rest on Sundays. Enduring the monotony of work on that afternoon, a message from Director Fong arrived, summoning Li Qinghe to the street office regarding his housing situation. He set aside his books and hurried towards the office. Director Fong, have there been any updates on my 2 rooms? Patience, take a breath. Director Fong lifted a porcelain cup to his lips, sipping his tea. He slid a stack of documents across the table toward Li Qinghe. The 2 rooms you currently occupy are priced at 216 yuan. After deducting the 46.8 yuan you have already paid and accounting for your duration of stay, you owe an additional 176 yuan to the finance department. Once settled, the 2 rooms in number 95 courtyard will officially belong to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe felt a sense of calm wash over him. Director Fong, please issue the receipt. I shall settle the payment immediately, and we can discuss the remaining details later. What about the West Courtyard? Shall we handle that simultaneously? Yes, let us address it now to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. The matters concerning the West Courtyard were with Director Wang. He had already spoken to her about this issue, and she expressed the need for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe sighed inwardly. Sensing potential complications, Director Wang had indicated that any property that could be sold, provided it met the criteria, was available for purchase. However, given Li Qinghe's unique situation, having acquired a home and now seeking land, she wished to discuss it with him personally. Shall I visit her now? Is Director Wang in her office? With aspirations in mind, he knew evasion was futile. Whether he faced it head-on or not, the outcome would be the same unless he relinquished his claim to the courtyard. However, that was out of the question. It was an independent 450-square-meter yard in the bustling Dongqing district, a rarity that could become commonplace in 25 years. Qinghe yearned to secure it now for a quarter-century of tranquil living. Free from the trivialities of communal life, unhindered by concerns over food and familial disputes, T.O. reside in the eastern wing of the courtyard for 25 years versus this independent yard was a completely different prospect. The emotional value derived from each setting was incomparable that he envisioned tidying the house, cultivating the yard, digging a pond, planting a grand tree, and watching the sun rise and set while observing the clouds drifting across the sky. Knock, knock, knock. The door stood ajar, yet the thought of confronting the street office director prompted Li Qinghe to adopt a demeanor of earnest politeness. Others may disregard Director Wang's authority, but he would not. Come in, Director Wang. With her silver-streaked hair meticulously arranged, donned a pair of reading glasses and was dressed in formal attire. Though she was only in her 50s, the years of hardship from the war era had aged her prematurely. Who are you? She inquired, noticing an unfamiliar young man entering her office. Good day, Director Wang. I am Li Qinghe from number 95 Courtyard. Director Fong mentioned you wish to speak with me, so I've come. Li Qinghe stood with utmost sincerity, answering every inquiry honestly. Oh, it's you? Little Li, please take a seat. Director Wang's demeanor softened significantly as she set aside her glasses, rising to pour Li Qinghe a glass of water. Just as Li Qinghe settled into his chair, he sprang up to seize the kettle, pouring himself a glass while enthusiastically exclaiming, I'll do it, Comrade Little Li. I have reviewed your financial sources for the house purchase and glanced over your personal history. Quite commendable. Li Qinghe internally scoffed. Such compliments often preceded a caveat. But why does a single person need so many rooms? Even if you plan to marry in the future, the 2 rooms you've purchased could be renovated to accommodate you. Of course, I'm not opposed to your acquisition. If this courtyard is designated for conversion from public to private ownership, then anyone may purchase it without objection. Yet, you are still young, with a promising future ahead. Unless there is a compelling reason, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Director Wang took a sip of her water, her silence inviting Li Qinghe's response. She had perused his file, noting the struggles of a child raised in rural hardship who had persevered to complete his education. It was no small feat to arrive at this juncture, and while the courtyard was not off limits, she hoped he would devise a reasonable explanation. After absorbing Director Wang's words, which clearly stemmed from genuine concern, Li Qinghe felt a wave of calm envelop him. Director, here, as my perspective, he organized his thoughts and began articulating his reasoning that I was born during a time of turmoil. My parents endured countless hardships to raise me. Despite the adversities, they ensured I received an education. Now that I have secured a job in the city and can sustain myself, it is only right that I repay their sacrifices by bringing them here to enjoy their twilight years. Director Wang nodded appreciatively, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The virtues of filial piety and loyalty were undeniable, and such sentiments rarely drew criticism. Anyone who dared to denounce these values would surely face backlash. Even in the Qing dynasty, where praise was scarce, one could only mutter, Long live the dynasty that governs with filial piety, and endure the silenced. I am not suggesting that rural life is undesirable. Rather, as their son, having been nurtured by them in my youth, it is my duty to care for them in their old age. However, I also have 2 younger sisters. One is 14 and will enter high school next autumn, while the other is 12 and will start middle school next fall. I cannot abandon them with my elder brother. They must remain with our parents. Hence, I find myself in urgent need of this courtyard. Director Wang, lacking a tangible means to express her admiration, would undoubtedly have offered an exclamation of praise if she could. Excellent. You understand the importance of honoring your elders and repaying your parents. What a commendable young man. As she spoke, she retrieved a pre-signed document from the table, still brimming with excitement. Take this to Xiao Feng and have him finalize the paperwork, taking a moment to compose herself. Director Wang inquired, when do you plan to have your parents move in? Director, as you are aware of my current housing situation, it will take at least a month to prepare. Moreover, with my two sisters still in school, the earliest they could relocate would be next autumn. Once a decision has been made, do not delay. Immediately commence tidying up the house. If things progress smoothly, it should be nearly completed by the year's end. The sooner the house is organized, the sooner we can move into the new residence. As our parents come to live out their golden years with us, be sure to promptly transfer the household registration. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving it in the countryside to claim land, allowing your brother to cultivate it instead. Cease your incessant desire to take advantage of the state. Opportunities for such exploitation are not easily found. Take, for instance, the Jia family in your courtyard. No amount of persuasion has made them heed the advice to relocate their household registration, despite Xiaofeng visiting them several times. If you still do not comprehend this, it may border on revealing too much. However, considering the Jia family, they are indeed courting their own demise. I have no desire to seize such advantages. My primary concern lies with the educational prospects of my two younger sisters. What difficulties could there possibly be? Education is paramount. Once the household registration is transferred, should their academic status remain unresolved, you may approach me, and I should make a call to ensure they can complete their final semester in the city. That would be immensely appreciated, Director Wang. With heartfelt gratitude, Qinghe exited the director's office, wiping away a bead of anxious sweat. The words spoken in the office surely contained an element of sincerity. Beyond thoughts of his parents and sisters, even his elder brother's family was on Qinghe's mind. Perhaps they should all relocate to the city together. On one hand, he is his biological brother, and on the other, this era truly values collective strength. That if one is isolated, others are always inclined to take advantage of them, to test their limits. If it fails, then so be it, but what if it succeeds? To avoid attracting unwanted trouble, one must appear formidable enough to deter others. Moreover, with the impending natural disasters of the next 3 years, the calamities of both nature and man will be vividly illustrated during this time. Qinghe possesses the ability to assist his family with ease. Of course, such matters need not be disclosed to Director Wang. Conversations held in his presence must always be righteous and proper. There is no fear of being unmasked, for Qinghe genuinely intends to pursue this course of action. I speak only from the heart. Carrying the documents, Qinghe made his way to the main office. Nearly unable to suppress his buoyant steps, gently placing a hand on his chest, he reminded himself to remain composed and discreet. He encouraged himself, Qinghe, although you are but 18, you carry the wisdom of someone over 40. After a while, his emotions finally settled. He felt remarkably composed. If he had won 5 million in the lottery in his previous life, he would have assuredly been even more exhilarated than he is now. Compared to the documents in hand, 5 million from his past life pales in significance. Upon seeing Qinghe return with the documents, Secretary Fong understood immediately. Congratulations, your wishes have been fulfilled. As they conversed, he continued to write. Thank you. Glancing around, he quietly inquired, Brother Fong, do you have any plans after work? Let us go to Donglishan for hot pot tonight. Quickly scanning the vicinity and finding no one observing, Secretary Fong nodded in agreement. After placing the order, paying and processing the paperwork, Qinghe emerged with 2 houses and a courtyard under his name. This process, which would take a month in the future, was completed in mere hours with the staff filling out the necessary information and affixing their seals to be by the end of the afternoon. After acquiring the 2 houses and the courtyard, Qinghe was left with just over 140 yuan. Checking the time, he noted it was already 5 o'clock. He headed to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a bottle of Shifeng liquor, remembering the days when he could only afford Erguo II. When purchasing something better felt like an impossible dream, he found those days quite disheartening. Now, he could enjoy Shifeng. With the liquor in hand, he went to order dishes at Donglishan. While waiting for Secretary Fong's arrival, Qinghe calculated his finances. He now had nearly 800 yuan available, though many expenses were not immediately visible, such as the money Chen Mu had taken and the funds spent on acquiring supplies for his space. At times, Qinghe felt he was overly worried. Who would have the time to scrutinize his every move? who would monitor whether he spent his money wisely or in excess. It was merely that Qinghe had finally been dealt a fortunate hand in life. As long as he could endure these years, he would only be 40 when the winds of reform blew across the land. What does turning 40 signify? In his previous life, he had squandered half of it on construction sites, already nearing 39 when he crossed over. Yet that did not prevent him from enjoying nightlife, karaoke, or romance. Occasionally accompanying clients for drinks and foot massages, he lived quite merrily. He always believed himself to be quite youthful. After all, not yet 40 meant still being in his 30s, and he would not entertain any debate on that. It is said that the older one gets in the world, the more timid one becomes. It is not due to age, but rather because with greater possessions, one becomes more cautious. If Qinghe were to find himself with nothing, lacking any advantages and striving solely for sustenance, one would see if he would still be timid. Chapter 61. Treating guests after work. Secretary Fong returned home to change his clothes before coming over. Brother Fong, do you have any plans tonight? We must indulge a little. All right, I shall accompany you in this endeavor. Fong Yuan replied with great enthusiasm, showing no trace of his previous reluctance. Qinghe opened the sheafing liquor, pouring a glass for each of them. Before Secretary Fong arrived, he had already started the stove and prepared the dishes. They simply needed to be dipped in the pot to begin. Come, Brother Fong, allow me to toast you first in gratitude for your care. As he spoke, he pondered carefully in his mind. What exactly had he cared for? He could not recall. Wait, first the important matters. His tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, and getting drunk could lead to complications. Important matters? Secretary Fong reached into his pocket and pulled out a stamped document, handing it to Qinghe. What is this? Qinghe unfolded the paper to examine it. This is the approval document for the renovations and modifications to the 2 rooms you are currently residing in. Secretary Fong took a sip from his glass. Is this necessary for renovating the house? Qinghe asked incredulously. Under normal circumstances, it isn't required, but I believe it will be useful for your courtyard. In that instant, a storm of ideas surged in Qinghe's mind. He had not navigated the bureaucratic world himself, yet he frequently interacted with it. He mused, in this day and age, how could 3 liaison officers from a humble courtyard wield such power, concealing all matters so effectively? What does it mean when the people do not raise issues and the officials do not investigate? That is precisely what it means. I know everything, but as long as the matters do not cross the line, I can choose to remain oblivious. What is that line? It is the disruption caused by enemy agents, the threat to the lives and property of the people. Are the troubles of the Jia family truly worth mentioning? Is it significant that Shizhu was manipulated to the point of being left without descendants? Furthermore, those who survived the war have their own clever methods. Should every trivial matter be managed? How can the community office handle that? Qinghe refrained from asking why it hadn't been presented to him earlier, insisting on bringing it during dinner. Was it to emphasize the depth of his goodwill toward him? If he were unaware of it, he would be at a loss when the people in the courtyard caused a ruckus and sought the help of Secretary Fong. Only then would he understand the value of this note. Thank you, Brother Fong, for considering my situation so thoughtfully. I would not have known otherwise. Now, let us drink to this. With the lamb finished and the wine nearly depleted, observing Secretary Fong's increasingly inebriated state, Qinghe hurriedly assisted him up and headed for the door. In this era, one pays before the meal. There is no notion of calling the server for the bill afterward. Stepping outside, the cold wind hit, and Secretary Fong, instead of regaining clarity, became even more muddled. He began to ramble incessantly. Yet fortunately, on a winter night, it was dark and chilly, with few people on the streets. Shaoli, let me tell you, I would not share this with just anyone. As Secretary Fong's gaze grew distant and his steps unsteady, Qinghe supported him, his finger waving in front of his eyes, assuming he was about to discuss someone else. He paid it little mind. It said that men from the north can generally hold their liquor, yet this little Fong truly brings shame to northern in his previous life. Qinghe could only manage a mere 4 taels of liquor, barely scraping by on construction sites, forced to sit at the children's table during gatherings. Yet now, he was unsure whether it was the strength of this new body or simply that his constitution had grown so formidable that he could drink with ease. Regardless, A small amount of alcohol in the evening felt akin to mouthwash for him. Now, I must tell you, Xiao Li, your residence in Courtyard 95 may be a blessing or a curse. You must navigate it wisely. Intrigued by this remark, Li Qinghe halted and turned to face him. Your courtyard truly is a shallow pond teeming with turtles. Which turtles are you referring to? Li Qinghe gently probed. The most despicable is the Jia family. That Jia Zhangshi lives in the city while keeping her household registration in the countryside, causing me to endure so much scolding from my superiors. My last promotion opportunity was lost because of this. As he spoke, sorrow welled within him. Surely it cannot be that severe. Li Qinghe thought to himself, yet he couldn't help but inquire, how could it not be? Originally, it was a historical issue, not directly related to me, but unexpectedly, their family married a country girl and played the same trick again. My heart aches that the household registration issue truly that grave? Does it not hold the same value regardless of its location? Secretary Fong, now quite inebriated, was further provoked by the challenge. How can it be the same? She may not reside in the village. Yet she occupies the land there. How could the villagers be content with that? In the neighboring households, each person tends to an acre. Yet Zhang's family seems to have mysteriously acquired a little more land. It's no wonder someone has come to stir up trouble. Now that I understand, observing Fong Yuan's exasperated expression, Li Qinghe felt a chuckle bubbling within him. But he restrained himself, fearing that any laughter might hurt their feelings if Fong Yuan remembered anything. Are there any other nuisances? Oh, indeed. There's that old lady in the backyard, always flaunting her age and incessantly calling out to Xiao Wang at the street office. Isn't she only a few years older than Director Wang? It's hard to discern whether she truly qualifies as a widow, that if one were to inquire at the street office, they would surely know. Nonsense. She's just... Suddenly, he fell silent, drunkenness overtaking him, with such a low tolerance. Why even drink? Seeing alcohol still excites you. I almost want to punch him, yet fear I'd knock him out. As he fainted, Li Qinghe found it much easier to lift him up than to support him. During the last visit to recognize the household, he had already been to Fong's home, which wasn't too far from the courtyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to manage this area upon arriving at Fong's residence. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a bright female voice from within. Hello, I am a neighbor for number 95 next door. Fong has had a bit too much to drink at dinner, and I am here to escort him home. Although a distance apart, it was reasonable to refer to oneself as a neighbor in this era. The woman opened the door, and upon seeing her husband, completely inebriated and being supported by Li Qinghe, her anger surged. Not wishing to create a scene before an outsider, and seeing that he was utterly unconscious, she forced a smile and asked Li Qinghe to help lay him on the bed. She pretended to offer Li Qinghe some water, but merely spoke without taking action. And no need, sister-in-law, I've had a bit too much myself. I must hurry home to rest. Oh, how embarrassing. Thank you so much, young comrade. Please take care, sister-in-law. No need to see me off. It's just a few steps to my home. Though he claimed it was only a few steps without intentionally quickening his pace, Li Qinghe had walked for nearly 7 or 8 minutes. Arriving at the courtyard entrance, he instinctively glanced at the time. It was 8 in the evening. Oh, Qinghe, just returning from meal. Li Qinghe stared blankly at Yan Bugui, who was keeping watch on this chilly winter evening. Are you so dedicated that your principal knows of your commitment? He quickly offered a cigarette, not for any other reason but to commend this steadfast spirit. Is that East Lai Shun you're dining at? Yan Bugui sniffed, glancing at Li Qinghe's empty hands, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. After taking a puff, Li Qinghe's mind wandered, pondering, I wonder if my 7 wolves will ever possess a sense of smell comparable to Yan Bugui's. On a Sunday morning, Li Qinghe awoke from a deep slumber, glancing at his watch. It was already 9 o'clock. Stretching, he realized that this was perhaps the best sleep he had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. Recognizing a hint of laziness creeping in, he quickly motivated himself. Has the capital upgraded? Has Shaju mastered his shy punches? Has he married a beautiful wife? With this barrage of self-interrogation, he felt that lingering even a second longer in bed was a transgression. After breakfast, he promptly removed Chun Mu's enhancement card and replaced it with that of intermediate martial artist Su Feng's. Practice was essential. Mastering the attributes of Bajiquan was vital for his sense of security. He retrieved 2 meat buns from the warehouse, as time stood still there, and the buns remained steaming hot. Upon stepping outside, despite the cold, the sun shone brightly, prompting Qinghe to decide on a fishing trip. Just as he exited, he spotted Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui congregated at the courtyard entrance, murmuring amongst themselves at a small meeting among the esteemed gentlemen. What are you discussing? May I join? Qinghe approached, each man taking a cigarette as he cheerfully inquired. Lu Haizhong's expression darkened. The leadership is conversing here. What are you doing eavesdropping? Zhonghai remained silent, allowing Lu Haizhong to take the lead, as he had previously clashed with Qinghe. Yin Bugui, well acquainted with Qinghe due to their proximity, recognized the opportunity for the other two gentlemen to gain insight into Qinghe's character. Noticing the eldest silence while the third chuckled beside him, Lu Haizhong grew emboldened. Look around. Who else from the courtyard has approached? Don't you know to avoid the leaders' discussions? Initially, Qinghe intended to foster rapport, thinking, I can play along too. Unfortunately, these gentlemen seemed uninterested in including him. Listening to Lu Haizhong's incessant chatter, Qinghe's frustration mounted. Oh, you really believe that the discussions among you three leaders are matters of national significance that the common people cannot overhear? Exhaling smoke, he posed, is it that only our courtyard's residents are forbidden knowledge, or is it a secret among all citizens? Of course, it is. Lu Haizhong attempted to flaunt his authority, but Zhonghai swiftly silenced him, while Yin Bugui offered a conciliatory smile. Qinghe, you jest. Are we not also ordinary citizens? What could we possibly be discussing that cannot be uttered? We are merely planning to gather information on each household to collectively purchase winter storage vegetables. Maintaining a smile while wiping away the sweat that had yet to surface, Yin Bugui thought, if Lu continues speaking, we might as well be plotting a coup here. Zhonghai, exasperated, considered Lu's antics, knowing he was anything but trustworthy. After all, the only reliable one among them was Dongshu. Third uncle, don't forget my family share. How could I forget? The street office selected us three to serve the people. This remark was made by Zhonghai, revealing his unexpectedly high caliber of understanding. And oh wonder he could keep Shaju in check so effectively. To claim mastery over the entire courtyard was absurd. In truth, it was merely three old bachelors banding together to manipulate Shaju. Shaju, known for his sharp tongue, only became more abrasive when faced with adversity, and it was no wonder no one guided him. Even his own sister had given up on him, should he encounter a situation that infringed upon the interests of other residents. One could only imagine whether these individuals would feign ignorance. Qinghe had previously inquired about fishing spots nearby, that if he wanted to be close, Qinghe was the place to go. When he asked which was better for fishing, Hohai or Qinghe, he was met with incredulous stares. Summoning fishing equipment from Xiao Junfeng, it had been magically adjusted to fit the aesthetic of this era. The weather could not dampen the enthusiasm of fishing enthusiasts. Even if the river froze over, there would be those willing to break the ice to fish. A glance revealed a fisherman every 10 meters along the bank. Unhurried to start fishing, Qinghe strolled along the riverbank, observing, this is Air Force One, this is Air Force Two, and this is Air Force 3. Spotting someone baiting their hook, he marveled at their extravagant technique. Who dares to feed the fish so liberally while their son is at home? Noticing the dense crowd, Qinghe realized that the challenge of fishing here was formidable. Finding an unoccupied spot, he cast his line, yet spent an eternity staring at the still bobber, lost in thought. Recalling snippets from a short video he had once watched, he remembered that the fishing line must be pulled and released to mimic the movement of live bait. Unable to endure the stagnation, Qinghe swapped his equipment for Xiao Junfeng's enhancement card. Reflecting on a newly acquired skill of beginner fishing proficiency and related knowledge, his first action was to change his fishing spot. The previous location had been far too novice for any serious angler. After a morning of labor, his stomach grumbling, he had only caught 2 small fish. This beginner fishing skill was rather underwhelming. He tossed the fish from his basket into the spatial fishery and approached the anglers nearby, who seemed to be yielding a bountiful catch. Comrade, I'm a procurement officer from a steel mill. Are you selling those fish? What price? The factory has stipulated purchase price is 1.5 jiao per jean. Deal. All right, I'll weigh these 7 fish for you. That makes 4 jean and 3 liang. Here as your payment. Totaling over an hour, Li Qinghe had engaged with the anglers on both sides, presenting his procurement officer SID and the steel mill's introduction letter. He was met with a warm reception. He ultimately acquired over 60 fish, both large and small, for under 10 yuan. Along the way, he feigned a delivery of fish, disappearing momentarily with his basket to transfer the catch to his spatial fishery. Performing magic before a crowd would be too conspicuous. With these fish, Li Qinghe's fishery could begin to operate in the future. Not only would his space provide ample meat, eggs, and milk, but he would also have fish in abundance. Henceforth, I shall be the most dazzling figure in the procurement department. A larger fish was left in the fish basket, and Li Qinghe found a secluded spot to slip into the space. Now that Li Qinghe had entered this realm, a standard procedure was already in place. At the south gate, someone was specifically tasked with monitoring the surroundings. The moment Li Qinghe stepped in, this individual immediately ascended the watchtower to observe the external situation. Silently, he thought, I'll slice this fish at noon and prepare a sour fish dish. It's been ages since I've savored it. Liang Momo remained quietly by his side. It was a rare occasion for the boss to order a dish, and she found it somewhat hard to voice her thoughts. What is going on? Observing the pained expression on the other's face, Li Qinghe was taken aback. There's something we cannot discuss here. How is sour fish made? I lack the skill. Aren't you well versed in Sichuan cuisine? But this dish isn't part of Sichuan cuisine. Ultimately, Li Qinghe did enjoy the sour fish, as Liang Momo was, after all, a mid-level chef produced by the system. After Li Qinghe clearly described the dish, Liang Momo grasped its principles, and it posed no challenge. Today, the boss must partake in the meal he ordered. Once satisfied and with nothing else to do, Li Qinghe once again arrived at the Xinhua bookstore. This time, he intended to purchase several books for learning foreign languages, including both Russian and English. Although the relationship between China and the Soviet Union was currently as sweet as honey, Li Qinghe, having lived a second life, knew that a rift was not far off. The prevailing relations would still be between China and the United States, hence the necessity of mastering English. However, considering that Li Qinghe might still venture into the primordial jungles of Siberia, learning Russian remained essential, especially since his mental acuity was exceptionally high, making learning easy. After placing the newly acquired books into a tote bag and hanging it on his bicycle's handlebars, he returned home. Qinghe, you're back so early today, the gatekeeper Yin Bugue greeted him. Yes, isn't the weekend? I intend to rest well tonight to continue contributing to my country tomorrow. You're just trying to tease your third uncle. Go on, get some rest early. What was up with Yin Bugue? After glancing at the tote bag, he just left. Did he look down upon my belongings? People can be quite peculiar at times. If Yin Bugue had been overly fixated on the bag, Li Qinghe would have found it bothersome. Yet when the gaze shifted away, he felt slighted. He decided to cease his ponderings and head home. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Bugue was also puzzled. He paced back and forth at home, muttering to himself, why did this lad buy so many books? Is there a new certification exam coming up? Otherwise, what could he possibly need all these books for? Surely, he can't be reading them all himself. Li Qinghe underestimated Yin Bugue. After so many years of teaching, he recognized what a bag full of books looked like. That he believed he was correct, since there were no foodstuffs inside. Why bother? Closing the door to his room, he directly returned to Qianlong City. He arranged for the sentries to take turns on watch at the lookout tower and hurried to the ranch. Where's Qinghe? After searching around without success, Li Qinghe had no choice but to inquire with one of the ranch's workers. Boss, Master Hong is over by the pheasant breeding area. Qinghe looked up at the third-level ranch. 10 acres was far too expansive for the current scale of farming. Master Tang had arranged for this vast ranch to be divided into smaller plots, separated by wooden fences. Qinghe was unaware of the pheasant breeding base's location, so he had the worker lead him there. Boss, Master Tang is here too. What are you two discussing? Just as he mentioned Master Tang, he appeared as if summoned by the very mention of him. What have you been saying about me? Spill it. Nothing. I swear we weren't talking bad about the boss. Qinghe hurriedly explained. Qinghe and Master Tang exchanged glances, their smiles frozen on their faces. Master Tang quickly changed the subject. Our ranch's poultry can now be fully ecologically sustainable. The scale is currently maintained at 100 adult poultry each, as per your earlier request. The excess is slaughtered and sent to the warehouse. The ranch has expanded significantly. Should we consider increasing the breeding scale? Yes, absolutely. This is just the beginning. With merely 10 acres, even with a six-fold increase, it won't be sufficient for the citizens of Mintugu to fill their gaps. I'm not afraid of overproduction. Master Tang, you manage the arrangements. Let us maximize the ranch's current capacity. Understood, Master Tang replied. Boss, did you come to see Qinghe for a specific matter? Qinghe smacked his forehead in the midst of their conversation. He almost forgot the main issue. How is the situation with the pigs in the pen? As soon as the topic of his business arose, Qinghe was animated. Boss, we currently have 6 large pigs and 37 piglets. The heaviest weighs 147 pounds, while the lighter ones are around 130. They're growing that fast. Considering the time for the increase, it seems like it's only been 7 to 8 months. As Qinghe fell silent once more, Master Tang interjected, Our ranch's feed is excellent. It's only natural they depack on the pounds. Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, these folks were feeding the coarse grains provided by the system to the pigs, while they indulged daily in meat, eggs, and milk. What? I ate some too. Then it's no issue. I'm running low on funds. Master Tang, please arrange to gradually slaughter those 6 large pigs, portion them out, and I'll sell them on the black market. It's already been decided. The purchases must be wild boars, so the ranch's domestic pigs need to be disposed of on the black market. Master Tang nodded in agreement. Slaughtering too many at once won't sell. Let them grow a bit longer to add more weight. This afternoon, let us slaughter the fattest one and have Liang Momo prepare some pig head meat. Boss, we're out of wine. Wine is never stored in the warehouse. It's said to become more fragrant with age. If you place a time limit on it, how can we increase its vintage? You lot drink better than my father. Qinghe proceeded with his usual inspection of the game space. He logged off, mounted his bicycle, and prepared to head out in search of Xie. Before he could reach the courtyard gate, the gatekeeper, Yin Bugue, approached with a broad smile. Third uncle, I'm in a hurry to head out. Yin Bugue merely smiled at him without saying a word, which made Qinghe feel somewhat uneasy. Not waiting for him to speak, he decided to ask first. Qinghe, were you the one collecting fish at Qinghe today? Your news travels fast. It's only been half a day. And you already know? Was Yin Bugue moonlighting as an intelligence officer? Oh, I happened to hear about it while fishing. When I heard the description, a tall, imposing, handsome figure, I knew it had to be you. All right then. Third uncle, let us skip the pleasantries. Just tell me what you want. Yin Bugue gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and resolutely pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Qinghe stared in disbelief. Is this the sun rising in the west? Yin Bugue opened the cigarette box and handed Qinghe one that only after Qinghe had it pinched between his fingers did he come back to reality. Well, at least I've finally seen some return smokes. That is a significant improvement. Qinghe reassured himself. Qinghe, here's the deal. You know your third uncle spends his evenings either watering flowers or fishing. Nonsense, you also moonlight as the gatekeeper. Why not mention that? He silently thought, but refrained from interrupting that my fishing skills are quite good. I often have extra fish that my family can't finish. Since you need fish from now on, I'll sell you the fish I catch, saving you the trouble of sourcing them elsewhere. He added, giving Qinghe's arm a friendly pat. Consider it a favor. Qinghe immediately felt goosebumps all over. Was he serious about not being able to finish them? All right. Thank you for your kindness. Third uncle, that we have a deal. I'll take all your fish at 8 cents a pound, as long as they're alive, he said, pushing his bicycle to leave. Wait. Yin Bugue almost shouted at a pitch that would shatter glass. Why only 8 cents? Didn't we agree on 15 cents today? We're neighbors, so shouldn't it be 20 cents? Oh, you must have mistaken me. I've always charged 8 cents. Chapter 64. News of the reorganization, he was held back by Yin Bugue, who wouldn't let him leave until they negotiated the purchase price for the fish. After much back and forth, they finally reached an agreement and stepped out of the courtyard, after making a wide detour. He eventually found Xie nestled in his home, warming himself by the fire. Xie, this person claims to be your friend. Do you recognize him? Ah, yes, I know him. Uncle He, this is my friend. All right, I brought him to you. I'll take my leave now. Take care. It was an unremarkable encounter. No explanation was needed. Nowadays, whether in a courtyard or a communal residence, such characters were commonplace. Brotherly, what brings you to find me today? Is there something you need? I have a few matters I'd like to consult you about, Brother Xie. The two settled onto stools, surrounding the fireplace for warmth. Speak. I'm all ears. You know I'm currently with the steel mills procurement team. I've been away in the countryside for some time, and wanted to ask where the black market is currently operating. The black market differs from the pigeon market. Operating a black market is illegal. It deals with items of dubious origin or those that are expressly prohibited, such as the unclear sources of ingredients Qinghe had, like large and small yellow croakers. Conversely, the pigeon market is a gray area. It generally involves citizens trading surplus grains or swapping fine grains for coarse ones, which poses little risk if caught. The black market typically commences at midnight, while the pigeon market opens at the break of dawn. The target demographics are distinct, resulting in varied audiences. Consequently, the black market frequently changes its location, with only individuals like Xie, who are well-versed in the streets, being able to pinpoint its whereabouts accurately. Upon hearing this, Xie wasted no time and promptly relayed the specific time and place to Qinghe. However, as the weather has recently turned cold, the market is not held daily. Speaking of which, how safe is the black market? Most of the time, it is quite secure, as attendees are usually there with clear intentions, and incidents are rare. Yet it is worth noting that if one unexpectedly encounters individuals involved in significant transactions, those entering might easily become blinded by greed, especially after hearing of two recent robbery attempts that provoked great ire from Boss Wei, who unleashed a formidable tirade. Is Boss Wei the one in charge of the black market? The black market in the East City is orchestrated by Boss Wei, while in the West City, it is run by someone known as Scar, that I can't say what his surname is, but he is certainly a figure of note among our kind. Though he holds little weight on the broader stage, there was a tone of desolation and confusion in this discourse. Having acquired the desired information, Qinghe prepared to depart. Rising from his seat, he pondered for a moment and inquired of Xie, "Do you have knowledge of antiques?" "Not particularly. Are you looking to collect? If you don't understand, how can I explain it to you?" Upon realizing that Qinghe was indeed interested, Xie quickly detained him as he attempted to leave. "Wait, brother, while I may not be well-versed, I have a younger brother who is knowledgeable. Furthermore, I have some awareness of what certain families possess, which could be advantageous." No, Qinghe considered this, recognizing that this was not the time of famine, thus it was not yet necessary to resort to stuffing antiques into large sacks. However, I must clarify up front, I am not an expert. I am merely assisting my superior in making a purchase. If he were to claim that something is counterfeit and discovers any deception on your part, that would be intolerable to my brothers are simply seeking to earn a living through menial tasks. We dare not engage in such activities, nor do we possess the skills for it. Ah, you young man truly contemplate such things? As he spoke, a sudden impulse struck him, and he produced a TT 1933 pistol from his space. Slamming it down onto the table, seeing the gun, Xie appeared bewildered. What prompted this sudden display? Qinghe was also taken aback, wondering if he had forgotten to turn in this weapon. Silently reclaiming it and placing it back in his pocket, he resolved to swiftly shift the focus back to business. Of course, should you assist me, I cannot neglect to compensate you. Once I confirm the authenticity of the items, I will offer you between 50 cents to $1 per piece based on their value. You know, I am a procurement officer. If you desire meat, I can also provide you with internal pricing. If you had mentioned this sooner, we could have concluded our business long ago. Very well. I shall take on this task, and I will reach out if anyone wishes to part with their goods. Would you prefer cash or materials? All right then. Observing Xie, Sam lost in dreams of a promising future. Qinghe prepared to take his leave. Standing up, he placed $1 on the table. Xie gazed at Qinghe with a look of confusion. "That is for the door latch at your place." "What is wrong with my door latch?" Qinghe glanced at the iron lump in the corner behind the door, which was a steel pipe Xie had removed from the gym's parallel bars in the park to serve as a door latch. "It seems to be functioning adequately, does it not?" He then approached, grasped both ends of the bent pipe, and with a forceful motion, bent it completely. Leaning the now arched steel pipe against the wall, he opened the door and stepped outside. Ignoring the astonished gaze of Xie, as Qinghe turned, he felt a rush of adrenaline. Sensing a slight deficiency in strength, he hastily switched to Cheng Mu's attribute card, upgrading from Su Feng's full attributes of 5 to 8. Otherwise, today would not merely be an act of bravado, but rather a significant blunder. Currently, Li Qinghe was quite occupied, unwilling to squander time on trivial disputes. If possible, it would be best to extinguish troubles in their infancy. For this performance today, Li Qinghe awarded himself a score of 99, deducting a point to keep his pride in check. However, the thought of that gun gave him a slight headache. Upon returning, he wondered if old Zhang would be furious. Upon reaching the Sihuan, he was, as usual, met by Yan Bugua. Checking the time, he noted that although it was only 8 o'clock, the night was already dark and the cold winds howled. He sincerely felt that one of the door gods should be randomly dismissed, and third uncle should be painted in their stead. The black market begins at 1:30 in the morning and concludes by 3, lasting a total of an hour and a half. Li Qinghe would be spending the night at the city lord's residence, where arrangements had been made for someone to wake him at the appointed hour. Fully armed and wrapped up warmly, he continued to climb over the wall from his family's west courtyard to exit. Qinghe, wake up. I can hear Chang Wenrui's voice. Li Qinghe groggily rose from the table. Sister Chang, didn't you go shopping today? Hey, are you teasing me now? What's shopping? By the way, what is going on with you? Did you not sleep well last night and come here to catch up on sleep? Is it that obvious? You're usually so spirited. Today you've suddenly become like this. Hu Wunti, take a second glance. Fine, let us have the afternoon meeting. Then you can head home and sleep more. Have you heard? As Li Qinghe began to awaken, Chang Wenrui's gossiping spirit ignited once more. Just tell me, and I'll be all ears. Go on, go on. The desire to share was instantly dashed, yet she couldn't resist the urge to gossip. Our factory's procurement department is reportedly undergoing a formal reorganization. Reorganization. Where did you hear that? What's the plan? It is said that our 3 procurement divisions are severely homogenized, with singular functionality. Secretary, he criticized this in a meeting, stating that the delineation of responsibilities is unclear and the distribution of tasks unprofessional, demanding that the logistics department propose rectification measures and restructure the procurement divisions. Li Qinghe cast a deep glance at this sister. If you claim she has connections, she remains stuck in this 3rd procurement division, unable to escape. Yet, if you say she lacks connections, how does she know such news? So, you intentionally woke me to share gossip. Chang Wenrui. Chapter 65. Thank you letter is comrade Li Qinghe here. The two chatting were taken aback by the arrival of a young man. Secretary Huang, did Director Li summon Qinghe for something? The speaker was Chang Wenrui, while Li Qinghe had never seen this newcomer before, let alone engage him in conversation. This is the Li Qinghe you are looking for. Qinghe, this is Director Li's secretary. Hello, Secretary Huang. Secretary Huang was neither aloof nor cold, warmly shaking Li Qinghe's hand up and down like tea that moment. Li Qinghe was convinced he must possess some hidden charm attribute, and a rather high one at that. Otherwise, why would everyone he encounters be so amiable? Although Li Qinghe had met Li Huai several times, he had never encountered Secretary Huang until now. Yet the warmth and friendliness he displayed seemed genuine, not feigned. Its like this. Comrade Li Qinghe. Director Li just finished a meeting and is currently with Factory Director Yang in Secretary He's office that I've been instructed to bring you over. He glanced at the desk and then at Chang Wen. If you have nothing pressing, let us head out now. We wouldn't want to keep the leaders waiting. Noticing that Li Qinghe appeared to be slacking off, Secretary Huang hastily urged him. Observing Secretary Huang's demeanor, it was evident that this was not a bad matter. After all, Li Qinghe's mental acuity had been steadily rising, enabling him to easily analyze a person's basic thoughts through their expressions, tone, actions, and heartbeat. The logistics department of the steel mill occupied an entire 3-story building, while the secretary's office was situated in the administrative building. Secretary Huang, may I inquire what the leaders wish to discuss with me? I feel a bit anxious. Claiming anxiety would surely be disingenuous. Yet genuine curiosity lingered. The specifics elude me as well. The leaders seemed quite pleased and in good spirits, so it should not be anything negative. Secretary Huang's smile was sincere. If it were a bad matter, I wouldn't be behaving this way. While seemingly saying nothing, he subtly highlighted the key point. Good news. Don't panic. outside the secretary's office. Secretary Huang knocked on the door. "Come in." The voice was steady, resonating with strength. Secretary Huang pushed the door open, with Li Qinghe following closely behind. He introduced Li Qinghe to the several leaders in the room. Aside from Secretary He, Factory Director Yang, and Li Huaid, there was also a Deputy Factory Director present. Qinghe greeted them in turn, and each responded with friendly smiles. This only added to Li Qinghe's confusion. What was happening today? Could it be that the heavens deemed my previous accomplishments insufficient and sought to enhance my standing? Qinghe, having accomplished such significant feats, why did you not mention it upon your return? Keeping it hidden from your own family. You managed to conceal it well. Were it not for Secretary He bringing back a letter of gratitude from the Municipal Bureau today, we would still be in the dark. How did the Municipal Bureau get involved? I don't know anyone there. Wait. Actually, I might that Li Qinghe's expression shifted from bewilderment to curiosity and then to sudden realization. The others in the room concluded that this indeed must be the Li Qinghe they were concerned about. Having long worried about a mixed dash-up. You recall anything? Please share with us. Secretary He, who was comfortably seated, directed his inquiry at Li Huaid, with whom he was most familiar. That day felt quite lengthy, and I can't recall the exact date. I saw 3 municipal bureau officers apprehending a fugitive, and I just lent a hand. Li Qinghe chose to downplay the situation. After all, if they were indeed seeking him out regarding this matter, then whether or not to take credit was of little consequence. Humility was of the essence at such a time. Conversely, if this were not the case, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking indiscriminately about enemy agents in public. As far as the Municipal Bureau was concerned, it seemed that he had only this one matter of intersection with them. Convinced he had not mistaken the individual, Secretary, he could no longer remain composed. What a clever lad. Even now, he was withholding the truth. If he were my subordinate, he would be running drills until he was ready to vomit. Though his words were stern, the admiration and relief in his tone were unmistakable. Everyone present was astute. As a mediator, Li Huaid quickly offered a way out. Qinghe, the comrades from the Municipal Bureau have sent a letter of gratitude. The individual you assisted in apprehending the other day, although not the head of an espionage organization, was a crucial liaison in this network. Our comrades have now followed this lead and uprooted the entire line. As he spoke, he moved closer to Li Qinghe and patted him on the shoulder. You, my friend, have been exceedingly discreet. At this moment, Li Qinghe realized the truth. Accolades come to those who sit at home. Although his contribution was minor, barely enough to merit a sip of soup, he had indeed achieved something significant. Even though dozens, if not hundreds, of enemy organizations remained hidden, every adversary taken down was a victory. Henceforth, should anyone threaten him with a firearm, he could proudly proclaim, I have served the organization well. Immediately, Li Qinghe straightened his posture and adjusted his demeanor. He recalled the rhetoric he had learned in a previous life. Esteemed leaders, following the incident, Comrade Bai Ling instructed that this person must be subjected to rigorous interrogation upon return, and I should ensure that no word of this leaks. This matter should not be mentioned to anyone. He glanced around the office, noting several individuals were former military personnel, and he understood the implications. Though he had never been a soldier, he recognized that when a task was entrusted to him, he had a duty to fulfill it without reservation. Comrade Bai Ling's instructions were the organization's expectations of him. In order to assist in capturing the enemy, he had to maintain absolute discretion and prevent any unforeseen development from occurring on his watch. Determined, Li Qinghe resolved to seek out literature on the art of conversation upon his return. He was dissatisfied with his impromptu performance during today as unexpected events and suspected that he would wake up tonight. Berating himself, he had never imagined that a casual nudge of assistance would lead to such favorable outcomes. He had completely forgotten about it. However, Li Huaid began to harbor doubts. Was the person who visited my home with gifts that night truly the same individual standing before me now? He certainly seemed to radiate brilliance. For someone who had only graduated from middle school, his capability was commendable. He ruminated on how county leaders spoke when they came to inspect projects, attempting to mimic their rhetoric. The factory leader, however, was quite pleased. After all, it was realistic to demand high standards in a society where the average education level was limited to elementary school. Comrade Qinghe, you have done exceptionally well. The confidentiality of our operations is paramount for those working on the covert front. Your adherence to instructions and the commendable quality of keeping your word are qualities that all employees and everyone present should strive to emulate. Nevertheless, given the sensitive nature of the matter involving the enemy, both the municipal bureau and the factory intended to handle it discreetly. Your contributions may not be made public, but the factory will surely bestow honors and rewards upon you. Upon hearing this, Qinghe felt elated. It seemed he could prosper in silence. Secretary, I merely acted on instinct, fulfilling my duties. Had you not mentioned it today, I would have completely forgotten about the incident. I never anticipated any reward. With a wave of his hand, Secretary, he said, Very well. You may return for now. I will discuss this thoroughly with them. Fortune was on his side, and it could not be obstructed. Chapter 66. A gathering of guests in the afternoon. A rather unproductive routine meeting was held. Observing the expression and behavior of Section Chief Qinghe, it was impossible to discern his thoughts in that moment. Qinghe could not ascertain whether he was confident about the impending reorganization of the procurement department or utterly oblivious. Could it be that old Qinghe was a hidden expert, calm and unflappable regardless of circumstances? As he pondered, Qinghe found himself chuckling. Xiao Li, what are you grinning about during the meeting? Share it with us, and let us partake in your amusement. My apologies, leader. All right then, that's our Xiao Li. It seems this fellow has become quite full of himself lately. No wonder he is so out of the loop. After the meeting, spotting Section Chief Qinghe, who had retreated to his small office, Qinghe could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation that don't mind him. He is busy figuring out how to properly reorganize Procurement Section 3. Guyu patted Qinghe on the shoulder from behind. Offering a cigarette, the two stepped out of the office and around the staircase corner. Congratulations. With that abrupt statement, Qinghe understood what he meant. Thank you. That evening, Section Chief Shi Hongchong from Procurement Section 1 hosted a banquet at Fengzi Garden. Wishing to invite you for dinner. Since he isn't well acquainted with you, he sought me out to extend the invitation. What do you think? I'll stand by, smoking while observing. Who else is attending? Everyone from our section is invited. I'm not sure about the others. Including our section chief. That's impossible, right? You just, brother. Changjie, Laohu, you, and I, leeching a peek through the door of the small office in the large office. Let us go. However, what about Changjie? Has he fallen behind? While curious, Qinghe decided against prying further, choosing instead to respect others' destinies. It had seemed that old Qinghe's little ship was destined to sink. He needed to jump ship quickly, if not for the recently established Procurement Section 3 being a setup for deception. Old Qinghe wouldn't even be worthy of lacing his subordinate's shoes. The previous tranquility stemmed from disdain. Now, as the reorganization loomed, it appeared that Section Chief Qinghe's favorable days were drawing to a close. Come, Qinghe, let me introduce you. This is Qinghe, a key member of our newly formed Procurement Section 3. Don't let his youth fool you. He is quite adept at procuring materials. Qinghe, this is Section Chief Shi Hongchong from Procurement Section 1. The introduction came from Guyu, while Chong Wenrui eagerly introduced the two, leaving Guyu to stand silently beside with a darkened expression, devoid of his usual laid-back demeanor. It was apparent that with a hint of vested interests, he was not the same. Hello, Section Chief. Qinghe extended his hand for a shake as he introduced himself. Greetings, Comrade Qinghe. I've long heard of your esteemed name. Alas, during your entry into the factory, I was on a business trip in the Northeast. Otherwise, a promising young man like you should not have been left to the likes of the old rascal Qian Fong. Section Chief Shi, you flatter me that I merely found an opportunity to thrive at the steel rolling plant. And with the assistance of various leaders, I have achieved some modest accomplishments. I have great respect for you. I've heard that you oversee the procurement of all production materials for the entire factory. Prior to leaving work, Qinghe had done some homework. After all, it was Section 1's achievement, and it wouldn't hurt to flatter a bit. Section Chief, I consider Qinghe like a younger brother. You must not bully him tonight. Indeed, in the office, I rely heavily on Sister Chong for support. Having left my hometown to come to the city, I am quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. It is thanks to Sister Chong that I have managed. Qinghe's current stance was clear. I can say a few nice things without expecting payment, but when it comes to purchasing goods, discounts are off the table. Once everyone had arrived, the dishes began to be served. Qinghe scanned the table, noting that only Section Chief Qian and Qinghe were absent. Section Chief Shi had brought a middle-aged man, whom he had introduced as Qinghe Dongqing, a native of Shaanxi and noted for his impressive drinking capacity. He was a key member of Section Chief Shi's team, having held his own against 3 competitors last month in the Northeast, securing a significant order for the steel rolling plant. Upon hearing this, Qinghe could only feel that these men had a penchant for exaggeration, that if they claimed that clothing, hats, and such were related to procurement and supply, he might believe them. However, the orders for the steel rolling plant during this planned economy era were allocated by the Metallurgical Ministry. Could anyone dare withhold supplies simply because one could not drink? Of course he could complain, but he still felt compelled to express admiration. As the dishes neared completion, Section Chief Shi exchanged glances with Qinghe Dongqing, who immediately understood and opened a box he had brought, revealing 6 bottles of Mao Tai. Wow, Mao Tai. Qinghe seized the moment to feign surprise. Comrade Qinghe, have you ever tried this wine? No, the supply and marketing cooperative sells this wine at the highest price, and it's often out of stock. I've always wanted to buy some to taste, but could never find it. Today, it seems I'm fortunate enough to benefit from Section Chief Shi. Shaoli, I must express my concern for you. You have not yet adjusted your mindset. Section Chief Shi pulled Qinghe to sit beside him, feigning a pained expression as he spoke that, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Intrigued, Qinghe eagerly played along. You are now a purchasing agent at our Hongqing steel rolling plant. In this city, which unit doesn't have dealings with others? Which unit wouldn't extend a bit of courtesy, while other matters may be challenging? Purchasing a few bottles of wine should not be an issue. Leader, you should understand my situation. I lack connections. Aside from the steel rolling plant, I don't know anyone. This is what I mean about old Qian. As he spoke, he took a bottle of wine that Qinghe Dongqing had opened. Can Xiao Chong drink today? Chong Wenrui laughed. Not really. Otherwise, my husband will be displeased when I return. Shahong Chang did not impose any expectations and handed each of the 5 gentlemen present a bottle. Your little Lin is the same. Considering your role as a purchasing agent, how could you possibly abstain from alcohol? You must have a word with him when you return. Very well. I shall certainly convey Section Chief Shi's sentiments to him tonight. Now, Xiao Chong, you stick to water. Come, let's raise a toast. Shaoli, how well can you hold your liquor? Drink according to your own capacity. Today is a gathering of camaraderie, so indulge as much as you can. Qinghe smirked inwardly, having seen countless such drinking gatherings. Before the drinking commences, everyone claims to drink at their own pace. Yet as the evening progresses, the pressure to drink mounts. The most pitiful scenario occurs when there are female colleagues present. Before drinking, they insist, "I can't drink." Yet when everyone else is already tipsy, they say, "Come on, sister, let me toast you." What is this? Not willing to oblige. Do not be fooled by the apparent camaraderie between Chong and Rui. Anyone who believes that is a fool. At this moment, Qinghe could no longer discern who among them was truly aligned with whom, but he was not one to shy away from a challenge. Although he had yet to test the waters, he could easily handle 2 bottles of Nilinchen at home. Moreover, how much of your assets could fill my warehouse? Let us see what you've got. Chapter 67. Promotion and raise. Once the meal concluded, the bottles on the table were empty. Shahong Chang and Qinghe were in the best spirits, while the others appeared somewhat inebriated. Qinghe could not help but marvel at the audacity of those who ventured into the procurement system. If it were based on his previous life's drinking capacity, he would be relegated to the children's table at this point. After finishing their drinks and sharing a smoke, they decided to disperse under Section Chief Shi's guidance. Qinghe, now that we are acquainted, should your brother Shi require assistance in reallocating resources, you must lend me a hand. Who among us at the rolling mill does not recognize your prowess? Section Chief Shi. Is there anything you cannot procure? Even if there is, as long as you make the request, I will ensure it is delivered. Shahong Chang chuckled and lightly tapped Qinghe a few times. Qinghe, you haven't had too much to drink. Have you? Can you manage getting home? If I were to claim I had too much, I fear you wouldn't invite me next time we gather. Indeed, we must test our drinking capacities separately one day. In procurement, we lack capable drinkers. I need to gauge your limits. Leader, Then let us stick to sheafing next time. I truly cannot get accustomed to the aroma of Mao Tai. All right, I shall prepare for that next time. And we shall arrange it. With that, the group bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. Observing the desolate Qinghe, which should have been bustling with diners, Qinghe noted the stark contrast to its former glory. Rather than lament the passage of time, he simply wished to return home and sleep. Having sold a pig and several chickens, ducks, and geese in the black market the previous night, he had earned a total of 243. 6 yuan, far exceeding his expectations. Though purchasing meat still did not require tickets, the market was experiencing shortages, and even with money, one could not acquire meat, a situation that was becoming prevalent even in the capital, let alone elsewhere. This led to Qinghe's sales skyrocketing from the moment he opened shop yesterday. He was eager to save enough for renovations and then lay low, reflecting on past instances. It seemed that whenever he resolved to keep a low profile, unexpected events would arise, keeping him perpetually busy. Hopefully this time, he could manage to lay low successfully. Upon returning home, he entered his space, organized the guards to remain vigilant against any disturbances from Yan Bugue, and collapsed onto the grand bed of the city lord's residence, falling into a deep slumber. Qinghe, Director Li requests your presence in his office. All right, thank you. I will go immediately. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qian, who had been hiding in a small office, emerged. Xiao Li, what does Director Li want with you? Noticing the smooth transition in titles from Qian, Qinghe paid it no mind. He was uncertain how this individual managed to become a section chief, and the future appeared bleak. Director, I just heard someone call out, but I haven't gone yet, so I'm not sure what it's about. Qinghe looked at Qian with an innocent expression, and Qian, upon reflection, agreed. Well, you should go check what it's about and report back. Certainly, section chief. I will head over now. With the rolling mill's efficiency being so high, had they already prepared the rewards just a day after announcing them? Although he had not yet arrived, Qinghe could surmise what the matter might be, though he was curious about what kind of reward the factory could offer. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice of Director Li resonated from the office. The door was closed, as it was winter and the heat was necessary. If it were summer, such a closed door would evoke all sorts of speculation. Director, you summon me? Ah, Xiao Li, come, take a seat, without waiting for Qinghe to inquire. The director directly handed him a document, bearing the signatures of Secretary He and Factory Director Yang. Notice, in light of Comrade Qinghe from the Procurement Section 3, under the support and encouragement of the factory leadership, bravely engaging in combat against sabotage and enemy elements, assisting law enforcement in capturing key members of a clandestine organization, the factory leadership team has decided to reward Comrade Qinghe with a cash bonus of 50 yuan and promote him to level 10 clerk. Not bad, not bad. A leap of 2 levels. Upon further consideration, he realized it was actually just 1 level. He was already due for promotion to level 11. The report to elevate him to clerk level 11 had long been submitted, and the logistics department had initially considered postponing it until next month. After all, he had just been confirmed this month, and an immediate promotion might attract unwanted attention, which was a pity for him. Quite good. With this justification, the promotion can be easily rationalized without drawing too much attention. Qinghe smiled broadly, though inwardly he felt a twinge of frustration. You can't possibly expect me to oppose a red-headed document that has already been issued. Li Huaid, being astute, noticed the young man's discontent and quickly shifted the blame to him. My suggestion was to elevate you to an administrative level 29 position, but old Yang and the others disagreed, arguing that you were still a bit too young. Administrative level, isn't that supposed to correspond with the clerk level? He recalled seeing somewhere that administrative level 30 corresponded with clerk level 12. That was regarding salary levels. Li Huaid retorted that in practice they do not correspond at all. Since I have become a teacher, I must ensure my students understand. Clerk levels are clerk levels, while administrative levels pertain to managerial positions. Now it dawned on him. It was clear that one could only continue to rise after transitioning to an administrative role. Positions such as deputy section chief or section chief were elusive. What a shame that this proposal did not pass. This might have been the closest you have been to an administrative position in years. The above is purely fictional. Qinghe quickly expressed his gratitude and loyalty to Director Li. while also lamenting the inability to transition to an administrative role. Yet he could not help but recall the day when Section Chief Qinghe painted grand visions for him. The thought of becoming a deputy section chief made him want to bury that old fool. With the benefit secured, Li Qinghe engaged in some casual conversation with Li Huai before preparing to take his leave. "Qinghe, have you heard any rumors lately? You are aware of the nature of our work. We spend our days idly eavesdropping. What rumors are you referring to?" Casting a deep glance at Li Qinghe. He mentioned the restructuring of the procurement section that I believe I heard someone mention it casually, but I did not pay it much mind. Lying seemed inappropriate. Knowing too much could be a double-edged sword. So it was safer to feign ignorance. As he spoke, he glanced at the document in his hand. Regardless of how things shifted above, it had no bearing on him, a mere level 10 clerk earning 27.5 yuan. Observing the young man's demeanor, Li Huai could not help but smile. "Qinghe, you're a clever one," Li Huai mused aloud, seemingly to himself. What a pity that Qian is both foolish and lazy. He then raised his gaze to Li Qinghe. "Are you busy with anything lately? Do you need to go on a business trip? If you ask me that, I am definitely not tired. I didn't need to go on a trip to Anhui province. I yearn for the tea from southern Anhui. In this place where I cannot fully enjoy my drinks, I am faced with the dilemma of eating meat every day, which is quite difficult to endure. As for the tea trees that Xie found, they are hardly better than brewing leaves directly. I want to head back to southern Anhui to stock up." Li Huai was momentarily stunned. Had he boasted too much, and now it was unrecallable? Seeing Li Huai fall silent, Li Qinghe realized he might need to ease the tension. "Director, aside from Anhui, I would also like to make a trip to Tianjin to procure some seafood and dried goods for the family to enjoy during the new year. What do you think?" "Excellent. Your filial piety is commendable. Go speak with old Qian to handle the paperwork, and then get busy." "Certainly, Director Li. Additionally, I would like to request some time off." Li Huai's eyes lit up. "What is it you need?" "My house needs some repairs, and I need to keep an eye on it for a few days. What do you think?" "That is indeed a pressing matter. Therefore, regarding the factory's reward, I will personally grant you an additional 100 yuan from the logistics department, and there is no rush to return to work after your trip to Tianjin. Take your time to renovate your house." What a benevolent superior. I could use a dozen of those. Chapter 68. Business trip? A holiday. On the way back to the Procurement Section 3 office, Li Qinghe had pieced together the whole story. After the restructuring, it seemed that there would be no need for so many section chiefs. Shahongchang from Section 1 was exceptionally capable and served as the backbone of the rolling mills logistics, making him indispensable. The head of the 2nd Procurement Division, Shi Yuntao, is said to have connections originating from the Ministry of Metallurgy, frequently stepping in to secure tasks that require such relationships, thus possessing formidable backing. Consequently, our section chief Qian is left in a rather dismal position. However, it rumored that the restructuring will commence after the new year. Is it too soon to initiate such changes? It makes sense, though. The end of the year is indeed a time when achievements in procurement are readily apparent. If Chief Qian were to become aware of the situation, he might well devise ways to claim some credit, which would complicate matters further. It is better to act swiftly and sideline him. Thus, Li Qinghe becomes an obstacle. Yet this obstacle possesses considerable capability. The issuance of meat tickets next year is already common knowledge among the higher-ups, making Li Qinghe even more indispensable to the procurement division and the logistics department, as well as to Li Huai. Unlike Qian Fong, who is merely a pawn to be discarded, Li Qinghe is not particularly close to Qian Fong, thus providing room for maneuvering, provided that Li Qinghe is willing to cooperate. And cooperate he is more than eager to do. After all, receiving 100 yuan with no obligation to repay allows him to avoid work while still earning a salary. What a fortunate arrangement that would make him the envy of his peers. As for Chief Qian, Li Qinghe considers that overseeing the warehouse is a task well suited to him. He merely needs to conduct an inventory each day before locking the door and retreating inside. Upon returning to the main office of the 3rd Division, Xiao Li has returned. "Come with me to the office." Chief Qian is unusually present in the main office, and upon seeing Li Qinghe, he eagerly beckons him into a small office. "What business does Director Li have with you?" Li Qinghe feigns nonchalance, casually brushing it off. "Nothing much. I've been promoted to grade 10 clerk. Oh, I submitted a report ages ago. This has been pending for nearly 10 days. Grade 10? Wasn't he? It's supposed to be grade 11. Chief Qinghe scratches his head, his expression revealing that he genuinely knows nothing about Li Qinghe's commendation. Wasn't he this something you advocated for, Chief Qinghe? Li Qinghe looks at him with an innocent expression. Since it's the final stretch, if he doesn't know, then let us keep it that way. Let the whole world conspire to keep this oblivious chief in the dark. By the way, Chief, there is another matter. With that, Li Qinghe hands over the travel request issued by Li Huai to Chief Qinghe, as certain formalities require his attention. Little Li, you seem quite familiar with Director Li? Li Qinghe's mental acuity has elevated to a sharp 22 points. He can discern from the tone a pie chart reflecting 3 parts vigilance, 3 parts aloofness, and 4 parts hostility. Am I being viewed as an adversary? Even if a travel candidate is designated, such matters should be formally communicated to me through the logistics office for proper arrangement. Have you reached out to Director Li directly? Li Qinghe genuinely wishes to avoid a confrontation. Even if you discover that a subordinate is planning to defect, should you not initially feign ignorance to stabilize the situation, then seize the opportunity to claim authority and swiftly resolve the issue? Why cast aspersions before me? Director, you jest. When Director Li summoned me, I had no choice but to comply. Upon arrival, I was presented with a promotion document and assigned a task, leaving me with no grounds for refusal. I am still in a daze. If you are looking to vent your frustrations, you might want to find someone else. I'm not in the mood to engage. Li Qinghe merely observes in silence the travel request before Chief Qinghe. Chief Qinghe, feeling frustrated, swiftly processes the documentation and tosses it to Li Qinghe. Unfazed, recognizes that their next encounter will likely leave Chief Qinghe in a state of disarray. After completing the necessary paperwork, Li Qinghe is officially on his way for a business trip. As long as the factory deems it a business trip, even a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative at the factory gate counts. Qinghe, I need your assistance with a matter. As Li Qinghe prepares to return to the office to gather his belongings, he is intercepted by Chang Wenrui at the corner. A friend of my father-in-law requires some ingredients. Would you be able to assist? She gets straight to the point. While it is indeed feasible, I wonder what ingredients your father-in-law could possibly need. Surely he has access to quality goods. Observing Section Chief, sure, Hong Chang's attitude toward Chang Wenrui, it is clear that even if her family is not of significant stature, they are certainly well-connected. Your ingredients are quite delectable. Everyone who sampled them remarked positively, as long as it's convenient. What does it matter where we procure them? After all, we are merely exchanging money, not relationships. Very well, since Sister Chang has asked, I must oblige. Oh, but could you offer me a discount? So, Sister Chang, how much do you need? How shall I provide it? This time, I'll purchase 100 yuan worth. I have the cash ready, and can I collect from the last supplier? Li Qinghe takes the money without even glancing at it. Placing it in his pocket, agreed. Let us settle on that. I'll prepare now and come by at noon to collect. Sure, here is a list I've prepared. Please check the prices and categories to ensure everything is satisfactory. Li Qinghe inspects the list carefully. It seems acceptable, comprising standard items with ample supply. No problem, Sister Chang. Let us proceed as planned. By the way, do you still have those large goose eggs? I'd like to buy a few to try. Please bring some along. Nonsense, why purchase? If Sister Chang introduces clients to me, I'll give you 5 as a gift, which I'll bring along. Then I must thank you in advance, dear sister. After parting ways with Chang Wenrui, Li Qinghe assesses the quantity of cash in the warehouse. Look at that. Returning customers are already appearing, coupled with the 301.4 yuan earned from selling meat, eggs, and fruits at the black market last night. Li Qinghe now holds over 1,000 yuan in cash. Of course, at this season, he dares to sell only Jingbai pears. It's time to find a master to inspect the house. He finds a secluded spot to enter Qianlong City and arranges for Master Tang to prepare the goods on the list for delivery to the warehouse, intending to retrieve them directly later. Checking the time, he realizes it's still early, so he decides to stroll through the shops at the front gate. He purchases a large assortment of cigarettes, alcohol, and candy to stock the warehouse. He also buys a substantial quantity of cloth and cotton, particularly cotton, as it will be urgently needed later in the outer Xing'anling region, as for planting in the space. Where would there be room? With famine just over a year away, all available land is occupied by grain crops. Li Qinghe feels that even the space for growing food is scarce. leaving no room for economic crops. Thus, with demand present, he must rely on the market for purchases. Qinghe is cautious, buying small amounts from various places, ensuring the diversity and quantity remain inconspicuous. After a frenzied shopping spree, glancing at the time, he rushes to the riverbank by the city's protective moat to complete the transaction. Chapter 69. Master Carpenter Fong, thank you for your hard work. Comrade Li. Director Lin is being overly polite. Sister Chong has been so considerate towards me that assisting with this small task is the least I could do. Li Qinghe steps aside with Lin Hua to smoke, leaving Chong Wenrui to peruse the supplies Li Qinghe has brought. This time, she does not examine them as meticulously, only casually flipping through the items, focusing mainly on the few goose eggs given to her, assisting her in packing them into sacks. Comrade Li, the son of our factory's deputy director, is getting married soon, and he has heard that I can procure meat in bulk. He wishes to exchange some of his flawed fabric quota for it. What do you think? I'd like to give him a response. Certainly, as long as it's an introduction from Director Lin, there's no problem at all. Thank you so much, Comrade Li. And please, don't call me Director Lin. Just refer to me as Brother Lin. As you do with my sister Wenrui. That sounds great. Brother Lin, you needn't address me as Comrade Li either. Just call me Qinghe, as Sister Chong does. All right, Qinghe, once I've confirmed on my end, I'll have my sister Chong reach out to you. Not only has the transaction been completed, but the business scope has also expanded, which is quite advantageous. Why does Li Qinghe feel confident engaging in transactions with Chong Wenrui and her husband? Every industry and profession has its hidden corners, and for procurement personnel, those from the first and second divisions who frequently travel often bring back local specialties to sell. This is an open secret within the industry. So regardless of how goods are acquired, internal members never dare to expose such matters. Offending not just one person or a colleague, but the entire industry is at stake. Everyone relies on these additional benefits to make a living. Why would one jeopardize their own interests? After tidying up the scene and returning the backpack to the warehouse, Li Qinghe heads toward the street office. Officer Fong, are you busy? You rascal. What brings you here unbidden? Speak up. What is it you need from me? Fong Yuan, busy with his desk work, glances up at Li Qinghe and resumes his tasks without formality. That I wish to begin tidying up my house and wanted to inquire if the street office has any skilled carpenters or masons available for hire. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan furrows his brow. It's winter and the weather is frigid, with snow likely to fall at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, he concedes that it's feasible. It's just that the small courtyard requires some effort, needing to clear collapsed structures, fill craters, and repair the yard. The roof and beams will certainly need replacing, but the walls, which I've previously inspected, are not in dire condition. Brother Fong, I have another question to ask you. Go ahead. My courtyard was originally a small garden with only 4 rooms. Is it appropriate to construct 4 more now? Would that exceed regulations? I'm concerned that if I build too many rooms, it might invite trouble. After all, people have always feared not having enough rather than having too much. No worries, didn't your file get approved? Just block the moon gate to number 95 courtyard and open a door separately from the side. You bought the land and built the house yourself. That makes it a private little courtyard. What's there to be afraid of? Fong, the official, wore an indifferent expression. If you insist on connecting with no 95 courtyard, it might complicate matters, requiring more considerations. But now, Li Qinghe understood the other party's meaning and relaxed. It is best to avoid trouble. However, Li Qinghe suspected that trouble was inevitable. Once the renovations commenced, all the rascals in the courtyard would surely learn of his grand undertaking. Wouldn't that create an uproar? My family of 4 or 5 is crammed into one room, and you buy an entire courtyard for yourself? What? You built the house with your own money. That one do. I'm already struggling, so why should you, a country bumpkin, live better? Such petty tricks surely won't impress the good neighbors. We have a registered craftsman under our street office. Surnamed Fong. Shall I introduce you? That's no issue. A leader's recommendation surely carries weight, but I wonder if that Master Fong is related to your Fong official. Fong Yuan was speechless. How many people in the world share the surname Fong? And they're all my relatives? He is a local from the old city, while I hail from Hubei. I've heard there is a craftsman surnamed Lei around Jidaika, nickname style Lei. I wonder how he fares. Fong Yuan was even more at a loss, if he were uninformed, Having just arrived in the city a few months ago, how could he know about Style Lei? But if he were well informed. He only knew half the story, sure, but he is currently restoring the Forbidden City, so you might have to wait your turn, perhaps a year or two if you're lucky, or 3 to 4 if not. Really restoring the Forbidden City. Isn't that a task for a group of experts and professors? Indeed, but look at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Over 20 meters high. Do you expect these elderly experts to climb up and down to carry out the restoration? Or do you rely on their apprentices to do the work? It's the experts who draft the blueprints, while Master Lei and his team provide the technical skills, all collaborating to build the nation. Why am I telling you this? If you don't appreciate my introduction, you can smoothly take your leave and find a carpenter on your own. Li Qinghe quickly pulled Fong Yuan away. Wait, Brother Fong, hurry, time is of the essence. Let us go find your uncle. Don't pull me. I need to report to the section chief before heading out. Fong Yuan had to inform the section chief of his outing. A matter of public service, which the chief approved without hesitation. The two rode their bicycles, hurrying toward Master Fong's home. Master Fong resided in a dilapidated courtyard, far more run-down than number 95, cluttered and chaotic. Upon entering, the yard was filled with heaps of items, a veritable mess with hardly a place to step. What on earth is going on here? Li Qinghe couldn't help but voice his discontent. Initially, he had no understanding of the old city and had feared encountering such situations when choosing his home. He was aware that such chaotic courtyards were prevalent, with an exceedingly complex demographic. The convolutions depicted in the courtyard dramas had made that clear. Even in fictional worlds, he was merely a side character. Thus, the designation of number 95 courtyard as an exemplary residence was not without reason. Its excellence was accentuated by its peers. Comparing now, it truly was a wise choice. Sigh. A resident working at the recycling station hurried past, covering his nose, pointing to a tightly shut door. This was a 2-entry courtyard, and they hastily passed through the front courtyard. That's why I told you at the time. If you could move into that courtyard, you'd be fortunate. Li Qinghe nodded in agreement, internally critiquing who had gotten drunk and scolded everyone in no. 95 courtyard. Arriving at the door of a room in the back courtyard, Fong knocked. Who is it? A woman's voice called from within. It's me. Fong Yuan from the street office. The sound of hurried footsteps followed, accompanied by a woman's voice. Old Fong, get up quickly. Don't sleep. The official from the street office is here. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman in her 40s, her face beaming as she greeted Fong Yuan. Fong official. You've come. Please come in. At that moment, a lean middle-aged man in his 40s approached, draping a coat over his shoulders. Fong official. What brings you here today? You arrived so suddenly. I wasn't prepared. Chui, hurry and boil some water. Fong Yuan stepped inside, with Li Qinghe closely following. The room was small, about 20 square meters. Despite the exterior's disarray, the interior was surprisingly tidy and organized. Upon entering, they noticed the foundation had been dug down 50 centimeters. With 2 stories above, the ground floor served as the living room and kitchen, while the upper floor was presumably the bedroom. The 3 sat around the table, and shortly after, the hostess brought over 2 cups of water. Fong Yuan introduced them, saying, "This is my younger brother, Li Qinghe. He wants to renovate his house, and I brought him to you." Master Fong, whose name was Fong Peng, was commonly referred to as Fong Mudo. Li Qinghe was unfamiliar with him, so he simply addressed him as Master Fong. Upon hearing Fong Yuan's words, Master Fong's eyes lit up. Work in this cold winter. Assessing Li Qinghe's attire, he appeared quite presentable, and with Fong Yuan personally bringing him, he quickly figured out how to proceed. Rest assured, since you personally came to me, I'll do my utmost to assist you. Hearing this, Fong Yuan stood up. Qinghe, discuss the house matter directly with Master Fong. If any issues arise, come find me at the street office or reach out to Director Wang. I'll take my leave now. You both get to work. He nodded at Master Fong, not even finishing his water before departing. Upon hearing Director Wang's name, Master Fong's expression shifted slightly. It seemed Li Qinghe had some connections. The two escorted Fong Yuan out, then returned to their seats. Comrade Li, could you elaborate on the details of your house? Regardless of the relationship, it's best to finalize the matter first. In their line of work, winter was typically slow, and they could only rely on their reserves. If they could secure a job in winter, even if it didn't pay much, it would at least cover a meal for the day. Li Qinghe outlined the situation with his house, causing Master Fang's brows to furrow. During the initial acquisition of properties in the Namluo-Guxiang area, Master Fang was involved in assessing the condition of the houses with the street office. Thus, he was well acquainted with the status of each property. He recognized the courtyard and house Li Qinghe mentioned, astonished that this young man managed to secure both properties. Though expensive, once tidied up, they would make for excellent residences. Checking the time, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Shall we go see the site? It's easier to communicate there. Certainly, I haven't visited that place in years. I am curious to see what changes have occurred, and it's better to discuss matters on site. Master Fang went into the inner room to grab some tools for working and followed Li Qinghe outside. Li Qinghe pushed his bicycle ahead, while Master Fang insisted on keeping his toolbox close, refusing to let him place it on the rear seat for fear of it falling, with others around. Li Qinghe couldn't possibly produce a rope to secure it, so he let it be. Entering the courtyard, they found it deserted during working hours, but Aunt San spotted Li Qinghe with a stranger and came out to inquire about the situation. "Little Li, are you bringing Master Fang along?" "Ah, hello, Sister Yin." Seeing they were already acquainted, Li Qinghe decided against further introductions. He intended to take Master Fang to handle business, but was stopped by Aunt San. "Don't you two know each other? What is the issue?" He looked at Aunt San, puzzled, trying to decipher her intentions. "Qinghe, are you planning to renovate your house?" "Yes, that is why I brought the master here to have a look." Ignoring Aunt San, who seemed to want to say more, Li Qinghe opened the door, ushering Master Fang inside, and swiftly closed it to block any prying eyes. He pulled open the sealed stove, filled the kettle with water, and set it to boil. While Li Qinghe busied himself, Master Fang demonstrated exceptional professionalism. He took out a measuring tape and paper, measuring the dimensions while jotting down notes. In less than 10 minutes. A rough sketch of the area was completed, and Li Qinghe glanced over. Impressive. The room's interior layout was vividly depicted. "Shall we take a look at the adjacent courtyard? I hope we can commence work by tomorrow." "Sure, but I see that the Moon Gate is locked by the street office." Initially, when the gate was open, residents would neglect the restroom lines and use this place, leading to complaints from the residents. The street office subsequently installed a dilapidated door from who knows where and locked it. Master Fang, having visited before, found the door peculiar, but understood after the explanation. "Don't think the quality of people has improved much." The area had been unpleasant for years, only recently improving, so Master Fang wasn't surprised. "What about the key? Since the courtyard has been purchased, the key must be with me." The two reached the courtyard and unlocked the Moon Gate, which had been locked for over half a year. "Little Li, how could you break this lock?" "This is the street office's lock." A voice resonated from behind, calling out from the three aunts, prompting the young ladies, married women, and elderly matrons who had been hibernating in the courtyard to swarm out in a flurry. The once desolate Ziyuan suddenly erupted with a cacophony of voices. From a moment he entered, Li Qinghe anticipated this very moment. Though he remained composed, he was seething with indignation. Was Yang Ruihua truly his nemesis? The inhabitants of both the central and rear courtyards crowded at the entrance, peering curiously in his direction. Among them, the notably ample figure of Jia Zhangshi stood out in the throng. Qinghe raised the key in his hand high above his head, displaying it for all to see. "Three aunts, refrain from your unfounded clamoring if you are unaware of the situation. Which of your eyes witnessed me vandalizing the lock of the street office?" With anger simmering within, he spoke without restraint. "If your eyesight is inadequate, perhaps you should retrieve your family's old Master Yan's reading glasses, lest you misinterpret and speak unwarranted nonsense." The faces of the three aunts flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi reveled in the moment, whispering slanderous remarks about Li Qinghe amidst the crowd. "That I suspect this Li Qinghe is no good. He has only been here a few days and already dares to pick locks, even the one belonging to the street office. I wouldn't even dream of such audacity. Is it true? Didn't he claim that what he says is law? I believe this lad simply took it upon himself to procure a key and now dares to masquerade." Jia Zhangshi remained resentful from the last encounter when she was intimidated by this boy, and, having finally seized an opportunity today, intended to make a grand display, albeit too timid to speak loudly. Resorting instead to subtle jabs, with Li Qinghe's keen physique and hearing, He caught every word uttered by Jia Zhangshi with crystal clarity. He glanced at the seemingly oblivious Master Fong beside him. Suppressing the fury bubbling within, he resolved to address the matter at hand and avoid becoming a source of ridicule. Chapter 71. Courtyard Planning. Dear neighbors, I am preparing to undertake some renovations today. Hence I have invited Master Fong to assess the situation. Surely, you all recognize this Master Fong beside me. He comes recommended by the street office, and I have already reported my plans to renovate to them. I shall provide further details once Master Fong and I have completed our tasks. Without pausing for their reactions, he strode inside and closed the courtyard gate. Master Fong chuckled. The closing gate also shielded the curious gazes of the crowd, prompting Qinghe to wipe the sweat from his brow. This is just the beginning. If only you had experienced living in our courtyard. It was a veritable chaos. Master Fong then began to enlighten Qinghe on the disarray of their courtyard, citing issues of sanitation and encroachment on communal areas. For every conceivable minor grievance, there was an abundance of quarrels, and they would be fortunate to enjoy even a single day of respite amidst the incessant bickering of the elder ladies in the neighborhood.